In the bustling city of Haisher, at Huayuan Venture Capital, Jiang Xianyu awoke in her office, her head still spinning. Instinctively, she rubbed her temples, a habit she had reluctantly cultivated since entering the investment banking sector. This realm was a gladiatorial arena for the ambitious, where female employees constituted a mere 20%. As one of that minority, she had to fight tooth and nail, lest she be devoured whole. Glancing around, she wondered, was this truly her office? As memories surged back, she recalled working late into the early hours, until 3 a.m., only to succumb to sudden death. How had she ended up here? Just then, a knock interrupted her thoughts, and in walked her former subordinate, Jiang Yuan. President Jiang, here is the due diligence report for Tianyuan Pharmaceutical. Please take a look, Jiang Yuan said, handing her the folder. Jiang Xianyu paused momentarily before nonchalantly opening the file. You can head back now. I will let you know once I've reviewed it, she replied. Jiang Yuan, trusting her words, exited while gently closing the door behind him. Once the door clicked shut, Jiang Xianyu's earlier composure evaporated. She quickly grabbed her phone, and her heart raced as she saw the date. September 2nd, 2017. Had she truly returned to 8 years prior? She vividly remembered Tianyuan Pharmaceutical as her second project after being promoted to vice president, culminating in its initial public offering at the end of that year. Jiang Yuan had worked under her for several years and had already ascended to VP, standing on equal footing with her. No wonder it felt peculiar for him to deliver documents. It dawned on her she had been reborn. The year 2017 was undeniably a pinnacle in her life. Since graduating, she had joined Huayuan Venture Capital and, in a mere 3 years, had become the fastest rising star in the company. In the first half of that year, she had tackled the formidable challenge of Shenyang technology, successfully passing the sponsor representative examination, thus elevating herself to VP and acquiring signing authority. Yet, this would be her final promotion. She had been promoted in June, but by August, her parents had come to the company, accompanied by her younger brother, during their summer vacation, creating a scene due to her delayed salary transfer. Even though that incident had transpired many years ago, the memory still suffocated her. Upon their arrival, they had vociferously berated her, labeling her an unfilial daughter and a financial burden. When she attempted to leave with them, they threatened to seek out her superiors for justice. That day, the entire floor had been abuzz with onlookers. Those who had already resented her promotion to VP seized the opportunity to hurl barbs. Even her boyfriend of a year discreetly ended their relationship. The next day, as she arrived at work, whispers followed her everywhere, and colleagues regarded her with disdain. Her superiors summoned her for a heart-to-heart, advising her to mend familial ties and not to cause trouble for the company. She could palpably sense the shift in their attitude from admiration to contempt. The change was as swift as turning a page. She understood the reason they perceived her as someone easily manipulable, one who dared not harbor contrary thoughts. Much like her current boss, who favored employees burdened with mortgages and children. Given these constraints, which employee would dare resign? Moreover, having signed a non-compete agreement upon her promotion to VP, she was barred from engaging in related industries for 2 years after leaving. What options did she have? Although a month had passed since the incident, her colleagues' attitudes had permanently altered. Those beneath her still maintained a facade of respect, but her peers were anything but courteous. The thought of resigning began to take root within her. Having been granted a second chance at life, she realized the futility of it all. Nothing was more precious than her own life. The wealth she had amassed through relentless toil had ultimately been spent on supporting her family. What was she striving for? Filial piety? A loving father begets a dutiful child. What loyalty could she afford such parents? Yet, she resolved to wait until the month concluded to collect her full salary. In this moment, Jiang Xianyu felt grateful that her salary card had returned to her possession. In the early days of her career, her parents had taken her salary card from her, but fortunately, she had linked it to WeChat, sparing her the embarrassment of having to ask them for money. Once, when she was hospitalized with acute appendicitis and required surgery, she used the funds from the card. When her parents learned of this, they never inquired about her health. Instead, they returned the card to her, demanding that she transfer her salary to their account after payday. They kept close tabs on her income, never fearing she might shortchange them. By transferring her salary to their account, they eliminated the risk of her spending it unexpectedly. At that moment, Jiang Xianyu experienced a profound sense of betrayal. This brush with death had unveiled the true nature of her so-called family. Prior to her rebirth, she had held onto some hope for her parents and relatives. Yet, after confronting mortality, she no longer craved that false familial bond. It was high time she recognized that such relatives possessed no humanity. Her hometown was a county-level city in Sioux Province, where her parents exhibited a blatant preference for sons. Her mother, Qianhe, and her father, Jiang Hongtao, bore two daughters, Jiang Xianyu and her younger sister, before finally having a son, Jiang Xianbao. Even their names reflected this disparity. She was originally named Jiang Xianyu, while her sister was Jiang Xiaolong, a trivial fish, the other a common reed by the riverside. Jiang Xianbao, on the other hand, was their cherished treasure, a name both straightforward and superficial. As an adult, she eventually changed her name, opting for the more poetic Jiang Xianyu. Fearing a drastic alteration would alert her parents, she chose a name that still bore a semblance of her original. She had witnessed her parents' favoritism towards Jiang Xianbao throughout her childhood. Everything from meals to clothing was prioritized for him. The arrival of their long-awaited grandson, Jiang Yi and Jiang Nai, further elevated his status in their eyes. For the sake of this brother, their 2-year younger sister was sold to a childless family in a neighboring village. She had begged her parents not to sell her sister, but they were blinded by the prospect of immediate financial gain. On the day her sister was taken away, she had chased after them, only to be forcibly brought back home and beaten. Since then, she occasionally sneaked into the neighboring village to check on her sister, eventually discovering that the family treated her well. A bittersweet joy filled her heart. Her sister was free from suffering, yet she was now someone else's child. The reason her parents sold her sister instead of her was not out of any regard for her. It was merely due to her being the elder. This became a convenient excuse for her parents to exploit her. Whenever she resisted, they would invoke this incident, saying, "If we hadn't cared for you, would we have sold your sister? They wanted you. We couldn't bear to part with you, so we sent your sister away. You are our first child we would never have, though." Chapter 2. Fortunately, there is still some money. Jiang Xianyu exhaled softly, casting aside the chaotic thoughts in her mind. Family matters no longer held significance for her. If she were to express filial piety, it would only be towards her uncle and aunt. Without their support, she would not have even made it to high school, let alone university. In the Jiang family, aside from her grandparents, parents, and younger brother, no one else lived a life of ease. Her grandmother had 3 children. Her elder brother, Jiang Hongbao, was the eldest, her father, Jiang Hongtao, the second, and her younger aunt, Jiang Wenlan, the youngest. Their grandmother harbored a severe preference for males, resulting in her younger aunt living in the direst of circumstances. Even with an elder brother to look after her, her situation remained bleak, as the household was not under the elder brother's authority. Eventually, her younger aunt married early, and life began to improve gradually. However, her aunt's initial years of marriage were fraught with hardship, primarily due to their grandmother's exorbitant demands for a dowry, which placed considerable financial strain on her uncle's family. Her uncle had initially lived a decent life until the birth of his first daughter, which their grandmother disdained, causing a rift between them. Her aunt resigned from her job to care for their daughter. It was only when the child reached first grade that she placed her in her grandmother and Appo's care and sought employment anew. They believed that once the child was old enough to articulate her grievances, any mistreatment at her grandmother's hands could be conveyed. And with her being at school most of the time, the situation would not worsen significantly. As the child grew, so did the expenses, and relying solely on her uncle's income proved unsustainable, prompting her aunt to seek work. Unfortunately, a devastating high fever claimed her cousin's life. Initially, their grandmother dismissed the illness, but it escalated to pneumonia, and by the time they reached the hospital, it was too late. The blow was too much for her aunt, who lost the child she was expecting as well, leaving her unable to conceive again. Consequently, her uncle and aunt became estranged from their grandmother. Aside from the obligatory annual offerings of respect, there was no further contact. As for Jiang Xianyu, who was merely a year younger than her cousin, she perhaps evoked some semblance of transference, as her uncle and aunt treated her with genuine kindness. In her recollections, there were instances when her parents sought her out regarding financial matters, only to be intercepted by her uncle. Having sorted through her thoughts, Jiang Xianyu opened her mobile banking app to check her balance. After 3 years of work, she found herself with a mere 8,000 yuan. Considering her salary was not insignificant, initially over 10,000, then 30,000 after a promotion in her second year, and now over 40,000 as a VP. This amount was astonishingly low. Over these 3 years, she had sent more than 400,000 yuan back home. Performance bonuses in investment banking varied, with some disbursed annually and others every 3 years. Fortunately, her company belonged to the latter category. Throughout her tenure, she had undertaken numerous projects, accumulating performance bonuses of around 4 to 500,000 yuan. While this sum sounded considerable, in metropolis like Haisher, it barely sufficed. She couldn't oppose to even secure a down payment for a property. With a clearer understanding of her financial standing, Jiang Xianyu felt a sense of relief. After reviewing a due diligence report, she signed it and prepared to hand it over to Zhang Yuan. As she passed a nearby desk, a subtle gaze brushed past her, prompting her to lower her eyes. Oh, it was her ex-boyfriend Wang Wei. He looked down, feeling somewhat guilty as he noticed her. Jiang Xianyu remained unfazed and turned to leave. Wang Wei stared at her retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought. Although their company did not officially prohibit office romances, there was an unspoken understanding, so their relationship had been kept from colleagues, and their breakup had been equally discreet. He had expected Jiang Xianyu to be devastated, yet her calm demeanor surprised him. Over the past month, he had experienced some regret, but recalling the troubles she faced with her family diminished his discomfort. Jiang Xianyu possessed striking beauty. Her fair skin and naturally gentle smile rendered her the quintessential lady of grace, the type of woman men aspired to marry. When she agreed to date him, he had been taken aback, as he was merely an average-looking fellow from an ordinary family and lacked her professional acumen. Yet, she had chosen him, and their relationship lasted a year. His friends had deemed him exceedingly fortunate. In retrospect, he surmised that her challenging family situation had driven her to select him. In truth, Jiang Xianyu had not contemplated much at the time. She simply yearned to escape her home. She did not seek a remarkable husband, just someone dependable with whom she could lead a stable life. Yet reality had taught her that whether exceptional or mediocre, men like Wang Wei tended to shy away from people like her parents. Her feelings for him were not love. There was no racing heartbeat or tumultuous emotional journey. They were more akin to companions sharing a life. Though she was reluctant to admit it, the insecurity instilled by her family background lingered, prompting her to desire a relationship where she could maintain control over her heart, living steadily while being able to gracefully withdraw if necessary. Thus, when Wang Wei proposed a breakup, she accepted it with composure. However, given the chance to start anew, she had grown indifferent to the notion of marriage, realizing it was no longer a means of escaping her family. Ah, isn't that our ever-successful general manager Jiang? A somewhat sarcastic voice interrupted her thoughts as she handed the folder to Jiang Yuan. Turning around, she found it was Song Yuan, a colleague who had joined the company at the same time. Now a senior manager, she was one rank below Jiang Xianyu, but she did not report to her. Instead, she was under the supervision of Manager Feng next door. Jiang Xianyu smiled and mentioned the good project under Manager Feng's purview regarding the Qingyuan Hotel. What's the matter? Did he not assign it to you? That seems unlikely. Song Yuan forced a smile. Of course, I'm involved. But we haven and oppose. T finalized the negotiations with Qingyuan yet. However, it should be resolved in a few days. Jiang Xianyu could see through her bravado and chose not to engage in further banter. She was aware that the Qingyuan project would ultimately fall through, as the other party had aligned with Qingyuan Capital. Su Lin Yuan, the heir of the Su Group, possessed connections and resources far superior to those of Huayuan. The only project that had ever slipped through their grasp was the Xinjiang technology deal, the very project that had facilitated her promotion to VP. If CEO Zhao of Xinjiang Technology had been merely a businessman focused on profit, she would have stood no chance against Qingyuan Capital. Yet Zhao Xinjiang was a research enthusiast, driven by passion rather than mere commerce. It was through her relentless efforts in market research that they had resolved the technical challenges within a limited time frame, investing nearly a year of her time and energy into that endeavor. The accolades she received were well-deserved. just as Jiang Xianyu was about to return to her office. Her supervisor, Manager Liu, approached her. Spotting Jiang Xianyu, he called out, "Xiao Jiang, please pause your work on the Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals case. I recognize your capabilities. The Qingyuan Hotel project is particularly challenging. Prioritize communication on that before attending to other matters." Jiang Xianyu felt a weight settle in her heart as she recalled the situation. Indeed, Manager Liu had previously mentioned this, and due to external pressures, she had been compelled to focus her efforts on the Qingyuan Hotel project. However, by now, the other party had already established a connection with Qingyuan capital, rendering her last-minute involvement futile. In her previous life, Liu and Amp, Oppo's S-order had led her to neglect her duties, nearly causing her to lose the Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals project. Had it not been for Director Zhu's appreciation of her efforts, she would have faced significant difficulties, as she had to apologize and visit the company daily to salvage the relationship. Ultimately, the Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals deal would have collapsed. In the end, she managed to catch up, and Mr. Liu merely remarked, "I knew you could do it." But was it not evident? He was aware of Chairman Zhu's admiration for her, which gave him a sense of invulnerability. He desired both projects, and although Mr. Liu was not oblivious to the complexities surrounding the Qingyuan Hotel, he was eager to take another chance. If it succeeded, regardless of who brokered the deal, it would still bolster his own achievements. Had she, Jiang Xianyu, been in Mr. Feng's position, Mr. Liu would undoubtedly not have dared to speak so casually. He merely relied on her reluctance to resign and her inability to refuse his requests. He preferred to target the vulnerable, choosing her as a subject. Despite being of equal standing with Mr. Feng, he addressed him formally while referring to her as Little Jiang. This year, her performance had surpassed Mr. Feng and Amp, Oppo's S. However, in his eyes, she remained a newcomer with only 3 years of experience, easy to manipulate. Yet this time, she would no longer acquiesce to his whims. Chapter 3. Resignation before her reincarnation. Jiang Xianyu had acquiesced to General Manager Liu and Amp, Oppo's S demands, but after her rebirth, she would not comply. General Manager Liu, this case has always been managed by General Manager Feng. It seems rather inappropriate for you to overtly take it from me, Jiang Xianyu remarked. General Manager Liu's previously cheerful demeanor suddenly darkened. Xiao Jiang, this is a directive from leadership. We are all colleagues and should assist one another. Why delineate so rigidly? Jiang Xianyu, who planned to leave after this month, firmly disagreed. If we truly do not distinguish between you and me, it would lead to chaos. How would performance be accounted for then? General Manager Liu looked at Jiang Xianyu with astonishment, seemingly attempting to discern the source of her audacity. Her voice was loud enough for those nearby to hear, and as they pretended to be busy, they secretly resonated with her sentiments. After all, they were all ordinary workers, and if their hard-earned achievements were seized by others, what motivation would they have to continue working? Noticing the veiled glances from those around them, General Manager Liu became irate. Jiang Xianyu, don't be ungrateful. Jiang Xianyu did not relent. Is it I who is ungrateful, or is it you who is overly oppressive? If all the accomplishments I toil for are attributed to someone else, what purpose would my efforts serve? She cast a sardonic glance at General Manager Feng, who was cautiously peeking out from the office door, and retorted, "Wouldn't you agree, General Manager Feng?" Caught eavesdropping, General Manager Feng appeared somewhat uneasy, clearing his throat as he stepped out of the office. What Jiang Xianyu says is unfounded. We all work for the good of the company. Why must we be so pedantic, making things difficult for leadership? Since we need not be so pedantic, why don't you hand over the Jiahua case to me after you finalize it? I'll take care of the Qingyuan Hotel project for you. Jiang Xianyu knew that the Jiahua case was nearing its IPO, and General Manager Feng would never willingly exchange it for the nearly hopeless Qingyuan Hotel project. Seeing General Manager Feng and Oppo's silence, Jiang Xianyu decided not to prolong the encounter. General Manager Liu, I am currently at a critical juncture with the Tianyuan pharmaceutical project. You may want to seek someone more capable for the Qingyuan matter. General Manager Liu was taken aback by her obstinacy, his chest heaving with frustration. How dare this woman, who had a multitude of burdens behind her, speak to him in such a manner? Jiang Xianyu, I will ask you one last time. Will you take on the Qingyuan project or not? If you accept, I will consider today's events as though they never occurred. If not, pack your things and leave." His voice was loud, leaving the onlookers in shock. General Manager Feng wore a smirk of triumph, knowing the gifts he had secretly given to General Manager Liu had not gone in vain. Jiang Xianyu's gaze shifted between the two, and then she scoffed. "Ah, those are your words, General Manager Liu. Everyone has heard you. You are the one dismissing me." She removed her work badge and threw it at General Manager Liu. "I quit. Since it is you who is terminating my employment, ensure my salary and compensation are paid in full." Jiang Xianyu had initially intended to work through the month before resigning, but General Manager Liu and Oppo's antics had presented her with an unexpected opportunity. If she resigned of her own accord, she would forfeit her compensation. Even if she completed the month, she would earn only over 40,000 yuan. However, if dismissed now, her average salary over the past 12 months was 26,700 yuan, granting her 800,000 yuan in compensation for her 3 years of service. The money would double, and she would be spared from having to finish the remaining days of work. She couldn't help but marvel at how well General Manager Liu had played into her hands. Caught off guard by Jiang Xianyu's words, General Manager Liu felt a surge of panic. He had accepted gifts from General Manager Feng, but had never intended to actually let Jiang Xianyu go. She had contributed significantly to the team's performance, and he could not afford to lose her. However, thoughts of her troublesome family calmed him. He did not believe Jiang Xianyu would dare to resign. He was convinced she was merely using the threat of resignation to intimidate him. His confidence emboldened him to respond more defiantly. "If that is the case, pack your things and leave immediately." Jiang Xianyu smiled, a genuine expression of joy that had not been seen in days. She waved her phone in the air. "I have recorded your words. I will now proceed to gather my belongings and file my resignation with HR." As she walked toward her office, General Manager Liu panicked. "Jiang Xianyu, think this through. Do not forget the non-compete agreement you signed upon your promotion." In response, she offered him a carefree glance over her shoulder before shutting the office door with a decisive slam. A non-compete agreement? Did it not simply prohibit her from working in related industries for 2 years? She had no intention of remaining in the capital sector anyway. General Manager Feng was now trembling with anxiety. He glanced at General Manager Liu's pale complexion and instinctively recoiled. Before long, Jiang Xianyu emerged from the office, a box in her arms. Her previously somber expression appeared much brighter. The onlookers in the lobby regarded her with mixed emotions. They had largely been spectators until now, but witnessing her departure stirred feelings of sorrow among them. Jiang Yuan stood up to plead with her. "General Jiang, are you truly leaving? What will we do without you? I know you are a person of commitment, and we have projects that remain unfinished." Jiang Xianyu regarded him, her serene eyes seemingly capable of penetrating his thoughts. Jiang Yuan's gaze flickered. He indeed did not wish for Jiang Xianyu to leave, but his motives were not rooted in concern for her. He had observed the entire situation and recognized General Manager Liu's predicament. If he could persuade Jiang Xianyu to stay, it would curry favor with General Manager Liu, ultimately benefiting him. The potential loss of compensation upon Jiang Xianyu's eventual resignation was of no concern to him. Moreover, Jiang Xianyu had been overseeing the Tianyuan pharmaceutical project. If she left now, the future of the project would be uncertain. The project was nearly guaranteed success, and if it were handed over to another VP with their own team, they would risk losing their performance evaluation if leadership decided to transfer the project. However, he had no assurance that Jiang Xianyu would choose to stay, but he felt compelled to voice his thoughts. Even if she ultimately resigned, his words would serve as a foundation. If General Manager Liu did not acknowledge his goodwill, those who had once been under Jiang Xianyu would remember his support. Jiang Xianyu was acutely aware of Jiang Yuan's intentions, but chose not to engage in conflict with him. Although she had spearheaded the Tianyuan pharmaceutical project, her team had labored diligently. If someone else were to reap the rewards now, it would be unfair to those who had supported her. She glanced at her former subordinates, offering reassurance. "You're all well aware of the Tianyuan pharmaceutical project. If it is reassigned to someone else, it may encounter difficulties. I will communicate with upper management. Even if another VP takes over, the project will still require your efforts." She was confident that she could persuade leadership to recognize the project as still being under her former team and amp, oppose, as performance. The management's goal was to ensure the success of these projects, and they would naturally prefer the most dependable approach. General Manager Liu would not complicate matters further, as it directly affected his interests. Moreover, Jiang Xianyu and amp, oppose, resignation was precipitated by his actions. If the Tianyuan pharmaceutical project were to falter now, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Chapter 4. Assistant Liu and oppose. Compensation with Jiang Xianyu and oppose. Words, the crowd collectively exhaled in relief. Jiang Yuan awkwardly returned to his seat. Seeing that the situation had settled, Jiang Xianyu, carrying her belongings, headed towards the Human Resources Department. She walked at a leisurely pace, soon to be caught up by the astute Liu. The Human Resources Department was located on the second floor, and the two found themselves waiting by the elevator. Liu glanced around to ensure no one was watching and lowered his voice. Jiang, you are still young, and in an amp, oppose. It's only natural to act impulsively at times. I admit that I was a bit hasty today, but my intentions were for the good of the company. I value your abilities and believe you can secure the Qingyuan project, which is why I wanted you to take the lead. Naturally, if the deal goes through, it will be recognized as your achievement, and no one can take that away from you. While let a minor disagreement escalate to the point of resignation, consider your family as well. In our line of work, it is rare for someone as young as you to have ascended to the position of VP in just 3 years. Your promising future lies ahead. There is no need to act on a fleeting impulse. Jiang Xianyu, however, did not respond to his words. Instead, she asked Liu Tianquan, "Did you find it easy to accept Fengming's gift?" Liu's expression changed dramatically as he grasped her arm and pulled her aside, whispering, "What do you mean?" Jiang Xianyu struggled to free herself from his grip and replied coldly, "Since you wish for me to leave, I shall comply. This way it benefits us all. Wouldn't you agree? If you cannot allow me to leave as I wish, I cannot guarantee that the matter of your gift won and oppose find its way to the higher-ups and oppose desks. You know I need their approval to resign and that I must meet with the top executives." With that, she subtly gestured towards Liu's pocket, where he kept his phone. Liu's gaze faltered, and he ceased his retorts. The elevator arrived, and Jiang Xianyu stepped inside, just before the doors closed. She placed her box on the ground and waved her phone in front of Liu. "Liu, the recordings are merely remnants of my play. I trust you would not engage in any malicious editing. I have no intention of remaining in this industry, but you still wish to thrive in investment banking, correct?" Jiang Xianyu thought to herself that those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who have everything to gain. In truth, Liu had no authority to dismiss her. Given her current position, any termination would require approval from the MD above. Upon arriving at the Human Resources Department, she was informed that the MD of Huayuan Venture Capital, Mr. Hua, was looking for her. She left her personal belongings, consisting of office supplies, without concern. Standing before Mr. Hua's office, Jiang Xianyu took a deep breath, knocked, and entered. Mr. Hua greeted her with a warm smile. "Xiao Jiang, you've arrived. Please take a seat." He then instructed his assistant to prepare 2 cups of coffee, signaling a desire for an in-depth discussion. As Mr. Hua settled into the sofa opposite her, he began with a series of compliments. "Xiao Jiang, since you joined us at Huayuan, I have had high hopes for you. You are diligent, hardworking, and resilient. Among your peers, your performance has been the best, and your promotion has come the fastest." Jiang Xianyu refrained from engaging further, simply replying, "Thank you for your recognition, Mr. Hua." He had summoned her to his office shortly after her arrival at Human Resources, indicating that he had his sources. His absence during Liu Tianquan and Oppo's attempts to intimidate her, only to intervene when she was on the verge of resignation, left her unimpressed. While his words were flattering, it was evident that she had remained in the VP position without promotion for 8 years, reflecting his neglect and indifference. She did not seek excessive praise from him. Her performance warranted an ascent to the ED position within 11 years. Yet, those who had performed lesser had already been promoted, while she remained a VP. The brilliance of her early career was now overshadowed by irony. Mr. Hua, undeterred by Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's reticence, continued at your age. It is the perfect time to strive for success. Why sacrifice a promising future over a few words from Lu Tianquan? I will call him in shortly and reprimand him for his actions. Jiang Xianyu interjected, "Thank you for your willingness to stand up for me, but there is no need. I have made my decision." His promise of reprimand was mere politeness. The rift between her and Lu was now insurmountable. Remaining in his employ would only subject her to further scrutiny and potential sabotage. She no longer wished to live under such tension. Previously, she felt trapped. Now, with clarity, she recognized that her well-being was paramount. Mr. Hua studied her for a moment before sighing. "Is this truly your decision?" "Yes, Mr. Hua," she affirmed. He shook his head in disappointment. "In that case, I will not press further. Should you change your mind, Hua Yuan will always welcome you back." With that, he called for his assistant. "Please inform Human Resources to calculate Jiang and Appo's salary and severance, including her performance bonuses, and additionally grant her an extra month's compensation as my personal gesture." He insisted on prompt arrangements without delay. Turning his gaze back to Jiang Xianyu, he added, "Even though you are resigning, do not become estranged from our company. Ensure a proper handover of your work and bid farewell to your colleagues." Understanding his intent, Jiang Xianyu smiled. "Thank you for the guidance, Mr. Hua. I have already organized my current projects in the office. My colleagues are aware of my phone, but I will ensure that all details are clear to avoid any oversight." Mr. Hua chuckled. "I trust you. The contributions of your team will remain yours alone." "Thank you, Mr. Hua. I shall take my leave now." Once Jiang Xianyu exited the office, Mr. Hua and Appo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "That young lady will have her share of challenges ahead. I will await her return." He pondered whether the outside world was as accommodating as it seemed. For someone of her age and qualifications to earn such a high salary outside the capital circle would undoubtedly be challenging. People often do not appreciate their circumstances until they have experienced hardship. Reflecting on this, Mr. Hua instructed his assistant, "Bring Lu Tianquan to me. He must face the consequences of the chaos he has caused." If he had not been certain that Jiang Xianyu would return, he would have ensured Lu faced repercussions. Jiang Xianyu, however, paid no mind to the back and forth between Mr. Hua and Lu Tianquan. Her heart felt a sense of liberation. With Mr. Hua's backing, no one dared to create obstacles regarding her resignation. Yet, she could not leave just yet. She needed to ensure a seamless handover of her responsibilities, preventing any disruptions to ongoing projects due to her departure. Upon returning, her colleagues mistakenly believed she had decided to stay. Jiang Xianyu clapped her hands and addressed her team. "Everyone, please tidy up. Let us convene in the meeting room in 5 minutes. I will clarify the details of the projects before I depart." With that, she gathered her belongings and headed to the meeting room. Chapter 5. Skills are never burdensome as Jiang Xianyu diligently navigated through her projects. General Manager Lu found himself in a less favorable position. Upon entering President Hua and Appo's office, he was met with a disdainful snort. The authority of General Manager Lu had evidently grown. Was it time for him to relinquish his seat to you? Lu dabbed at his perspiring brow, repeatedly insisting, "I dare not." President Hua's voice rose. "Dare not? Yet you have the audacity to dismiss Jiang Xianyu. What is there left for you to fear?" In the sales industry, this was akin to a team leader firing the top salesperson. At that moment, Lu Tianquan cast aside his pride and quietly explained, "I truly did not anticipate her resignation." President Hua, visibly irritated, pointed at him and spoke in a low tone, "You must rein in your behavior. Jiang Xianyu is no longer the novice analyst she once was. You cannot view her through the lens of her past." Hearing this, Lu Tianquan felt a weight lift from his heart, realizing that the matter had been resolved. Nevertheless, he still felt compelled to express his stance. "President Hua, this incident arose from a moment of anger and my inappropriate words. I accept the consequences. I shall comply with your directives, even if it means kneeling before Jiang Xianyu, as long as it benefits the company." President Hua scoffed. "Kneeling is unnecessary. Jiang Xianyu's resignation was voluntary. For the sake of your reputation, I will treat it as a dismissal. Her compensation will be deducted from your salary. As a lesson to remember." Lu Tianquan winced at the thought. While the compensation was not a significant sum for him, it was still considerable. Observing his expression, President Hua remarked, "Do not wear that expression. When Jiang Xianyu returns, she will have to start afresh. At that time, should you scold her, I shall remain silent." Liu Tianquan's spirits lifted slightly until he registered President Hua's words. Tentatively, he asked, "You mean Jiang Xianyu will return?" President Hua, with an enigmatic smile, replied, "Young people are often too naive. They must experience the harshness of society before they realize the need to return." Liu Tianquan merely nodded, refraining from further comments. Judging by her attitude towards Jiang Xianyu, it was uncertain whether she would return. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. It was better to let the matter fade away without further discussion. After completing her handover tasks, Jiang Xianyu visited the Human Resources Department to finalize her resignation. The Finance Department processed her final salary, totaling 136,700 yuan, which included a compensation of 106,000 yuan and a salary of over 23,000 yuan for the current month. Her performance bonuses amounted to 50,000 yuan for the first year, 150,000 yuan for the second, and 200,000 yuan for the third. Thus, Jiang Xianyu's bank account swelled to 538,000 yuan, sufficient to sustain her until she secured new employment. As she walked towards the subway station, Jiang Xianyu finally lifted her gaze to appreciate the surroundings. Having allocated her salary to support her family, she had yet to purchase a vehicle for herself, often hurriedly weaving through crowds and subway stations. The scenery along the roadside flashed by in an instant, leaving no lasting impression. Now, however, taking a moment to observe her surroundings brought forth a different sensation. Her rented apartment was quite distant from the company, a one-bedroom, one-bathroom unit. To facilitate cooking, she had partitioned a small area with her landlord to serve as a temporary kitchen. Although her daily commute took nearly 2 hours, the rent was much cheaper than that of apartments closer to the office. Her ex-boyfriend, Wang Wei, had initially proposed renting a place together to save costs, but she had declined. She was not ready to embrace cohabitation and did not wish to relinquish her independence. Fortunately, Wang Wei did not press the issue, and the matter was dropped. Upon returning to her rented room, Jiang Xianyu set down her belongings and surveyed the somewhat disheveled space, deciding to tidy up. Her demanding job left little time for cleaning, resulting in a cluttered environment. Yet, she was adept at organizing, a skill honed through her various jobs. Although her uncle supported her education, she felt compelled to contribute financially, seizing every opportunity for part-time work. She had attempted tutoring, but despite being a student at a prestigious university, securing desirable tutoring positions proved elusive. Parents preferred hiring experienced teachers, and some were reluctant to engage her, fearing their teenage sons might develop inappropriate feelings due to her appearance. Over time, she discovered a more lucrative part-time job as a cleaning service worker. Eager to earn more, she obtained a certificate from a local housekeeping company. Cleaning became her favorite task. While physically demanding, it offered a sense of relief. In a city like Haisher, where wealth was plentiful, such part-time work was readily available. This endeavor allowed her to cover her university expenses without further burdening her uncle. Jiang Xianyu's room was not large, and the minimal items made cleaning manageable. Within an hour, the space transformed into a tidy haven. However, the aging pipes in the kitchen needed replacement, and the showerhead connection occasionally dripped, requiring repair. She learned to fix these issues through trial and error, as calling a repairman could cost hundreds. By researching online and experimenting, she became proficient at handling these minor repairs. Life had sharpened her abilities, enabling her to thrive in any situation. In addition to repairs, she was also an excellent cook. Having worked in various restaurants since high school, she learned culinary skills from seasoned chefs, contemplating the possibility of selling street food if part-time work became scarce. Essentially, she believed that possessing numerous skills was advantageous, having helped her family in the kitchen from a young age. She recalled standing on a stool to reach the stove when she was shorter. As she grew taller, the stool disappeared, yet she remained the one cooking. At times, she pondered whether she was less valued than a housekeeper. At least housekeepers received wages, while she worked without expectation of pay and often faced mistreatment. She even questioned her biological connection to her parents, but in truth, she was indeed their child. Her father was a carpenter, and their home was filled with tools. During her high school years, she began to appreciate aesthetics and yearn for a better life. Visiting her classmates' homes, she observed tidy wardrobes, vanities, and an abundance of plush toys. Feeling envious, yet too proud to reveal her emotions. Upon returning home, she pleaded with her father to craft a small table from leftover wood. She did not desire elaborate furniture like her classmates had. Just a small table would suffice. Yet, her father refused. Ultimately, she scavenged discarded furniture from a junk pile, dismantling it to create her own little table. She polished it until smooth, placing her sole bottle of lotion atop it. Reflecting on these memories, Jiang Xianyu rubbed her aching eyes, resolved to uplift her spirits. Though she endured hardships, these experiences had cultivated her resourcefulness, enabling her to thrive wherever she found herself. Chapter 6. The nanny. As dusk approached, Jiang Xianyu tidied herself up, intending to treat herself, so she changed her attire and set off for dinner. At that moment, she radiated vitality, shedding the fatigue of her previous working life. After dining, she entered a shopping mall to acquire some new clothes. Previously, she had lived frugally, but now that was no longer necessary. From then on, she would spend every penny wisely. As she passed the VCA counter, she resolutely purchased a red floral bracelet. Her fair skin and slender wrists made it particularly exquisite, although she felt a pang of regret as the money left her account. The thought of how her family had spent her hard-earned money over the years, without her reaping any rewards, made that fleeting discomfort vanish. Returning home, it was already past 9 o'clock. It was then that she remembered she had yet to leave her work group. So she quickly pulled out her phone to exit the work-related groups that had been muted. Free from work-related pressures, Jiang Xianyu slept soundly until 10:30 the next morning. Upon waking, she resolved to prepare a proper meal for herself. After lunch, she took out her notebook to plan her future endeavors. First and foremost was the matter of her next job. For the next 2 years, she would not be able to work in a related industry, but she had studied finance in university, and if she could not pursue that path, she would have to find something else that suited her skills. Her expertise lay not only in her professional knowledge, but also in the practical skills she had honed while working. Ultimately, she decided to focus on becoming a nanny. Though the title may carry a stigma, the reality was quite appealing. Especially in a metropolis like Haishur, the salaries of high-end nannies were comparable to those in investment banking. Most importantly, the clientele was singular, free from endless overtime and unavoidable social gatherings, resulting in significantly less mental strain. With this thought, Jiang Xianyu began to sift through her various certificates. She examined the documents spread across her bed. First, she checked her health certificate, which was expired and needed to be renewed. The driver and Oppo's S license was useful, the Montessori Early Education Certificate was beneficial, and the employment certificate from Aishing Home Services was also necessary. However, the rest seemed irrelevant for a new role. In the end, she gathered the useful certificates and planned to visit Aishing in the afternoon. Having had frequent dealings with Aishing, Jiang Xianyu was greeted with surprise by the home services consultant, Sister Yang, upon her arrival. It and Oppo's. It's been a while, hasn't Oppo's, Tiet? Jiang Xianyu greeted her with a smile. Sister Yang chuckled. Indeed, it has been quite some time. What brings you here today? Jiang Xianyu laid out her certificates and gently stated, Sister Yang, I wish to register as a live-in nanny, either for daytime shifts or otherwise. Sister Yang was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Jiang, this means you're going full-time. What about your current job? Jiang Xianyu had previously only worked part-time, especially during peak demand seasons when parents, unable to take time off, resorted to hiring help. After 3 years, Sister Yang assumed Jiang Xianyu must have secured a suitable position given her qualifications and capabilities. Consequently, she inquired further. Jiang Xianyu briefly explained her circumstances without disclosing her discontent with her previous job, merely mentioning the non-compete agreement that necessitated her search for alternative employment. Sister Yang understood and, as a home services consultant, needed to clarify the registration process to ensure that the nannies sent out by her company would not encounter issues. Of course, this information would have to be verified later. Sister Yang, experienced in these matters, took a photocopy of his certificates and instructed Jiang Xianyu to renew her health certificate before finalizing her registration. Jiang Xianyu assured her that she would bring it in a few days. Just as Jiang Xianyu was about to leave, Sister Yang called out to her, "Xiao Jiang, your intellect and diligence are commendable. We recently introduced a butler training course. If you have time, you should consider attending and obtaining a butler certificate. It could increase your salary." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Xianyu agreed. In the following days, she diligently attended training sessions. During her free time, she organized her records of monthly remittances to her family, preparing for potential disputes that might arise. Just as Jiang Xianyu was diligently preparing for her new career as a nanny, a phone call shattered her tranquility. "Jiang Xianyu, have you forgotten about me? You didn't even inform me of your resignation. How could you?" The strong voice on the other end of the line prompted an involuntary smile to grace Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's face. "Xiao Jun, how about we grab coffee? My treat." The voice hesitated before responding. "After hiding such a significant matter from me, of course, you're treating." After providing an address, the call ended. Jiang Xianyu quickly changed her clothes and tidied herself up before heading out. The CAF was conveniently close to her residence, and she arrived shortly. Half an hour later, a graceful figure entered the CAF, dressed in a flowing red gown, with cascading waves of hair and high heels. Her hurried steps suggested urgency. She took a seat opposite Jiang Xianyu, removed her sunglasses, crossed her arms, and declared, "Let us get to the point." Jiang Xianyu gazed at her vibrant and assertive friend, offering a conciliatory smile. Lu Lijun, upon seeing Jiang Xianyu's face, felt her anger dissipate significantly. Noticing Jiang Xianyu's warm demeanor, she quickly ordered a latte for her. Upon receiving her favorite drink, Lu Lijun's remaining displeasure evaporated. Jiang Xianyu and Lu Lijun were university classmates who shared a dormitory, and Lu Lijun was one of Jiang Xianyu's few friends, or perhaps more aptly, her confidant. She was the only one privy to Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's family situation and had supported her during difficult times, making her a cherished presence in Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's life. Lu Lijun also worked in investment banking at Chengyuan Capital, and in a couple of years, with a few more projects under her belt, she would likely be promoted to VP. As they settled in with their coffees, Lu Lijun took a sip, her concern evident. "What on earth happened? Why did you suddenly resign?" Jiang Xianyu stirred her coffee and slowly recounted the events surrounding her resignation. Lu Lijun was unaware of the chaos caused by Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's family in August, and upon hearing about it, she was nearly beside herself with indignation. If not for the public setting, Jiang Xianyu would have been bombarded with expletives, not allowing Lu Lijun time to stew in her anger. Jiang Xianyu quickly detailed her resignation process. Lu Lijun, who had initially been irate, calmed down upon learning that Jiang Xianyu had received compensation. "What will you do next?" Lu Lijun inquired. Jiang Xianyu smiled. "I plan to become a nanny." Lu Lijun was astounded. "You, a former VP in investment banking, who was instrumental in securing a major project for our company, are going to be a nanny? Professional worth is not defined by status," Jiang Xianyu replied amiably. Lu Lijun did not press the issue, assuming Jiang Xianyu had no other choice. "Our President Xi thinks highly of you. Would you like me to speak with him and see if he can offer you a position in our company?" After all, it was President Xi who had overseen the Nuyang technology project and had expressed admiration for Jiang Xianyu once he learned she had secured it. Jiang Xianyu declined. "That agreement is not easy to navigate, and besides, I do not wish to continue in this line of work for the next few years." Seeing Jiang Xianyu's resolute expression, Lu Lijun sighed. "If you're not interested, then perhaps it's best to leave it for now." She then lowered her voice and asked, "Are you financially stable? If not, I can help you." Jiang Xianyu graciously declined her offer. "I just received my compensation. Have you forgotten?" Lu Lijun cast a serious glance at her and solemnly warned, "This time, do not act foolishly. If you dare to send this last bit of money home, I shall sever our friendship." Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she smiled and nodded. "All right, I promise you I won't Oppo's to give it to anyone else." I will spend it solely on myself. Lu Lijun appeared satisfied. She glanced at the time, finished her coffee, and hurriedly left as she needed to return to work. Having stolen this moment from her duties, reunited with her dear friend, Jiang Xianyu felt invigorated and immersed herself once more in her training and examinations. The coursework for the housekeeper certification was extensive and could not be completed in a mere instant. Once Jiang Xianyu received her new health certificate, Sister Yang promptly registered her. The process of preparing for the housekeeper and Oppo's exam would proceed gradually. Having not engaged in domestic work for several years, Jiang Xianyu felt a surge of excitement, curious about what kind of family her next employer would be. While awaiting a suitable match, she took the opportunity to practice her skills at home, ensuring she would be in optimal condition to face the upcoming challenges of her profession. Chapter 7. The employer Aishing Domestic Service Company is a brand under the ZTE Steward Group, known for its extensive chain operations, making it one of the foremost domestic service companies in Haishur. Each day, numerous inquiries flood in. The pool of young individuals seeking to become caretakers is expanding, yet few possess qualifications as exceptional as Jiang Xianyu's. Once her profile was posted, Sister Yang received a considerable number of consultation calls. After careful consideration, she selected a family comprised of 3 members. The father is a high-ranking executive, the mother a physician, and they have an 8-year-old child. Their expectations for a caretaker include preparing 3 meals a day, transporting the child to and from school, and maintaining the household. While the responsibilities are numerous, the remuneration is generous, amounting to 15,000 yuan per month. They were particularly attracted to Jiang Xianyu's impressive educational background and fluency in English. As noted by the male head of the household, the female head expressed a desire for someone younger, believing that older individuals may not meet the standards of younger generations. She had previously hired another caretaker, but due to lifestyle differences, they frequently clashed. Sister Yang deemed this family suitable for Jiang Xianyu and arranged an interview for her. On Saturday morning, Jiang Xianyu tidied herself up, opting for a natural look without makeup, presenting her fair complexion in a fresh and clean manner for the interview. The family resides on the 10th floor of a high-rise building. Upon ringing the doorbell, the door opened shortly after. The female employer, surprised to see Jiang Xianyu, hesitantly inquired, "Are you Miss Jiang, applying for the live-in caretaker position?" "Indeed," Jiang Xianyu replied. "My name is Jiang Xianyu, here for the caretaker position at your home." The female employer, concealing her astonishment, welcomed her inside. Jiang Xianyu instinctively donned shoe covers. The female employer took the opportunity to observe Jiang Xianyu's neat nails and hair, finding them well-groomed and tidy, which pleased her greatly. Upon entering the living room, the male employer and child were present. Jiang Xianyu greeted them all. The male employer and Oppo's eyes lit up with a hint of astonishment upon seeing Jiang Xianyu. Despite her lack of makeup, her naturally beautiful complexion exuded an unadorned charm. Engaging in conversation with Jiang Xianyu, the male employer found her articulate and poised. He tested her English proficiency, and she responded with ease. The male employer found himself speaking more than he intended. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianyu felt somewhat awkward, attempting to redirect the conversation to the female employer by inquiring about important matters to consider. Yet the male employer continued to dominate the dialogue. She noticed the female employer's expression gradually souring, sensing an impending misfortune. Before long, the female employer spoke. "Miss Jiang, we have gathered sufficient information about you. We will discuss further and contact your agency directly." Jiang Xianyu nodded, refraining from further comments, simply stating, "All right, I will await your notification." Exiting the door and stepping into the elevator, Jiang Xianyu exhaled slowly, realizing that this interview was likely a lost cause. The male employer's excessive enthusiasm, coupled with the fact that they were seeking a live-in caretaker, would leave the female employer feeling uneasy. If they truly intended to hire her, they would have at least tested her culinary skills during the interview. As expected, shortly after Jiang Xianyu left, the couple and Oppo's demeanor shifted, and they began to voice their concerns. Upon returning home, Jiang Xianyu received a call from Sister Yang. "Xiao Jiang, the interview you just did not go well, but do not lose heart. Many inquiries have come in regarding you, and I will swiftly arrange another opportunity." Jiang Xianyu remained undeterred. She had encountered similar situations before and felt no disappointment, knowing she would ultimately find a suitable match. Indeed, within a couple of days, Sister Yang found her another opportunity. This time, it was an elderly couple with a simple household, yet they offered a generous salary. When Jiang Xianyu inquired about the details, Sister Yang excitedly assured her, "Xiao Jiang, I guarantee this will be a good position. However, there's one caveat. They're not looking for a long-term caretaker, only for a duration of 2 months." The couple previously had a regular caretaker, but due to unforeseen circumstances involving a car accident, she needed to care for her husband in the hospital and sought a temporary replacement. Rest assured, this family is very generous. They will offer you the same benefits as the previous caretaker, 20,000 yuan per month. Upon hearing this figure, Jiang Xianyu acknowledged its generosity. Sister Yang continued, "Although the elderly couple is not in their youth, they're in good health. Your primary responsibilities will include cooking and tidying up. They reside in an upscale villa area, which is quite spacious, so maintaining cleanliness will be manageable, especially since they have staff performing deep cleaning weekly." Jiang Xianyu felt relieved. Knowing the villa's size would not overwhelm or eased her worries. After confirming the interview time, Jiang Xianyu returned home. The following day, she ventured forth once more into the realm of interviews. As she registered and stepped into Taoyuan Yufeng, a myriad of names associated with the residents flashed through her mind. Many were individuals she had learned about during her previous employment, some of whom were prominent figures in publicly traded companies. Just before her departure, she had recently been promoted to vice president and had yet to meet these individuals. Naturally, they would not recognize her, although she had heard of them. Among these individuals, her potential employer, Mr. Su Yunyu, stood out. He is the chairman of a Yunyu group. Though semi-retired, no one would question his influence over the company. The Su family is regarded as one of the elite families in Haisher. Mr. Su entrusted butler Lu to greet her, dressed in a practical shirt and jeans. With her long hair styled in a bun and minimal adornments save for a bracelet, Jiang Xianyu presented herself well. Butler Lu led her forward, discreetly observing her demeanor. Noticing her focused and respectful behavior, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Her neat and fresh appearance further enhanced his impression. However, he wondered about her culinary skills. He recalled the previous discussions regarding hiring a star chef for the elderly couple, a well-intentioned suggestion that ultimately did not align with their preferences. The couple, having come from humble beginnings, favored simple, hearty meals over extravagant presentations. Arriving at the entrance, Butler Lu provided Jiang Xianyu with a pair of spare slippers. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su were seated on the living room sofa. Their eyes brightened upon seeing Jiang Xianyu. The young lady appeared gentle and fair, radiating an air of scholarly charm, suggesting a pleasant disposition. Though not particularly tall, her demeanor exuded an endearing quality. Mrs. Su smiled warmly and was the first to speak. "You must be Xiao Jiang. Come, let us introduce ourselves." Jiang Xianyu greeted them with a smile. "Good day, Mr. Su, Mrs. Su. Emerese. Su." With her kind face and silver hair, exuded warmth, her smile lines creating a comforting aura. Mr. Su, tall and with a more austere expression, possessed kind eyes and was dressed in comfortable loungewear, embodying the grace of a true magnate. Indeed, he was a true magnate. The Yunyu group is currently managed by Mr. Su's only son, Su Li-sin, encompassing various fields and solidifying its status as a top-tier family. Mr. Su invited Jiang Xianyu to sit and converse, suggesting that there was no need for formalities such as addressing him as old gentleman or old lady. Given their age, it sufficed to call them grandfather and grandmother. Jiang Xianyu nodded and addressed them accordingly. "Hello, Grandfather Su." "Hello, Grandmother Su." Grandmother Su smiled and nodded in approval, saying, "Ah, that is just fine." Following this, a brief exchange ensued between them, after which Butler Lu guided Jiang Xianyu on a tour of the villa. The estate boasted gardens both in the front and back, though the latter had been transformed by the elderly lady into a vegetable garden. As one ages, a fondness for cultivating flowers and vegetables often emerges. Within the villa community, there also existed a picturesque artificial lake, a favored spot for the elderly to indulge in fishing. The lake was stocked with a considerable number of fish by the staff. Lining the stone pathway adjacent to the lake were cherry blossom trees, which the butler remarked were exceptionally beautiful in the spring. Jiang Xianyu felt a pang of regret, as her 2-month tenure would not allow her to witness the splendor of springtime here. Not far from the artificial lake, several viewing pavilions had been constructed. One side of the pavilions opened onto a spacious plaza, where the elderly often gathered to dance in the open air. This area was sufficiently distant from the villa, alleviating any concerns about disturbing the residents. Jiang Xianyu observed it all, marveling at the simple joys of the affluent. Chapter 8. Working at the Su family. When Jiang Xianyu returned with butler Lu, it was nearly noon. As mealtime approached, she took the initiative to offer her culinary skills, eager for the host to sample her dishes. The elderly couple, both hailing from Suzhou, shared a palate not dissimilar to hers. The dining table was set for the couple, butler Lu and Jiang Xianyu herself, so there was no need to prepare an excessive amount of food. After inquiring about everyone and Appo's health conditions and any dietary restrictions, she busied herself in the kitchen. After over an hour of diligent preparation, the dishes began to grace the table. Jiang Xianyu had prepared steamed base, braised pork with tofu skin, fish-flavored shredded pork, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a ginseng blackbone chicken soup. The elderly couple did not have large appetites, and the servings were more than sufficient for the 4 of them. The sight of the steaming dishes brought a look of satisfaction to their faces. Even before the meal was served, the aroma had wafted through the air, prompting the elderly lady to peek into the kitchen several times. Mesmerized by Jiang Xianyu and Appo's adept cooking skills. Once the meal was ready, Jiang Xianyu plated the rice, and butler Lu assisted in bringing everything to the table. He had previously mentioned that meals were to be shared with the hosts, so she refrained from suggesting she would eat separately. Mr. Su was the first to sample the fish-flavored shredded pork, the sweet and sour flavors, along with the tender meat and crunchy wood-ear mushrooms, evoked a sense of nostalgia for his hometown. Although fish-flavored shredded pork is a staple of Sichuan cuisine, variations exist across regions, and Jiang Xianyu had crafted it in the style of Yangqing. The elderly lady took a bite as well and found it equally delightful. "Where are you from, Xiao Jiang?" "This dish resembles the flavors of our hometown," she inquired. Jiang Xianyu replied, "I am from Zhenzhou, a county-level city under Yangqing." Intrigued, the couple learned that they were not far apart. The elderly lady remarked, "My husband and I are from Suzhou," which explains the similarity in taste. Jiang Xianyu smiled, expressing her relief that her dishes were to their liking. "Your culinary skills are not just acceptable. They are exceptionally well suited to our tastes," the elderly lady praised. Jiang Xianyu encouraged them to sample the other dishes, all of which received unanimous acclaim. After the meal, Jiang Xianyu's employment was effectively secured. Butler Lu informed her to return in the afternoon to gather her belongings, as she could officially start work the following day. Feeling reassured, Jiang Xianyu asked if she should prepare dinner before leaving, but Butler Lu declined with a smile, assuring her that there was no need to worry and advising her to take her time packing, as she would be living there for the next 2 months. With that, Jiang Xianyu did not insist further. After bidding farewell, she returned to her rental apartment, which she planned to vacate at the end of the month. Since she would be residing with the family for the next 2 months, she could easily rent a new place after her work was completed. Upon arriving at her rented accommodation, she promptly informed her close friend, Lu Lijun, about her new job. Upon hearing that Jiang Xianyu would be moving her belongings to the Su residence, Lu Lijun volunteered to drive her. Not wanting to refuse her friend and Appo's kindness, Jiang Xianyu accepted, knowing that declining would only upset her. When Lu Lijun drove her to Taoyuan Yufeng, she was taken aback, nearly dropping her jaw in astonishment. "I never imagined I would step foot here," she exclaimed. Without Jiang Xianyu's guidance, she would have been stopped at the entrance of the villa complex. However, she understood that her friend was there for work and quickly departed after dropping her off. Jiang Xianyu arrived at a reasonable hour, precisely at 8:30 in the morning. The elderly couple was busy watering the garden and welcomed her warmly. After placing her belongings, Butler Lu handed her a set of car keys, stating, "The black Audi in the garage is for your use when shopping. You may also drive it for your daily outings." Jiang Xianyu was taken aback. She never expected that her first experience driving a car would come while working as a nanny. With some time to spare, She decided to visit a nearby supermarket to purchase groceries. Upon her return, she found the elderly couple had finished watering and were now tending to their vegetable garden. Jiang Xianyu couldn't help but admire their vitality. While many in her generation succumbed to fatigue, these elderly folks appeared vibrant and full of energy. Reflecting on her own future, she resolved to prioritize her health and fitness, beginning with assisting the elderly couple in their garden. She was quite familiar with gardening, having managed her family and oppos as plots back home. After changing into suitable footwear, Jiang Xianyu approached the garden, announcing, "Mr. Su, Mrs. Su, I'm here to help with the weeding." The couple looked up at the lively young woman and smiled. Mr. Su, curious about her age, asked, "Do you know how to tend to these plants? Can you tell the difference between vegetables and weeds?" Jiang Xianyu chuckled slightly. "Mr. Su, I used to manage our family's garden. I am quite capable." Mr. Su remained somewhat skeptical, but Mrs. Su gestured for her to come closer. "Don't mind his doubts. It's just that you're young. Our grandson, who is 28, once mistook our precious corn seedlings for weeds while helping us," she explained, prompting Jiang Xianyu to laugh quietly. It was understandable. In a family like the Su's, unfamiliarity was expected. "Rest assured, I'll handle it well," she assured them and began to work. Her confidence was not unfounded. Though her movements were not as practiced as before, her technique clearly indicated her competence. The elderly couple nodded approvingly, thinking their grandson could learn a thing or two from her. After finishing the weeding, they washed their hands and changed clothes before resting at home. Jiang Xianyu, unable to sit idly, decided to tidy her room. However, the elderly lady called her to a halt, saying, "There's no rush. You can take a break." Given her youth, they unconsciously regarded her as part of their family. Jiang Xianyu joined them for a chat, as apart from butler Lu and Aunt Li, who was on leave to care for her husband, there was little conversation in the spacious villa, which felt somewhat desolate. The presence of a young woman brought a refreshing energy to the elderly couple. Although butler Lu, at 48, managed the household affairs and served as a driver for the couple during their outings, he was not particularly chatty. This contributed to the quietness of the home, which is why the couple sought a young nanny. They desired vibrancy in their lives. However, the short 2-month duration of the job deterred many potential candidates, as most nannies preferred stable, long-term positions. It was indeed a challenge to leave, just as they had formed a rapport with the family. The elderly couple was quite curious about Jiang Xianyu, a young woman with a good education and striking looks. They wondered why she had chosen to become a nanny. Jiang Xianyu replied slowly, "I previously worked in an investment bank, but due to family circumstances, I resigned. However, I am bound by a non-compete agreement, which restricts me from pursuing related work for the next 2 years. Since I had worked as a nanny during my school years, I thought it would be a good option, less pressure and a chance to relax." She briefly summarized her professional background, mentioning that the compensation for her resignation was paid monthly and amounted to no less than 30% of her average salary over the past 12 months, approximately 10,000 yuan each month. The elderly lady did not delve deeper into Jiang Xianyu and oppos, as past, preferring to allow the young woman to feel at ease in their newly formed acquaintance. Old Master Su has discerned some insights. Those who are able to sign non-compete agreements are typically senior management personnel, high-level technical experts, or individuals bound by confidentiality obligations. It seems the young lady possesses remarkable abilities. Chapter 9. The Elderly Lady and Oppos. As affection, Old Master Su did not express any opinion regarding Jiang Xianyu and Oppos' decision to abandon her lucrative and respectable job to work as a caregiver. In his youth, he might have thought that the young lady was lacking ambition, but now he had come to terms with it. A capable individual can thrive in any industry. A common person might not even qualify for an interview as a caregiver in their household. After spending some time conversing with the elderly couple, Jiang Xianyu returned to her tasks. For lunch, she prepared sweet and sour ribs, beef brisket with tomatoes, sought medicinal celery with dried tofu, ants climbing a tree, and a tomato and egg soup. The 3 generations, the elderly couple and Jiang Xianyu, enjoyed the meal with great delight. Jiang Xianyu noticed that the elderly lady had a habit of composting vegetable scraps, so she collected the vegetable leaves while preparing the dishes. The elderly lady observed this with a deeper smile, thinking to herself that the young girl was quite perceptive. When Jiang Xianyu intended to take the scraps to the compost bin, the elderly lady followed her, saying, "Xiao Jiang, let me handle that. You've never done this before." Jiang Xianyu smiled and replied, "Grandma Su, I'm quite familiar with composting. I can manage it." The elderly lady was pleasantly surprised and laughed heartily. "I've stumbled upon a treasure. How is it that you can do everything?" Jiang Xianyu spoke in a gentle and unhurried tone, which brought a sense of calm to those who listened. "I enjoy tinkering with flowers and plants. I have studied these matters extensively." The elderly lady sighed at this rate. "I want you to leave in 2 months." Jiang Xianyu's eyes sparkled as she said, "You have my number, Grandma. If you find yourself in need of company, feel free to call me." She did not mention that she would not leave. After all, the previous caregiver had worked there for many years, and despite the elderly lady's fondness for her, it was unlikely she would dismiss the former caregiver for Jiang Xianyu. Upon hearing this, the elderly lady became cheerful. "That's what you said. Just don't complain if I become a nuisance." Jiang Xianyu reassured her, "Not at all. I often feel lonely. They say having an elder in the house is like possessing a treasure. Conversing with you enriches my life experiences, an opportunity that money cannot buy." The elderly lady's gaze softened with affection as she shared stories about her seedlings and flowers. She and her husband had one son, whom they had high hopes for from a young age, raising him with strict discipline. Although he grew up to be accomplished and independent, he seemed somewhat distant. When he first married, things were better, but after his divorce, it became common for him to visit only once every few months. The elderly couple felt somewhat like left-behind seniors. Thankfully, their eldest grandson would visit during holidays, but he was busy managing his own company and handling responsibilities at Yunyu Group, making him even busier than his father. This is why the elderly lady enjoyed chatting with Jiang Xianyu so much. The presence of a young girl brought vitality into her life. She wished her grandson would bring home a granddaughter-in-law someday, as new additions to the family were always a cause for celebration. Yet, her grandson was not the type to heed advice, sharing the same stubborn disposition as his father. Just as she thought of him, her grandson's call came in. Seeing this, Jiang Xianyu said, "Grandma Su, you tend to your matters. I'll take care of the compost." The elderly lady nodded, slowly walking back with her phone, and Jiang Xianyu could hear the joy in her voice. Su Linduan. Upon hearing from his assistant Zhao Tianming that the elderly lady had found a caregiver, called to inquire about the situation. As soon as Jiang Xianyu and Appo's name was mentioned, the elderly lady became quite animated. "Xiao Yuan, let me tell you, this caregiver I found is wonderful. She graduated from a prestigious university and has multiple certifications. She is gentle, beautiful, and her cooking is delightful." Su Linyuan rubbed his temples, relaxing as he listened to his grandmother and Appo's chatter without feeling annoyed. "As long as you're satisfied. Do you really not want me to find you a chef?" "Absolutely not. If you find me a chef, I'll be upset." The elderly lady and Appo's voice unconsciously rose. Those so-called star chefs only care about presentation. The plates are large, but the portions are small, and a mere drizzle of sauce leaves the plate empty. "I don't understand what you all are thinking." Listening to his grandmother's passionate remarks, Su Linyuan found it hard to maintain his usual cold demeanor, his shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. "All right, I understand. You have a discerning eye, as always." The elderly lady was pleased by her grandson and Appo's response and asked, "When will you have time to come home for a meal?" Su Linyuan glanced at his packed schedule, apologetically replying, "Grandma, I've been quite busy lately. I have a business trip tomorrow. I promise I'll come back to have dinner with you when I have the chance." The elderly lady seemed to understand her grandson and Appo's busy life and was not disappointed. "You focus on your work. Don't worry about me. I have Xiao Jiang here to chat with, so we won't be bored." Su Linyuan replied affirmatively and expressed a few more words of concern before hanging up. He thought to himself that this Xiao Jiang seemed to suit his grandmother's taste. Once her work was done, he would send her a generous bonus as a reward for accompanying the elderly couple. Although he felt a tinge of disappointment at not seeing his grandson, the elderly lady quickly adjusted her mood and happily went to the garden to tend to the plants with Jiang Xianyu. The elderly couple kept early hours. Jiang Xianyu also began to adjust her schedule, realizing the importance of health, especially after reflecting on her past experiences. Nowadays, the elderly prioritized health, especially the affluent. The residents of the villa community would often partake in square dancing an hour after meals. After breakfast at 7, they would begin dancing promptly at 8. On this particular day, after breakfast, Jiang Xianyu walked alongside the elderly lady and asked, "Grandma Sue, may I join you for square dancing?" The elderly lady beamed with delight. "Of course. Do you enjoy square dancing?" Jiang Xianyu, somewhat shy, confessed, "I've never danced before. I was so busy with work that it took a toll on my health. Now that I'm young, I want to exercise properly. Good health is more important than anything." The elderly lady nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right. It's too late to care about health at our age." The elderly lady took Jiang Xianyu's desire to dance seriously and instructed butler Lu to prepare suitable exercise attire for her. Although it was too late for today, she wanted it delivered by tomorrow to ensure Jiang Xianyu could join in the square dancing. Butler Lu couldn't help but chuckle at the elderly lady's eagerness. This wasn't merely preparing clothes. It was more like placing a commitment upon Jiang Xianyu. With these outfits, Jiang Xianyu would find it hard to excuse herself after just a couple of days. She would have to accompany the elderly lady for a longer period. Unaware of the elderly lady's intentions, Jiang Xianyu saw her enthusiasm and quickly waved her hands in rejection. "Grandma Sue, there's no need to go to such trouble. I already have workout clothes." "Not at all. This is just a little gesture from Grandma Sue. Consider it an employee benefit." With no further argument possible, Jiang Xianyu accepted the offer, realizing that one cannot refuse such perks. Chapter 10. Jiang Xianyu and Oppos. As versatility in regard to bringing Jiang Xianyu to participate in square dancing, Mrs. Su was particularly enthusiastic. Once the clock struck 7:30, she was eager to head to the square. Jiang Xianyu, with no pressing engagements, decided to accompany Grandma Su for a post-dinner stroll. Upon their arrival, they found the square already graced by two individuals, all of whom were of a similar age to Grandma Su. One appeared sharp and capable, while the other resembled a kind, simple village elder. Despite residing in a villa community populated by the affluent, not every resident hailed from a wealthy lineage. Many had risen from humble beginnings through hard work. Their current social standing was respectable, and although some may have looked down upon those of modest origins, they would seldom voice such sentiments openly. For future collaborations could arise unexpectedly. Upon seeing Grandma Sue, the two women greeted her warmly, affectionately calling her old sister. Their curiosity piqued upon learning that Jiang Xianyu was the new housekeeper for the Su family, as it was quite uncommon to encounter such a young caretaker. One might easily mistake her for a younger relative of Grandma Su. Jiang Xianyu, not one to shy away from engaging in conversation, introduced herself and initiated a dialogue with the two elderly ladies, thereby altering their perception of her role as a housekeeper. Grandma Su, holding Jiang's hand and beaming with pride, remarked, "I am not boasting. This child Jiang is truly remarkable. She possesses a myriad of skills, and I simply adore her." With these words, the gathering became even more welcoming towards Jiang Xianyu. Aware that their kindness stemmed from Grandma Su's reputation, she remained unconcerned about their opinions. Her purpose for being there was to exercise, and she was resolute in her goals, indifferent to the rest. Soon, the group began to assemble, totaling 10, including Jiang Xianyu. The leader of the square dance was a spirited woman in her 60s, Grandma Qi, who was lively and assertive. She arrived with a sound system, courtesy of her family's butler, and was thrilled that Jiang Xianyu would join the dancing. She instructed Jiang to follow along with their movements, to which Jiang Xianyu readily agreed. As the music began, Grandma Su appeared momentarily taken aback, recalling that just the day before, they had discussed playing a song by Phoenix Legend. Why the change? She wondered aloud. Grandma Qi, leaning in slightly, explained in a hushed tone, "Dear sister, we have young people around us now. We must exhibit some taste so they dawn into Oppos. To perceive us as outdated. This English song has a good rhythm." Jiang Xianyu, possessing keen hearing and situated nearby, caught the exchange and, after a moment in Oppos, as thought, spoke up Grandma Qi, "Do you have any songs by Phoenix Legend? I am a novice, and fear I may not keep up with this one." The others promptly nodded in agreement. acknowledging that transitioning from the familiar tunes of Phoenix Legend to an English song might be disorienting for someone just starting. Grandma Chi glanced at Jiang Xianyu, uncertain, and asked, "So, Phoenix Legend it is?" Jiang Xianyu affirmed with conviction, "Yes, Phoenix Legend is excellent. It strikes a balance between elegance and simplicity, appealing to all, with Jiang and Amp, Oppos, as encouragement." Grandma Chi gleefully changed the song. As the lively music filled the air, the atmosphere transformed, invigorating the elderly ladies who sprang into action, dancing energetically. Jiang Xianyu, following Grandma Su, mirrored the movements, her petite figure appearing exceedingly obedient. She was not awkward in her coordination. After a few repetitions, she had grasped the routine. Once the dance concluded, Jiang Xianyu felt a surge of vitality. The ladies lingered, resting in a scenic pavilion. At that moment, one grandmother checked her phone, noting several missed calls. She had not heard a single ring and began to grumble. "These phones are truly unreliable. I and Amp. Oppos. Only had it for a short while. And it doesn't in Oppos to even ring for incoming calls." Her complaint resonated with the others, leading to a light-hearted exchange about their experiences with technology. "I can't make sense of all these features," one chimed in. "I can't even video call when I'm out. I dread taking it with me." Another lamented, "I prefer my old flip phone. My son insists this smartphone is better quality, but I beg to differ." Jiang Xianyu listened attentively, piecing together the situation. It appeared that these grandmothers were struggling with their phones, unable to navigate many of the functions. Given their status, they likely feared being perceived as ungrateful for having such devices while using outdated models. Furthermore, with household staff at their disposal, they rarely encountered issues that required urgent attention, making their phones less of a priority. Recalling her own experience with a silent phone, Jiang Xianyu suggested, "Why not let me take a look? Yesterday, my phone had the same issue, and I managed to fix it." With that, the women eagerly produced their devices, the first being the grandmother who had missed the call. Jiang examined the phone and quickly deduced that it had inadvertently been switched to silent mode. "Your phone is not broken, dear lady. It seems you accidentally activated the silent button. See this little line on the speaker icon? That indicates it's on silent. Tap it once, and the line disappears, restoring the sound," she explained gently. The grandmother's face lit up with understanding. Jiang Xianyu then transformed into an impromptu phone technician, addressing various issues. Some had turned off their network, while others had unknowingly activated airplane mode. Each case, though minor, stemmed from a moment of oversight. While these ladies could have sought assistance from their children or household staff, they felt hesitant, fearing that repeated requests might irritate their busy offspring or undermine their authority in front of the staff. Through this experience, Jiang Xianyu endeared herself to these grandmothers. Now, while traversing the villa community, she would often encounter ladies who greeted her warmly, some even inviting her over for a visit, causing Grandma Su to feel a hint of jealousy. Having spent 2 weeks with the Su family, Jiang Xianyu had developed a comfortable rapport with the elderly couple, shedding her initial timidity. On October 9th, she received a text notification regarding a bank transfer, revealing she had received a compensation of 10,000 yuan for a non-compete agreement from Huayuan. Just as she was about to dismiss her phone, another notification chimed, indicating a deposit of 50,000 yuan. Momentarily stunned, she checked the message, which bore no indication of the sender and Amp, Oppo's, name. Logging into her mobile banking app, she discovered the sender was none other than Chun Xiling. Zhang's grip on her phone tightened. This was her sister's name. After being sold to a neighboring village, Xiaolu had changed her name to Chun Xiling. Her sister, 2 years younger and now 23, had likely graduated about a year prior. In her previous life, just before her untimely demise, her sister had entered the entertainment industry as a budding actress, earning enough to live comfortably, though not as prominently as first-tier stars. The thought of her sister thriving brought Jiang Xianyu immense solace. She recalled how, upon learning of her sister's newfound fame, their parents had contemplated reclaiming her, only to be met with a severe reprimand from the Chun family, which ultimately deterred them. However, in her past life, there had been no instance of her sister sending her money. Could it be that her sister had learned of her departure from her job? Chapter 11. Sister Chun Xiling. My younger sister, has been accepted into the Haisher Academy of Drama. Despite both residing in Haisher, Jiang Xianyu and Chun Xiling seldom meet. Most of their communication occurs via mobile phone. Chun Xiling is preoccupied with her studies, while Jiang Xianyu is striving to establish her foothold in an investment bank. Additionally, following a recent uproar caused by their parents at the company, Jiang Xianyu fears that her correspondence with Chun Xiling might be discovered, especially since their parents might suddenly remember the daughter they had sold. To be candid, Chun Xiling is currently living quite well, and there is no need to invite that troublesome family back into her life. Upon noticing an additional 50,000 yuan in her account, Jiang Xianyu felt a pang of emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It has only been a year since her sister graduated, and the money she could save is limited. This time, it seems like a significant outflow. She took out her phone and called her sister, but after a prolonged ringing, there was no answer. Jiang Xianyu assumed that Chun Xiling was busy. Previously, when they had communicated, Jiang Xianyu learned that her sister had signed with an agency and was currently taking on minor roles in various productions. She was likely occupied at this moment and would respond once she had the chance. As expected, during lunchtime, Chun Xiling called back. Jiang Xianyu excused herself from the dining table to take the call. On the other end, the sweet voice of Chun Xiling greeted her. "Sister, what made you think of calling me?" Jiang Xianyu replied, "What made you think of sending me money?" After a brief silence, Chun Xiling responded, "Sister, you don't have to hide it from me anymore. I already know you resigned." She had learned this information inadvertently from Lu Lijun. Jiang Xianyu sighed, "Xiling, even though I've resigned, I have savings. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. You don't need to worry about me. But you, your career is just beginning. Where will you find the money?" Upon hearing this, Chun Xiling's voice sharpened. "You have money? They've nearly drained you dry." Realizing the hardships Jiang Xianyu had faced, her tone softened. "I'm sorry, sister. I'm not angry with you. You need to be resolute. Think about the future. Do you want to be entangled with them forever? This time, they cause you to lose your job. What about next time? Are you willing to sacrifice everything for them?" Jiang Xianyu sighed again, soothingly responding, "I understand. I received a considerable severance package upon resigning, and you know my salary situation. The severance is substantial. I want to give them any more money this time, so don't worry." Hearing this, Chun Xiling felt some relief. As long as her sister was firm in her resolve, she, a diligent individual, would ultimately thrive. Before concluding the call, Chun Xiling earnestly warned, "Do not send them any more money. If you do, I will truly be angry." Jiang Xianyu repeatedly assured her sister that she was serious this time. Just before hanging up, Jiang Xianyu reminded Chun Xiling to be cautious and to report her family situation to the agency. Once their family discovers that she has become a star earning money, they might attempt to exploit her. If any negative comments surface online, the agency should be prepared with a public relations strategy. Chun Xiling laughed, "Sister, I'm just a small extra. No one cares about me. So there is no need for any PR." However, Jiang Xianyu was aware that her sister would eventually become a third-tier celebrity, possessing a certain status. Though not comparable to first or second-tier stars, she would still do well. "Remember my words. I believe your career will flourish." Chun Xiling recognized her sister's good intentions and ultimately agreed to report to the agency after work today. Indeed, the Jiang family had sold their youngest daughter to the Chun family. However, while this may be straightforward to say, it carries an unpleasant connotation. Although both families were willing participants, the financial transaction rendered it a sale, which is a crime. Thus, the village chief proposed an adoption arrangement for the Chun family. The Chun family, being honest people, were grateful for the village chief's assistance. They held a modest gathering in the village to announce the adoption and registered with the Civil Affairs Department. The Chun family met all the requirements for adoptive parents, while the Jiang family barely qualified as biological parents due to their financial difficulties. Everything was conducted legally, though privately. The Chun family compensated the Jiang family. If it weren't for this arrangement, fearing repercussions for her adoptive parents, Chun Xiling would have reported the Jiang family to the authorities after she grew up and understood the law. She did not seek justice for herself. As she thrived in the Chun family, she merely felt sorrow for her sister trapped in that household. Without those unscrupulous parents, Her sister would undoubtedly lead a much better life. Upon returning to the dining area, Jiang Xianyu noticed Grandma Su and the others were still waiting for her. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she hurried over to invite everyone to eat. After the meal, Grandpa Su looked at Jiang Xianyu and inquired, "Xiao Jiang, have you encountered any difficulties? If there is anything we can help with, please don't hesitate to let us know." Jiang Xianyu, having just finished her call, had slightly reddened eyes, leading the elderly couple to misinterpret her situation. She expressed her gratitude for Grandpa Su's kindness, assuring him, "I'm fine, truly. It's just that my sister heard I resigned and thought I was facing financial difficulties, so she transferred me some money, but I'm not lacking anything right now. I'll return it to her later." Jiang Xianyu clarified her situation to prevent any further misconceptions. Upon hearing this, Su Yinyu ceased to inquire further. He was aware of the salary conditions in the investment banking sector. Xiao Jianghen purchased a house or car, so her savings must be considerable. Moreover, she had received severance pay over the past 2 years. After cleaning up the dishes, Jiang Xianyu sent an additional 20,000 yuan to Chen Xiling. Observing the 70,000 yuan in her account, Chen Xiling felt her eyes water, yet she only accepted the initial 50,000 she had sent, returning the extra 20,000. While her sister currently had savings, she had yet to secure stable employment, and she was not in need of financial assistance from Jiang Xianyu at this time. This time, Jiang Xianyu chose not to press the matter further. After all, she and Xiling were sisters, and they would continue to have each other as backs. Such financial matters would be trivial between them. However, since she had just received her salary today, she intended not to send any money to the Jiang family this time. She anticipated that it wouldn't be long before they would call again. But so what? She had resolved not to indulge them any longer. As expected, on the 15th of October, while Jiang Xianyu was cooking, the Jiang family's call came through. Even Jiang Xianyu was taken aback by their ability to endure for so many days. In truth, Jiang's parents had intended to call her the evening of the 10th after realizing they hadn't received any money. However, recalling their previous outburst at her workplace, they hesitated for several days. With a stern expression, Jiang Xianyu answered the call. "Xiaoyu, what have you been busy with lately? It's been so many days without any money transferred. Your younger brother's school fees have been paid, and our family is struggling." Jiang Xianyu scoffed. "Since I graduated and started working, I've sent you money every month, totaling over 400,000. Are you telling me that Jiang Xinbao's few thousand yuan in school fees has left you unable to make ends meet?" Chapter 12. The discontent of the Jiang family upon hearing Jiang Xianyu mention a sum exceeding 400,000. Jiang Mu felt an unsettling discomfort. What was this supposed to mean? Was she beginning to tally the wages she had contributed to the family? Had she grown wings and sought to soar away? "Child, how can you speak like that? Who raised you and supported your education? If it weren't an amp, oppos, for us, would you have secured such a splendid job? Now that you can earn, you turn your back on us. How did I give birth to such an ungrateful creature?" Such words vexed Jiang Xianyu to no end. "Mother, do you not feel any guilt in saying that? Since high school, I have worked to pay for my tuition. My university fees were covered by my uncle out of pity, while my living expenses were earned through relentless part-time jobs. I have not received a single cent from you. Instead, you shamelessly demanded my living expenses knowing I was working. Are you truly my parents?" With the phone on speaker, Jiang Fu listened, his voice laced with indignation. "You ungrateful girl. We raised you, kept you warm and fed, and you have grown up well. Where have we wronged you?" Jiang Mu chimed in. "Exactly. We were reluctant to let you go when someone was interested in your sister. We treated you well." Jiang Fu continued. "If we truly abandoned you, how could you have gone to college? We could have torn up your acceptance letter." Jiang Xianyu was taken aback by their audacity. "Do not sugarcoat your words. It was merely because I was getting older that you did not sell me off, as I needed to consent to being adopted. You raised me with little more than basic sustenance, and now I'm just a free laborer for you. As for college, you only considered it because my uncle agreed to cover the fees, sparing you the expense. After I graduate in 4 years, I will be a source of income for you, a mere cash machine for your benefit." Realizing the shift in tone, Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu felt a sense of unease. Their daughter had never spoken back like this before. Deep down, they knew their actions over the years. After all, they had given her life, Was it not normal for her to contribute to the family? With this thought, they regained their composure, demanding, "Stop with the nonsense and send the money. If you refuse, we will come to your workplace and make a scene. Let us see how you handle it then." At this, Jiang Xianyu chuckled, her tone unexpectedly light. "Indeed, I can no longer continue there. Thank you for your disturbance at my company last August, which led to my resignation." Jiang Fu and Jiang Mu were momentarily stunned. "Are you serious? You wouldn't oppose to lie to us just to avoid sending money, would you?" Jiang Xianyu responded, "Did you think your ruckus at my workplace would allow me to stay? This works out well. I've lost my job, and you want to receive any money from me anymore. Everyone is happy." With her words, Jiang Mu burst into tears, lamenting, "You heartless child. Are you trying to kill me? You are so useless." Jiang Fu, however, retained some composure. "If you've lost your job, you can find another one." Jiang Xianyu scoffed. "I signed an agreement when I was promoted a few months ago, preventing me from working in related industries. Thus, my education is rendered useless, and you will no longer receive monthly support." Jiang Fu still could not believe it. "Are you trying to deceive us? You were so fond of causing a scene at my company. You know the address. Feel free to return," Jiang Xianyu taunted. Now thoroughly alarmed, Jiang Fu urged, "You need to find a job quickly, any job that pays." Jiang Xianyu coldly replied, "I am currently working as a nanny, but only for 2 months. I am yet to secure a place to live. After sending you so much money over the years, is it too much to ask for a little assistance with living expenses? We have no money. The money you sent went towards the house. You know that." Jiang Mu protested, displeased at the mention of money. Jiang Xianyu, unwilling to continue the futile discussion, stated, "Currently, I can only take on odd jobs for rent and living expenses. Thanks to you, I'm struggling to support myself. You need not seek me out anymore." With that, Jiang Xianyu ended the call. These were words she had longed to express, yet had not found the courage to do so in her previous life, where she passed away at 33. Finally, she had spoken her truth. The pent-up frustration within her dissipated with those words. Wiping away the tears that had unknowingly fallen, she washed her hands and resumed preparing the meal. Unbeknownst to her, at the kitchen door, a shadow flitted past, that of Butler Liu. While Jiang Xianyu regained her composure, the Jiang family was akin to experiencing a seismic upheaval. Jiang Fu, smoking a cigarette, glared at Jiang Mu. "This is all your fault. You insisted on causing a scene at her workplace, and now her daughter has lost her job and income, over 10,000 a month, especially in these past few months. That adds up to a considerable sum. No family in our village matches our income." He had always boasted of his daughter, the vice president at Heisher Investment, who sent money home every month. Now, the thought of her falling from such a prestigious position to being a mere caretaker was too humiliating to bear. While he could temporarily endure the loss of prestige, the absence of income was far more critical. They had already begun living a semi-retired lifestyle, relying on their daughter's future assistance for the marriage of their son, Xian Bao. Jiang Mu was no fool either, retorting, "You were the one who agreed to this when I suggested it. Now that the money is gone, go out and earn some." Fuming, Jiang Fu shot her a glare and stormed out. "I want to argue with you." Indeed, the funds Jiang Xianyu had sent home had been used to build a house, consuming over 200,000. Currently, her cards still held 200,000, and they had savings of 120,000. For the time being, they need not worry. Yet, he realized he could no longer rely on his daughter. He had to pick up his carpentry work again. After all, Xian Bao still needed a bride. Oblivious to the turmoil within the Jiang family, Jiang Xianyu could only imagine the discord. At that moment, she sat at the dining table, sharing a meal with Grandpa, Su, and his wife. Perhaps it was her imagination, but she felt the couple's gazes were unusually warm, even imbued with a hint of compassion. Grandma Su, catching Jiang Xianyu and Appo's glance, used the serving chopsticks to place a piece of rib in her bowl. "Come, little fish. Eat more meat. You are too thin. How can your body endure?" Grandpa Su added, "Indeed, do not follow those dieting trends. Health is beauty." Jiang Xianyu, somewhat dazed, nodded and consumed the rib. When Grandma Su called her little fish, she momentarily froze, for Jiang Xianyu was her former name. However, upon realizing that Grandma Su and Appo's little fish referred to a different context, she did not delve further into their change in attitude, thankful that it was not a negative shift. Little did she know that when she was on the phone, the elderly couple was not at home, but Butler Lou was present. Chapter 13. The target of the fishing enthusiast. Upon hearing Butler Lou recount the matters concerning Jiang Xianyu's family, the elderly Su couple felt an overwhelming sense of pity for her. Even the esteemed Mr. Su could not restrain himself from berating the Jiang couple, deeming them unworthy of parenthood. Such a fine child like Xiao Jiang, how unfortunate, he lamented. It became clear that this was the catalyst for her resignation. On that afternoon, with nothing to occupy his time, Mr. Su decided to gather his fishing gear and head to the lakeside. Spotting Jiang Xianyu, who was airing out bedding, he called out, "Xiaoyu, do you know how to fish?" Jiang Xianyu smoothed out the quilt and replied with a smile, "Yes, I do." Delighted, Mr. Su exclaimed, "I have an extra set of fishing gear. Come along and fish with me." Without hesitation, Jiang Xianyu agreed and went to fetch her things, not forgetting to take some ointment for treating injuries, aware that fishing could be perilous. Mrs. Su observed the pair, shaking her head with a chuckle. Well, it's about time for Xiaoyu to get some fresh air. She had no desire to accompany Mr. Su, for his luck was notoriously poor, despite his vigorous efforts. His fishing results were dismal. She found more enjoyment in watching television dramas, which had recently captivated her attention. Butler Lou remained at home, preferring to be by the elder's side. As they walked to the lake, Mr. Su jokingly remarked, "Xiaoyu, I believe your name will bring me good fortune in fishing. Just wait until Oldly sees my prowess." Surprised by the unexpected significance of her name, Jiang Xianyu giggled, "If it truly works, then we shall feast on a whole fish banquet tonight." Mr. Su and Appo's eyes sparkled with hope. Over the years, his finest achievement was catching 2 small fish in an afternoon, and he seldom managed to land anything substantial. Upon reaching the lakeside, they were greeted by familiar faces. Each angler had their preferred spot, and Mr. Su was no exception. He had sought advice to choose his location. By the time he arrived, Oldly had already prepared the fishing area. Mr. Su nodded at the others and fell silent, while Jiang Xianyu wisely refrained from speaking, knowing that noise could scare away the fish. Mr. Su used commercially purchased bait, which was rather costly. In contrast, Jiang Xianyu preferred natural bait. She produced a small shovel from her toolbox and began digging in a chosen spot. Before long, she had unearthed a small box of worms. Returning to Mr. Su's side, she expertly baited her hook with the worms and cast her line. Mr. Su pushed his box of bait towards Jiang Xianyu, saying, "Use this. It's very effective." He assumed she hesitated to use his expensive bait. However, Jiang Xianyu shook her head knowingly and replied softly, "Grandpa Su, wild fish have developed specific preferences. Natural bait is far more enticing." Taken aback, Mr. Su decided to defend his favored bait, proclaiming, "This bait is quite effective if I fail to catch anything. It's due to my lack of skill. Many of these folks beside me use it and catch sizable fish." Jiang Xianyu didn't dismiss his kind offer, saying, "I and Amp, Oppos, LL try fishing with the worms first. If that doesn't Amp, Oppos, T-work, I and Amp, Oppos, LL give her bait a shot." Mr. Su nodded, returning his focus to his fishing rod. Soon, Jiang Xianyu felt a tug on her line. Rising, she reeled in her catch, and the resistance from the water indicated a respectable fish. After a brief struggle, she lifted a carp approximately 30 centimeters long from the water. She deftly tossed the fish onto the grass and placed it in her bucket. Her catch drew the attention of several onlookers. Mr. Su, abandoning his own fishing rod, hurried over to the bucket, exclaiming, "That carp must weigh over 2 pounds. Quite a rarity." Indeed, wild carp of such size were seldom seen. Moments later, other elderly fishermen approached, gathering around Jiang Xianyu's catch. Then their gazes shifted in unison to her box of worms. Generously, she offered her worms to them, while the others experienced little success. Mr. Su began reeling in fish with surprising frequency. His laughter echoed across the lake, leaving everyone astonished. Was this truly the same Mr. Su, who had struggled despite changing his equipment? They were convinced it was not merely the worms at play, as their own attempts yielded lackluster results. "I told you, Xiaoyu, your name brings me good fortune. Tonight and Oppos, fish feast is definitely on," he declared, oblivious to the glances of admiration directed towards Jiang Xianyu. previously skeptical of superstitions. Jiang Xianyu now pondered if she might indeed possess some innate affinity for fishing luck. At that moment, old Li, who had been struggling to catch anything, beckoned to Jiang Xianyu. "Little girl, come sit by me. This spot is shaded and comfortable." Before she could respond, Su Yunyu interjected, "Old Li, this young lady is from the Su family. You cannot poach her. Look at you being so petty. I merely wish for her to rest a while." "Her complexion is getting sunburned," he retorted, glancing at the pale and delicate Jiang Xianyu. And then at the crowded bucket of fish, Su Yunyu inquired, "How about you take a break over there?" Jiang Xianyu nodded. A brief respite would be welcome. Of course, she dared not flatter herself with thoughts of being a harbinger of good luck. However, soon after she settled onto a small stool beside old Li, he caught a large grass carp. The fishing frenzy commenced, and it was as if a switch had been flipped. The previously quiet waters now brimmed with activity. The fishermen's gazes towards Jiang Xianyu grew more fervent. Sensing the need to temper their expectations, Jiang Xianyu spoke up. "Could it be that the density of fish in this area is simply higher due to the management of the villa district?" Old Li was the first to dispute her claim, insisting, "Impossible. I've fished here before without such ease. The fish in this artificial lake were only stocked initially. They Haven and Amp, Oppos, been managed since, and they behave just like wild fish." The others nodded in agreement, seeing his fishing rod remain untouched since Jiang Xianyu had left. Su Yunyu quickly called her back to his side. True enough, once she returned, his luck improved significantly. Jiang Xianyu stared at the growing collection of fish in the bucket, engulfed in self-doubt. Could it be that she had unwittingly become the embodiment of a fishing deity? Both Su Yunyu and Old Li affirmed Jiang Xianyu's positive influence among the fishing enthusiasts, urging her to sit with them for their own good fortune. 30 minutes of your company is worth 1,000 yuan, they proposed. Su Yunyu had invited Jiang Xianyu to fish to help her unwind, and was pleased to see her earn some extra money. Mr. Su was content as well, having caught enough fish for their needs. By the end of the afternoon, Jiang Xianyu had accrued 6,000 yuan, despite her attempts to refuse. The affluent fisherman insisted on sending a red envelope through their butler to the lakeside. Even when she declined, they grew upset, leaving her with no choice but to accept. Chapter 14. Is little fish going today? Clutching a red envelope and carrying fishing gear, Jiang Xianyu and the venerable Mr. Su returned home with a triumphant air. Both Butler Lu and Grandma Su were somewhat astonished to see the duo laden with their catch. Grandma Su inquired, "Old Su, did you buy these fish for someone else?" "This is quite an abundance." Mr. Su, rarely one to boast, replied with a hint of pride, "Nonsense, I caught all of these myself. Just ask little fish." Jiang Xianyu affirmed his claim. Grandma Su scrutinized the old man. "Have you struck it lucky?" Mr. Su chuckled heartily. "I told you. Little fish brings me good fortune in fishing." Those old geezers nearly came to blows over her. He then turned to Jiang Xianyu and said, "Little fish, shall we go fishing again tomorrow?" "Sure. If you enjoy fishing, I and Oppos am happy to accompany you for a while," Jiang Xianyu replied, delighting Mr. Su. She carried the fish into the kitchen, preparing to clean the ones destined for dinner. While it was to be a whole fish feast, it would be entirely comprised of fish. The majority of their catch consisted of grass carp and crucian carp. A crucian carp and tofu soup, along with a pickled fish dish, would suffice, and a couple of stir-fried dishes could round out the meal. The remaining fish could be kept alive with an oxygen pump for several days without issue. Just as Jiang Xianyu was about to begin her preparations, Mr. Su, wearing his reading glasses and holding his phone, entered the kitchen. "Little fish, how do you post on WeChat moments?" "Show me." Jiang Xianyu noticed Mr. Su's gaze was fixated on the bucket of fish, and an idea struck her. Who could resist the temptation of a fisherman eager to showcase his unexpected haul? Jiang Xianyu took the fish outside to a well-lit spot, adjusting the lighting and composition to capture several photographs of the bucket. She then asked Mr. Su to hold up the largest fish for a photo together. This image would occupy the central position in a 9-square grid. Upon hearing this, Mr. Su was elated. "Little fish, should I change into something else for the photo?" Jiang Xianyu laughed. "No need to change. This fishing outfit is perfect." Mr. Su agreed and followed her suggestion. Jiang Xianyu was adept at photography, having captured images of dishes during her previous job. The best ones could be printed into eye-catching displays to attract customers. She skillfully selected the photos, edited them, and posted them on Mr. Su's Moments, which he requested be accompanied by the caption, "An afternoon's harvest." Meanwhile, Su Linyuan was sipping coffee and scrolling through his phone when he suddenly stumbled upon his grandfather's Moments. His once spotless feed was now adorned with a new post. Upon opening it, he nearly spat out his coffee, coughing violently as his face turned crimson. With his naturally pale complexion, the redness was particularly pronounced. His assistant, Zhao Tianming, heard the commotion and rushed in, quickly offering support as Su Linyuan waved him away, determined to scrutinize the photos further. The images were surprisingly well composed, especially the central one, where Mr. Su wore a composed expression, though those familiar with him would recognize the barely concealed delight. Su Linyuan mused to himself, when did Grandpa become adept at social media? However, this post seemed merely a precursor. At dinner that evening, he noticed another new post from his grandfather. The dining table was adorned with neatly arranged dishes, with the pickled fish and Crucian carp tofu soup taking center stage. Captioned, "Freshly caught fish, the flavor is unparalleled." Su Linyuan struggled to maintain his composure, noticing that none of the dishes had been touched. How could he claim the taste was fresh? Yet, he acknowledged his grandfather's newfound trendiness. Is this influence from that little Jiang? Recently, he observed that his grandparents appeared more vibrant than before, piquing his curiosity about little Jiang and Appo's capabilities. His grandparents were not easily swayed by newcomers. The following afternoon, as Mr. Su and Jiang Xianyu prepared to gather their gear for another fishing trip, a few of the elderly gentlemen approached. "Old Su, are you ready? Little Fish is going too, right?" Mr. Su, with a hint of pride, huffed, "I knew you were after this." Then, with a smug grin, he added, "Not only is Little Fish coming today, but she also prepared the bait in advance. Just wait and see. I shall catch even more fish today." Jiang Xianyu was surrounded by a group of fishing enthusiasts as they made their way to the lakeside. Today, it seemed, there were even more people than the previous day, a result of the free publicity from the elderly fishermen. Had she not weathered numerous storms, Jiang Xianyu and Appo's gentle demeanor might have faltered. Once their gear was set up, Mr. Su and Jiang Xianyu settled down, but soon, Mr. Li occupied the spot beside Jiang Xianyu. Fortunately, there was enough distance between them to avoid entangling their fishing rods. With both gentlemen flanking her, the boost was palpable. Before long, the rods of both men, who typically struggled to catch anything, began to show signs of activity. Mr. Li was the first to reel in a large grass carp, followed closely by Mr. Su, who pulled up a wriggling yellow-green shadow from the water. Jiang Xianyu quickly warned, "Grandpa Su, don't handle that fish with your hands." However, her caution came too late. The excitement of fishing drove Mr. Su to grasp the fish with nimble hands. A sudden sharp cry followed as he dropped both the fish and rod onto the ground. Mr. Li was the first to react, glancing at the fish on the grass and exclaiming, "Oh dear, that is a spiny fish. Those spikes can really hurt." Mr. Su, of course, recognized the spiny fish, known locally as Huang Lading, having gotten too carried away in his excitement. Jiang Xianyu quickly retrieved some supplies she had prepared for fishing trips, anticipating the potential for mishaps. She had brought them just in case Mr. Su got pricked by a fish spine or hook. Jiang Xianyu washed the wound with bottled water. Assessing its depth and unsure if a tetanus shot was needed, she opted to disinfect it first. After disinfecting, she applied a layer of antibiotic ointment. Mr. Su, now recovering, managed a few jokes. "There's no need for such caution. I'm tough as leather." Yet, Jiang Xianyu insisted, "This fish is semi-wild. We don't know how many bacteria and parasites it harbors. We should be careful." Mr. Li chimed in, "Yes, listen, little fish. At our age, it's better to be cautious." After assisting the elderly gentleman the previous day, they had taken to affectionately calling Jiang Xianyu little fish. Worrying about the potential for infection due to their lower immunity, Jiang Xianyu sent a message to Butler Liu and suggested Mr. Su return home. Her concerns stemmed not solely from her professional obligations, but also from the kindness the Su couple had shown her. Having spent 2 weeks with them, she felt a deep appreciation for their warmth perhaps due to her youth, unique professional background, or simply a natural affinity with the elderly. Regardless, she was determined to reciprocate their kindness in any way she could. Chapter 15. Ear heat. Upon hearing Jiang Xianyu's description, Butler Liu, uncertain of the old gentleman's precise condition, summoned a family doctor to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Dr. Zhao, the Su family's physician, promptly arrived with his medical kit upon hearing Butler Liu's account. As he entered, he found the old gentleman comfortably seated on the sofa, which eased his anxiety slightly. The old gentleman's hand, still somewhat red from the injury, was examined by Dr. Zhao, who checked his temperature and scrutinized the wound. Once he confirmed that the injury was not severe enough to require a tetanus shot, Dr. Zhao and Appo's expression softened. Noticing that the old gentleman and Appo's hand appeared to be treated with ointment, he inquired, "How was the wound managed previously?" Jiang Xianyu stepped forward and explained coherently. "First, we rinsed the wound with mineral water, then disinfected it with iodine, and finally applied erythromycin ointment." Dr. Zhao chuckled upon hearing this, commending the treatment, and advised them to monitor for any signs of redness or swelling. He cautioned that if fever were to occur in the following days, a visit to the hospital would be necessary. Hearing this, the old lady became somewhat anxious. How could a mere fish spine cause a fever? She pondered. Dr. Zhao, while packing away his medical supplies, reassured her, this is an exceedingly rare occurrence. Generally, there should be no issues. Jiang Xianyu comforted the elderly matriarch, saying, "Grandma, Su, if there is a wound and it is not cared for properly, inflammation can easily arise. Let's be vigilant, yet ordinarily, there should be no cause for concern." Granny Sunadi, relief. Dr. Zhao reiterated, "You need not worry. This is a minor injury. Just ensure it remains dry and apply the ointment regularly. And you may find that upon waking, there will be little sensation of discomfort." The old gentleman cast a rare reproachful glance at the old lady, recalling that in his youth, such a minor wound was hardly an impediment to work. By the time one realized it, the wound would have healed. The old lady playfully swatted him, retorting, "You do remember that was when you were young. At your age, your resilience is naturally not what it once was." The old gentleman, wary of provoking her further, discreetly gestured to Dr. Zhao. After clearing his throat, Dr. Zhao sincerely assured, "Rest easy, dear lady. The old gentleman is in good health. His recent medical checkup yielded positive results, so there is no need for concern." Only then did the old lady relent. Butler Liu escorted Dr. Zhao out, and the old lady resumed, chiding her husband, lamenting his hasty nature. "At your age, you should know better what fish to catch and what to avoid." Observing this, Jiang Xianyu quietly slipped away, mindful of the old gentleman and Appo's dignity. Later that evening, after dinner, Granny Su received a call from her eldest grandson, Su Linyuan, inquiring about the old gentleman's doctor visit. The family doctor had been arranged by Su Linyuan for the elderly couple, and any issues would be communicated to him. Since it was not a grave matter, Dr. Zhao had sent a brief message to Su Linyuan that evening, stating that the old gentleman had injured his hand but was fine, encouraging him to remain calm. Su Linyuan, initially fearing something serious had occurred, promptly called. Granny Su could not help but express her grievances about the old gentleman's irresponsibility during the call. Listening to her, Su Linyuan felt a sense of relief. So it was just a fish spine injury. As he prepared to end the call after ensuring the well-being of the elderly couple, a gentle female voice chimed in from the other end. "Grandpa Su, you must keep your hand dry for now. This is what Dr. Zhao instructed, and you must comply." Her measured pace and rhythm starkly contrasted with Granny Su's hurried manner. Su Linyuan felt a tickle in his ear and instinctively held the phone away, rubbing his earlobe with his other hand. Within moments, his previously pale ears had turned a vivid red, radiating warmth. Clearing his throat, he advised, "Grandma, please ensure Grandpa follows the doctor's orders and avoids water." Only then did Granny Su realize, turning to glare at her husband, "At your age, you should be more sensible than a little fish." The old gentleman, recognizing the wisdom in her words, conceded and allowed Butler Liu to assist him in washing his face. With the old gentleman finally compliant, Granny Su exchanged a few more words with her grandson before ending the call. Su Linyuan, glancing at his phone after the call, chuckled at the mention of the little fish, and returned to his paperwork, though his long fingers could not resist fiddling with his earlobe once more. In the days that followed, the old gentleman was kept in line until it was confirmed that his hand was indeed fine, at which point he was granted permission to resume fishing. Upon his return, both the old gentleman and Jiang Xianyu were met with enthusiastic greetings. Perhaps due to the bountiful catch from the previous days, the fishing results had been less than favorable lately. With Jiang Xianyu back on the scene, the fishermen were filled with anticipation. This time, everyone returned with a full haul, and naturally, Jiang Xianyu received numerous red envelopes as a token of appreciation. Ever since the old gentleman's initial foray into social media, which garnered a flurry of likes, he had taken a keen interest in sharing his experiences online. With this latest success, he once again enlisted Jiang Xianyu's help for photographs. However, this time, in addition to the usual likes, a few elder peers commented, questioning why he fished every day. The old gentleman was nearly incensed, prompting him to broaden his sharing to include other aspects of his life, such as his quaint vegetable garden and his rare orchids, which he had nurtured. Each post received an abundance of likes, yet amidst the sea of admirers, he suddenly noticed a glaring absence. Neither his son nor grandson had liked his posts. How could he tolerate this? Thus, following Butler Lu's casual remark, Su Linyuan developed the habit of perusing the old gentleman and Oppo's social media daily, ensuring to leave a like. Observing the increasingly vibrant lives of the elderly couple, his spirits lifted. Before long, Jiang Xianyu had been at Taoyuan Yufeng for over a month, and soon the date of November 15th arrived. This day marked Jiang Xianyu's birthday. Granny Su, having seen her identification card, instructed Butler Lu to order a beautiful cake for the occasion. They wished to shower her with affection, as she had diligently fulfilled her duties and endeared herself to them over the past month. As Jiang Xianyu prepared dinner, Granny Su offered her assistance. Taken aback, Jiang Xianyu hesitated, for this was her responsibility. Granny Su chuckled. It has been ages since I cooked. I should occasionally step in to keep my skills sharp. Jiang Xianyu nodded in understanding, and the two busied themselves in the kitchen, as they prepared an elaborate meal of 6 dishes and a soup. The moment Butler Lu wheeled out the cake, Jiang Xianyu remained oblivious. Having rarely celebrated her birthday throughout her life, she could hardly expect her parents to acknowledge it. The few times she had celebrated were courtesy of her sister and close friends. Realizing Granny Su's involvement in the kitchen, it suddenly dawned on her. Is today Grandpa, Su, and Oppo's birthday? The others exchanged amused glances. Granny Su replied, Today is November 15th, your birthday. Jiang Xianyu froze. My birthday? She glanced at her phone's calendar, confirming the date. In that instant, a wave of indescribable emotion washed over her, leaving her profoundly touched and at a loss for words. Chapter 16. Su Linyuan. Jiang Xianyu's voice trembled as she spoke. I have forgotten. Granny Su gently stroked her head and said, Good child. Make a wish. The days ahead will surely get better. Jiang Xianyu dared not meet the loving gazes of Granny Jiang and the others, fearing she might lose her composure. She inhaled deeply, closed her eyes, and made a simple wish. She hoped that those who loved her and those she loved would enjoy peace and joy throughout their lives. After making her wish, Jiang Xianyu divided the cake. After dinner, the three of them prepared red envelopes for her. Grandpa Su and the others were quite practical in their thinking. Little Jiang had been through a lot. Giving her some money for security was far better than offering her any superficial gifts. This time, Jiang Xianyu did not decline. She had already planned that in 2 weeks, when her work would conclude, she would buy them some gifts. Once the dishes were cleared, Jiang Xianyu accompanied the elderly lady to watch television for a while before returning to her room. After washing up and lying in bed, she browsed her phone. Birthday wishes from Chun Sailing and Lu Lijun came in succession. Knowing Jiang Xianyu's current job, they hesitated to call too early for fear of disturbing her. The following day, Jiang Xianyu received 2 gift boxes. One contained a skincare set from Chun Sailing, a brand recommended by a renowned makeup artist, perfectly suited to Jiang Xianyu's skin type. Lu Lijun gifted her a coat, just right for the current weather. Trying on, she found it fit perfectly. When she emerged wearing the coat, Granny Su praised her effusively. Jiang Xianyu was not accustomed to such straightforward compliments, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. Grandpa Sue and Butler Lou watched with smiles in their eyes. In the final week at the Sue residence, Aunt Lee, the original housekeeper, called. She informed them that her husband was recovering well and would be back to work on time in a week. Granny Sue smiled and agreed. However, after hanging up, a hint of hesitation and indecision crossed her face. Aunt Lee had served them diligently for many years without fault, and it seemed unreasonable to dismiss her. Yet, looking at Jiang Xianyu, she felt reluctant. Since Jiang Xianyu's arrival, life had become much more vibrant. Each day began with renewed energy. In this comparison, she found herself in a dilemma. Jiang Xianyu did not overthink it. The elderly couple treated her well, yet Aunt Lee had been with them for over a decade. Even though she shared a good rapport with the elderly, it felt improper to impose herself to continue working. Thus, she had been searching for a place online, preparing to move once her work concluded. Noticing the elderly couple's recent anxious demeanor, Jiang Xianyu decided to have a heartfelt conversation with them. Grandpa Sue, Granny Sue, and Uncle Lou, is there anything you'd like to eat? I can cook for you over the next few days. Upon hearing this, Granny Sue and Appo's reluctance deepened. Ever since Jiang Xianyu arrived, their home felt transformed. They had become the fortunate elderly, cared for by a younger generation, rather than mere guardians left behind by busy children. Jiang Xianyu would accompany her to watch dramas, engage in square dancing, and help tend to the garden. The same went for Grandpa Sue, as they fished, nurtured flowers, and shared moments for social media. Such a lively existence, suddenly poised to vanish, left an inevitable sense of loss. Little you, why not stay a bit longer? You and Aunt Lee could share the workload. Jiang Xianyu shook her head in refusal. Granny Sue, that's unnecessary. If Aunt Lee returns to find her responsibilities diminished, she might feel unsettled. Besides, the work here ISN and Appo's complicated. It wouldn't and Appo's makes sense to hire another person. Once my work concludes, I plan to take a few days to manage my savings and then continue searching for a job. I still receive a monthly income. Granny Sue contemplated more than Jiang Xianyu realized. Finding a suitable employer was not as easy as it seemed. Most families around them employed housekeepers and butlers, and it was essential to find a good match. Young, beautiful, and gentle, Jiang Xianyu might face disadvantages in this regard. At that moment, Uncle Lou recalled old Madam. Didn't and Appo's Madam Qian mention that her daughter-in-law is due soon? She told me she would need a month off in early December to care for her. Granny Sue and Appo's eyes, filled with joy, suddenly brightened. Yes, that's right. Madam Qian is also one of our elderly companions. In the past, when the children were home, they had several housekeepers. Now, with Aunt Lee and Butler Lou remaining, Madam Qian is tasked with caring for her grandson. As for her son, Su Lisin, he prefers to hire his own chef to cook at home. Other household matters are managed by an assistant contacting domestic service personnel. Granny Sue asked Jiang Xianyu, would you be willing to stay with my grandson for a month? Jiang Xianyu, her eyes warm, nodded slightly and replied, certainly, Granny Sue. Thank you for considering me. Granny Sue grasped Jiang Xianyu and Appo's hand and said, we should be the ones thanking you. Once Xiao Qian is on leave, finding a new housekeeper might be challenging, and we would feel more at ease knowing you are there to care for Lin Yuan. Jiang Xianyu assured her, I will take good care of young Master Su's daily needs. Grandpa Su grunted, young master? Just call him Su Gu. There and Appo's. There's no need to give him too much face. He and Appo's. That's a bit of a rascal. If he ever speaks out of turn, just let me know, and I'll set him straight. Of course not. During my time here, I frequently hear Su Gu calling you. And he seems like a dutiful person, certainly not difficult to get along with. Jiang Xianyu readily adapted her address in front of the elderly couple, though she knew she wouldn't and Appo's call him that when the time came. The elderly couple chuckled, remarking that this grandson was far more filial than his father. After dinner, Jiang Xianyu approached Butler Lou to inquire about Su Lin Yuan's habits and preferences. As he reminisced about the young master, Butler Lou's demeanor softened considerably. Jiang Xianyu took out her notebook and pen, ready for a lesson. Butler Lou began detailing Su Lin Yuan's daily schedule. When he woke up, when he had breakfast, when he returned home, and when he went to bed, covering every minute detail. He then elaborated on his culinary preferences, types of coffee, favorite clothing combinations, and even the style of tie clips he preferred. Jiang Xianyu dutifully noted everything, her expression patient and attentive. Having previously managed numerous demanding clients, understanding their preferences was not a challenge. Now, with only Su Linyuan as her focus, it was, to be frank, quite manageable. Based on Butler Lu and Amp, Oppos, as descriptions, Jiang Xianyu gradually formed a more vivid image of Su Linyuan in her mind. She had seen him before, but never conversed with him. Her knowledge of him had been limited to snippets from the business realm, far less detailed than Butler Lu's insights. Initially, she perceived Su Linyuan as a decisive, composed leader with a ruthless edge. However, with this newfound information, her understanding of him deepened, adding layers to the persona she had constructed. Chapter 17. The next employer with the description provided by Butler Lu, Jiang Xianyu has formed a preliminary impression of her upcoming employer, Su Linyuan. Su Linyuan, age 29, stands at an imposing height of 6 feet 3 inches, possessing a fair complexion. He habitually maintains an expressionless and cold demeanor, displaying a ruthless and decisive style in business dealings. This superficial understanding of the CEO of Chengyuan Capital was further clarified by Butler Lu, who mentioned that young Master Sun is not inherently cold. Rather, his striking appearance necessitates a facade of sternness to command respect among employees and in the corporate sphere. Butler Lu refrained from elaborating on Su Linyuan and Amp, Oppos, business acumen, as Jiang Xianyu, having navigated the capital circle herself, was well aware. In his personal life, Su Linyuan exhibits a strong sense of territoriality. Aside from the housekeeper, Aunt Qian, and domestic staff, few are permitted to enter his domain. The only non-household individual to have set foot in his residence over the years is his assistant, Zhao Tianming. While he seems impervious to challenges in the corporate world, he exhibits a certain naivete in his personal life. Ultimately, Butler Lu emphasized a peculiar quirk of the illustrious Su, who harbors a fear of insects. Despite residing in a standalone villa, he chooses to occupy the 3rd floor, where mosquitoes are scarce. Additionally, Butler Lu noted Su Linyuan's fastidious nature, as he cannot endure disorder or filth. A final detail imparted by Butler Lu was that Su Linyuan tends to blush when he feels nervous or awkward, a fact made conspicuous by his fair skin. This is another reason for his typically cold demeanor. Should such a situation arise, it is best to feign ignorance of his embarrassment, for otherwise he may react with irritation. After reviewing her meticulously organized notes, Jiang Xianyu discreetly tucked them away. Pondering the consequences if Su Linyuan were to discover them, she might very well find herself pursued with a blade. Given Su Linyuan's pronounced sense of territory and their unfamiliarity, she resolved to rent a place first, as he likely would not appreciate having a stranger as a live-in housekeeper. Su Linyuan resides at the Luexia Villa in the hills, and she planned to find accommodation nearby for convenience. The Luexia Villa is relatively close to Chengyuan Capital, and her dear friend Lu Lijun has rented a place in the vicinity, so she intended to inquire if there were any other rentals available nearby. Lu Lijun enthusiastically responded to Jiang Xianyu's request, as it was often quite a hassle to arrange outings with her. Just 2 days before Jiang Xianyu's employment concluded, Lu Lijun successfully secured a rental for her. The price was comparable to Lu Lijun and Amp, Oppos, own lease, a 5th-floor studio apartment, predominantly inhabited by white-collar workers. With ample amenities in the surrounding area, Jiang Xianyu was thoroughly satisfied with the arrangement. She had no intention of returning to her hometown, nor did she plan to relocate to another city, so she aimed to secure a quality dwelling. Previously, she had opted for cheaper accommodations, but that was no longer necessary. On the eve of her departure, Grandpa Su and Grandma Su settled her wages, 40,000 yuan for 2 months. As she prepared to leave, the elderly couple each gifted her a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan, expressing concern that she might decline, stating it was a bonus for her exceptional work, as her responsibilities extended far beyond those of an ordinary housekeeper. Jiang Xianyu presented her carefully chosen gifts. To Grandpa Su, she gifted a complete set of fishing gear, jesting that it was meticulously selected and might yield extra rewards. The old man's earlier frustration at losing his fishing companion seemed to dissipate, and he cheerfully accepted the gift, exclaiming he would try it out the next day, much to the envy of Old Lee. For Grandma Sue, she offered a new massage device produced by Xinyan Technology, capable of massaging the shoulders and lower back. Although somewhat pricey, its efficacy was remarkable. Having observed Grandma Sue frequently massaging her own back and shoulders, Jiang Xianyu felt it would be well received. Grandma Sue was deeply touched and graciously accepted the gift without pretense. For Butler Liu, she selected a finely curated tea set. Although Butler Liu appeared to have no particular preferences, Jiang Xianyu had observed over time his fondness for tea, as evidenced by the collection of teapots and tea pets in his quarters. Her gift clearly resonated with him, softening the expression on his face. On the day of her departure, Lu Lijun arrived to escort Jiang Xianyu. Upon reaching the villa and Oppo's entrance, Lu Lijun was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. An assembly of elderly folks gathered around. Had it not been for her friend's cheerful demeanor within the crowd, she might have suspected a scheme to extort money. It turned out that the grandparents, with whom Jiang Xianyu had shared moments of dancing and fishing, had come to bid her farewell. After saying her goodbyes, Jiang Xianyu managed to load her belongings into the car with Lu Lijun and Oppo's assistants. As they drove away, Lu Lijun could still hear an elderly man calling out, "Xiaoyu, come back to fish with us sometime." Once they exited the villa area, Lu Lijun couldn't contain her amusement. "You have such a way with the elderly. I never realized it was this profound." Some of those grandpas looked nearly in tears. Jiang Xianyu, slightly embarrassed by her friend's teasing, replied, "The one you mentioned is Grandpa Li. He believes I can help him catch fish." Lu Lijun, intrigued, asked, "Does he catch any?" Jiang Xianyu shot her a knowing glance and replied succinctly, "Air Force." Lu Lijun paused, then burst into laughter. Their conversation continued as they arrived at Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's new residence. The Jingxiwa Garden, which was only 2 stops away from Lu Lijun and Oppo's rented Binjiang apartment. Lu Lijun had taken the liberty of tidying up the apartment while Jiang Xianyu was still at work the previous night. Though modest in size, the apartment was well equipped, with cleverly designed partitions delineating various areas, making it ideal for a single occupant. In the afternoon, Lu Lijun took Jiang Xianyu to a nearby market to buy groceries and familiarize her with the area. The convenience of transportation and the availability of essential amenities further pleased Jiang Xianyu. She resolved to prepare a delicious meal that evening as a treat for Lu Lijun. As they sat down to enjoy the thoughtfully prepared dinner, Lu Lijun was nearly moved to tears. "I haven and Oppo's tea had a proper meal in ages," she exclaimed, as she was not particularly skilled in the kitchen and could only indulge in culinary delights at her friend's home. "Now that we live close, you can come over for dinner whenever you like," Lu Lijun suggested, pouting her lips playfully to give Jiang Xianyu a kiss, only to be gently pushed away by her friend's laughter. After their meal, the two settled onto the carpet, watching television and chatting. "Now that your job has concluded, what are your plans?" Lu Lijun inquired. Jiang Xianyu paused for a moment before replying, "Grandma Sue has arranged my next position." Upon receiving Lu Lijun and Oppo's curious gaze, she continued, "At your boss's place." Lu Lijun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Whose house?" "Su Lingyuan's," Jiang Xianyu stated calmly. Lu Lijun's expression morphed into one of alarm. "Sister, how could you be so unfortunate?" The image of her boss, cold and devoid of warmth during meetings, flashed through her mind, and she clasped her hands in prayer. "May all the gods bless my dear Xiaoyu to navigate this employment period safely." Jiang Xianyu chuckled and Oppo's, "That's not that dramatic." Lu Lijun shook her finger. "You Don and Oppo's, to understand. Just hearing that name gives me anxiety." "That and Oppo's, merely in a professional context," Jiang Xianyu reassured her, feeling that the portrayal offered by Butler Liu was more humanizing. At that moment, Lu Lijun hesitated to frighten her friend further, but perhaps there was some truth to it. Chapter 18. The President and Oppo's residence. With just a week remaining before Jiang Xianyu commenced her new job, she resolved to invest her savings in the stock market. Previously, She had amassed a sum of 538,000 yuan in her account, and with the addition of her monthly compensation and the wages, red envelopes, and bonuses accrued from her 2 months of work as a nanny, her total had risen to 630,000 yuan. Being well-versed in the financial sector and possessing insight into the market trends for the next 8 years, she believed she could secure a modest profit in the stock market. After setting aside 30,000 yuan for emergencies, she invested the remaining 600,000 entirely into stocks. As she was still employed and receiving a salary, she had no concerns regarding her daily expenses. The week passed swiftly. To facilitate her commute, Jiang Xianyu purchased a small electric scooter in a delightful avocado green. She rode it to the hillside villa, where she was greeted by a slender man clad in a suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Upon seeing her arrive on the scooter, he paused momentarily in surprise before regaining his composure and inquiring, "Are you Jiang Xianyu?" Jiang Xianyu nodded. She recognized him as Zhao Tianming, the assistant to Su Linyuan, having seen him at a previous gala where he accompanied Su. At that time, she had not yet been promoted to vice president and lacked the standing to engage with them. "Hello, Miss Jiang. I am Zhao Tianming, assistant to Mr. Su. I would like to discuss this month's responsibilities with you." Jiang Xianyu parked her scooter, removed her helmet, and followed Zhao Tianming into the villa. The villa featured a spacious garden, which, despite being mid-December, was still vibrant and full of life. The lawn was pristine, and the hedges were meticulously trimmed. Due to the garden and Oppo's expansive size, it took Jiang Xianyu a while to reach the foyer alongside Zhao Tianming. The villa boasted 3 stories. Upon entering the foyer, they stepped into the entrance hall. Zhao Tianming and Jiang Xianyu exchanged shoes with a mutual understanding, arranging them neatly. A glance between them revealed surprise and understanding, and Zhao Tianming visibly relaxed, realizing that Jiang Xianyu had done her homework and was aware of Mr. Su's preferences for cleanliness and order. The responsibilities for this position were similar to her previous role at the Su residence, primarily involving cooking and tidying up the kitchen, study, and bedroom, while a dedicated cleaning staff would handle the remaining areas. Given the villa and Oppo's size, it was impractical not to have specialized personnel for cleaning. Zhao Tianming handed Jiang Xianyu a schedule. This outlines Mr. Su's routine. Your main duties will be preparing breakfast and dinner, as Mr. Su does not return for lunch. Jiang Xianyu reviewed the schedule, finding it aligned with her expectations. Su Linyuan arrived at the office by 9:00 and Oppo's clock requiring 20 minutes for his commute, which meant he needed to leave by 8:40. Therefore, breakfast must be ready by 8:20. After calculating the timing, she concluded that waking up at 7 would suffice. She would need about half an hour for her morning routine, allowing her to begin cooking at 7:30, which was ample time. Mr. Su typically finished work at 5 o'clock, but often stayed late, arriving home around 6:30. She would need to have dinner prepared by then. Does Miss Jiang have any thoughts regarding the schedule? Zhao Tianming inquired politely. Given the instructions from his superior, he was relieved to hear there were no issues. Zhao Tianming's expression softened into a smile, and he recalled Mr. Su's rather territorial demeanor, glancing at Jiang Xianyu with slight concern. Previously, the former nanny, Aunt Qian, had lived on the premises, while Mr. Su only required someone for daytime hours. Sensing his hesitation, Jiang Xianyu clarified, "Assistant Zhao, I've rented a place nearby in the villa district, so commuting by scooter is quite convenient. Therefore, I prefer not to live in." Zhao Tianming felt a bit embarrassed at her statement. "It and Oppo's. That's not a matter directed at you, Mr. Su and Oppo's, as personality is simply that way. I will arrange for transportation and housing allowances." Jiang Xianyu smiled, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Assistant Zhao. Of course it's my duty," remembering his earlier instructions regarding dinner. Zhao Tianming added, "Once dinner is prepared, you may return home directly. The dishes can be left for collection the following morning." "Understood," Jiang Xianyu affirmed. Zhao Tianming, satisfied that all was in order, guided her upstairs. Most of Mr. Su and Oppo's activities are concentrated on the 3rd floor. The master bedroom features an en-suite dressing room and bathroom, while the study, gym, and media room are also located on this level. A southern-facing lounge serves as a casual area, leading out to a spacious terrace ideal for enjoying wine or hosting barbecues. Zhao Tianming ushered Jiang Xianyu into the master bedroom. Contrary to her expectations of a dark and opulent space befitting a powerful executive, the room was instead characterized by a minimalist and bright aesthetic, adorned in solid shades of gray and blue. The bedding appeared somewhat disheveled, likely due to Aunt Qian's departure without tidying up. Zhao Tianming then showed her the dressing room, which was meticulously organized, with garments arranged by color, and accessories such as ties, shoes, watches, and rings displayed as if in a boutique. Jiang Xianyu noted that none of the watches were valued below 1,000,000 yuan, marveling at the trust placed in Aunt Qian, who had transitioned from the Su family and thus held a position of confidence. Zhao Tianming also guided her through the study, which was simply furnished with a wall of bookshelves, a desk, and a comfortable sofa. Jiang Xianyu noticed many of the financial books on the shelves were titles she had read herself. After exploring the layout of the second floor, she followed Zhao Tianming to the ground floor. The south-facing bedroom on the first floor was where Aunt Qian had resided, but it was currently locked, requiring no further attention. Once Zhao Tianming confirmed that Jiang Xianyu had a good understanding of her responsibilities, he remarked, "Once you complete these tasks, your time is your own, and you need not remain here constantly." Jiang Xianyu and Amp, Oppo's eyes brightened at this prospect. "Very well, Assistant Zhao. I will assist you in registering your fingerprints. Afterward, you can tidy up the bedroom and study, preparing dinner when the time comes." Jiang Xianyu acknowledged this. "Oh, and regarding the fruits and flowers, they're in Oppo's. There's no need to purchase them, as they will be delivered daily. Certain high-end ingredients will also be brought to the house. You may procure common spices and ingredients from the supermarket outside the villa district." As he spoke, he handed Jiang Xianyu a card. "This is for your purchasing needs. Simply swipe it when necessary. The password is written on the card holder." Jiang Xianyu accepted the card, appreciating the level of trust required for a position such as this. "Rest assured, Assistant Zhao. I will keep the receipts for reconciliation later," she replied. Such matters were typically managed by the assistant, as Su Linyuan himself would not involve himself with such details. Indeed, Zhao Tianming took out his phone and added Jiang Xianyu as a contact, instructing her to send him a photo of the receipts via WeChat. Jiang Xianyu nodded in agreement. With no further matters to discuss, Zhao Tianming assisted Jiang Xianyu in registering her fingerprints before departing for the office, as he had numerous responsibilities awaiting him. Chapter 19. The first day of work at the Half-Mountain Villa. Upon returning to Chengyuan, Zhao Tianming headed straight for the president's office. Upon hearing a knock, Su Linyuan looked up from his documents and saw Zhao Tianming entering with a relaxed demeanor. He set down his pen, his long, fair fingers instinctively tapping lightly on the desk. "Is everything arranged?" "Yes, President Su," Zhao Tianming replied. Su Linyuan raised an eyebrow, signaling him to continue. Zhao Tianming was somewhat taken aback. Typically, matters concerning household staff were not a Su and Amp, Oppo's, concern. Meeting Su Linyuan and Amp, Oppo's dark, penetrating gaze, Zhao Tianming reported. "The scope of work has been communicated with Miss Jiang, and she has expressed her capability to handle it." He glanced at Su Linyuan before adding, "Miss Jiang is quite diligent. She ensures that shoes are neatly arranged upon entry." Su Linyuan nodded. Zhao Tianming recalled Jiang Xianyu's rental situation and inquired, "President Su, since Miss Jiang is renting outside and not living here, should we provide her with transportation and housing allowances?" A slight frown creased Su Linyuan's brow. "She does not reside in the villa?" Zhao Tianming stole a glance at Su Linyuan, attempting to decipher his expression, but to no avail. He replied honestly, "Miss Jiang is aware of your preference for privacy. She secured her rental before commencing work." After a moment's contemplation, Su Linyuan stated, "Transportation allowances will be issued, as usual. Inquire about her rent and reimburse her for this month's expenses." "Jealousy can distort one's perception," Zhao Tianming remarked, responding affirmatively, "Understood, President Su." Seeing that Zhao Tianming had nothing further to discuss, Su Linyuan gestured for him to leave. Once the office door closed, Su Linyuan and Amp, Oppo's expression softened slightly. After all, the individual had cared for his grandparents for a time. He had initially thought it reasonable to allow her to reside in the villa for just a month. However, he was surprised she chose to rent elsewhere. This arrangement, it seemed, was for the best, reflecting on the lively social circle of his grandparents. He considered providing a more generous allowance. Rent in Haishur was not insignificant. Compensating her for the rental expenses seemed a fair recompense for her not residing in the villa. After exiting the president's office, Zhao Tianming sent a message to Jiang Xianyu. Miss Jiang, please send me a copy of your rental agreement. President Su will reimburse you for this month and Oppo's rent, along with transportation allowances. While familiarizing herself with the kitchen equipment, Jiang Xianyu responded with a voice message. I'll send a contract when I get home tonight. Please extend my gratitude to President Su. After listening to the voice message, Zhao Tianming replied with an OK sticker. Jiang Xianyu smiled at the animated cat on the sticker. The lively demeanor of his subordinates suggested that their leader was not an excessively domineering figure. Her confidence in Butler Lu's words grew stronger. Once she had familiarized herself with the kitchen, Jiang Xianyu ascended to the third floor to tidy the slightly disheveled bed. The room was not dirty. A quick cleaning sufficed. Afterward, she proceeded to the study adjacent to the bedroom. During her earlier tour with Zhao Tianming, she had not paid much attention to it. Now, she noticed a scattering of documents on the desk. Instinctively, Jiang Xianyu began to organize them categorically. Signed documents were neatly arranged. Those rejected were grouped together. The remaining unsigned documents were also organized by urgency and placed in the center of the desk. Finally, she found some sticky notes, wrote down the locations of the documents, and affixed them to the desk to prevent any confusion for the occupant upon their return. After completing her tasks, she played music on her phone and began to clean leisurely. Having finished her duties, Jiang Xianyu checked the time and, finding it still early, rode her electric scooter home to rest. At 4:30 in the afternoon, she returned to the villa to prepare ingredients for dinner. As the time approached, she began cooking. Butler Lu informed her that Su Linyuan shared similar tastes with his grandparents, particularly enjoying meat. Thus, Jiang Xianyu felt quite at ease in her culinary endeavors. She prepared sweet and sour ribs, salt and pepper shrimp, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and a nourishing longan and red date yam soup. Setting the dishes on the table, Jiang Xianyu checked her phone, 6:30, just on time. After ensuring nothing was amiss, she changed her shoes, donned her helmet, and departed the villa. By mid-December, Haishur had begun to grow cold, with outdoor temperatures hovering around 2 to 3 degrees. Wrapped in layers to combat the chill, Jiang Xianyu rode her scooter slowly. A thermal lunchbox with her packed dinner nestled in the basket. Assistant Zhao mentioned that if dinner was served too late, she could take it home. Unlike Aunt Xian, who typically ate in her room, Jiang Xianyu was accustomed to sharing meals with her employers. As the winter night descended early, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Fortunately, the half-mountain villa was well lit, alleviating any fears. The smooth downhill path allowed Jiang Xianyu's scooter to glide forward at a relaxed pace. Suddenly, a car approached with its high beams on, prompting her to slow down. The headlights were blinding, but as the driver switched to low beams, she resumed her speed. Su Linyuan, observing the slowly advancing scooter Kuden and Amp, Oppos, T helped but smile at its plump appearance and the bundled rider. The sight was somewhat amusing. He had never encountered someone so cautious on a bike, slowing down even under the glare of headlights. As Jiang Xianyu navigated the downhill route back home, she remained cautious in the dim evening light, especially after her previous experience with sudden health issues. She valued her life greatly now, prioritizing early nights, exercise, and safety. Upon returning home, Su Linyuan was greeted by the enticing aroma of dinner. He changed his shoes at the entrance and instinctively glanced at the extra pair of slippers, a beige pair neatly placed apart from his own. His hand hesitated momentarily before he proceeded to wash his hands. Once seated at the dining table, he examined the evening and Oppos as offerings. The sweet and sour ribs gleamed with a rich, red hue, adorned with delicate sesame seeds. The salt and pepper shrimp were golden, with hints of vibrant red peeking through. The stir-fried vegetables looked fresh and vibrant, promising to cleanse the palate, and the longan and red date yam soup appeared equally appealing. He picked up his chopsticks, hesitating before sampling a rib, his eyes brightening with surprise. He had expected the new housekeeper's skills to be on par with Aunt Xian's, but the flavors exceeded his expectations significantly. Finding the meal to his liking, Su Linyuan and Appo's as previously stoic expression softened, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Perhaps due to the delightful flavors, he indulged a little more than usual and decided to take a stroll in the garden to aid digestion. Though the air was cold, movement kept the chill at bay. Feeling comfortable in his stomach, he ascended to his study to tackle the unfinished business from the previous day. Chapter 20, Trouble from Mr. Su Linyuan entered the study and immediately noticed the difference on the desk. When Aunt Xian was present, she always neatly stacked everything on his desk, causing him to search for documents each time. Although the desk was not as meticulously organized as when Aunt Xian was around, it was still tidy. A light blue sticky note stood out against the dark wood of the desk. Su Linyuan picked it up, his brow slightly raised. The handwriting on the note was elegant and clear, devoid of excessive cursive, allowing for immediate recognition. His gaze then wandered to the categorized files on the desk. To his astonishment, the documents were not only sorted by signatures and rejections, but even the files he had yet to review were organized by priority. In that moment, Su Linyuan felt a wave of clarity wash over him. The documents in the study were not particularly confidential, and their visibility was of little consequence. Tidying up the study was part of the housekeeper's responsibilities, and he never brought sensitive documents home. He was genuinely surprised by Jiang Xianyu and Appo's ability to organize the files as well as his personal assistant might. Unaware of Jiang Xianyu and Appo's past experiences, had he known, he would likely understand why she could arrange his documents so efficiently. After finishing with the files, he noticed it was still before 9 o'clock. Remembering that some materials he had brought home last night might be on the first floor, he descended the stairs to retrieve them. The sound of his slippers echoed in the expansive house. Passing the dining table, he noticed the unwashed dishes, prompting a frown as he paused beside the table. After a long moment, he reached out to stack the dishes and carried them toward the kitchen. Extending his long arms, he precariously balanced the dishes, which were not stacked in order of size, causing them to wobble with each step. Just as he was about to place the dishes in the kitchen sink, a loud crash ensued as they fell. In a desperate attempt to catch them, he managed to save only a small bowl. The once pristine kitchen floor was now a chaotic mess. Su Linyuan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, and his good mood dissipated. The shards on the floor seemed to prick at his sensibilities, compelling him to grab a trash can and begin cleaning up. A sharp pain sliced through his finger, and a few drops of crimson blood fell. With a stoic expression, he pressed his lips together and wordlessly stood up, turned, and walked out, closing the door behind him. Out of sight, out of mind, he muttered to himself, raising his injured hand as he returned. Tonight's work would go unfinished. The following morning, Jiang Xianyu rose promptly at 7. After completing her morning routine, she rode her electric bike to the hillside villa. During dinner the previous night, she had prepared the filling and dough in advance, intending to steam some buns and serve them with 8 treasure porridge and sautéed vegetables for breakfast. Upon entering, she hung her coat and was puzzled to see the empty dining table. Was and Appo's tea meant to be set for her arrival? Did Su Linyuan clean himself? She thought to herself, a smile appearing on her face as she pushed open the kitchen door. In an instant, her smile froze. The floor was strewn with shards of porcelain and remnants of food. Chopsticks and soup spoons lay scattered as if a battle had taken place. Particularly alarming were the few dried bloodstains on the floor. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Xianyu donned heat-resistant gloves, collected the larger pieces, and swept away the rest. Once the bulk of the mess was cleared, she turned her attention to the remaining traces on the floor. With efficiency, she sprayed cleaning solution and scrubbed the area until it was spotless. Unbeknownst to her, from the second-floor railing, a man clad in a deep blue robe observed the kitchen with a guilty expression. Su Linyuan had been preoccupied with thoughts of the kitchen's disorder since early morning. After finishing his workout, he heard noises from downstairs, indicating that Jiang Xianyu had arrived. He felt a twinge of discomfort at the memory of the kitchen's state. Would she be angry? He could almost hear her cursing him, the negligent employer who had caused such a mess. Having overheard employees complain about their bosses at work, he understood their grievances. Jiang Xianyu, with her back to the kitchen door, remained unaware of his presence. Su Linyuan could only see her graceful figure as she bent down. The air was chilly outside, but the villa was warm. Jiang Xianyu wore a beige knit sweater and fitted jeans. The loose knit sweater fell naturally over her back and waist, accentuating her figure. She worked quickly, as if this were an ordinary task. The kitchen floor returned to its pristine state in what seemed like moments, as if enchanted by a cleaning spell. After a while, Jiang Xianyu remained busy in the kitchen, preparing porridge, steaming buns, and stir-frying vegetables. What appeared to be a cumbersome task to Su Linyuan seemed effortless for her. After watching for a time, he retreated to the third floor. By 8:00 in amp, Oppo's clock, Jiang Xianyu had arranged breakfast on the table. Noticing that he had yet to come down, she hesitated for a moment before deciding to call for him. As she reached the third floor, she encountered Su Linyuan emerging from his room. This marked Jiang Xianyu's first close encounter with Su Linyuan. Previously, from afar, she had only noted his height. Now, standing merely a meter away, she could fully grasp the imposing presence of a man nearly 2 meters tall. Having changed out of his pajamas, Su Linyuan now wore a shirt and trousers suitable for leaving the house, exuding a broad and upright demeanor. His skin was a cool white, his ears slightly reddened, with well-defined features that gave him an air of distinction. Although his expression was neutral, he appeared far less intimidating than during their meeting at the banquet. As Jiang Xianyu regarded Su Linyuan, he too was assessing the woman before him. She possessed a gentle and enchanting visage, reminiscent of the refined ladies depicted in poetry, with an elegant and poised aura. Her skin was translucent, her face small enough to fit within the palm of his hand, and a few stray strands of hair framed her face, enhancing her delicate appearance. The loose sweater obscured her waistline, while her long legs were elegantly encased in jeans, lending her an air of grace. Su Linyuan and Amp, Oppo's lips parted several times. Yet no words emerged. He instinctively rubbed his ear. The woman before him seemed to embody something far beyond the term housekeeper. How should he address her? He called Aunt Xian, while most others refer to housekeepers as Auntie. However, addressing Jiang Xianyu as Auntie felt entirely inappropriate. Perhaps he should refer to her as Miss Jiang? Yet, what employer addresses their housekeeper in such a manner? Jiang Xianyu, perceptive to his discomfort, smiled and spoke. Mr. Su, I am Jiang Xianyu, here to replace Aunt Xian for the month. You may call me Xiao Jiang, or simply by my name. Breakfast is ready. You may come down to eat. Chapter 21. A keen eye, the villa stood spacious, and the hallway stretched deep. Jiang Xianyu's voice was soft and melodious. Her speech at a moderate pace, reminiscent of the enchanting conversation Su Linyuan had once experienced over the phone. His ears, initially flushed with embarrassment, began to tingle with a subtle warmth. He instinctively rubbed his ears again, the delicate pink hue resembling precious gems. Jiang Xianyu glanced at him, and Su Linyuan felt the warmth radiate from his ears to his face. In her mind, Jiang Xianyu recalled what Butler Liu had once said. When young Master Sun felt nervous or embarrassed, his face would redden noticeably, and at such times, it was best to act as if one had not seen it. She endeavored to disregard his flushed complexion, maintaining her usual tone. Mr. Su, are you heading downstairs for a meal now? As Su Linyuan and Oppo's face grew warmer, his expression turned colder. He merely responded with a grunt and turned to descend the stairs. Jiang Xianyu followed him at a respectful distance of about 2 meters, striving to maintain a safe space. As he surveyed the breakfast laid out on the table, his expression softened slightly, and the temperature of his face gradually subsided. He seated himself at the table, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat. At that moment, Jiang Xianyu noticed that his right index finger, while holding the chopsticks, remained slightly straightened rather than bent. It seemed likely that the cut from the porcelain shard had injured his right index finger. Injuries at the joints are particularly bothersome, especially for a right-handed person. A moment's inattention could cause the wound to reopen when gripping objects. She glanced at Su Linyuan, who was savoring his breakfast, then turned to find the first aid kit. From within, she retrieved a flesh-colored adhesive bandage. However, upon seeing the standoffish Su Linyuan, she hesitated momentarily. When he inadvertently moved his index finger, Jiang Xianyu steeled herself, stepped forward, and silently placed the bandage beside him, subsequently nudging it towards him with a finger. Su Linyuan's gaze followed the bandage upward until it met Jiang Xianyu's eyes. Their eyes locked momentarily. Unconsciously, Jiang Xianyu blinked and spoke. "Mr. Su, the cut on your index finger is right at the joint. Using a bandage would facilitate better movement." Su Linyuan nodded slightly, withdrawing his gaze to continue his breakfast, while the bandage remained untouched on the table. A small voice in Jiang Xianyu's mind shrugged. It was his hand, and whether he used the bandage or not was of no consequence. She had fulfilled her responsibility. Seeing that he was occupied, Jiang Xianyu retreated to the kitchen to have her breakfast. Hearing movement behind her, Su Linyuan turned to glance at Jiang Xianyu. In the spacious kitchen, she sat on a chair, a breakfast identical to his laid out before her, the young woman eating delicately. Su Linyuan found himself at a loss for words, feeling a peculiar awkwardness. Their unfamiliarity left him silent. He quickly finished his breakfast, donned his suit and overcoat. Noticing the bandage on the table, his hand paused momentarily as he fastened his buttons, then swiftly adhered the bandage to the cut on his index finger. As he was about to leave, he spotted a thick, fluffy winter coat at one end of the hallway bench. It seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not recall where he had seen it before. Dismissing the thought, he turned and exited. Outside the foyer, a round, vibrant green electric scooter suddenly caught Su Linyuan's attention. He stared for a couple of seconds, a smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his lips. So, it was her who had ridden the scooter last night. However, he thought little of it and proceeded to the garage to drive to work. Hearing the sound of the car engine, Jiang Xianyu realized Su Linyuan had left for work. She first tidied the dishes on the table before heading upstairs to organize the bedroom. In the bedroom, she found his loungewear discarded on the bench at the foot of the bed. One by one, she collected the garments, preparing to wash them. Suddenly, a piece of black fabric fell to the ground, and Jiang Xianyu looked down, her pupils slightly dilating. She picked up the men and Oppo's underwear that had landed on the bench using 2 fingers. Closing her eyes, she muttered to herself, "Be professional. I am a professional maid. It's just a man's underwear. Merely a small piece of fabric." With that thought, she opened her eyes, placed the other clothes in the washing machine, and finally took the underwear out to wash separately. Generally speaking, Su Linyuan and Oppo's suits and overcoats did not require her attention, as there was a dedicated dry cleaning service for those. However, items like loungewear, underwear, and certain fabrics suitable for washing fell under her purview. Fortunately, he changed clothes daily and had a high turnover rate, coupled with his love for cleanliness, making her tasks easier as his clothes were not filthy and were convenient to clean. Suppressing her discomfort, Jiang Xianyu used Su Linyuan's expensive detergent to wash the underwear. Only after hanging it up did she finally breathe a sigh of relief. With the clothes still spinning in the washing machine, she tidied the bedding and cleaned the room. Once everything was completed, she descended to the living room to rest on the sofa before riding her bike back to the Jingxiu garden. Around 4 in the afternoon, Jiang Xianyu took her laptop and rode to the hillside villa. She had invested her money in the stock market and could not afford to neglect it. She needed to monitor its status from time to time, recalling the incident from the previous night when Su Linyuan had shattered the dishes. She resolved to wait until he finished dinner before tidying up again. She feared that if such occurrences continued, her heart might not withstand it. Those dishes were custom-made, worth a month in Oppo's salary for her, and with several broken, the remaining ones would be rendered useless. She only learned this today when she received a message from Assistant Zhao, advising her to discard the other tableware. Indeed, the world of the wealthy was beyond her comprehension. Su Linyuan arrived home at 6:30 in the evening, as usual. Upon entering, he noticed that the lights in the living room were on. As he changed his shoes in the foyer, he spotted a pair of women's shoes. Not slippers, but shoes meant for going out. Did Jiang Xianyu not leave? He hung up his coat and walked into the living room, where he found Jiang Xianyu seated on the carpet in front of the coffee table, earbuds in her ears, her hands deftly navigating the laptop. The colorful lines on the screen indicated to Su Linyuan that Jiang Xianyu was engaged in stock trading. As her computer screen was overshadowed by his tall figure, she belatedly looked up, meeting his curious gaze. Removing her earbuds, she instinctively asked, "Are you back from work?" Su Linyuan replied with a simple mm. Perhaps due to the silence during his drive, his voice carried a low timbre. Are you trading stocks? He inquired. Jiang Xianyu nodded, unbothered by the fact that she didn't close her laptop to shield her actions from him. Her modest assets were inconsequential in the eyes of someone like him. Noticing her indifference to his scrutiny, Su Linyuan leaned in to take a glance. The screen displayed the K-line chart for Shenyang Technology. Jiang Xianyu had invested significantly in Shenyang Technology and AMP, Oppo's, S-stocks, a project she was intimately familiar with, even envisioning its trajectory 8 years into the future with clarity. Su Linyuan regarded Jiang Xianyu with surprise. A keen eye indeed. He had once harbored high hopes for Shenyang, even considering acquiring the project, only to see it snatched away by Huayuan Venture Capital. He recalled hearing that a newly appointed VP at Huayuan had secured it, and he remembered that this VP and AMP, Oppo's, S surname was Jiang, with the English name Gina. He felt a twinge of curiosity about the individual who had taken the project from them. Yet he had not heard anything about her lately. Chapter 22 WeChat. After confirming that Jiang Xianyu would not squander all her hard-earned money, Su Linyuan withdrew his gaze. Curiously, he inquired, "Are you quite optimistic about Shenyang Technology?" Jiang Xianyu replied, "Indeed, Shenyang Technology has successfully overcome technical challenges, and its future development is boundless. They are currently focused on developing innovative intelligent robots, which will later find applications in military and medical fields. The prospects are very promising. Given the current international climate and the gradually aging population, Shenyang Technology is poised for longevity." Su Linyuan cast a somewhat astonished glance at Jiang Xianyu. After a lengthy pause, he remarked, "Your talents are wasted as a caretaker." Jiang Xianyu merely smiled, asserting that the value of a profession should not be judged by its status. Su Linyuan realized his words were somewhat inappropriate and quickly apologized. "I did not mean it in that way." Noticing the slight flush on Jiang Xianyu's face due to his nervousness, she casually replied, "It's fine." Su Linyuan was uncertain whether her response was genuine or otherwise, and he fell into silence. Jiang Xianyu straightened in her chair, gesturing toward the dining table. "Dinner is ready, Mr. Su. Please eat. I will wait until you finish to clear the dishes." Finally, Su Linyuan understood why she was still at home upon his return. His thoughts drifted to the shattered dinnerware from the previous day, causing him to avert his gaze uneasily. The dishes from the meal were somewhat greasy. Jiang Xianyu, observing his attempts to redeem himself, could not help but chuckle lightly. Yes, they could be a bit slippery, and Oppo's, as entirely understandable to drop them accidentally. In that moment, Jiang Xianyu realized what it meant to feel one's cheeks flush. Stifling her laughter, her bright almond-shaped eyes sparkled with amusement. Su Linyuan, feeling a bit flustered, quickly averted his eyes and rose to approach the dining table. Jiang Xianyu chose not to watch him any longer, turning her attention back to the fluctuating stock market. Seated at the table, Su Linyuan turned his gaze toward the now composed Jiang Xianyu. "Have you eaten?" Jiang Xianyu paused her mouse movements, responding, "I already had something in the kitchen." Her appetite was modest, and she had finished her meal in 10 minutes. Su Linyuan's hand hesitated as he picked up food, choosing to remain silent. Although Jiang Xianyu was focused on the computer, she kept an attentive watch on Su Linyuan. Once he had finished his meal, she rose to clear the table. Su Linyuan did not immediately ascend to his room, subtly observing Jiang Xianyu's cleaning motions. He noticed her methodically stacking the remaining dishes from smallest to largest and pouring the leftover food together. When he saw her confidently placing the dishes into the kitchen sink, his thoughts returned to the present. Is it really that simple? Does Jiang Xianyu think I am a fool, incapable of handling such trivial tasks? He quickly reassured himself, acknowledging that some tasks are best left to professionals. Upon returning to his bedroom on the 3rd floor, Su Linyuan entered to find the room impeccably tidy. The clothes that had previously cluttered the foot of the bed were now absent. Suddenly recalling something, he moved towards the balcony and was met with the sight of his underwear flapping in the wind. The image of Jiang Xianyu washing his underwear earlier that day sent his heart racing. Just moments ago, they had been engaged in a serious discussion about the stock market. Though he had not washed his previous clothes himself, having Aunt Qian assist with the laundry felt entirely different from Jiang Xianyu doing so. He pulled out his phone to search how to face a woman after she has washed my underwear. The responses were varied and unhelpful. He tossed his phone onto the bed, slowly convincing himself, it's fine, it's her job. Tomorrow, I shall act as if nothing has happened. While Su Linyuan was lost in his thoughts, Jiang Xianyu had completed her work and donned a fluffy, thick coat, preparing to head home. Su Linyuan stood on the balcony, watching as Jiang Xianyu donned her helmet and leisurely rode her electric scooter away from the villa. His mood gradually calmed as she departed. That night, after a shower, Su Linyuan resolved to wash his own underwear. He meticulously examined the various types of detergent, calculating the appropriate dosage, and awkwardly began the task. Fortunately, washing underwear was not overly complicated, and he clumsily completed it. The next morning, Jiang Xianyu arrived promptly at the villa. Upon entering, she spotted Su Linyuan sitting on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. "Good morning, Mr. Su." Su Linyuan lowered his phone, glancing at her, "Good morning." Noting her composed demeanor as she headed into the kitchen, he followed her. "Jiang Xianyu, one must not bring emotions to work." Jiang Xianyu looked puzzled. Su Linyuan shook the phone in his hand. "Why haven't you accepted my WeChat friend request?" Jiang Xianyu retrieved her phone to check. "Mr. Su, you might want to include a note indicating who you are. I thought it was a spammer casting a wide net." Su Linyuan pursed his lips, glancing at his profile picture, a black background with a solitary S in the center. How can such an understated and luxurious avatar seem like that of a spammer? Chapter 23. Barista Jiang Xianyu. Ever since Jiang Xianyu approved Su Linyuan's WeChat request, she felt as though she had donned shackle. No worker would willingly add their boss on WeChat. She renamed Su Linyuan and Oppo's contact to Mr. Su and silently chatted with various friends. Watching her conversation list gradually sink, Jiang Xianyu smiled faintly, pleased. Perfect. Before long, the weekend arrived. Jiang Xianyu was up early, arriving at the villa. Upon seeing the man seated on the sofa, she was perplexed. Why would anyone forego a lazy weekend morning? She herself had risen early to relax and care for her health. But he was not in the same predicament. "Good morning, Mr. Su," Jiang Xianyu greeted. Su Linyuan looked up from his magazine. "Good morning." Noticing Jiang Xianyu heading toward the kitchen, he inquired, "What for breakfast?" Jiang Xianyu replied, "Today let us try something different, Western style. Scrambled eggs, bacon, toast, paired with avocado and smoked salmon. Oh, and a glass of milk." Su Linyuan nodded. "Sound good." He preferred traditional Chinese breakfasts, but a change of flavor was a delightful diversion. Once breakfast was prepared, Jiang Xianyu set Su Linyuan's portion on the dining table and turned to fetch her own. "Wait." Su Linyuan called out to her. Jiang Xianyu raised her gaze, anticipating his next words. Su Linyuan glanced at the kitchen. Although spacious, it was hardly a proper dining area. He felt it inappropriate for Jiang Xianyu to eat alone in the kitchen. There was no rule stating that a housekeeper must eat separately. Many shared meals with their employers. "Bring it over and let us eat together." Seeing his sincerity, Jiang Xianyu bit her lip and turned back to retrieve her breakfast. Jiang Xianyu approached her meal with the same grace as her demeanor, gentle, unhurried, and soothing to the spirit. Su Linyuan observed her, noting how her eyes curved slightly, exuding pleasure at the sight of her favorite foods. In the past, her breakfasts had been hasty. Busy with work, she seldom splurged on meals. Typically, she would manage with a couple of slices of bread and a glass of water or grab a couple of buns from a street vendor. Now, however, she was free from such constraints, with ample time to cook and access to high-quality ingredients. Thus, she invested great care into her culinary endeavors. Jiang Xianyu had not anticipated sharing a table with Su Linyuan. From her gathered information, he seemed to possess a strong sense of territory. She had never considered he would invite her to dine with him. Could it be that her amiable nature was universally applicable? She pondered her former colleagues, realizing that perhaps she had indeed been well-liked, provided there was no competitive tension. During breakfast, the atmosphere was quiet yet not awkward. Both were absorbed in their meal. Soon, Su Linyuan finished. Jiang Xianyu appreciated his clean plate, happily proceeding to wash the dishes. Su Linyuan remained seated on the sofa, his gaze following Jiang Xianyu as she moved. Her presence felt overwhelmingly significant to him. After tidying the kitchen, Jiang Xianyu ascended the stairs to organize the bedroom and study. Su Linyuan did not follow, respecting her space. As it was the weekend, Jiang Xianyu would also prepare Su Linyuan's lunch, so she could not leave immediately, as it was already past 10. Once the upstairs was tidy, Su Linyuan retreated to the study to handle work. Jiang Xianyu took a moment to rest before preparing lunch. At that moment, her phone's alarm rang at 10:30, signaling coffee time. Jiang Xianyu set aside her phone, turning to brew coffee for Su Linyuan. On weekdays, his coffee was not her responsibility, but on weekends, it was her duty. Jiang Xianyu was quite skilled at making coffee. She brewed a latte adorned with a swan design. Her experience in the workforce equipping her with skills rivaling a professional barista. The latte was rich with a pronounced creamy flavor. Initially, she presumed Su Linyuan preferred black coffee, but the housekeeper had informed her that he did not favor overly bitter beverages. She carried the coffee to the study on the 3rd floor. At that moment, Su Linyuan was preparing to type on his phone. Hearing a knock, he set down his device and called, "Come in." Jiang Xianyu placed the coffee in a convenient spot for him. "Mr. Su, your coffee." Su Linyuan's mood lifted instantly at the sight of the beautifully presented drink. "Did you buy this?" he inquired. Jiang Xianyu shook her head. "I saw we had a coffee machine at home, so I made a cup myself." Su Linyuan regarded her with astonishment, wishing to exclaim like a character from a drama, "What other surprises do you have in store?" Of course, he merely entertained the thought. Savoring the creamy, rich coffee, Su Linyuan felt his features soften. As Jiang Xianyu turned to leave, he set down his cup and said, "Wait a moment." Jiang Xianyu looked back, curious about his request. Su Linyuan glanced at the pile of documents beside him. "Could you assist me?" Jiang Xianyu understood immediately, moving the files to the other side of the desk, quickly reviewing and categorizing them. "The Hongxing project," Su Linyuan began. But Jiang Xianyu promptly handed him the corresponding proposal. He took it and began to read. Jiang Xianyu swiftly reviewed the remaining documents, mentally organizing their contents. After completing the proposal, Su Linyuan annotated his comments and set the file aside. The Qiheng documents, he continued. There were 2 files for Qiheng. Jiang Xianyu first handed him the due diligence report, and after he reviewed it, she presented the strategic plan prepared for Qiheng. Su Linyuan had never experienced such seamless collaboration before. Jiang Xianyu glanced at him and asked, "Does this count as extra work?" Su Linyuan, in a good mood, relaxed his expression and replied pleasantly, "Not really, but they're essay bonus." "All right, Mr. Su." "Thank you, Mr. Su." Receiving a definitive answer, Jiang Xianyu felt invigorated in her tasks. Su Linyuan sensed the pleasant energy radiating from her and couldn't help but smile. Money-minded. Once Su Linyuan finished with the documents, Jiang Xianyu, relying on her experience from the investment banking sector, passed him another folder. He did not look up as he reached for it, his fingertips brushing against something soft and cool. A faint cracking sound echoed. Jiang Xianyu gasped softly, quickly retracting her hand. Su Linyuan, startled, glanced up at her, his face flushing under the warm sunlight streaming in through the window. Jiang Xianyu averted her gaze, recalling the housekeeper's advice to avoid staring at Su Linyuan when he felt nervous or embarrassed. She quickly changed the subject. "Well, in winter, the air is dry, and static electricity is normal." Su Linyuan's hand awkwardly rested on his neck, his slender fingers subconsciously scratching at his earlobe. "Yes, static electricity." Jiang Xianyu feigned busyness, glancing at her phone. To her surprise, it was nearly 11:20. "Mr. Su, I've organized the documents for you by category. Everything that needs your attention is over here. It's getting late. I'll head down to prepare lunch." Su Linyuan instinctively responded, "Do you need my help?" Upon realizing his words, he paused, taken aback by his own utterance. Clearing her throat, Jiang Xianyu replied, "No need, Mr. Su. You focus on your work. I'll come and get you once the meal is ready." Chapter 24. The repairman Jiang Xianyu. As Jiang Xianyu stepped out and closed the study door behind her, Su Linyuan slowly exhaled, releasing the tension he had held within. He rose to stretch his limbs and ease his strained eyes, reflecting upon the earlier encounter. A sense of unease stirred within him. Jiang Xianyu seemed shrouded in a mysterious haze, rendering her difficult to comprehend. She was exceptionally attractive, possessed a delightful personality, and appeared to excel in all endeavors. Why, then, would such an individual choose to be a caretaker? It was not that he looked down upon the profession. Rather, in terms of social standing, being a caretaker is seldom the first choice for young women. This conundrum puzzled him greatly. After 5 minutes of respite, Su Linyuan resumed his work, embarking on the daily grind of paperwork. Yet, the absence of Jiang Xianyu undeniably slowed his progress. Jiang Xianyu toiled in the kitchen until 12:40, at which point she prepared lunch. She retrieved her phone and sent Su Linyuan a voice message. "Mr. Su, lunch is ready. You may come downstairs to eat." Su Linyuan listened to the voice note in silence, closed the file in his hands, and descended the stairs to dine. At the dining table, Jiang Xianyu and Su Linyuan sat facing one another, the table adorned with Su Linyuan and Oppos as favorite dishes. He gazed at her and inquired, "Once this month concludes, would you consider joining my company?" Jiang Xianyu paused for 2 seconds, carefully organizing her thoughts before responding. "Thank you for your kind offer, Mr. Su. But I do not wish to work in an investment bank." "Why not?" "The salary is negotiable," Su Linyuan pressed. Jiang Xianyu smiled lightly. "I do not favor high-pressure work environments. The demands of investment banking are too exhausting." She refrained from mentioning the non-compete agreement, as she had previously secured a project from Chengyuan Capital and dared not disclose this to their employer. She was not long for this position, intending to leave after a month. Thus, there was no need to complicate matters. Su Linyuan and Oppos' gaze remained fixed on her, and after a moment, he smirked slightly. "If you change your mind, do let me know." He did not perceive Jiang Xianyu as someone who shunned work-related stress. The reason behind her aversion to investment banking remained a mystery. He respected her privacy and would not engage in any clandestine inquiries. After all, Jiang Xianyu had been recommended by his grandparents, who were likely aware of her background. As long as there were no issues with her character, his involvement in her personal affairs would be unwarranted. Yet it was indeed a pity to see such talent go unrecognized. Soon enough, Su Linyuan felt that his understanding of Jiang Xianyu was rather superficial. The following morning, after completing his morning exercises and heading for a shower, he discovered that the shower head and Oppos' connector was leaking. Furrowing his brow, he hastily finished his shower, only to find that the faucet continued to drip even after being turned off. Emerging from the bathroom, he encountered Jiang Xianyu, who was tidying up the study. He approached her, saying, "Jiang Xianyu, it seems the shower faucet is leaking. Could you arrange for someone to repair it?" Jiang Xianyu was taken aback. "Do shower faucets in wealthy households also leak?" "I'll take a look." Su Linyuan intended to suggest that she should call a professional repairman, as her inspection alone would not suffice. But still, he followed her into the bathroom. The bathroom, still humid from his recent shower, carried a subtle fragrance of the grooming products he often used. Jiang Xianyu bent down to examine the dripping faucet, quickly identifying the issue. As she turned to rise, she unexpectedly faced Su Linyuan, who was also bending down to inspect the faucet. In that moment, his cool lips brushed against her forehead. Jiang Xianyu's eyes widened in shock. She instinctively pressed her hand against the wall to steady herself, her body leaning back to regain balance. An awkward silence enveloped the space as Su Linyuan and Oppos' gaze lingered on her fair forehead, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Jiang Xianyu, conscious of her breathing, adjusted her grip on the wall. Su Linyuan's throat involuntarily tightened as he opened his mouth to speak, but his mind drew a blank. Jiang Xianyu turned slightly, awkwardly escaping the confines of his presence. I can handle the leak issue. Let me take care of it," she stammered. Su Linyuan straightened slowly, his voice low. "All right." They exited the bathroom in succession. Jiang Xianyu did not glance back at him, instead heading to the tool room to gather supplies. Su Linyuan found himself lost in thought as he observed her retreating figure. Before long, Jiang Xianyu returned with a toolbox. Su Linyuan followed her back into the bathroom. As they passed the bathroom mirror, he became acutely aware of the redness in his own face. His breath caught, and his heart raced as he quickly averted his gaze. Jiang Xianyu had composed herself, extracting a wrench from the toolbox and assessing the shower faucet. The round switch beneath the faucet proved slippery and challenging to manipulate. Noticing her struggle, Su Linyuan suggested, "Perhaps it would be better to call a professional to handle this." Jiang Xianyu rummaged through the toolbox and retrieved a rubber band. Wrapping it around the faucet and Oppo's cylindrical switch as she replied, "It and Oppo's no trouble. It and Oppo's a minor issue." Indeed, once the rubber band was in place, the wrench was able to turn with ease. Jiang Xianyu executed her task with practiced skill. The overhead light cast a halo around her dark hair, while her features fell into shadow, revealing her intense focus. As she tightened the wrench, her lips pressed together, the corners naturally drooping when she exerted effort. Su Linyuan was momentarily entranced. Before long, the switch was removed, and Jiang Xianyu looked down to discover the sealing ring was indeed damaged. "Replacing the sealing ring should do the trick," she remarked. Su Linyuan, realizing the implication, nodded. "Yes, let's replace it." Jiang Xianyu chuckled at his delayed understanding, the earlier tension dissipating instantly. "I and Amp, Oppo's, LL order a few sealing rings from a courier." "Very well," he replied. After she placed the order, she waved her phone. "Don't forget to reimburse me." Su Linyuan's lips curled upwards. "Of course, I will cover the repair costs." Jiang Xianyu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Thank you, boss." Su Linyuan scratched his nose. "You deserve it." Jiang Xianyu expressed her fondness for this sentiment. The courier soon arrived with the sealing rings, and Jiang Xianyu replaced the damaged one, successfully reassembling the faucet. Testing the switch, she found it no longer leaked. Su Linyuan was astonished that she had genuinely fixed the issue. "How do you know how to do all of this?" he asked. Jiang Xianyu, tidying the toolbox, smiled. "It's nothing, just a matter of familiarity." Su Linyuan felt a sense of disbelief. Who would possess such expertise in repairs, if not a professional? Jiang Xianyu sensed his skepticism and, with a soft smile, chose not to elaborate further. Not every home was as pristine as this villa, with years passing without a single problem. Clogged drains, leaking faucets, poorly sealed windows, malfunctioning range hoods, and faulty rebounders were the true norm. The minutiae of life contained far more complexity than one might imagine. Chapter 25. The former company's invitation, Jiang Xianyu had become increasingly adept at her role as a caretaker at the hillside villa. Meanwhile, Huayuan Venture Capital found itself engulfed in a cloud of discontent due to the troubled progress of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical and Amp, Oppo's project. This endeavor had originally been under Jiang Xianyu and Amp, Oppo's stewardship, but with her departure, the project was now in the hands of General Manager Feng. Chairman Zhu of Tianyuan Pharmaceutical had held Jiang Xianyu in high regard, and the project had been advancing smoothly under her guidance. The initial due diligence reports were promising, and the financial and legal verifications were proceeding steadily. The company had a bright future ahead. However, 2 months later, Tianyuan Pharmaceutical quickly realized that their point of contact had changed. It was understandable that it took them this long to notice. At present, Tianyuan was in the midst of financial and legal verifications conducted by their subordinate staff, which did not necessitate any involvement from Chairman Zhu or Jiang Xianyu. It was only when recent project developments required a meeting between the parties that Chairman Zhu sensed something amiss. His expression darkened immediately. "Xiao Jiang, why did you suddenly change contacts?" General Manager Feng smiled and replied, "Our General Jiang has been reassigned to oversee other projects. I will now be responsible for following up with you." Chairman Zhu looked at the familiar analysts trailing behind General Manager Feng, their gazes evasive. He refrained from saying more, standing up to declare, "You've made a sudden change. I cannot trust you now," as Tianyuan Pharmaceutical was in a crucial phase before going public. Huayuan and Oppo's approach caused him considerable unease. General Manager Feng insisted, "We at Huayuan are an established investment bank. Numerous companies have successfully gone public with our assistance. General Jiang was merely a VP. She does not influence the operations of the investment bank. As long as we at Huayuan perform well, there will be no issues on your end." However, Chairman Zhu was not swayed by this rationale. "Either let Xiao Jiang discuss this matter, or have your president Huayuan step in." The smile on General Manager Feng and Oppo's face nearly faltered. Seeing Chairman Zhu and Oppo's resolute stance, he had no choice but to retreat. Upon returning, Feng reported the situation to his superiors, prompting President Huayuan to convene a meeting. Liu, who had been the direct cause of Jiang Xianyu's departure, shrank back, unable to speak. "Old Liu, What do you think we should do now? Lu Tianquan glanced at President Hua Yuan, weighing his words before suggesting, shall we try calling Jiang Xianyu? We can rescind the non-compete agreement. He anticipated that Jiang Xianyu was so highly regarded by those in charge of the company. Yet, it was impossible for them to abandon Tianyuan Pharmaceutical. Once it completed its IPO, the initial financing was conservatively estimated to be no less than $1 billion. The underwriting fees for the investment bank could range from 30 to 50 million, and if the financing exceeded 20 billion, the fees could surpass 100 million. The project leader could also earn substantial sponsorship fees. None wished to relinquish this opportunity. President Hua Yuan, with downcast eyes, closed the documents and stated, you were the one who pushed her out. It is your responsibility to bring her back. Yes, I will definitely make an effort to retrieve her. Lu Tianquan gritted his teeth, realizing he was in a precarious position and had no choice but to try. After the meeting, Jiang Yuan and the others returned to their desks, each one lacking in spirit. One of them remarked, if only General Jiang were still here. The others echoed this sentiment. Jiang Yuan felt anxious. This project had initially seemed like a sure thing, and their bonuses depended entirely on it. Indeed, General Jiang is the fastest rising talent at Hua Yuan. I noticed Chairman Zhu holds her in high esteem. Exactly. If General Jiang were here, our bonuses would be guaranteed. They lamented how Song Yuan's careless remarks and General Manager Feng's overreach had led to Jiang Xianyu's departure. Just as one of them finished speaking, a colleague pulled him back, realizing that General Manager Feng was standing behind them. Feng glared at the one who had just spoken. If you miss Jiang Xianyu so much, feel free to resign and look for her. The group fell silent. After Feng left, they exchanged knowing glances. Upon exiting the conference room, Lu sought out Jiang Xianyu in the group chat. After searching for a while, he discovered that Jiang Xianyu had left the group. He scrolled through various chats, finding her absent from all. Fortunately, he still had her phone number. However, when he dialed, it indicated that the line was unavailable. After several attempts, he hung up in frustration, his face flushed with anger. Damn it, she must have blocked me. He then called from colleague's phone, and although the call connected, no one picked up, it simply rang on. Lu Tianquan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, his body trembling. Jiang Xianyu had his colleagues in amp, oppos, numbers, and when she saw the calls from her former co-workers, she understood that Hua Yuan was likely facing difficulties. However, this had nothing to do with her. She had thoroughly handed over all responsibilities during the transition, and any ensuing issues were not her concern. There was no need for her to answer. Indeed, after a few rings, the phone fell silent. At dinner time, since the weekend when Su Lingyuan had invited Jiang Xianyu to share a meal, they had maintained that arrangement. Just as Jiang Xianyu began her meal, her phone rang with an unfamiliar number. She hesitated for a moment. Su Lingyuan looked at her, his eyes inquiring. Jiang Xianyu set down her chopsticks and walked towards the living room sofa, saying, Mr. Su, please eat. I need to take this call. Su Lingyuan nodded. As Jiang Xianyu answered the call, the voice on the other end was one she found repugnant. General Jiang, it has been a while. How have you been lately? Jiang Xianyu scoffed coldly. I don't recall us being close enough for phone calls. Lu Tianquan exerted all his patience to refrain from responding harshly. General Jiang, you jest. We have worked together for many years. You were one of my key subordinates. Jiang Xianyu's expression remained frosty. Her lips, usually smiling, now turned downwards. Key subordinate? You flatter me. Speak plainly, what is it you need? Lu cleared his throat and replied, I wonder if you have found a satisfactory job recently. If not, perhaps you could return, and I will ensure your position is reserved with President Hua Yuan. No need, I'm quite content with my current job. General Jiang, if you're looking for quick financial gain, no enterprise compares to the investment banking sector. Why persist in this momentary frustration and turn your back on money? Jiang Xianyu and oppos. S-tone remained steady, devoid of fluctuation. Money is only necessary to the extent that it suffices. If there is nothing further, I shall hang up. Lu hurriedly interjected. Wait, General Jiang. If you return to work, I will personally apologize, and all the projects you previously managed will be handed back to you. Jiang Xianyu laughed in disbelief. You and TB reaching out because you're struggling with the projects, would you? Apologies, but I have neither the time nor the interest. With that, she hung up the phone. Turning back, she met Su Lingyuan and Appo's gaze, which held a depth of understanding. Su Lingyuan vowed he was not the type to eavesdrop on phone calls. The coldness outside had kept Jiang Xianyu from stepping out. She was merely in the nearby living room. Though her voice was low, he could still hear her conversation. Chapter 26. Other investment banks seek to poach talent. The awkwardness of overhearing another's phone conversation did not linger on Su Lingyuan's face for long. He spoke first, urging, "Let's eat quickly, or the food will grow cold." "Okay," Jiang Xianyu obediently replied, returning to her previous gentle demeanor. Su Lingyuan paused as he held his chopsticks, casting a curious glance at her. The young lady possessed two distinct personas. Unaware of Su Lingyuan and Appo's gaze, Jiang Xianyu was simply hungry at that moment. Just as she took a couple of bites, her phone rang again. This time, she decisively turned it off. Suppressing his curiosity, Su Lingyuan nonetheless inquired, "Was that a call from your former company?" Jiang Xianyu replied with an affirming sound. "Do you require my assistance?" Su Lingyuan offered. Jiang Xianyu shook her head, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Su, but it is unnecessary." Once he ascertained that she was not putting on a brave face, he resumed his meal. After a few more bites, he posed another question. "Was your previous company unkind to you?" He could not quite fathom why he felt so inexplicably concerned about Jiang Xianyu's affairs. Jiang Xianyu replied, "It was quite good at first, but later, due to some personal issues, it became somewhat unpleasant." Su Lingyuan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. Yet upon observing Jiang Xianyu and Appo's expression as she spoke, he hesitated to press further. Throughout their time together, he had sensed her gentle nature, and to hear her express such sentiments today indicated that she must have faced some grievances. With this thought in mind, he scooped a chicken leg from the chicken soup and placed it in her bowl, then casually lowered his head to continue eating. Jiang Xianyu stared at the chicken leg in her bowl, momentarily taken aback, before she could not help but smile slightly. The man before her was a paragon of privilege, having been born with a silver spoon in his mouth, surrounded by all things extraordinary. Yet, despite this gilded upbringing, he possessed a kindness that endeared him to her. "Thank you for the chicken leg, Mr. Su," Jiang Xianyu teased lightly. Su Lingyuan was taken aback by her sudden gratitude, choking slightly as he turned away to cough, his handsome face flushing crimson. Initially feeling awkward about serving her the chicken leg, being called out by her made his heart skip a beat. Jiang Xianyu quickly stood to pour him a glass of water and gently patted his back. "I'm sorry, it was not my intention." Su Lingyuan took a sip of the water to soothe himself, quickly waving his hand to reassure her. "I'm fine now." The gentle touch on his back sent a tingling sensation through him. Seeing that his coughing had subsided, Jiang Xianyu settled back in her seat to continue her meal. During the remainder of the meal, Su Lingyuan remained composed, refraining from any additional movements. After dinner, Jiang Xianyu left. Su Lingyuan stood by the window on the first floor, watching her ride away on her electric scooter until she disappeared from view before he turned to head back to his room. As he was about to turn around, a shadow flickered by the window. A tabby cat had appeared before the large floor-to-ceiling window. Su Lingyuan glanced at it a few times but did not venture outside. This cat was a stray from near his garden. The garden was expansive, inevitably attracting mice and other small creatures. Thus he had not instructed the staff to remove it. Considering the cold weather, he surmised the cat had come closer to the house, seeking warmth. He contemplated purchasing a shelter for it in the coming days, ensuring it had a place to stay before the snow arrived, preventing it from freezing during the winter. As for adopting it, Su Lingyuan had not entertained that thought, as he could not tolerate the scent and fur of cats. Huayuan Ventures. For 2 consecutive days, Lu Tianquan was unable to reach Jiang Xianyu. Chairman Zhu had grown impatient. President Hua issued Lu Tianquan an ultimatum. On this day, Lu Tianquan brought some items and went to the address he had found in the Human Resources Department for Jiang Xianyu. Faced with the dimly lit corridor and dilapidated surroundings, he suppressed the urge to turn back. He felt no surprise that Jiang Xianyu lived in such conditions. Given her parents' circumstances, no amount of money could be retained. This was also the reason he had dared to confront her so firmly at that time. Thinking this, he muttered a curse under his breath. Upon reaching the door, it was opened by a scruffy-looking man. Lu Tianquan silently derided, not expecting Jiang Xianyu to be associated with such a character. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile on his face, saying, "Hello, I'm looking for Jiang Xianyu." The man glanced at the impeccably dressed individual before him and retorted, "You have the wrong person. There's no one by that name here." With that, he abruptly slammed the door shut. Cursing inwardly, Lu Tianquan thought, "Damn rich people." After being rebuffed twice while knocking, he finally realized that Jiang Xianyu had moved out, his patience wearing thin. Lu Tianquan fumed. "You could have mentioned it sooner, you wretched pauper. You deserve to be poor for life." With a loud bang, the scruffy man threw down the basin he was holding, glaring menacingly. "Looking for a fight? I've never liked your face." The burly man towered over the short and stocky Lu Tianquan, resembling a formidable giant. Lu Tianquan and Apos' face paled, and he hurled the nutritional supplements he was carrying at the man, making a hasty escape as the man was caught off guard. The man watched as Lu Tianquan fled, dragging the supplements inside, muttering a curse, "Coward." Lu Tianquan was unable to locate Jiang Xianyu, and President Hua's expression was as dark as thunder. Chairman Zhu of Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals had a straightforward demand. Either Jiang Xianyu returned to liaise with him, or President Hua would have to go personally. While President Hua could indeed go in person, it was not a simple matter. The request for him to appear was primarily to establish a direct line of communication and reduce underwriting costs. Initially, President Hua had no intention of yielding. However, Chairman Zhu had begun reaching out to other investment banks. With Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals and Apos promising prospects, he could not afford to let such a lucrative opportunity slip away. Ultimately, President Hua decided to visit Tianyuan Pharmaceuticals to negotiate with Chairman Zhu. As a result, the underwriting fees were significantly reduced, but upon his return, President Hua felt a pang of regret, realizing he had no other option. In a fit of rage, he declared, "Blacklist her. Jiang Xianyu is far too ungrateful." Lu Tianquan dared not interject, yet he felt it was unnecessary. Although Huayuan Ventures was not insignificant in size, it could not compare to the larger brokerages. His blacklist would only be effective in a limited scope. Jiang Xianyu was capable and had impressive accomplishments, as long as she desired. There would be ample opportunities waiting for her at other brokerages. This was merely an excuse for President Hua to vent his frustrations. Following this incident, Gina's departure from Huayuan Ventures spread throughout the investment banking circles in Haishur. Though she was a newcomer, her track record of securing the Nuyang technology deal under Cheng Yuan was well documented, prompting other banks to stir with interest. While the non-compete agreement posed challenges, it was not insurmountable. Recently, Lu Lijun found herself troubled. Their CEO was aware of Jiang Xianyu's departure from Huayuan Ventures and constantly spoke of wanting to lure her back. Unfortunately, they could not locate her. After all, outsiders only knew her by her English name, Gina, and given that Jiang Xianyu had only recently been promoted to VP, few were aware of her specific circumstances. She knew where Jiang Xianyu was, but the latter had no intention of re-entering the capital circle. After much consideration, she decided not to reveal anything. However, she felt the need to give Jiang Xianyu a heads up. Upon learning of this, Jiang Xianyu was somewhat surprised. Nevertheless, her decision to distance herself from the capital's circle remained unchanged. Unless she went abroad, her family would inevitably track her down if they discovered she continued to work in investment banking. They could easily report her missing, among other methods. There were countless ways for them to locate her. Regardless of her resolve, should they create a scene at her workplace, history would inevitably repeat itself. She had little faith in human nature. Upon hearing Jiang Xianyu's concerns, Lu Lijun did not press her further. Currently, Jiang Xianyu leads a tranquil life, a state she cherishes, and thus, she wholeheartedly embraces it. Chapter 27. The slender waist regarding Gina and Apos' resignation. Su Linyuan had heard some whispers and thus requested Assistant Zhao to keep an eye on any news concerning her. Yet, he harbored a premonition that she might not wish to re-enter the corporate arena. After all, who would leave shortly after a promotion unless there were compelling circumstances? He was merely curious about Gina's particular situation. That morning, Su Linyuan did not report to work. After having breakfast with Jiang Xianyu and preparing to return home, he inquired, "Have you ever owned a cat?" Jiang Xianyu shook her head, stating, "I could not afford to keep a cat under my previous circumstances." A flicker of astonishment crossed Su Linyuan's otherwise impassive face. He pondered silently. Is keeping a cat such an extravagant endeavor? Having posed the question, he continued, "Do you know where I might find a pet supply store?" Jiang Xianyu regarded him with curiosity. "Are you planning to adopt a cat?" She had heard that Su Linyuan was somewhat fastidious. If he intended to care for a cat, she presumed her services as a caretaker would demand a different price. Su Linyuan, oblivious to Jiang Xianyu's insinuations, gazed out the window and replied, "Not exactly. There's a stray cat that has been helping me with pest control in my garden. With winter approaching, I thought it wise to provide it with a shelter at the garden entrance to prevent it from freezing." Jiang Xianyu paused in contemplation. Typically, pet stores offered open cat beds or those designed for indoor use, unsuitable for outdoor placement. "Are you in a hurry?" Su Linyuan checked the weather forecast for the next couple of days. The temperatures were mild and sunny, so there was no pressing urgency. "That makes it manageable. I can construct one myself," she declared confidently, as carpentry was her forte. Su Linyuan gazed at her sparkling eyes and murmured, "You can do that as well?" "Indeed. I learned basic carpentry as a child, and even crafted small furniture for myself," she replied. Su Linyuan sighed softly, suddenly realizing that apart from his ability to generate wealth, he seemed to lack other skills. "Do you need anything? I can have it delivered," he offered. Jiang Xianyu quickly declined. "No need. I and Oppos. V seen some discarded furniture in the villa area. I can repurpose the wooden boards. As for tools, I can borrow them from the property management. Their maintenance staff has some." Seeing that she had everything under control, Su Linyuan made a call to have the necessary carpentry tools brought over. The property management in this villa community was far superior to those in other neighborhoods, which merely collected fees without providing adequate service. Here, the fees were exorbitant, but the quality of service was exceptional. They regularly dispatched staff to clean the entire house, manage pest control, and address any issues promptly with just a phone call. Soon, a white utility vehicle arrived, manned by 2 uniformed staff members, with the back filled with carpentry tools. The driver was Li Tsong, the property manager responsible for Su Linyuan and Amp, Oppos, S Villa. "Mr. Su, we have brought the tools you requested. Where would you like them placed?" Li Tsong inquired. Su Linyuan turned his gaze toward Jiang Xianyu. Jiang Xianyu scanned the surroundings and identified a sunny spot, suggesting, "Just place them there." Li Tsong and his colleague quickly unloaded the tools. At that moment, Jiang Xianyu noticed they had also delivered some wooden boards and even paint and sandpaper. Indeed, such a level of service came at a price. She felt a twinge of embarrassment, wondering if her offer to help construct the cat house was unnecessary. While a suitable cat house might not be readily available, for someone of Su Linyuan's wealth, acquiring one would merely require a word. After unloading, Li Tsong inquired courteously, "Is there anything else you require, Mr. Su? Please feel free to let us know, and we will expedite it." Su Linyuan looked once more at Jiang Xianyu, who appeared somewhat dispirited. He was puzzled by her sudden change in demeanor, as she had been so vibrant moments before. "What troubles you?" he asked. Jiang Xianyu took a deep breath and quickly composed herself, replying, "Nothing." She then addressed Li Tsong and his team. "This will suffice. Thank you for your assistance." Li Tsong responded with deference, "It is our duty." With no further request from the owner, Li Tsong and his colleague departed. Su Linyuan regarded the materials with eager anticipation. "Jiang Xianyu, come here. How do we proceed with this?" Jiang Xianyu was taken aback by his enthusiasm, realizing he might not have much experience with such tasks. She reminded herself that as long as she made her employer happy, her efforts were not in vain. She recognized that she had been overthinking it. After her rebirth, she often claimed to be different, having gained clarity about her parents and resolved to live for herself. Yet, her character could not transform overnight. Having been suppressed by her parents and Oppos, words and actions since childhood, she yearned for validation and acknowledgement, which drove her to excel in everything she undertook. Helping others resolve their problems brought her a peculiar sense of fulfillment. Observing Su Linyuan and Oppos' genuine interest in carpentry, her earlier awkwardness dissipated. Su Linyuan sorted the wooden boards by size and turned to Jiang Xianyu, asking, "How do we handle these?" She glanced at his expensive attire before fetching an apron, replying, "Just a moment. I and Appos, LL get an apron and gloves." There were plenty of aprons at home, although all were designed for women. While Jiang Xianyu fit perfectly into one, Su Linyuan, towering at 6 feet 3 inches, would likely resemble a very oversized bib if he attempted to wear one. She quickly donned her apron and turned to find Su Linyuan still hesitating with the apron in hand. Noticing his delay, Jiang Xianyu swiftly took the apron from him and helped him put on. Her movements were efficient, and soon the apron was securely fastened. Although Su Linyuan was tall, his waist was trim, allowing the apron to fit adequately. However, as Jiang Xianyu tied the apron, the drawstrings unexpectedly tightened around his waist, causing him to instinctively tense his core. Realizing the strings were excessively long, Jiang Xianyu noted how slender his waist was. The way the apron cinched him exuded a certain restrained elegance. She hastily loosened the drawstrings and tied a gentle knot at his back. After completing the task, she exhaled quietly, only to look up and find Su Linyuan gazing elsewhere, his ears tinged with a faint blush. Clearing her throat, she suggested, "Lin Appos, let's get started." Crafting a cat house was not a daunting task for Jiang Xianyu. The measurements were firmly etched in her mind, and she retrieved a ruler and pencil to mark the necessary lengths on the wood. Once prepared, she placed the boards on a stool, stepped onto them, and adeptly sawed off the excess length. Jiang Xianyu wielded the saw with remarkable skill, making the task appear effortless. Observing her confidently maneuvering the wood, Su Linyuan felt an urge to try his hand at it as well. Chapter 28 Today, the carpenter, Xiao Jiang, allowed me to give it a try. Su Linyuan ultimately could not resist. Jiang Xianyu paused in her task of sawing wood, obediently handing the saw to Su Linyuan. His fingers were long, pale, and distinctly knuckled. Unlike the delicate hands of a woman, the sinews were visible, and on his right index finger rested a simple ring, the nails neatly trimmed and clean, presenting an image far from that of a woodworker. Jiang Xianyu offered him a pair of gloves, saying, "Mr. Su, you should take off your ring, otherwise it might constrict your finger." Su Linyuan removed the ring and gestured for Jiang Xianyu to extend her hand. She complied, and he placed the ring into her palm. The warmth from the ring contrasted sharply with her cool skin. As he set the ring down, his fingertips inevitably brushed against her palm, sending a shiver through him, particularly as she had just been wearing gloves while sawing wood. "Your hands are quite cold," Jiang Xianyu remarked, momentarily flustered. Discussing the temperature of hands between young men and women felt overly intimate. Unconsciously, she tightened her grip around the ring, letting her hand fall. I tend to be. In truth, she often suffered from insufficient blood flow. Growing up, she had not eaten well and had to assist her family with labor. Enduring cold water in winter was not uncommon. Subsequently, she worked continuously to earn money, leaving her physique weaker than most. Even now, she hesitated to indulge in food, sending her earnings back home, and thus her health was naturally inferior. It was only through training with Grandpa Su and Grandma Su at the old Su residence that she managed to reach her current state. Noticing the woman's slightly furrowed brow, Su Linyuan handed her the gloves he had just put on. With the gloves, the white gloves were crafted for work and bore the warmth of Su Linyuan's hands. She felt that even the lifeless would felt warmer than her hands, and wearing the gloves provided a semblance of warmth. Observing her, Su Linyuan found it amusing that one of her hands was properly gloved while the other, with the ring, was entirely enclosed in the glove, the fingers hanging limply. He donned another pair of gloves and began to saw the wood. Watching Jiang Xianyu saw what appeared simple, yet when it was his turn, he discovered the task was far from easy. The saw blade became lodged in the wood, and when he attempted to move it, it acted like a limp noodle, twisting and turning as if it were ready to cease functioning at any moment. Jiang Xianyu approached to offer verbal guidance, emphasizing that the speed and angle of the saw were crucial, along with maintaining proper posture and balance, cautioning against excessive force. For the first time, Su Linyuan questioned his own intelligence. He comprehended every word she spoke, yet the execution felt elusive. After several unsuccessful attempts, his face flushed with embarrassment, and after a moment, he said, "Come here and Teach me directly. Jiang Xianyu bit her lip, observing his struggle, and with determination, she removed her gloves, placing the ring atop them before tucking them into her pocket. She approached him, and as she drew near, Su Linyuan caught a whiff of her faint fragrance, a subtle, indescribable coolness, unlike the well-known scents of luxury perfumes. Jiang Xianyu placed her hand upon Su Linyuan's large one, causing him to shudder slightly. Her hand, described in literature as having an icy elegance, felt cool and lacked warmth, yet her skin was smooth, distinctly different from a man's. However, after that cold touch, he felt a tingling sensation radiating from their clasped hands, nearly causing him to drop the saw. In truth, Jiang Xianyu and Appo's hands had reached this state due to her inherent good condition and the fact that she no longer had to perform heavy labor after starting work. Yet even so, a thin layer of callus remained on her palms. Seeing Su Linyuan and Appo's grip on the saw loosen, Jiang Xianyu tightened her hold on his fingertips. Su Linyuan snapped back to attention, his gaze dropping, the long lashes casting shadows over his eyes, concealing his emotions. Initially awkward, Jiang Xianyu soon regained her composure. Woodworking was her domain. She guided his hand, and Su Linyuan merely maintained his grip on the saw, allowing her to take the lead. Her slender arm stretched across his front, rendering him momentarily dazed. After she explained the technique, she asked, "Do you understand?" Su Linyuan, lost in thought, responded, "Yes, let me try a few more times." Jiang Xianyu observed the silent Su Linyuan and understood. A domineering figure could not admit to being incompetent. This time, Su Linyuan consciously felt the pressure and direction of Jiang Xianyu's guiding hand, swiftly grasping the technique. Once she sensed that he had it down, she released his hand. As their hands parted, Su Linyuan felt a slight chill on the back of his hand. "It must be the wind," he murmured. In the ensuing moments, Su Linyuan cut the wood to the specified lengths, while Jiang Xianyu secured the pieces together with a nail gun, forming a triangular roof, sturdy walls, and an arched door. Once the structure took shape, Su Linyuan felt a sense of achievement surpassing even that of closing a major deal. Jiang Xianyu then added a base to the cat house, ensuring it would not rest directly on the ground, thus safeguarding it from rain and snow. After completing this, she placed a slanted board at the entrance as a staircase for the cats. Witnessing the nearly finished cat house, a smile bloomed on Jiang Xianyu's face. "In a moment, I will cover the roof with waterproof materials and line the interior. With some warm cushions inside, the cats will be safe through the winter." Su Linyuan leaned slightly to listen, responding with an appreciative, With time still on their side, Jiang Xianyu took out sandpaper to smooth the surfaces. Su Linyuan joined her, quickly refining any rough edges on the wood. "Is this sufficient?" he inquired. Jiang Xianyu examined the work and eventually found a can of wood wax oil among the supplies. "We should apply some wood wax oil for waterproofing and preservation." This task required little skill, and Su Linyuan adapted swiftly. When the entire cat house was completed and placed in the corner of the garden, Su Linyuan found it hard to believe. He looked at Jiang Xianyu and sincerely remarked, "You are truly remarkable." Jiang Xianyu regarded him, her eyes swirling with an indescribable emotion. Was she really impressive? Such direct praise was rare for her. Throughout her life, her parents had always viewed these skills as necessities she must acquire to alleviate their burdens, never considering them as remarkable. Did he truly find her abilities commendable? After admiring the cat house for a considerable time, Su Linyuan finally pulled out his phone to take a few photos. He contemplated posting them online, but ultimately decided against it, feeling it might be too ostentatious. Instead, he chose to keep the photos for his own enjoyment. Once they finished tidying up, they returned to the house. The villa and Appo's heating was sufficient, gradually warming their previously cold hands and feet. They both went to the restroom to wash their hands and tidy themselves. As Su Linyuan tugged at the apron strings behind him, attempting to remove the apron, he discovered the strings had become hopelessly knotted. He turned his back to Jiang Xianyu, asking, "Could you help me untie this?" Jiang Xianyu approached, her lack of long nails necessitating a meticulous unraveling. As she tugged at the strings, the contours of Su Linyuan and Appo's waist became evident, presenting a figure so tall and slender, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist, that it invited admiration. especially as the collar of his shirt was slightly unbuttoned, revealing his collarbones and neck. Possessing a captivating clavicle structure, an elongated neck, and a prominent Adam's apple, he turned his head slightly, accentuating the graceful contours of his neck. Chapter 29 Reflection. As Jiang Xianyu untied the apron from Su Linyuan, she felt as if she had just emerged from a battle. Standing behind him, she was enveloped by his presence, a sensation that made her hesitant to breathe deeply. "All done," she announced. Su Linyuan responded with a soft grunt, his voice hoarse, as if it had not been used in a while. He removed the apron, and Jiang Xianyu instinctively handed him the ring. As he extended his hand, she noticed several blisters forming on his palm. Without hesitation, she guided him back to the bathroom to wash his hands with soap, gently drying and disinfecting them with a paper towel afterward. "These blisters aren't and oppos. T severe. They're and oppos. There's no need to pop them. They and oppos. LL absorb on their own. But be cautious not to irritate them over the next few days." Su Linyuan shook his hand lightly. Although it hurt somewhat, it was manageable. "I will be careful," he assured her. Seeing his demeanor, Jiang Xianyu remarked, "Your right hand seems to be quite unfortunate." "Huh?" he replied, puzzled. "In less than 2 weeks. Your right hand has been injured twice," she pointed out. Su Linyuan recalled the first incident when his hand had been cut and coughed awkwardly. They were all accidents. He suddenly felt a bit clumsy over the past few days. Jiang Xianyu suggested, "You should take good care of your hand in the coming days." He readily agreed. "All right, I will use my left hand for the next few days. If you need any assistance, just let me know." Su Linyuan replied, "I will speak up if necessary." When Jiang Xianyu witnessed Su Linyuan signing with his left hand, she was taken aback. Typically, even for those who write with their non-dominant hand, the handwriting would not be nearly as refined. Astonishingly, his left-handed script was nearly indistinguishable from his right. Noticing her astonishment, a sense of pride swelled within Su Linyuan. His confidence, which had been shaken over the past few days, began to return. However, his expression remained neutral, leaving Jiang Xianyu unaware of his emotional shift. Casually, he remarked, "It's nothing. I was a left-handed child, but consciously switched. They say left-handed individuals tend to excel in mathematics. It seems there is some truth to that." Jiang Xianyu mused, reflecting on Su Linyuan and Amp, Oppo's reputation within the financial sector. Su Linyuan raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling. The following day, the waterproof materials he had ordered arrived. Together, they made the cat house waterproof and placed it in a spot frequented by the tabby cat. With the recent sunny weather, the cat had yet to enter the house. However, as temperatures dropped, or if it snowed, the cat would instinctively seek shelter from the cold, so there was no rush. Su Linyuan, however, had to leave for a business trip to the capital. Jiang Xianyu began to pack his luggage. Previously, Su Linyuan's bags had been organized by assistant Zhao, but now, with Jiang Xianyu's assistance, he no longer needed to make an extra trip. Inquiring about the nature of his trip, Jiang Xianyu coordinated several outfits for him. Toiletries were meticulously categorized and labeled within the suitcase. Leaning against the door, Su Linyuan and Amp, Oppo's gaze followed Jiang Xianyu as she organized his belongings. Only when she finished did he quietly withdraw his attention. "You have a few days off. Make sure to rest well," he advised. The current workload was manageable for Jiang Xianyu, yet the prospect of a break brought her joy, which was evident on her face. Su Linyuan glanced at her. "Are you that pleased?" Jiang Xianyu touched her face. "Am I?" Su Linyuan smirked, his eyes crinkling at the corners. Embarrassed, Jiang Xianyu quickly changed the subject. "How many days will you be away?" "I'll come to pack again before you return." "Uncertain at the moment. I'll contact you via WeChat," he replied. Once the arrangements were made, Assistant Zhao arrived to escort Su Linyuan away. Jiang Xianyu turned off the utilities and rode her electric scooter home. Seizing the rare opportunity for a break, Jiang Xianyu arranged to meet Lu Lijun for a meal. At the restaurant, Lu Lijun was in high spirits. "Having the big boss away is wonderful. You get to rest, and our work atmosphere improves." Jiang Xianyu was perplexed. Is he that intimidating? Lu Lijun set down her chopsticks in frustration. "You have no idea. When Su Zong is present, everyone feels as if they are wound too tightly. His mind is always racing during work, and we often struggle to keep pace. Meetings are nerve-wracking. Jiang Xianyu expressed skepticism. I can understand struggling to keep up, but I don't find him difficult to deal with. Aren't you a fan of good looks? Su Zong is rather. Suddenly realizing her words had strayed, she quickly stopped. Lu Lijun looked at Jiang Xianyu with a knowing gaze. In just a few days, it seems you have developed quite the fondness for Su Zong. Jiang Xianyu waved her hands dismissively. What are you talking about? I just feel he isn't as intimidating. Lu Lijun moved closer, wrapping an arm around Jiang Xianyu and Appo's shoulder. Is it his looks that have captivated you? Jiang Xianyu swatted her arm away. No, absolutely not. He is quite handsome, but... Okay, fine. He is indeed very handsome. However, our social standings are too disparate for anything to develop between us. Under the penetrating gaze of her friend, Jiang Xianyu amended her statement. Lu Lijun paused, aware that while she personally saw no issue with social class, she understood Jiang Xianyu's background made her feel somewhat inferior. The strong self-esteem of someone who feels insecure could be discerned from her past relationships. The disparity in status could intimidate her, as she preferred to maintain control over her romantic life. The more she felt she could dominate that aspect, the safer she felt. Though Lu Lijun was unaware of Su Zong and Appo's true personality, she had a keen sense of his business demeanor. Noticing her friend's flushed cheeks, she remarked, "It's widely recognized that Su Zong is attractive, but do you know why there are so few women in the company who dare to pursue him?" Jiang Xianyu shook her head. "I don't know." Lu Lijun explained, "Su Zong and Appo's status is too elevated. Individuals of his caliber typically seek business marriages. His aggressive demeanor in the corporate world creates a sense of pressure when interacting with him. Female colleagues face a leader who constantly imposes stress. How can they entertain other thoughts, unless they specifically aim to catch a wealthy husband? Even then, such women would likely be dismissed by Su Zong without hesitation." Jiang Xianyu lowered her gaze, a gentle smile on her lips. "I understand." She reflected on whether her interactions with Su Linyuan had crossed any boundaries. As a caretaker, she needed to be clear about her professional responsibilities. Working within those confines was her duty. Moreover, she had only been in this role for a month. Once the time was up, their paths would diverge. Seeing her friend come to this realization, Lu Lijun chose to remain silent. She feared Jiang Xianyu might be enchanted by Su Zong and Appo's appearance and foolishly fall into a trap, ultimately facing disdain from his family. Even ordinary families scrutinize potential daughters-in-law, let alone a prestigious family like the Su's. With her friend merely showing a hint of interest, Lu Lijun hurried to temper her enthusiasm. Chapter 30. Would you mind blowing my hair? After dinner, Jiang Xianyu returned to the exquisite garden. She reclined on her bed, reflecting on her dear friend and Appo's words. Although she verbally denied any affection for Su Linyuan, a voice deep within her whispered that she felt a flutter of emotions towards him. After all, he was undeniably handsome and possessed a delightful character. On several occasions, she had felt her cheeks flush and her heart race. Fortunately, Li Jun's timely reminder had snapped her back to reality. Once clear-headed, Jiang Xianyu busied herself with her stock investments. She sold off stocks that were unlikely to appreciate further and invested in others that showed promise. In a mere fortnight, her finances had nearly doubled. Immersed in the stock market, her mind was consumed with nothing else. In the capital city, Su Linyuan stared at his phone, the screen lingering on Jiang Xianyu and Appo's WeChat. After a considerable pause, he sent a message. "I will be home in 2 days." Jiang Xianyu's phone chimed, and upon opening it, she saw Su Linyuan's message. She circled the date on her calendar and set a reminder on her phone to clean and prepare a meal in advance. Once everything was arranged, she realized she had not replied. She quietly typed 2 words, "Received." Upon seeing her terse reply, Su Linyuan furrowed his brow slightly, sensing an icy detachment in her words. He caressed his phone thoughtfully before sending another message. "Is there anything you would like as a souvenir?" Jiang Xianyu hesitated, feeling that Su Linyuan and Appo's demeanor towards her had shifted somewhat. Could it be due to the relationship with his grandparents? "No need to trouble yourself, Su Linyuan. I lack for nothing." After reading her response, Su Linyuan fell silent, turning off his phone. The day before his return, Jiang Xianyu tidied up the villa and replenished the refrigerator with missing ingredients. As she was about to leave, she noticed that a cat had taken residence in the corner of the garden. Upon closer inspection, she confirmed it was indeed the tabby Su Linyuan had mentioned. The tabby cat was quite cautious, freezing in place and fixing its gaze on her as she approached, yet did not seem aggressive. Perhaps it was because the cat house was crafted by her, bearing a hint of her scent. Jiang Xianyu chose not to encroach further, observing the cat for a while before departing. The cat was safe in its house, and the weather had turned gloomy, with forecasts predicting snow in a couple of days. Upon returning home, Jiang Xianyu tidied her living space and snuggled into her warm blanket to binge-watch a series. In that moment, her phone pinged again. Su Linyuan, I will arrive home tomorrow at noon. Lunch will be served. Jiang Xianyu, received. Seeing her reply once again, Su Linyuan felt a twinge of annoyance. He muttered to himself about her limited vocabulary, just received again. Jiang Xianyu sneezed and instinctively burrowed deeper into her blanket. The following morning at 10, she arrived at the villa. Compared to Haishur, the capital was dry and cold. Jiang Xianyu prepared a nourishing soup of tremella, lily bulbs, and pears, perfect for Su Linyuan's palate. After simmering the sweet soup, she began preparing the main dishes: scallion oil chicken, braised pork with bamboo shoots, blanched leafy greens, and tomato beef stew. Su Linyuan arrived at 11:30. As he stepped inside, the aroma of the meal wafted through the air. Jiang Xianyu was about to serve the braised pork when she turned and nearly dropped the small pot upon seeing him standing just a meter away. Be careful. Su Linyuan stepped forward and took the pot from her hands. Jiang Xianyu's face flushed with embarrassment, the kitchen exhaust fan humming as the beef stew simmered away, muffling the earlier sounds. Noticing her startled expression, Su Linyuan and Appo's gaze softened. Did I scare you? Jiang Xianyu shook her head. Not really. After confirming she was fine, Su Linyuan handed her a tote bag resting on the coffee table. Here, this is a souvenir for you. Jiang Xianyu looked at the bag adorned with a luxury brand logo and instinctively stepped back, her expression serious. Thank you for your kindness, Su Linyuan, but this is far too extravagant for me to accept. Su Linyuan's hand froze midair. Taken aback that his first gift to a woman, aside from his mother and grandmother, was met with such rejection. He pursed his lips, considered a benefit for you. Yet, Jiang Xianyu remained unmoved. I appreciate your gesture, but if you wish to express appreciation for my work, a bonus upon settlement would suffice. I cannot accept something so expensive. Su Linyuan's previously buoyant mood diminished instantly. He set the bag down on the coffee table and took his suitcase upstairs. Jiang Xianyu glanced at the tote, realizing it contained a jewelry box. Such items were rarely priced below several thousand, making acceptance impossible. Had it been a local specialty or a cultural product, she could have considered it a gift from a boss to an employee, but jewelry was different. Minutes later, the beef stew was ready, and Jiang Xianyu sent a voice message to Su Linyuan. Lunch is ready. You may come down to eat. 10 minutes passed before he joined her at the table. Noticing his damp hair, she inferred he had just showered. Hesitating, she suggested, Su Linyuan, perhaps you should finish dry your hair before eating. It's best not to go out with wet hair in winter. Seated at the dining table, Su Linyuan glanced at her. I just got off the plane. I donned Appo's. Do you feel like moving? Jiang Xianyu paused, but ultimately refrained from pressing further. She had already offered her advice. If the host was unwilling, there was little she could do. Feeling inexplicably vexed, Su Linyuan asked, Are you not going to insist? Seeing her prepare to eat, he took a deep breath and said, Would you mind blowing my hair? Jiang Xianyu blinked in surprise, pointing at herself. Me? Yes. He lowered his gaze, his voice somewhat depleted. I'm Appo's. I'm a bit tired. Jiang Xianyu found herself in a dilemma. To blow his hair felt overly intimate, yet to refuse seemed disobedient to her employer. Su Linyuan's gaze was fixed on her. What an Appo's? That's wrong. Is it too difficult? With the conversation reaching this point, Jiang Xianyu could only grit her teeth and respond, Not difficult. She retrieved the hairdryer, instructing him to sit on the sofa while she positioned herself behind him. Given his tall stature, their heights matched perfectly. As the sound of the hairdryer filled the air, Su Linyuan looked down at the tote bag on the coffee table, feeling a sense of unease. Jiang Xianyu was attentive as she dried his hair, her fingers gently gliding through his locks, the warm air providing a soothing comfort. Su Linyuan had never realized that having his hair blown could be such a pleasurable experience. She took care to attend to every strand, surprised by the Chapter 31. Dawn and Amp. Amp. Oppos. To go back tonight, the sound of the hairdryer ceased, and the soft sensation atop her head vanished. Jiang Xianyu's voice fell upon Su Linyuan like a bucket of cold water. Su Linyuan ran his fingers through his hair, the smooth strands settling back into place, obediently following their natural direction. Jiang Xianyu dared not glance again. She tucked away the hairdryer and returned to the dining table. Su Linyuan took his seat as well. A heavy silence enveloped them as they dined, the air thick with awkwardness. Su Linyuan occasionally stole glances at her, and as they neared the end of their meal, he remarked, "The food is exquisite." His voice, hoarse from disuse, lingered in the air. Jiang Xianyu swallowed her bite and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Su. I shall strive to improve." Another one of those suffocating phrases typical of a diligent worker. Irritated, Su Linyuan lapsed back into silence. They finished their meal devoid of flavor, and Jiang Xianyu hastily cleared the table. Noticing the time, she saw it was nearly 1 o'clock. She could still make a trip home. Wishing to distance herself, and not wanting to endure further awkwardness in the villa, she addressed Su Linyuan. "Mr. Su, there is a bowl of white fungus, lily, and pear soup simmered for you in the kitchen. Please remember to have it this afternoon. I'm heading home now." Su Linyuan, engrossed in the television remote, merely grunted in acknowledgement. Jiang Xianyu confirmed he had heard her, grabbed her coat, and departed. As she rode away on her electric scooter, Su Linyuan watched her silhouette fade from view before turning back, the remote slipping from his grasp. He ascended the stairs, grabbing a bag from the coffee table. In his bedroom, Su Linyuan retrieved a box from the bag, revealing a bracelet. Having observed Jiang Xianyu wear a similar piece, he had decided to buy it as a gift, regrettably realizing she had not accepted it. He placed the jewelry box into the nightstand drawer, recalling Jiang Xianyu and Amp. Oppos as parting words. He, despite lacking an appetite, served himself a bowl of pear soup. The sweet taste lifted his spirits, dispelling some of his lingering unease. When Jiang Xianyu arrived around 4:00 and Oppos clock, the sky had begun to sprinkle with gentle snowflakes. She entered but found no trace of Su Linyuan, likely upstairs. After setting her belongings down, she began preparing dinner. As she cooked, Su Linyuan descended. Spotting him at the kitchen entrance, she inquired, "Did the noise disturb you?" "Yes. I came to check," he replied. In truth, the distance from the first to the third floor would hardly bother him, especially given the excellent soundproofing of the house. "Then why not watch some television? Dinner will be ready shortly," she suggested. Su Linyuan nodded, but remained still, his gaze fixed on the industrious figure in the kitchen. Jiang Xianyu wore a fitted white turtleneck sweater and light blue jeans, her hair braided elegantly to one side. The style was unlike the common braids, exuding an appeal that made her appear less like a mere housekeeper and more like the lady of the house preparing a meal. Startled by his own thoughts, Su Linyuan quickly averted his gaze and moved to the sofa to watch television, though his eyes frequently wandered back to the kitchen. As night fell and the lights illuminated the room, Jiang Xianyu brought the dishes to the table. Su Linyuan rose to assist her, but she promptly objected. "Mr. Su, this is my responsibility. I can manage." Ignoring her protest, Su Linyuan continued to help serve the food. Jiang Xianyu found herself uncertain about his intentions. In the Su family and Amp, Oppos, old residence, it was not uncommon for Su and Amp, Oppos, grandmother to lend a hand or serve a dish. Was this their customary treatment of housekeepers? Their dinner was silent once more. Jiang Xianyu glanced out at the snow-blanketed ground, hastening her eating. "Are you in a hurry?" Su Linyuan asked, setting down his utensils. Jiang Xianyu, betraying a hint of urgency in her tone, replied, "It has been snowing for a while now, and I thought it best to finish quickly and return home." The snow in Haishur was not as light and dry as that of the north. Their occasional flurries were always accompanied by a biting chill. By now, some roads would likely be icy, making it treacherous to delay. Observing the falling snow, Su Linyuan declared, "Dawn and Oppos, to go back tonight." Jiang Xianyu and Oppos' hand trembled, causing a piece of rib to tumble in her bowl. In an Amp, Oppos, that's all right. I ride quickly. I can be home in about 20 minutes. A competent housekeeper should not be swayed by her employer's polite invitation to stay. She was acutely aware of Su Linyuan's aversion to outsiders, and he had summoned all his courage to extend this invitation. If it were any other housekeeper, he wouldn't find it difficult to say such words. Yet, facing Jiang Xianyu, he felt an odd sense of guilt and abruptness. However, his concern for her safety on the poor roads compelled him to suggest she remain for the night. But her swift rejection left him at a loss for words, and he focused on his food, hastening his pace. Once Jiang Xianyu finished her meal, she began to clear the dishes, and Su Linyuan insisted on helping her. Once the table was cleared, he urged her, "If you're not staying tonight, you should head back. It's the same whether you wash the dishes now or tomorrow." Jiang Xianyu regarded him skeptically. She knew he harbored a mild obsession with cleanliness and dreaded he might relent and wash the dishes himself, having done so in the past. "I absolutely will not touch them," he insisted. In the end, Jiang Xianyu opted to wash the dishes herself, no longer caring about the time lost. Once everything was set in order, she hurriedly donned her coat and shoes to leave. Su Linyuan and Oppo's admonition to be careful was swallowed by the closing door. Outside, the snow had accumulated, and clad in her helmet, gloves, and scarf, Jiang Xianyu wobbled onto her scooter. Su Linyuan, watching her unsteady form through the window, could not resist stepping outside. "Are you capable of riding? If not, don't force it." Hearing the commotion, Jiang Xianyu immediately braked, causing the rear of her scooter to skid. She swiftly steadied herself with her feet. Snowflakes settled atop her helmet and scarf, her small face looking at him in confusion. Su Linyuan approached through the falling snow. "Can you ride proficiently?" Jiang Xianyu, noticing Su Linyuan's light attire, felt a surge of urgency. "I can manage. You should head back inside. It's too cold out here." After speaking, she waved him off, determined to leave. This time, she managed without mishap. Su Linyuan clenched his jaw and returned to the living room. The house was warm, and the sudden change in temperature made him sneeze. He pondered how this stubbornness arose in her and felt a headache coming on at the thought of Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's attitude. Chapter 32. Lost dignity outside the gates of the hillside villa. Jiang Xianyu successfully maneuvered her small electric scooter to this location. If she could safely navigate the slippery descent of the villa road and reach the main thoroughfare, where pedestrian and vehicle traffic was abundant and the snow accumulation minimal, the journey would be far less treacherous. However, her aspirations were dashed when, just 100 meters from the villa and Oppo's entrance, she encountered a car returning to the estate. The downhill path was slick, prompting her to apply the brakes hastily. In an instant, the rear tires skidded and the small scooter toppled, sending her crashing onto the ground. Meanwhile, the other vehicle continued its journey towards the villa, oblivious to her plight. Jiang Xianyu sighed as she watched the car depart, feeling unfortunate as she picked herself up. Fortunately, her thick clothing cushioned her fall. Although her legs ached slightly, there was no serious harm done. Inside the villa, Su Linyuan was irritable as he adjusted the remote control when his phone rang. A call from a security personnel at the villa and Oppo's entrance. "Mr. Su, it seems your housekeeper has fallen on the downhill path." Before the guard could finish, Su Linyuan abruptly hung up the phone. Rising swiftly, he grabbed his coat and hurried toward the garage. On the other end, the security guard, having been abruptly disconnected, scoffed to himself, realizing that wealthy individuals could indeed be indifferent. He had merely wanted to convey his concern for the young girl, suggesting that her employer allow her to stay for the night, only to be met with disregard. Unable to leave his post, he had no choice but to report the incident to Su Linyuan. Meanwhile, he glanced back at the spot where Jiang Xianyu had fallen, now deserted, save for a green figure slowly moving ahead. He was momentarily taken aback by her resilience. Despite the fall, she bravely continued to ride. Had Jiang Xianyu been aware of the guard's thoughts, she would have remarked, "Isn't this the norm? For those of us working, even in rain or snow, the office remains open. While drivers have it easier, those riding bicycles must still clock in, and we all rise to continue our journey." Not long after his reflections, the guard spotted Su Linyuan and Oppo's car emerging. Recognizing the license plate, he saluted as Su Linyuan passed, Realizing he had misjudged the man, he was indeed a compassionate, wealthy individual. In a matter of moments, the distance of over 100 meters was traversed as Su Linyuan drove towards the slow-moving figure ahead. He gently honked his horn, only to witness the small scooter skid and topple once more. Lying in the snow, Jiang Xianyu glared in the direction of the honking vehicle. Did the universe conspire against her? This was the second time she had fallen due to a car. When she finally caught sight of the man through the windshield, she silently averted her gaze. Su Linyuan was taken aback by the impact of his honk, quickly exiting the vehicle. In his haste, the snow-covered ground betrayed him, and he slipped, crashing against the car door's base. Pain shot through him, causing him to gasp. Had he not instinctively grasped the door during his fall, the impact could have been far worse. As Jiang Xianyu rose from the ground, brushing the snow from her clothes, she approached him. "Mr. Su, are you all right?" Su Linyuan's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. Internally, he was mortified. His image, dignity, and respect lay in tatters. How could he have fallen so clumsily in front of Jiang Xianyu when he had come to assist her? Concerned, she crouched down to inspect his lower back. "Can you move? I worry you may have injured your spine." Su Linyuan extended his hand, wincing as he spoke. "I can move. I just bumped it. I donned Oppos. Do you believe I fractured anything?" Jiang Xianyu clasped his hand with one of hers while using the other to help him rise gradually. Observing Su Linyuan supporting his waist, she expressed her concern. "Did you hit your tailbone? That can be quite painful." Su Linyuan retorted. "Could you please wish me well for once?" Jiang Xianyu fell silent. He glanced at her, muttering, "It's not my tailbone." With a sigh of relief, she suggested, "Let me take you to the hospital." Such an embarrassing incident. I refuse to go to the hospital. Besides, after moving around, I can confirm it and amp. Oppos. It's merely a bruise. Seeing him able to stand, Jiang Xianyu felt a measure of relief. "Allow me to drive you home then." She began leading him towards the passenger seat. Su Linyuan remained still, scrutinizing Jiang Xianyu before brushing the snow off her shoulder. "And what about you? Are you hurt?" Jiang Xianyu shook her head. "I'm bundled up well, and the snow cushioned my fall. I'm fine. You, however, seem to be in worse shape." Su Linyuan gazed down at the petite woman beside him, extending his arm to drape over her shoulder. "Then support me." Jiang Xianyu felt the weight of a mountain on her shoulder, causing her to stumble slightly. "You are quite heavy," Su Linyuan replied. "I'm tall. Try being one. 90 meters yourself." Jiang Xianyu fell silent, feeling compelled to explain, "While I'm only one. 60 meters is due to lack of nutrition in my childhood. Otherwise, I would have grown taller." Su Linyuan, noticing her downcast lashes, murmured, "Did you have a difficult childhood?" For a brief moment, Jiang Xianyu stiffened, but she resumed their forward motion. It was manageable. Su Linyuan observed her averted gaze, sensing her reluctance to elaborate, and chose to remain silent. After assisting her into the passenger seat, Jiang Xianyu removed her scarf and wrapped it around his neck. Having noticed how cold his hands were, he had ventured out without a proper winter coat, simply donning an overcoat without fastening it. The warm khaki scarf enveloped Su Linyuan and Oppos' chilled neck, bringing warmth to his face as well. Listening to Jiang Xianyu and Oppos' chatter, Su Linyuan maintained his composure and replied, "You criticized me, yet I suggested you stay for the night, and you insisted on leaving. Had I not heard from the guard that you fell, I would not have come looking for you." Curiosity piqued, he asked, "Do you know how to drive?" "Of course I do. Why didn't you say so earlier? If necessary, you could have driven my car home." Jiang Xianyu firmly declined. "Your cars are all high-end sports models. Even if there are a few ordinary ones, they're still quite expensive. If I parked one at Jinshiu Garden, it would certainly attract attention. What if something were to scratch or dent it? I could never afford to pay for that." Su Linyuan was exasperated. "If the car encounters issues, there's insurance. You wouldn't need to pay. That doesn't matter." Turning his face away, he opted for silence. As Jiang Xianyu settled into the driver and Oppos' seat, she glanced at her fallen scooter, feeling conflicted. Noticing the car and Oppos' reluctance to start, Su Linyuan turned to her, "Drive back to the villa first. I'll have the property management send someone to retrieve your scooter later." Jiang Xianyu felt relieved. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Chapter 33. Su Linyuan found himself somewhat distressed by Jiang Xianyu's recent behavior. Their previously harmonious interactions had inexplicably grown distant. Where once she would respond with warmth, now her replies were curt, merely acknowledging him with a received or a thank you, Mr. Su. As he sat in the passenger seat, due to discomfort in his back, he inclined his body slightly to face Jiang Xianyu, who was intently focused on driving, deliberately ignoring the gaze directed at her from the right. Observing the flush creeping onto her previously fair cheeks, Su Linyuan couldn't amp, oppose, help but smile faintly. Soon, the car came to a halt before a grand entrance. Jiang Xianyu assisted him out of the vehicle, and he leaned against her shoulder, as if she were a sturdy wall. After just a few steps, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. Su Linyuan and oppose, gaze lingered on her brow for a moment before he shifted his weight away, alleviating some of the burden on her. There and oppose. There's no need to be stubborn over just a few steps, Jiang Xianyu admonished him gently, concerned he might overexert himself. Su Linyuan averted his eyes, remaining silent. Once inside the foyer, she intended to escort him to a guest room on the first floor, but he declined, stating that he would not be able to sleep in any other room. With no other option, Jiang Xianyu guided him to his own bedroom. After settling him in, she rummaged through the medicine cabinet, retrieving the necessary supplies. By now, she was quite familiar with the contents. When she returned to the bedroom, she found him still seated on the edge of the bed. I will apply the medicine after you remove your shirt, she stated matter-of-factly, positioning herself in a caretaker and oppose role. Su Linyuan glanced at her and thought, it's just like being at the seaside. It's nothing to be shy about. With newfound resolve, he removed his scarf and coat, deftly unbuttoning his shirt. Though his frame appeared slender, his physique was unexpectedly well-toned, with defined muscles and no excess flesh. Jiang Xianyu swore she was not intentionally observing him. Her gaze simply wandered against her will. Before he could notice, she quickly averted her eyes, convincing herself that it was best to appreciate the view without overstepping boundaries. After shedding his shirt, Su Linyuan quickly lay down on the bed, grabbing a pillow to hold against him, burying his face in its softness. Jiang Xianyu looked at him quizzically and, upon raising her head, noticed the flush that had spread to his ears and neck. She tightened her grip on the medication, redirecting her focus to his back. The skin there was marred by a red mark from the car's undercarriage, with some areas oozing slightly and showing signs of swelling. Noticing that the wounds were minor, primarily bruises, she disinfected the abrasions with a cotton swab dipped in iodine. The cool touch of the swab against his skin sent shivers down Su Linyuan's spine, causing his arm to tense involuntarily as he clutched the sheets, a soft groan escaping his lips. The sudden sound pierced the silence of the room, leaving Jiang Xianyu blushing, bewildered by his unexpected reaction. Why would he make such an unsophisticated sound over mere medication? Was he truly that sensitive? Meanwhile, Su Linyuan's face burned with embarrassment. He had not intended for that sound to escape him. Jiang Xianyu felt as though she were facing an unprecedented trial, with temptation surrounding her. She needed to maintain her composure, yet his behavior was driving her to distraction. Taking a deep breath, she hurriedly finished disinfecting his wounds, hastily stowing away the medicine cabinet before hurriedly advising him to rest, and then she fled the room. As the door clicked shut behind her, Su Linyuan let out a sigh of relief. He slowly lifted his head from the pillow, the falling locks of hair obscuring his deep-set eyes, his flushed face betraying a hint of shyness. However, it was not long before Jiang Xianyu returned, knocking gently on the door. Su Linyuan hastily draped a nearby shirt over himself before allowing her entry. Averting her gaze, she inquired, "Which room will I be sleeping in tonight?" Given the events that had transpired, leaving was not a viable option. "You can stay in the room directly across from mine. I have spare toiletries, and you are welcome to use my bathing supplies on the third floor. It will be more convenient than running up and down," he replied. "All right," Jiang Xianyu agreed, and he added, "As for clothes, send me your size, and I will have some brought over." As she glanced out at the heavy snowfall, she expressed concern about the weather. "It's nothing to worry about. The drive will be quick," he reassured her. "Thank you, Mr. Su," she said, causing him to feel a pang of irritation. He recalled the lively voice he had heard over the phone from his grandmother, finding her current demeanor too subdued. A sense of helplessness washed over him. He should have been angry, yet he could not muster the will to do so when faced with her countenance. The entire situation left him feeling inexplicably vexed. Suppressing his emotions, he continued, "If you find yourself bored tonight, feel free to make use of the media room." Although she had no intention of using it, Jiang Xianyu still expressed her gratitude. Once assured that everything was in order, she sent him her clothing size before exiting. Not lingering upstairs, she made her way to the first floor where a television awaited her. She settled in to watch a trending drama, binge-watching 5 episodes in one go. After a while, without any sound from her, Su Linyuan assumed she had slipped away. Dressed in pajamas, he leaned over the railing from the 3rd floor to peer down. At that moment, Jiang Xianyu was cozied up on the carpet, engrossed in the television, her excitement palpable as she squealed at the romantic scenes unfolding on screen. Su Linyuan observed her with a soft smile before retreating back to his room. Adhering to her principle of early to bed, early to rise, Jiang Xianyu decided against continuing her viewing. After receiving a change of clothes from Assistant Zhao, she took a refreshing shower on the 1st floor before heading back upstairs. The following morning, when Jiang Xianyu awoke, she noticed that the garden path had returned to its original condition, the snow having been cleared away, likely by the villa staff who had risen early to tidy up. Gathering her belongings, she tiptoed downstairs to wash up. Although there was a bathroom on the 3rd floor, she preferred the one downstairs, as the upper level felt more private for Su Linyuan. She had only been up there to keep an eye on his injuries and to lend assistance if needed. As she opened her door, she found Su Linyuan and Oppo's door opposite hers also ajar. He leaned against the doorframe, dark circles under his eyes, observing her. "You look like a thief," he remarked. "I was trying not to disturb your rest, Mr. Su," she replied, glancing up to see his clearly fatigued expression. "Did you not sleep well last night?" Su Linyuan had intended to deny it, wishing to preserve his dignity, but facing Jiang Xianyu, the truth slipped out. "I slept uncomfortably." Jiang Xianyu felt a twinge of guilt and softly reassured him, "It may hurt for a couple of days. If it becomes unbearable, I can get you some ibuprofen. It should improve in a few days." He declined the medication, instead stating, "I want Oppo's to be able to go to the office for the next couple of days. Assistant Zhao will bring the documents here, and I need you to assist me during this time." Noticing Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's hesitation, he added, "I and Oppo's LL give you a bonus." She hesitated for a moment longer, knowing that any delay in accepting the offer would be disrespectful to the value of money. She silently calculated how much she could earn by completing her tasks this month. Over the past month, her earnings have not significantly differed from her salary as a vice president. The crucial advantage lies in the reduced workload, the absence of social obligations, and the ample time available for indulging in television dramas and stock trading. It is simply delightful. Chapter 34. Truly Colleagues After Breakfast. Su Linyuan gazed outside at the splendid sunshine and the cessation of snow, turning to Jiang Xianyu and saying, "In a bit, when there's nothing pressing here, you could drive my car back to collect your belongings. For the next 2 weeks, you should stay at home." Jiang Xianyu hastily declined, "Mr. Su, that isn't necessary. The snow has stopped, and I'm not worried about safety anymore. I've sustained an injury. You need to take care of me, and besides, you'll have to assist me with work." Su Linyuan spoke without a hint of hesitation. Jiang Xianyu silently raised her hand. "Mr. Su, if I'm staying at home, will I still receive my accommodation allowance?" "It an Oppo's. It's already halfway through the month. I can just give you the full amount for the remaining half." He had previously mentioned directly covering her rent. After all, a month or half a month is inconsequential. Jiang Xianyu smiled, her movements becoming much lighter as she prepared to leave. She didn't have much luggage, just a single suitcase sufficed. What would typically take over 20 minutes by bike was reduced to a mere 10 by car. Her round trip consumed just over half an hour. Noticing that Jiang Xianyu intended to place her toiletries in the 1st floor bathroom, Su Linyuan remarked, "I don't use the shared bathroom on the 3rd floor. You can leave them there to avoid unnecessary back and forth." Jiang Xianyu acknowledged and tucked her items away. When Su Linyuan offered to carry her suitcase, she politely refused, and he watched her ascend the stairs with her luggage, her strength apparent. He chuckled softly. From that day forth, Jiang Xianyu officially embraced her role as a live-in caretaker. After lunch, Su Linyuan summoned Jiang Xianyu to the study for assistance. She was well acquainted with the routine, effortlessly organizing documents for him. However, upon spotting a folder labeled Yuan e-technology, her brow furrowed slightly. "What is the matter?" Sulinduan Inkoyev. Jiang Xianyu opened the project plan for Yuan e-technology and hesitantly responded, "Do you have high hopes for Yuan e?" Reflecting on the situation surrounding the tech company, Su Linyuan mused, Yuan e recently overcame a technical hurdle and applied for a patent. Its prospects appear promising. Yet, Jiang Xianyu countered, "I believe it would be wise for you to investigate further." In her previous life, she recalled that Yuan e-technology had successfully gone public, only to be embroiled in scandal shortly thereafter, accused of appropriating another's patent. Following the revelation, their stock plummeted, resulting in a meager sum for their initial financing. And underwriting costs were even less favorable. Su Linyuan studied the project plan with a deepened conviction regarding his initial thoughts. When he examined the due diligence report for Yuan e-technology, something felt amiss. The financial statements indicated that their research expenditures had not only failed to increase over recent years, but had actually diminished. Yet they had purportedly conquered a technical challenge under such circumstances. This did not entirely rule out the possibility of a sudden epiphany leading to a breakthrough despite limited funding. But the likelihood was exceedingly slim. Particularly, the other data from Yuan e-technology appeared remarkably impressive, making it difficult to uncover any discrepancies at first glance. He gazed at Jiang Xianyu, astonished. "Is there an issue with the patent?" At that moment, she couldn't help but admire his keen intellect. Evidently, he had discerned the clues. However, she was puzzled as to why this project had been approved by Chengyuan Capital in her previous life. Noticing her prolonged silence, Su Linyuan raised an eyebrow. "Can't speak?" "Not exactly," Jiang Xianyu contemplated before stating, "You've identified the problem. It seems their patent isn't genuinely theirs. You might want to investigate from that angle." Su Linyuan nodded, placing the documents concerning Yuan e-technology aside. Nevertheless, he chose not to continue processing the files. He rested his chin on his hand, intently focused on Jiang Xianyu, growing increasingly curious about her. Among the multitude of employees in his company, none had noticed this detail. Yet she had pinpointed the issue with remarkable clarity. Beautiful and capable, she willingly assumed the role of a mere caretaker. However, her performance as a caretaker was indeed commendable. Whether cooking, cleaning, organizing, or even performing repairs and carpentry, there was nothing she could not master. He felt as though she radiated brilliance, making it difficult for him to divert his gaze from her. What to do? He found himself entertaining thoughts of recruiting her. As a discerning employer, he appreciated talent. Yet, he felt conflicted, unsure whether her role as his caretaker was more beneficial than her potential as an employee in his company. Su Linyuan's gaze was intensely penetrating, leaving Jiang Xianyu feeling somewhat overwhelmed. "Why are you looking at me like that?" He lowered his hand from his chin and gradually leaned toward her until their noses were merely a fist and opposed distance apart. Jiang Xianyu held her breath, gripping the desk, leaning back as far as possible. Seeing her anxiety, Su Linyuan chuckled softly, creating space between them. "I was merely observing your remarkable essence." Jiang Xianyu blinked, momentarily taken aback before responding. "I'm just a caretaker. What remarkable essence could I possess?" Su Linyuan retorted, "Do you truly believe I would accept that?" Jiang Xianyu insisted, "But I genuinely am just a caretaker." Su Linyuan sighed. "Very well, you are a caretaker. But have you ever considered a career change? How about becoming my secretary? You can dictate your salary." "Absolutely not," Jiang Xianyu firmly rejected. Su Linyuan was somewhat taken aback from her usual demeanor. He had assumed she would not hesitate to work more if it entailed earning extra money, as long as it didn't breach her principles. Why not? Seeing his relentless inquiry, Jiang Xianyu felt compelled to reveal the truth. "I signed a non-compete agreement. I cannot work in investment banking for 2 years." At this revelation, Su Linyuan was genuinely astonished. "You truly are in the same field." He yearned to inquire about her previous employment at an investment bank and why she had resigned, but upon meeting her clear, expressive eyes, the questions remained unvoiced. The circumstances surrounding her departure must have been quite unpleasant. He had previously wished for her to join his team, but if it had been a peaceful resolution, she would have been so secretive. Never mind. He decided to forego the inquiry. Jiang Xianyu, surprised yet relieved by Su Lingyuan's sudden withdrawal, felt a weight lift. Had he pressed her for the reasons behind her resignation, it would have been challenging to articulate, inevitably leading back to familial matters. Chapter 35. Sound one evening. After finishing his bath, Su Lingyuan knocked on Jiang Xianyu's door. At that moment, Jiang Xianyu had already changed into her pajamas, preparing for bed. She had developed a habit of retiring early. Ensuring that her attire was neither revealing nor inappropriate, she slipped on her slippers and opened the door. "Mr. Su, is there something I can assist you with?" Su Lingyuan raised the tube of ointment in his hand, having just bathed and needing to apply medication. Jiang Xianyu took the ointment and inquired, "Should we go to your room or stay here?" Pointing to her room, he replied, "Let us stay here." He thought that in her room, she might feel more at ease as it was their first time applying the ointment. Without further comment, Jiang Xianyu turned and entered her bedroom. Su Lingyuan followed closely behind, casually opening the door. In contrast to the initial tension and awkwardness, Su Lingyuan removed his clothing with a sense of ease. On the bed, he lay on the beige floral sheets, which still held a faint fragrance reminiscent of Jiang Xianyu and Appo's scent. The bedding was warm from her recent presence, and he found it surprisingly more comfortable than his own. Jiang Xianyu examined the wound on Su Lingyuan and Appo's back, noting that the area with slight bleeding had already scabbed over, resembling the aftermath of a vigorous scrub in a bathhouse. However, the larger bruises appear to have worsened, now a deep purplish red, indicating that it would take time for them to fade. With a cotton swab, Jiang Xianyu carefully applied the ointment and asked, "Does it still hurt?" Su Lingyuan's heart raced slightly as he responded from beneath his arm, "Not really, as long as I don't move it." Jiang Xianyu understood that healing required time, and thankfully, there were no significant issues. After a moment, she announced, "All done," and helped him pull his shirt back on. As he sat up, a hint of regret colored his voice. "Is that it?" Jiang Xianyu looked at him in confusion. Realizing his misstatement, he coughed lightly. "I meant to say, you were quicker this time than the first." "Oh, the first time required careful disinfection due to the fresh injury," she explained. "Well, I should return to my room now." Once he had adjusted his clothing, Su Lingyuan hesitantly spoke. Jiang Xianyu escorted him to the door before turning to close it behind him. Once back in bed, Jiang Xianyu exhaled slowly, silently commending herself for her composed and professional demeanor, resisting the allure of beauty. Su Lingyuan glanced back at the closed door, feeling an absurd sense of being dismissed like a husband sent away by his wife. Startled by his own thoughts, he shook his head and hurried back to his own room. For the next 2 nights, after bathing, Su Lingyuan developed a fondness for visiting Jiang Xianyu's room for her to apply the ointment. Jiang Xianyu was filled with curiosity, recalling that Butler Liu had mentioned Su Lingyuan disliked others encroaching on his personal space and had mild obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Yet, he seemed at ease lying on her bed, leaving her to wonder if the butler and Appo's information might have been inaccurate. Su Lingyuan returned to work 3 days later. During this time, Lu Lijun radiated happiness, exchanging cheerful stickers with Jiang Xianyu, a stark contrast to her previous work-weary demeanor. After Su Lingyuan resumed his duties, Jiang Xianyu discreetly messaged her friend, "Your boss will arrive at the battlefield in 20 minutes. Lu Lijun replied, "A bolt from the blue. JPG, you just left home. Good luck, sister." Jiang Xianyu smirked as she typed her response. "Thank you for saving my life. If there's any news, please let me know." She sent an approving gesture. At Qingyuan capital, Lu Lijun sat up straight, quickly organizing her tasks. The arrival of the big boss likely meant a meeting, so she reviewed her responsibilities diligently, determined not to be caught off guard. Her colleagues observed her flurry of activity and chuckled. "What has got you so excited?" "The big boss ISN and Appo's even here. A meeting 1 matter." Lu Lijun smiled subtly, knowing the truth. However, she couldn't voice it, instead casting a hopeful glance towards the door. Soon, Su Lingyuan's tall figure appeared within the company, causing a minor commotion. Assistant Zhao nearly shed tears of joy upon seeing him. Mr. Su, you've finally returned. He hurried to the president and Oppo's office with a stack of accumulated documents. Although Su Linyuan had not been idle at home, these documents required urgent attention. He remained expressionless as he instructed, hand them over. Zhao quickly placed the files on Su Linyuan and Oppo's desk and stood by to assist in sorting and reporting the pertinent details. As Su Linyuan listened, Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's voice unconsciously drifted into his thoughts. He glanced at Zhao and couldn't help but remark, "Is your voice a bit coarse?" Startled by Su Linyuan and Oppo's sudden comment, Zhao touched his throat. "What is wrong with my voice? Is it hoarse?" Su Linyuan regarded him with an expression that suggested he should figure it out for himself. Zhao and Oppo's lips twitched slightly, realizing that even assistants were under pressure to sound pleasing. As he softened his tone, "Mr. Su, this is..." Su Linyuan stiffened, appalled by the unpleasant sound emanating from Zhao. He is about to lose it, Zhao thought. Not expecting much from him, Su Linyuan shifted the conversation. Who is responsible for the Yuan e-technology project? Zhao handed over the relevant document. Contemplating, it's overseen by General Manager Zhou Qiang. Su Linyuan paused mid-signature. Zhou Qiang? I recall that this project was initially selected by General Manager Yao Guangzhang. Zhao clarified. It was indeed chosen by General Manager Yao at first, but somehow it ended up in Zhou's hands. Su Linyuan signed the document with a deliberate motion, instructing, "Have someone investigate that new patent from Yuan e-technology to check for any discrepancies." He trusted Jiang Xianyu, yet needed evidence for subsequent actions. Understanding the weight of Su Linyuan and Oppo's directive, Zhao hurried off to conduct the investigation. Once he departed, Su Linyuan gazed at the stack of documents, yearning for Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's competence. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was 9 o'clock. She should have finished her work by now. After a few moments, he sent her a voice message. "I do not wish to eat in the cafeteria today." Curious, Jiang Xianyu responded, "Would you like to eat what I cook?" Su Linyuan and Oppo's reply was succinct yet aloof. After becoming accustomed to home-cooked meals, he found the cafeteria and Oppo's offerings lacking in comparison to Jiang Xianyu's cuisine. "Should I bring it over when it's ready?" she asked. "Sure," he replied with a smile in his heart. He then added, "Drive the car from the garage. You know where the keys are." "Okay, Mr. Su," came her simple response, which caused Su Linyuan's smile to fade abruptly. The familiar distance crept back in. Chapter 36. Delivering lunch within the hillside villa. Jiang Xianyu began preparing lunch. She noticed the pineapples that had been delivered that morning and decided to make sweet and sour pork with pineapple. There were also fresh shrimp, which she planned to stir-fry with spices. The refrigerator contained chicken wings, perfect for honey-glazed chicken wings. And there was a cabbage at home that could be shredded for a hand-torn cabbage dish. Finally, she would prepare a cold dish of jellyfish. As for the cherries and strawberries in the fridge, they would serve as dessert. However, she decided to forego soup this time, as it would be inconvenient to deliver. Having devised her menu, Jiang Xianyu set to work. By 11:30, the dishes were ready. She carefully packed the food into thermal containers and drove to Qingyuan capital. Upon arriving, the security guard recognized Su Linyuan's car and promptly allowed her entry, though curiosity flickered in his eyes. Which woman could drive the president's car? She was either a family member or a girlfriend. Despite wearing a mask, her delicate features suggested that she was indeed a beauty, most likely the boss's girlfriend. As Jiang Xianyu descended from the garage to the first-floor elevator hall, it was bustling with people leaving work. Upon spotting Jiang Xianyu, Zhao Tianming quickly approached her. "Miss Jiang, our president is waiting for you in his office. Please follow me." Since access to the floor where the president's office was located required an access card, Zhao, the assistant, had been dispatched to escort her. The elevator was crowded, and Zhao took the lunchboxes from Jiang Xianyu, standing discreetly to the side. The previously lively crowd fell silent, all eyes converging on Jiang Xianyu. Their curiosity piqued. The fact that Zhao had come personally to greet her suggested that her identity was not ordinary. Thus, the crowd instinctively made way for Jiang Xianyu and Zhao, speculating that she might be the president and Oppo's girlfriend, and it was prudent to show her respect. Jiang Xianyu was grateful for her mask and scarf, having anticipated the possibility of encountering acquaintances from the finance circle. Little did she know that they would also shield her from the prying gazes of others, which was quite convenient. As people continued to enter and exit the elevator, it soon emptied. Jiang Xianyu let out a quiet sigh of relief, and Zhao Tianming felt more at ease to speak. The president hasn't been in the office lately. He and Oppos has become quite accustomed to home-cooked meals, Zhao remarked. Jiang Xianyu smiled, replying, given his injury, it and Oppos, it's best that he pays attention to his diet. Zhao thought to himself, what a considerate person, mindful of maintaining their president and Oppos' reputation even outside. Once they reached the top floor, Zhao escorted Jiang Xianyu to the president's office before departing for his own lunch. When she arrived, Su Linyuan was diligently reviewing documents at his desk. Upon seeing Jiang Xianyu, he set his work aside. What delicious dishes have you brought today? He inquired. Jiang Xianyu opened the lunchboxes one by one. The villa was not far from the office, and the food looked quite appetizing. These are all home-style dishes, tailored to your taste. Su Linyuan accepted the utensils she offered and inquired, have you had anything to eat? Jiang Xianyu shook her head. No, I and Oppos left some at home for later. However, Su Linyuan stood up and fetched a set of spare utensils. Here, you should eat with me. Jiang Xianyu, unable to refuse his warm invitation, joined him for lunch. They had shared meals before at home, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After finishing their meal, Jiang Xianyu efficiently tidied up the leftovers and prepared to leave. Su Linyuan called out to her, would you like to tour the company? Jiang Xianyu politely declined, stating that a tour was unnecessary as investment firms generally appeared quite similar. However, she expressed her intention to visit her close friend, as she had brought some desserts for her. Su Linyuan observed the small box Jiang Xianyu carried away, his thoughts swirling. He had assumed it was a treat meant for him, but realized it was not. Exiting the office, Jiang Xianyu sent a message to Lu Lijun. Sister, I brought you some sweet treats. Are you at your desk? Lu Lijun, who was on her phone at her workstation, quickly replied. I heard someone delivered lunch to the president. I guessed it was you. I and Oppos, at my desk, so come on over. Jiang Xianyu remembered Lu Lijun mentioning that they were on the third floor. As she entered the elevator, the staff from the president and Oppos' office resumed their activities, discussing among themselves. The woman who delivered lunch has left, someone noted in the colleague group chat, with everyone speculating about her appearance and how she had managed to capture the president's attention. Lu Lijun, covertly observing, smiled knowingly, akin to someone savoring a secret they cannot share. Upon reaching the third floor, Jiang Xianyu spotted Lu Lijun waving at her. She placed a small cake on Lu Lijun's desk, made a shushing gesture, and waved her phone, indicating that they could discuss anything via call. Lu Lijun understood her concerns. After all, Jiang Xianyu had previously worked in finance and had signed a non-compete agreement. Being seen in another investment firm could be problematic. Lu Lijun blew her a kiss and winked, signaling her understanding. Just as Jiang Xianyu took a few steps away, a male voice called out, wait a moment. Looking back, she saw a man around 35 years old, sporting gold-rimmed glasses and regarding her with a friendly expression. Taken aback, Jiang Xianyu asked, did you call me? Yao Guangzhong nodded. I feel like I and Oppos seen you somewhere before. He had indeed seen the messages in the group chat, which mentioned someone delivering lunch to the president. Initially, he had assumed she was the president and Oppos' girlfriend, but noticing her attire, though decent, was not designer, he dismissed that notion. Regardless of her identity, she was clearly someone close to Su Linyuan, and he sought to engage her in conversation. While they spoke, more employees trickled into the office, several of whom Jiang Xianyu had encountered in the elevator. Those with discernment had already ventured to the pantry to brew coffee, hoping to enhance their standing with the boss and Oppos as companion. Yao Guangzhong asked, Miss, are you the president and Oppos as girlfriend? He believed this question would foster camaraderie. Jiang Xianyu, young and attractive, exuded beauty even if only her eyes were visible. Such a woman delivering lunch for the president, even if not a girlfriend, surely had some feelings for him. Jiang Xianyu, puzzled by his inquiry, replied, I and Oppos am sorry, but I and oppose, and not the president and oppose. As girlfriend, I and oppose, am merely the housekeeper. Yao Guangzhong was taken aback, suspecting she was jesting. Jiang Xianyu's expression was earnest as she reiterated, I truly am their housekeeper. At this, the employees who had just entered with coffee suddenly froze, their smiles faltering as they cast disdainful glances at Jiang Xianyu. One woman, holding her coffee, felt embarrassed. She was a well-paid professional, and the thought of serving a housekeeper was disheartening. Assessing Jiang Xianyu once more, she sneered, at your age, why not do something more respectable? In oppose, it's obvious what your intentions are. Jiang Xianyu shot her a confused look. What I do is none of your concern. I and oppose am employed by the president. If you have a problem with that, take it up with him. The woman, of course, would not dare to confront Su Linyuan. Instead, she felt humiliated and sought to vent her frustrations at Jiang Xianyu, attempting to salvage her dignity. Chapter 37. Are you looking for my housekeeper? Lu Lijun, observing the situation as Yao Guangzhong intercepted Jiang Xianyu, swiftly stepped forward to confront her colleague who was serving coffee. What is wrong with being a housekeeper? Have you eaten your family's rice? With your attitude, no one would want you as a housekeeper. You can't cook or clean, and you seem utterly confused about everything else. What makes you feel so superior? The colleague, taken aback by Lu Lijun and Oppo's sharp retort, glared with indignation. You, what do you mean by that? Lu Lijun scrutinized her, suspecting her motives. It seemed she had come to curry favor, thinking Jiang Xianyu was the girlfriend of President Su. But upon discovering she was merely a housekeeper, her demeanor shifted. Jiang Xianyu was diligently focused on her work, unlike someone who only sought shortcuts. The aggrieved colleague trembled with anger, but was left speechless, as Lu Lijun had accurately pinpointed her veiled intentions. Yao Guangzhong's gaze flitted between Jiang Xianyu and Lu Lijun. Earlier, he had noticed Jiang Xianyu presenting the former with a box of cake. Evidently, they were acquainted. He was taken aback by this unexpected connection. Sensing Yao's scrutiny, Lu Lijun turned and met his gaze, which he returned with a warm smile before withdrawing his attention. He addressed the contentious colleague. There is nothing more to discuss here. You may return to your post. With an air of false bravado, the colleague shot one last glare at Lu Lijun and Jiang Xianyu before retreating to her workstation. Once the colleague had departed, Jiang Xianyu nodded at Lu Lijun and prepared to leave. However, Yao Guangzhong stepped forward. It's still early. Let me treat you to a coffee. Lu Lijun was about to interject, but a mere glance from Jiang Xianyu halted her. She was uncertain of Yao's intentions and decided to observe. Yao Guangzhong led Jiang Xianyu into his office. Lu Lijun, quick-witted, found Zhao and Oppo's WeChat contact. Zhao assistant. I just saw the girl delivering food to President Su being called into Yao's office. She believed Yao was not the type to make a move against President Su, but she couldn't shake the feeling that his motives were questionable. Why would Yao, a stranger to Jiang Xianyu, wish to speak with her? Inside Yao Guangzhong and Oppo's office, Jiang Xianyu sat on a nearby sofa and candidly inquired, You must be Yao Guangzhong? May I ask why you sought me out? She recalled the colleague addressing him as such upon her departure. Yao Guangzhong called for coffee and, with a gentle smile, replied, It's nothing of great importance. I learned that President Su has been absent from work recently, and Zhao's assistant mentioned he was injured. I was merely concerned and wished to inquire about his condition. Jiang Xianyu met his worried gaze and smiled. If you're concerned, President Su is just upstairs. You may visit him directly. As a housekeeper, it is not appropriate for me to disclose my employer and Oppo's as private matters. Yao Guangzhong, encountering a subtle rebuff, maintained his composure. President Su is exceedingly busy. Inquiring about his well-being is perfectly reasonable. If he cannot share, that is understandable. However, I have heard he is still managing work from home while recuperating, which likely affects his mood. Thankfully, you are there to care for him. Indeed, it is my duty to ensure President Su and Oppo's well-being. Besides, he has a very amiable disposition and rarely appears troubled. Jiang Xianyu replied ambiguously, her eyes flickering with unspoken thoughts. Yao Guangzhong's smile broadened at her remark about President Su's temperament. That is reassuring. Jiang Xianyu noticed the change in his expression, yet a fleeting doubt crossed her mind. Just then, the office door swung open, revealing a tall figure. "Are you looking for my housekeeper?" Yao Guangzhong rose respectfully, replying, "Not at all. I was merely inquiring about President Su's injury. We had intended a visit, but Zhao's assistant mentioned it was not a convenient time." Su Linyuan regarded him for a moment before nodding in acknowledgement. Without further words, he turned and grasped Jiang Xianyu's wrist, pulling her up. "Something fell in the office. Please help me retrieve it." Jiang Xianyu complied, following Su Linyuan out of Yao Guangzhong and Appo's office. Yao Guangzhong watched their interaction, pondering, who says a housekeeper cannot become a girlfriend? Judging by Jiang Xianyu's tone, it seemed President Su had not been in poor spirits during his time at home. He recalled that the project documents for UNE technology had been submitted to President Su for review. With the prolonged silence, he felt a twinge of concern. Yet, it could also be that he was overthinking. Given President Su's past behavior, if he discovered any issues with UNE technology, he would likely not react favorably. With a slow exhale, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. He regretted the minor benefits he had gained from facilitating this matter concerning UNE technology. Nearby, Lu Lijun watched her best friend's wrist being held by President Su, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. She couldn't shake the feeling that President Su harbored unusual sentiments for her friend. Just recently, she had worried her best friend might fall under the spell of President Su and Appo's charm. Yet witnessing their interaction now, she felt as if President Su was entirely captivated by her friend. Upon re-entering the president's office, Su Linyuan released Jiang Xianyu's wrist and inquired gently, "What did Yao Guangzhong want with you?" Jiang Xianyu frowned as she recalled Yao's previous questions. "I'm uncertain of his intentions. He asked about your injury, seemingly probing into your state of mind during your days at home." Su Linyuan, taken aback by this inquiry, pondered the implications. The only connection he had with Yao Guangzhong was through UNE technology, whose project documents were managed at home. He then shared with Jiang Xianyu the details regarding UNE technology. This project was initially selected by Yao Guangzhong, but later appropriated by Zhou. "I suspect there's more to this situation." Jiang Xianyu's mind raced. She wondered about Zhou and Appo's character and his relationship with Yao Guangzhong. Su Linyuan, always willing to discuss work matters with Jiang Xianyu, especially given her competence, elaborated. "Zhou Qiang is quite the radical. He possesses considerable skill, but can be somewhat reckless. As for the relationship between Yao Guangzhong and Zhou, it is best characterized as competitive. They frequently clash over projects, often leading to heated disputes. Given their parallel standings, when one is favored, the other is inevitably sidelined, leading to a constant undercurrent of tension." "So, Zhou snatched UNE technology from Yao Guangzhong?" Jiang Xianyu asked, sensing that Yao Guangzhong was not as straightforward as he appeared. "For what you shared, I suspect Zhou may not be a match for Yao Guangzhong. Considering your observations, do you think Yao Guangzhong is aware of any issues with UNE technology?" Jiang Xianyu speculated. Su Linyuan furrowed his brow, contemplating the possibility. "It's certainly within the realm of possibility." Jiang Xianyu pressed further. "In their usual project competitions, does Zhou have a significant edge?" Su Linyuan, knowledgeable about both executives, reflected on past projects. "Yao Guangzhong prevails in 8 out of 10 instances." Jiang Xianyu raised her hands in exasperation. "That makes things intriguing. With Yao Guangzhong's considerable winning streak against Zhou, it seems unlikely he would lose out on a project he discovered first." Chapter 38. You have no conscience, as Jiang Xianyu and Su Linyuan locked eyes. The events surrounding Yao Guangzhong and Yuan E-technology began to form a clearer narrative in their minds. Jiang Xianyu inquired further about the timeline of their takeover of Yuan E-technology, and her understanding deepened. Initially, Yao Guangzhong had likely not identified any issues upon assuming the Yuan E-technology project. However, as problems surfaced midway through the project, exposing them then would raise doubts about his competence, particularly given the watchful presence of Zhou Qiang. Moreover, his team had invested considerable effort into the project. Should it falter due to his oversight, grievances would inevitably arise. Thus, he needed to deflect blame, and Zhou Qiang was an apt scapegoat. If Zhou Qiang uncovered the issues after taking over, it would be seen as a loss on his part, leaving Yao Guangzhong uninvolved. Conversely, if Zhou Qiang maintained his aggressive approach without noticing the problems and hastily proceeded with the IPO, he would surely face repercussions, potentially leading to his resignation. In either scenario, Yao Guangzhong would emerge unscathed. Yao Guangzhong and Oppo's interest in Jiang Xianyu likely stemmed from a desire to gauge Su Linyuan and Oppo's perspective on Yuan e-technology. As they deliberated, Jiang Xianyu and Su Linyuan found their thoughts increasingly aligned. Yet, Jiang Xianyu still harbored a lingering question. Regardless of how events unfolded, Yao Guangzhong would incur no losses. Why? Then, was he so keen to learn about Su Linyuan's views on Yuan e-technology? Had he not already extricated himself from a situation? Why wade back into murky waters? Su Linyuan and Oppo's gaze deepened. A businessman awakens early only for profit. His motivations must surely be driven by self-interest. The entity capable of offering him advantages was undoubtedly Yuan e-technology, which aspired to a successful IPO. Jiang Xianyu was both astonished and unsurprised. Thus, an unspoken exchange of benefits existed between Yuan e-technology and Yao Guangzhong. Observing her expression, Su Linyuan smiled, affirming her insight. Jiang Xianyu, exasperated, noted that even at this juncture, he could still find amusement. Su Linyuan, with an air of confidence, responded, "Why shouldn't I smile? Discovering this is rather fortuitous, isn't it? If Yuan e-technology successfully goes public, that will be the time for tears." Jiang Xianyu could only admire Su Linyuan and Oppo's composure. As she glanced at the time, realizing it was late, she declared, "Everything is clear now. I shall take my leave." Su Linyuan nodded, "Be cautious on your drive home." She waved goodbye, grasping her lunchbox as she exited. Watching her retreating figure, Su Linyuan felt a twinge of desire to recruit her. This time, Jiang Xianyu did not linger, swiftly descending to the underground parking garage. Unbeknownst to her, as she departed, her friend Lu Lijun was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Lu Lijun leaned despondently against her chair. Initially, she had urged her friend to remain calm and not be swayed by the allure of romance. But her years of experience observing men convinced her that Su Linyuan harbored feelings for Jiang Xianyu, though perhaps he himself had yet to realize it. It is often said that the body is the most honest of indicators. One can discern affection through body language. Su Linyuan typically kept his distance from others, never engaging in physical contact with women. While she was unaware of how he treated those who approached him, she had witnessed instances where, upon accidental contact, he would quickly withdraw and subtly wipe his hands. Thus, it seemed inconceivable that he would actively grasp Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's wrist. She had ample reason to suspect that Su Linyuan was unconsciously attracted to her friend, perhaps in a purely physiological sense. This complicated her efforts to counsel her friend. While she felt compelled to intervene, if both parties had mutual feelings, her interference would be unwarranted. Lu Lijun still had faith in Su Linyuan's abilities. If he desired to protect someone he cared for, it would pose no trouble for him. Jiang Xianyu began her official tenure at the Banshan Villa in early December. And now, with the arrival of New Year's Day, she had but a week left before concluding her work here. As she contemplated the impending cessation of her interactions with Su Linyuan, a wave of relief washed over her, tinged with a hint of melancholy. Amid her musings, her phone rang. It was her sister, Chun Xiling. On the other end, Chun Xiling and Oppo's voice brimmed with excitement. "Sister, in just a month, the new year will be upon us. Are you returning home this year?" Jiang Xianyu hesitated momentarily before replying, "I will be going back. I need to visit uncle and his family." Every year, her uncle and aunt eagerly anticipated her return. Chun Xiling felt a pang of sadness, lamenting that her sister's homecoming was not to see their parents or grandparents, but rather to visit her uncle's family. To spare her sister further heartache, she suppressed her feelings and suggested, "Then let us travel together. Aren't you filming at the Film City? Has that wrapped up?" Jiang Xianyu smiled, "Yes. It wrapped up a few days ago. I don't plan to take on any other work before the new year, so I'll head to Haishur to meet you, and we can return together." Chun Xiling eagerly agreed. "If you and Amp Oppos. Free. You can come over now. The place I'm renting is quite nice. We can share it. Chen Xiling was enthusiastic. I'll finish my current tasks and come over right away. I'll handle the laundry, cooking, and cleaning. Jiang Xianyu chuckled. You needn't Oppos. Worry about that. Chen Xiling and Oppos. Laughter filled the air, and Jiang Xianyu found her sister and Oppos' cheerful demeanor uplifting. After a hasty farewell, Jiang Xianyu began planning for her return home for the new year. Once her responsibilities concluded, she intended to forego seeking new employment and instead shop for New Year and Oppos' goods and gifts to bring back, primarily for her uncle and Oppos' family. Having severed ties with her parents, she had no intention of feigning harmony. At dinner, Su Linyuan and Jiang Xianyu sat at the table, and he observed the quiet woman as she silently ate. He inquired, Are you taking a few days off for the new year? Jiang Xianyu replied with a smile, No need. In another week, my work here will conclude. If I take a few days off, my working hours will simply extend. She explained that domestic workers have statutory holidays, though many arrangements are negotiated with employers. If she worked during the statutory holiday, she would earn triple her usual wages. This marked Jiang Xianyu and Oppos' first statutory holiday during her tenure as a domestic worker. However, it had been agreed beforehand that Aunt Xian would return home to care for her daughter-in-law during her confinement, and that arrangement would not be altered due to the holiday. Thus, her wages for the month will be calculated based on actual working days, with any holidays counted at triple pay. Su Linyuan felt a pang of frustration. What? Are you so eager to leave? Jiang Xianyu quickly clarified. That's not my intention. It's simply the urgency of completing my work. Su Linyuan scoffed. Is it that my villa is less comfortable than your rented room? Or that my meals are inferior to what you usually eat? Jiang Xianyu felt overwhelmed, but by nature, found it difficult to respond harshly to this man whose sarcasm bore no malice. Noticing her silence, Su Linyuan's irritation grew. He gazed at her and finally muttered, You have no conscience. With that, he pushed his bowl away and ascended the stairs. Chapter 39. Stubbornness. Jiang Xianyu gazed at the retreating figure of Su Linyuan as he ascended the stairs, remaining silent for a long time. What troubled him so? She had committed no egregious offenses. She had diligently fulfilled her duties as a housekeeper, even assisting him with work-related matters without demanding extra compensation. Not to mention, she had also lent a hand regarding the matter with Yuan e-technology, having at least cautioned him to be prudent. Her eyes fell to the table laden with delectable dishes, a wave of inexplicable frustration washing over her. Ungrateful? Who truly lacked gratitude? It was all so baffling. Observing the barely touched meal before her, Jiang Xianyu took a large bite, resolute against wastefulness. She had her own temper too. It was unjust for him to unleash his ire upon her without cause simply because she was a housekeeper. Jiang Xianyu's temper lasted only until the conclusion of dinner. Their relationship was that of employer and employee. She could not display her displeasure in his presence. She was here to work, and her responsibilities could not be neglected. While her employer might behave like a petulant dog, she could not afford to act like one, especially as she neared the end of her tenure, where she needed to make a good impression to ensure her bonuses and allowances remained intact. With this in mind, she prepared another meal and brought it upstairs for Su Linyuan. The door to the master bedroom on the third floor was closed, devoid of any sound. Jiang Xianyu set the food down in the leisure area on the third floor and knocked on the bedroom door. Upon ascending, Su Linyuan had simply lain on the bed, remaining there for over an hour. With his stomach growling, he was beginning to find it intolerable. The moment he heard the knock, he sprang upright. Habitually reaching for the doorknob, he suddenly recalled her indifferent expression and chose to lie back down. The knocking continued, and Su Linyuan found it increasingly irksome, causing him to feel flustered. Pulling the blanket over his head did little to muffle the noise. Finally, in a fit of anger, he got out of bed and opened the door. Jiang Xianyu's hand nearly collided with his chest. With a cold expression, Su Linyuan asked, What is it? It was the first time Jiang Xianyu had witnessed him in such a foul mood. His countenance mirrored that of the man she had seen at the banquet in her previous life, who had turned away several women seeking conversation, impatience etched upon his brow. Her gaze faltered slightly, her courage to speak diminishing. Su Linyuan, having noticed her momentary retreat, wore an even graver expression, though his tone softened involuntarily. Do you need something? Jiang Xianyu awkwardly retracted her outstretched hand, her voice formal as she replied, Mr. Su, I noticed you hardly ate dinner. I feared the meal might not suit your palate, so I prepared something else for you to try. Her demeanor was entirely that of a dutiful housekeeper, yet Su Linyuan felt a surge of frustration at her subservient attitude. Did she not have any pride? Jiang Xianyu awaited his response. Su Linyuan cast his gaze downwards, his tone icy. No need. I ain't Oppos, am not hungry. With that, he shut the door. Jiang Xianyu stood before the closed door, her brow tightly furrowed. Inside the room, Su Linyuan returned to his bed, his steps heavy. After shedding his slippers, he stealthily approached the door once more, pressing his ear against it to listen for any sounds outside. 10 seconds passed, then a minute, and then 2. The outside remained eerily silent. Su Linyuan touched the door, reflecting that he should not have installed such soundproof doors during the renovation. Now, he could not hear a thing outside and wondered if she was cursing him. Deep down, he hoped she would, though he could not quite comprehend the absurdity of that desire. After another 10 minutes, he cautiously opened the door crack. The corridor was utterly quiet. Jiang Xianyu was nowhere to be seen. Gritting his teeth, he realized he had stood at the door for over 20 minutes, and she had already left. He felt like a foolish and pathetic fool. Returning to bed, genuine annoyance welled within him. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianyu had taken the food downstairs after Su Linyuan closed the door. She kept the meal warm and returned to the first-floor living room to watch television. It was the same show as before, yet tonight she found herself distracted. At 10 o'clock, after checking the kitchen to ensure everything was in order, she ascended to wash up for bed. Upon entering her temporary bedroom, she failed to notice the door across the hall slightly ajar, watching her direction. Su Linyuan crouched by the door, his stomach growling with hunger. He felt embarrassed, recalling how nonchalantly he had dismissed the food earlier. After waiting for 2 minutes and confirming Jiang Xianyu would not re-emerge, he quietly slipped out of his room and made his way downstairs, heading straight for the kitchen. He had assumed Jiang Xianyu would have tidied up the kitchen, but upon entering, he discovered that the food remained warm in the pot. Checking the rice cooker, he found it still plugged in, maintaining its warmth. A wave of tenderness washed over him. He took a bowl, filled it with rice, and served himself some vegetables, sitting by the stove to eat. The food was delicious. Meanwhile, on the third-floor railing, Jiang Xianyu observed the bright light of the kitchen, letting out a deep sigh. There are indeed individuals who, when faced with adversity, move backward instead of forward. Did he find secret pleasure in this surreptitious act of eating? Su Linyuan devoured his meal rapidly, utilizing every ounce of speed he could muster. A delay of even a minute increased the risk of being caught. After watching for a while, Jiang Xianyu descended the stairs, quietly taking a seat on the first-floor staircase to observe how Su Linyuan would clean up the kitchen. After finishing his meal, Su Linyuan did not return to his room immediately, having so coldly refused Jiang Xianyu and Appo's offering earlier. He could not allow her to discover his secret indulgence. As for whether she would notice the food missing in the morning, that was no concern of his. Without evidence, he could deny it was his doing. However, he could not leave the dirty dishes as evidence. Gritting his teeth, he recalled her methodical way of washing dishes and set about cleaning up. The plates, slick with soap, slipped from his grasp, clattering into the sink. Su Linyuan's heart skipped a beat as he glanced towards the third floor, confirming no one had emerged. He resumed washing the dishes, reassuring himself that the house and Appo's soundproofing was excellent. She would not hear a thing. Witnessing the entire scene, Jiang Xianyu thought to herself. After several clattering incidents, Su Linyuan finally finished washing the dishes. Wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead, he stealthily crept back upstairs. Jiang Xianyu had hidden herself just before he completed his task. Once he was out of sight, she emerged, intending to inspect the kitchen for any safety hazards left behind by Su Linyuan's efforts. Inside the kitchen, she noted several water stains left uncleaned on the countertop and the floor, droplets having dripped down. The rice cooker remained plugged in. She glanced at the neatly stacked dishes. While his efforts had been chaotic, one could not deny that cleanliness had been achieved. It was commendable that he managed to complete the task without breaking a single dish. The memory of the kitchen and Oppo's chaotic state was still fresh in her mind. Chapter 40. Mr. Su, you have taken a detour. Having quietly tidied up the mess left by Su Lin Yuan, Jiang Xianyu finally ascended the stairs to rest. It was the New Year and Oppo's holiday, and Su Lin Yuan had chosen not to go to the office. Upon waking, he spent a considerable amount of time in front of the bathroom mirror, mentally preparing himself before reluctantly stepping outside. In the kitchen on the first floor, Jiang Xianyu was already busy preparing breakfast, with his head held high and a sidelong glance towards the kitchen. Su Lin Yuan felt a flush of warmth on his face at the thought of Jiang Xianyu discovering the diminished food supply. Had she noticed his midnight snack? Surely she must have. He had left a conspicuous hole in the rice cooker. Was she now cooking while chiding him for his lack of discretion? The more he pondered, the hotter his face grew, reaching its peak when Jiang Xianyu turned to acknowledge the noise. Jiang Xianyu paused her tasks, her expression effortless as she greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Su." Su Lin Yuan stiffly responded with a grunt, then, under her watchful gaze, clumsily made his way to the sofa. Jiang Xianyu's lips quivered, yearning to jest, "Mr. Su, you've taken a detour." Yet, upon witnessing his familiar demeanor, she restrained herself. Once breakfast was served, Su Lin Yuan and Jiang Xianyu occupied opposite sides of the table, one silent, the other taciturn. Su Lin Yuan's gaze flickered over Jiang Xianyu's face several times, but when she glanced back, he averted his eyes with feigned nonchalance. Jiang Xianyu, however, chose to ignore it, focusing solely on her work. The meal was devoid of flavor for Su Lin Yuan. After breakfast, Jiang Xianyu tidied the dining area and kitchen before heading upstairs to clean. After a brief interval, Su Lin Yuan followed suit. While she busied herself with cleaning, he reclined on the bed, perusing a magazine. He raised the magazine to obscure most of his expression, his eyes trailing Jiang Xianyu's movements. As she maneuvered the floor cleaner to the left, he rolled to his left. When she shifted to the right, he mirrored her. He had mastered the art of silent presence. Jiang Xianyu straightened, addressing him, "Mr. Su, perhaps you might consider the study? It is quieter there." Su Lin Yuan set down the magazine, briefly smiling before retracting, "No, this is my home. I will read wherever I please." Jiang Xianyu closed her eyes momentarily, maintaining her gentle demeanor. "Mr. Su, must I explicitly state that you are disrupting my work? I have yet to make the bed. If you lie there, how can I change the sheets?" Annoyed, Su Lin Yuan tossed the magazine onto the bedside table, his face turning crimson as he retorted, "Fine, I shall leave." With that, he tiptoed out, careful to avoid stepping on the freshly cleaned floor. Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's eyes danced with amusement. This man, despite his harsh words, was mindful not to soil her efforts. Shaking her head with a smile, she proceeded to change the bedding. Although his sudden outburst the previous night had irked her, witnessing him stealthily rummaging through the kitchen for a late-night snack and then washing the dishes softened her annoyance. Regardless, he remained her employer, and whether she was upset or not, her responsibilities remained unchanged. After finishing her tasks on the third floor, Jiang Xianyu returned to the first floor to attend to her own matters. In the study, Su Lin Yuan left the door ajar, attentively listening for any sound. The moment Jiang Xianyu appeared, he straightened with anticipation. After a brief wait, he descended the stairs as well. Downstairs, Jiang Xianyu sat cross-legged on the carpet, her eyes sparkling as she monitored the stock market on her laptop. As Su Lin Yuan walked past, he glanced over her shoulder, noting the promising gains. Turning to him, Jiang Xianyu inquired, "Have you decided to speak civilly?" Su Lin Yuan, flustered, retorted, "Who hasn't been civil? It's you. Soon you'll be free from my troublesome presence. And you can and Oppo's contain your delight, can you?" Closing her laptop, Jiang Xianyu replied earnestly, "I am indeed pleased to conclude my work soon, but you have never been a burden." Su Lin Yuan's mood shifted from dark to bright in an instant. Gazing at Su Lin Yuan's handsome face, Jiang Xianyu continued, "During my time as a part-time nanny before graduation, I encountered many employers. In my experience, you are undoubtedly a wonderful person, kind, understanding, and generous. I am genuinely grateful to be working here." Of course, she silently added, the recent bouts of irritation aside. A smile crept onto Su Linyuan and Appo's lips, his eyes glimmering with amusement as he asserted, "You should recognize my merit. There are few bosses as commendable as I. Yet, it seems you remain blissfully unaware of your good fortune. With your eager demeanor, one might think I mistreat you." Jiang Xianyu responded, "Indeed, bosses like Mr. Su are rare. But we only have a 1-month contract. Regardless, I will eventually depart." After a moment of silence, Su Linyuan asked, "Have you considered where to seek employment next?" Jiang Xianyu shook her head. "With the new year approaching, I do not intend to search for a new position until afterward." His tone remained calm, lacking any excitement over the impending holiday, as he observed her with curiosity. "It seems you are not particularly cheerful about the new year?" Jiang Xianyu smiled gently. "I am not unhappy. I simply feel indifferent." Perplexed, Su Linyuan pressed, "Isn't reuniting with family during the new year a joyous occasion?" Jiang Xianyu's gaze drifted elsewhere. "Perhaps it is." Her family now consisted solely of her uncle, aunt, and younger sister. Su Linyuan scrutinized her, attempting to decipher her emotions, but ultimately found nothing conclusive. Although the new year lacked the excitement of his childhood, he still cherished the opportunity to set aside work and spend time with family. While Su Linyuan struggled to comprehend Jiang Xianyu, this moment marked the closest he had come to understanding her inner world since their acquaintance began. That evening, after dinner, the two returned to their respective rooms. Su Linyuan retrieved his phone and dialed Aunt Qian. The call was swiftly answered, but before he could speak, the sound of a child crying reached his ears. "Young master, is there something you require?" Aunt Qian's voice was cautious, as she was uncertain whether he intended to summon her back to work prematurely. Su Linyuan replied, "Aunt Qian, with the new year just around the corner, I thought it best not to have you commuting back and forth. I will grant you an additional month of leave to care for your grandson. There is no need for you to worry about me." Aunt Qian and Appo's apprehension dissipated instantly as she responded eagerly, "Oh, thank you. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to contact me." Her heart was wholly devoted to her grandchild, and having tended to him for nearly a month, she felt reluctant to leave him behind for work. She hoped for another month, during which her daughter-in-law would have recovered sufficiently to lend a hand. After ending the call, a radiant smile remained on Su Linyuan and Appo's face. He rolled onto the bed, holding his phone and grinning foolishly. Then, in a moment of clumsiness, he dropped the phone, striking his nose. Ouch! He touched his nose, relieved to find no blood, and resumed his elation. Tomorrow, he would discuss extending Jiang Xianyu and Appo's contract by another month. Surely, she would agree, for she had previously remarked that a boss like him was hard to come by. Chapter 41. A continuation for another month. On the final day of the New Year holiday, Su Linyuan awoke with a bright disposition. He descended the stairs with a lightness in his step. Upon seeing Jiang Xianyu bustling in the kitchen, he greeted her warmly. "Good morning, Jiang Xianyu." Dressed in an apron, holding a spatula in one hand and a frying pan in the other, she turned to him and replied, "Good morning, Suzong." Noticing the exuberance in Su Linyuan and Appo's demeanor, she pondered whether the issues at Yuani Technology had finally been resolved. She continued her tasks, perplexed. Leaning against the kitchen door, Su Linyuan observed her as the winter morning sun streamed through the window, casting a sacred and warm glow upon her. Lost in thought, he whispered, "You are truly lovely." Startled, Jiang Xianyu nearly dropped her spatula, her heart skipping a beat as she turned to face him, her cheeks flushed. She wondered what had prompted such a comment. Had she not known of his impatience with women prior to her rebirth, she might have assumed he was teasing her. Feeling a surge of nervousness under her gaze, Su Linyuan hastily clarified, "I didn't mean it like that. I meant, after breakfast, I have something to discuss with you." With that, he feigned calmness and hurriedly left the kitchen. Jiang Xianyu, slightly annoyed, contemplated his choice of words. Why would he say something so suggestive? After all, she was merely a housekeeper. Regaining her composure, Jiang Xianyu resumed her duties. Breakfast was swiftly prepared, and the two ate in silence. Just as Su Linyuan was about to speak, Jiang Xianyu hurriedly began to clear the table. His hand remained suspended in the air, caught in the moment. With her swift movements, Jiang Xianyu completed her routine tasks, relishing her newfound freedom from interruptions. especially from her employer. Observing her industriousness, Su Linyuan discreetly pulled out his phone. "Zhao, please assist me in purchasing a dishwasher and arrange for installation at your earliest convenience." Having spent considerable time with his grandparents, he was accustomed to the notion of hand-washing dishes. His family believed that dishwashers were inefficient and wasteful. As a result, none had been installed during the villa and Oppo's as renovation. He had never particularly cared, as dishwashing was not his task. Yet, considering the advancements in technology, he acknowledged the practicality of having one, as it could save a significant amount of time for the household staff. Once Jiang Xianyu had tidied the kitchen and was about to ascend the stairs, Su Linyuan called out, "Jiang Xianyu, come here." She complied, inquiring, "What is it? Do you need my assistance?" He gestured toward the sofa. "Please sit down." As she settled in, Su Linyuan retrieved a folder from beneath the coffee table and handed it to her. Glancing down, Jiang Xianyu recognized it as a labor contract. "What is this?" Clearing his throat, Su Linyuan explained, "Yesterday, Qianai called, requesting an extension of her leave by another month. I considered her situation. After waiting so long for a grandson, it would be quite inhumane to separate them just as they have finally reunited. She has cared for me since my graduation, and while her contributions may not be quantifiable, they're certainly significant. Thus, I agreed to her request. Since you mentioned not seeking another position for the time being, I thought it prudent to extend your stay as well." Having said this, Su Linyuan could not discern Jiang Xianyu's expression, whether she was inclined to accept or decline. He pressed on, "Rest assured, I'm aware you plan to return home for the new year. That is perfectly fine. I will grant you time off, with salary and bonuses remaining as they are." Jiang Xianyu examined the contract, then pushed it back towards Su Linyuan. His expression dimmed slightly. "You do not agree? Why not? Did you not say that employers like me are rare?" With a hint of resignation, Jiang Xianyu replied, "What are you thinking? Work is primarily for financial gain. While I would be glad to continue, I am still contracted with the housekeeping agency, so the contract must be signed with them." This revelation took Su Linyuan by surprise. He had assumed that all contractual matters were handled by his family. Upon recalling the agency, a frown settled on his brow. He was well acquainted with various companies, including housekeeping agencies, which typically took a commission of 20 to 30% from the employees and Oppo's wages. For someone like Jiang Xianyu, earning $20,000 per month, the agency would siphon off $4,000 to $6,000. The thought of her hard work yielding less than full compensation stirred his displeasure. Yet, he acknowledged that these agencies had their advantages, including a broader clientele and a level of trust that provided security for the employees. Nevertheless, the knowledge left him feeling somewhat unsettled. "What percentage does your agency take?" he inquired. "Not much, just 10%, Jiang Xianyu replied. "Only 10%? Su Linyuan was astonished. Jiang Xianyu nodded with a smile. "My situation is somewhat unique. I differ from others. Here, I only take 10% from my salary, while bonuses and allowances are not included in the commission. Previously, when she worked part-time, she was subjected to a 30% deduction. At that time, she lacked understanding and relied on the company for training and certification, which justified their higher cut. However, as her credentials improved and her reputation grew, the agency's commission was reduced to 20%. In truth, the agency profited even more with a lower percentage, as her value had increased. Now that she was re-registered with the agency, having graduated from a prestigious institution, she had negotiated for the minimal 10% commission, which was the lowest tier offered by the agency. Understanding her circumstances, Su Linyuan tucked the contract away. "Which agency are you registered with?" "AI Sheng," she replied. The name sounded familiar to him, and after a moment's reflection, he recalled it was the housekeeping agency under Zhongxing Butler Group. Jiang Xianyu appeared unsurprised that he recognized AI Sheng, given its prominence in the city. Once he clarified the details, Su Linyuan contacted his assistant Zhao. "Please provide me with the contact information of the owner of AI Sheng." Upon hearing Su Linyuan on the phone with the owner, arranging for someone to come and sign the contract, Jiang Xianyu mused internally that indeed, a powerful boss required personal service. Half an hour later, the owner, Mr. Sheng, arrived in person with the contract. Signing was secondary. The primary purpose was to establish familiarity. After reviewing the contract, Su Linyuan affixed his signature. allowing Jiang Xianyu to extend her stay for another month. As Mr. Sheng departed, he kindly nodded at Jiang Xianyu. He recognized her as a highly qualified and multi-talented housekeeper, recalling that he had personally approved her commission rate. It was a pleasant surprise to see her thriving, especially in securing a contract extension with someone like Su Linyuan. She was indeed a remarkable talent. Chapter 42. Facing dysmenorrhea for the first time upon signing the contract, Su Linyuan seemed to have concluded a significant chapter in his life. His demeanor transforming from a cold and tempestuous persona to one of warmth and affability. It was as if the awkwardness of the previous days had never transpired. Jiang Xianyu chose not to delve deeper. She was simply content that he had become more agreeable. In the afternoon, the hillside villa welcomed 3 visitors. Assistant Zhao, accompanied by 2 workers tasked with installing a dishwasher. Jiang Xianyu couldn't help but gasp silently at the exorbitant brand emblazoned on the box, realizing that this single appliance cost far more than her salary. Zhao Tianming observed his boss, who was engrossed in a book on the sofa, and approached him with curiosity. "Su, what prompted this sudden decision to install a dishwasher?" His gaze flickered toward Jiang Xianyu, the glimmer of gossip undeniable in his eyes. Su Linyuan frowned at the implication, retorting, "What business is it of yours? I can purchase whatever I desire." Zhao Tianming replied with a smile, "If that's your stance, I suppose I have no further arguments." Despite the mild rebuff, his tongue remained sharp. If Aunt Qian were to find out, she and Amp, Oppos, D surely faint in the restroom. Feigning a kick at him, Su Linyuan found himself thwarted as Zhao Tianming nimbly dodged behind Jiang Xianyu. Indeed, Su Linyuan sheepishly withdrew his leg, casting a glance at Jiang Xianyu's face. She smiled and discreetly stepped out of the 2 men's banter. The workers completed the installation swiftly and departed. Jiang Xianyu approached to inspect the appliance, asking the technician, "Could you briefly explain how to operate it? This is my first experience with such a high-end dishwasher." Su Linyuan, having overheard, joined her. Jiang Xianyu, puzzled, remarked, "Su, I can learn this myself." Su Linyuan asserted, "Why should I not learn? Once you leave, I must instruct Aunt Qian as well. Her age makes it challenging for her to grasp new concepts." Jiang Xianyu was momentarily taken aback by his words, incredulous at the notion of him teaching Aunt Qian. Would he not inadvertently cause the dishwasher to short-circuit? Realizing the workers were observing their exchange, the technician awkwardly scratched his head, saying, "Actually, the operation is not complicated." Jiang Xianyu fell silent. After a brief demonstration, the technician left, followed by Zhao Tianming. Suddenly, the villa was left with only Jiang Xianyu and Su Linyuan. Jiang Xianyu inquired, "What prompted the installation of a dishwasher?" Su Linyuan and Amp, Oppos. Gaze became slightly evasive. "Why does it matter? I'm not in need of funds." Jiang Xianyu thought it prudent to refrain from further questioning. However, she soon came to appreciate the convenience of the dishwasher. Her menstrual cramps had arrived, and the absence of dishwashing duties was a considerable relief. Having endured a difficult childhood, she was no stranger to the harshness of cold water in winter, and since the onset of her menstruation, she had suffered from dysmenorrhea. Each episode left her drenched in cold sweat, her complexion pale. This month, her period had come unexpectedly late, likely due to recent adjustments in her routine. As Su Linyuan descended the stairs early one morning, he found Jiang Xianyu rummaging through the medicine cabinet. "Are you unwell?" he asked, approaching with concern. Only upon closer inspection did he notice her pallor and bloodless lips. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "What is wrong? Are you in discomfort? I'll call an ambulance." He whipped out his phone, prepared to dial emergency services. Jiang Xianyu placed a hand over his phone, her voice weak. "No, it's just dysmenorrhea." At 29, Su Linyuan was encountering this issue for the first time. While he was aware of what dysmenorrhea entailed, he lacked detailed knowledge about its implications, remedies, or care. After all, the women in his life had never experienced such ailments. "What should I do?" he asked urgently. Jiang Xianyu crouched down, feeling the darkness encroaching on her vision. Just as she feared she would faint, she grasped Su Linyuan and Oppos' arm. And, as the dizziness subsided, she was left sweating profusely. "Please help me find some painkillers," she pleaded, casting a desperate look at him. "I'll repay you later." It was not that Jiang Xianyu was being unreasonable about borrowing a box of medicine. The contract stipulated she could not use the employer's belongings without permission. Su Lingjuan, hearing her words, felt a surge of frustration, his expression darkening as he stared at her. In times like this, who would quibble over a box of pills? He retorted, his voice laced with irritation. The house was well stocked with medications, and in his flustered state, Su Linyuan rummaged through the depths of the cabinet until he unearthed a box of ibuprofen. Will this suffice? He asked, presenting the medication before her. Jiang Xianyu nodded in affirmation. Su Linyuan, relieved, prepared to fetch her some water, but Jiang Xianyu seized the opportunity, quickly popping the pill in her mouth and swallowing it dry. Su Linyuan was taken aback. Jiang Xianyu caught sight of his astonished expression and smiled faintly. Receiving medicine was a luxury she could not afford to be finicky about. In her youth, she had learned to swallow bitter remedies swiftly. Seeing her unperturbed demeanor stirred a pang of discomfort within Su Linyuan. Perhaps the medication was beginning to take effect, or the earlier crouching position had alleviated some discomfort. As Jiang Xianyu slowly attempted to rise, seeing her struggle, Su Linyuan dared to approach her, swiftly lifting her into his arms as she gasped in surprise, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. With a slight flush to his ears, he ascended the stairs with ease, surprising her with his stamina. Rest comfortably in bed. I am not the kind of employer who neglects his employees, he declared, unable to suppress his instinct to lecture. Jiang Xianyu lowered her gaze, murmuring, "Thank you, Su Linyuan." Su Linyuan paused in his task of tucking her in, realizing this was the first time she had addressed him by name, rather than the formal Mr. Su. The rarity of hearing his full name from her lips brought him unexpected joy, easing his earlier irritation. What shall I do now? Su Linyuan asked, uncertain of how to care for someone experiencing dysmenorrhea. Before Jiang Xianyu could respond, he continued, would you like some water? Or perhaps a snack? She shook her head, assuring him, I'm fine. I need nothing. I'll be all right once the medication takes effect. Su Linyuan settled beside her bed, stating, then sleep. I will keep watch over you. Jiang Xianyu regarded his earnest expression and quietly turned away, murmuring, there's no need. I'll recover soon. Don't deceive me. Just moments ago, you nearly fainted. If I were to leave, who would know if you collapsed? Jiang Xianyu replied, it's not that severe. Dysmenorrhea is actually. Su Linyuan raised a hand to silence her. Don't speak. I want to believe you. I'll look it up myself. With that, he pulled out his phone and began searching for information on dysmenorrhea. Jiang Xianyu sighed inwardly, pondering if she truly lacked credibility. Watching Su Linyuan diligently research her condition, warmth flooded her heart, mingling with a hint of trepidation. She reminded herself inwardly that he was her superior, her employer, someone she ought not to dwell upon excessively. Chapter 43. Dysmenorrhea as work injury. Jiang Xianyu found relief from her dysmenorrhea approximately half an hour after taking medication. The pain subsided significantly, rendering the previous agonizing discomfort almost non-existent. Gradually, her eyelids grew heavier until she finally drifted off into a peaceful slumber. When Su Linyuan finished his research and intended to inquire if she had any brown sugar at home, he discovered she had already succumbed to sleep. The woman, now resting, still bore a pale complexion, yet her brows and eyes appeared more relaxed, lending her an air of fragility and gentleness. In Su Linyuan and Oppo's presence, Jiang Xianyu was perpetually composed, exuding warmth and emotional stability, seemingly unfazed by any challenge. To his surprise, it was dysmenorrhea that ultimately brought her down. He tucked her blanket in, his face betraying an unrecognized tenderness. After a day of conducting himself like an Iron Man, he now appeared more compliant. Satisfied that his presence was no longer needed, Su Linyuan quietly exited the room and closed the door behind him. When Jiang Xianyu awoke, 2 hours had already passed. She hastily made her way to the bathroom, relieved that the flow on the first day was not as heavy as on the second. Otherwise, after sleeping for over 2 hours, the bed might have been soiled. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was already 10:00 and Oppo's clock. Suddenly, she remembered that she had neglected to prepare breakfast due to her discomfort. Feeling remiss, she hurried downstairs and spotted Su Linyuan seated on the sofa, a round object resting on the coffee table before him. As she approached, she realized it was a perfectly shaped durian. Its round and symmetrical form was indeed a rare sight. At that moment, Su Linyuan noticed Jiang Xianyu's arrival and inquired, "How are you feeling? Is your stomach any better?" Jiang Xianyu felt a pang of embarrassment. Earlier that morning, she had been in excruciating pain, with little regard for anything else. Now, in her more lucid state, she felt a flush of shyness. It was not so much the embarrassment of menstruation, but rather the oddity of discussing such matters with her employer, especially one so strikingly handsome. Su Linyuan's gaze remained fixed on her, awaiting her response. Jiang Xianyu mustered her courage and replied, "The painkillers were quite effective. I hardly feel anything now." Su Linyuan regarded her words with skepticism. Women were indeed remarkable beings. To endure such significant blood loss, yet remain lively, was truly impressive. Nonetheless, the reality of blood loss necessitated replenishment. Eager to shift the topic away from her condition, Jiang Xianyu glanced at the durian and asked, "Do you enjoy durian, Mr. Su?" "Well, somewhat," he responded ambiguously. In truth, he had never tasted durian. Its aroma had repulsed him since childhood, and he had never mustered the courage to try it. However, he had read online that durian was warming, could invigorate the blood, and alleviate dysmenorrhea caused by coldness in the womb. Thus, he had arranged for one to be delivered that morning. "Shall we eat it now?" Jiang Xianyu asked. "If so, I can prepare it." She recalled that he had not had breakfast. "Sure, let's do that," he replied. The durian was meant for her, and now that she was awake, it was appropriate to proceed. Jiang Xianyu retrieved several plates and a fruit knife. Setting the stage, she prepared to cut open the durian, filled with a sense of anticipation akin to unboxing a mystery. Su Linyuan discreetly shifted to the edge of the sofa. The smell of durian was subtle when unpeeled, but once opened, it was akin to a biochemical weapon. As Jiang Xianyu wrestled with the durian, she turned to find Su Linyuan had retreated to a corner. "Aren't you fond of durian? Why are you sitting so far away?" she asked. At that moment, she placed a generous piece of durian flesh onto a plate and nudged it in Su Linyuan and Appo's direction. It and Appo's ready to eat. Su Linyuan was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of aversion. "You go ahead. I initially wanted to try it, but it seems I underestimated the scent." Jiang Xianyu could sense his distaste for durian and chose not to press the matter further. Many had expressed a desire to try durian, yet later abandoned it. Such experiences should not be forced upon anyone. "All of this is for you. You need not reserve any for me," he said. Jiang Xianyu nodded, deciding that aside for what she would consume, the remainder could be transformed into durian millefeuille. However, obtaining durian at this time of year must have required considerable effort. Ultimately, it was he who missed out. Hastily, she extracted the durian flesh and inquired if Su Linyuan had eaten breakfast. He replied, "No need to worry. I had a bit of bread for breakfast." Feeling a twinge of guilt, Jiang Xianyu promised, "I'll prepare something delicious for you at noon." It was indeed her oversight that her poor employer had to settle for mere bread in the morning. Upon hearing her intention to cook lunch, Su Linyuan quickly interjected, "Oh, you needn't Appo's tea bother with lunch." Jiang Xianyu looked puzzled. He rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. "Well, I didn't in Appo's tea have enough for breakfast, so I ordered lunch from a private kitchen. They will deliver it at the appointed time." After a moment of silence, Jiang Xianyu spoke up, "Mr. Su, feel free to deduct my wages for today. I don't mind." Su Linyuan sighed. "What nonsense are you spouting? When did I say I would deduct your wages?" "I was negligent today," she insisted. Su Linyuan waved his hand dismissively. "Negligent? Who hasn't had their off days? Even when Aunt Xian was here, she would occasionally suffer from headaches or colds. If we deducted wages for that, it would be utterly inhumane." Jiang Xianyu gazed at Su Linyuan, her tone gentle yet earnest. "Mr. Su, what you said earlier was indeed true. You are a rare and exceptional boss." A smile tugged at the corners of Su Linyuan and Appo's mouth, which he struggled to suppress. Turning away, he composed himself and said, "There and Appo's. It's nothing pressing here. If you and Appo's not feeling well, you should rest. I will call you when lunch arrives." Jiang Xianyu felt well enough to resume normal activities, and with no tasks in sight, she retrieved her notebook to monitor the stock market trends. Seeing this, Su Linyuan also brought down some documents, mimicking her actions as he began to work on the coffee table. Despite having an office, both of their workspaces had shifted to the living room. At noon, the staff from the private kitchen arrived with lunch, setting each dish on the table and providing a brief introduction to the offerings. When they reached a bowl of bird's nest soup, Jiang Xianyu was taken aback. The staff member explained, "This red date and goji berry bird and oppos nest soup was specially requested by Mr. Su. It is excellent for nourishing energy and replenishing blood." Su Linyuan's expression became slightly uneasy as he interrupted. "We understand. You may return to your duties now. We are about to eat." The staff member promptly fell silent. "Understood, Mr. Su." After cleaning up the packaging, they departed quietly. Jiang Xianyu lowered her gaze, contemplating the burdened oppos nest pushed toward her by Su Linyuan. A myriad of emotions swirled within her. Although her current means allowed her to afford bird and oppos nest, this particular bowl held a significance that transcended her usual purchases. "Mr. Su, this bird's nest." Su Linyuan's heart raced slightly as he feigned indifference. "Dysmenorrhea counts as a work injury. This is for your nourishment." Chapter 44. Encountering an ex at the supermarket with Su Linyuan's persistent efforts to provide Jiang Xianyu with nourishing remedies. She noticed a marked improvement in her complexion following her recent menstrual cycle. Feeling revitalized, she found herself increasingly busy. With the Lunar New Year just 2 weeks away, Jiang Xianyu resolved to purchase some festive goods. As she prepared to leave, Su Linyuan inquired, "Are you heading out?" "Yes, with the new year approaching. I wish to buy some holiday supplies," Jiang Xianyu replied, donning her attire. Su Linyuan and Appo's eyes sparkled with interest. "Are you going to the supermarket?" "Indeed," Jiang Xianyu confirmed with a nod. "Perfect. I have some free time as well. I shall accompany you," he declared, slipping on his coat. Noticing Jiang Xianyu still standing there in a daze, he urged, "Come on, why are you standing there?" Finally snapping back to reality, she followed him. As she settled into the understated elegance of Su Linyuan and Appo's black Rolls Royce, she felt a tinge of confusion. Why had her solitary shopping trip transformed into an outing with her employer? Sitting beside her as he drove, Jiang Xianyu felt a sense of unease. "Mr. Su, this shopping trip is for my own preparations for the new year. Coincidentally, I also need to purchase some items," Su Linyuan replied. Jiang Xianyu bit her lip, aware that for individuals of their stature, holiday preparations were often handled well in advance. Items such as couplets and auspicious decorations were typically delivered to upscale residences, often at exorbitant prices. Other goods were also provided by dedicated staff, meticulously curated for affluent families like the Su family, with no expense spared. The amounts these elite households spent on brands were substantial, and they freely gifted items without concern, fearing rejection for lack of thoughtfulness. There's truly no need for advanced preparations. Even the ingredients for the New Year's Eve feast would be delivered by professionals on the day itself, ensuring freshness for such a momentous occasion. However, given Su Linyuan's insistence, she felt it inappropriate to decline. Upon arriving at the supermarket, Jiang Xianyu reached for a shopping cart, but Su Linyuan swiftly took the lead, maneuvering it with ease. As they walked side by side, they appeared to be a couple, at least in the eyes of a distant observer, Wang Wei. During Jiang Xianyu and Appo's few months away from work, Wang Wei realized just how challenging it was to navigate the finance industry without connections or support. Previously, as a vice president at Huayuan, Jiang Xianyu held a higher position than he did. Though her family had caused a stir at the company and colleagues often looked down upon her, her authority remained intact, and she managed numerous projects. A slight nudge or word of advice from her could have significantly eased his work. Now, without her guidance, he often stumbled and had faced reprimands from his superiors. As the new year approached, his family urged him to bring his girlfriend home to meet them. Once, he had boasted about his VP girlfriend to his family. Now, he felt utterly disheartened. For days, he had contemplated contacting Jiang Xianyu. Despite their breakup, they had shared a year together, and there were still lingering feelings. Even though he had initiated the split, Jiang Xianyu's gentle nature suggested she would not entirely disregard him. Although she had resigned, her capabilities remained intact, and there were many matters he could seek her counsel on to facilitate his career. To his dismay, Before he could reach out, he discovered Jiang Xianyu was already with another man. The sight of them shopping together suggested they were cohabitating. Anger surged within him. He had once desired to rent a place together, but she had vehemently refused. As his superior, he had hesitated to press the issue, but now, it seemed she had swiftly moved on. As he reflected on his past reluctance, he felt a deep sense of injustice. He had never even shared a bed with her during their relationship. Jiang Xianyu, oblivious to Wang Wei's lurking presence, was focused on her shopping, remembering her uncle's health issues. She picked up a box of bird's nest and a pack of jiao. Her uncle, who rarely drank or smoked, was treated to some fine liquor and quality tea. Throughout, Su Linyuan played the role of the attentive shopping assistant. As they reached the aisle for feminine hygiene products, Jiang Xianyu paused and asked, "Is there anything you need to buy?" Noticing the sanitary napkins ahead, Su Linyuan averted his gaze. "You go ahead. I will grab some fruit." Once he departed, Jiang Xianyu moved to select her sanitary supplies. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Wei rushed over, his expression filled with ire. "Jiang Xianyu, I never expected you to be such a shameless woman." Furrowing her brow, Jiang Xianyu confronted him, recognizing him. "Wang Wei, are you out of your mind? What is your problem?" With a scoff, he retorted, "Am I out of my mind? Who is it that cannot maintain decorum? We broke up not long ago, and you are already eager to find a replacement?" Taken aback by his confrontational demeanor, Jiang Xianyu recalled how Wang Wei had always been timid around her, never daring to raise his voice. However, she quickly dismissed her surprise, disliking his accusatory tone. Even if she were seeing someone else, it was none of his business since they had broken up. "We have been separated for several months. What I do now is irrelevant to you," she asserted. Wang Wei, stung by her firm rebuttal, felt emboldened by the realization that she was no longer his superior. "You cannot deny it. You are shopping with a man, which implies a relationship." As he thought back to the compromises he made during their relationship, his anger intensified. If he had known she would move on so quickly, he would have acted differently. Jiang Xianyu and Appo's face turned pale with rage, her body trembling at his crude insinuations. Without hesitation, she raised her hand and struck him. "You scoundrel! You make me sick." The force of her slap startled Wang Wei, his head snapping to the side as he stared at her in disbelief. "You dare hit me?" In response, he raised his arm to retaliate. The other women in the aisle, startled by the unfolding drama, quickly moved aside to seek assistance from security. Having overheard the situation, they understood that Wang Wei was Jiang Xianyu and Appo's SX, and sensed the escalating tension. Given the disparity in physical strength, they feared for Jiang Xianyu and Appo's safety and hurried to find help. Chapter 45. Look up and gaze at me. Wang Wei stood at a height of 178 centimeters. Though he was not as tall as Su Linyuan, he certainly towered over Jiang Xianyu, who was merely 160 centimeters. As he charged towards her with wide eyes, he resembled a frenzied bull. In contrast, Jiang Xianyu appeared diminutive, akin to a frightened rabbit. The onlookers could not help but gasp in shock. Jiang Xianyu's gaze was heavy yet eerily calm. Steadily gripping the handle of her cart, she mercilessly rammed it towards him the moment he made a move. Wang Wei stumbled, losing his footing and crashing to the ground. After this successful maneuver, Jiang Xianyu tightened her grasp on her bag, bracing herself for the next assault. She had never been intimidated by this man. The scoldings and beatings from her parents in her youth had been far more terrifying than Wang Wei and Appo's current aggression. At that time, her small stature made her feel utterly dwarfed by her parents, who loomed over her like two ferocious beasts, capable of tearing her apart in an instant. Wang Wei, shaken by the collision, scrambled to his feet and kicked the cart aside. Unimpeded by the cart, he was certain this time he could teach her a lesson. Meanwhile, Su Linyuan was selecting fruits in the produce section when he overheard someone mention a fight between a man and a woman. Initially indifferent, his heart raced upon hearing a young girl mention the feminine hygiene products aisle. Jiang Xianyu was right there. He abandoned his shopping and sprinted toward the commotion. A throng of spectators had gathered around the shelf of sanitary napkins. He vaguely heard a man calling out Jiang Xianyu's name. Within the circle, Wang Wei swung his fists, shouting, "Damn it, Jiang Xianyu, you'll pay for this." Jiang Xianyu raised her bag and aimed for his head, determined to incapacitate him with all her might. She remained cool and collected, aware of the surveillance cameras in the supermarket. His aggression warranted her self-defense. When her bag struck his head, Wang Wei was momentarily dazed, and before he could react, he received a punch to the face, collapsing instantly. Su Lingyuan's expression was as stormy as the sea. His gaze toward Jiang Xianyu colder than she had ever seen. He stood before her like a fortress, silent and dependable. Without glancing back, he pushed Jiang Xianyu behind him and seized Wang Wei by the collar, delivering another blow. Realizing Wang Wei was now incapable of further aggression, Jiang Xianyu rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Su Lingyuan and Appo's waist, pleading, "Mr. Su, no more fighting." Su Lingyuan and Appo's force was overwhelming, propelling Jiang Xianyu forward. Sensing her pull from behind, he eased his grip. Feeling the tension release, Jiang Xianyu exhaled, noticing his hand still firmly clutching Wang Wei's collar. "Mr. Su, there are cameras. If you strike again, it could cause trouble." Su Lingyuan fixed his gaze on Wang Wei for a few moments before reluctantly releasing him. Wang Wei felt as if he had narrowly escaped suffocation. Once freed, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, security, guided by several young women, arrived. Upon witnessing the scattered items and the man sprawled on the floor, they hurried to disperse the crowd and assess Wang Wei and Appo's condition. Su Lingyuan turned to Jiang Xianyu, his voice softening considerably. "Are you hurt?" Jiang Xianyu lowered her head, a wave of guilt washing over her. "I'm fine. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, for causing you trouble." Observing her apologetic demeanor ignited a fire within him. He stood before her, exuding a cold detachment reminiscent of the image Jiang Xianyu had seen at a previous banquet. "Why are you apologizing?" he inquired, his tone grave. Jiang Xianyu instinctively tightened her grip on her bag strap. "I caused you trouble." Su Lingyuan scoffed, his voice firm. "Jiang Xianyu, look up." Her eyelashes fluttered as she felt a tightening in her chest. "I said look up and meet my gaze." With fingers turning pale from gripping her bag, she slowly lifted her head, her eyes slightly reddened yet devoid of tears. Su Lingyuan felt an ache in his heart at the sight of her expression. After taking a couple of deep breaths to quell his discomfort, he asked, "I don't know the details, but I only want to know, did you instigate this?" Jiang Xianyu pressed her lips together, eventually shaking her head. "If you didn't provoke it, why apologize?" Su Lingyuan's voice resonated with authority. "Whoever starts trouble should apologize. If it's not your fault, there's no need to take it upon yourself." Jiang Xianyu felt a lump in her throat, turning her head aside, her usually smiling lips trembling slightly. Noticing her silence, Su Lingyuan and Appo's frustration grew. "Did you hear me?" Jiang Xianyu opened her mouth but found her throat constricted. She managed to nod just before Su Lingyuan could unleash his anger. She understood she was not at fault, yet as a caretaker, her personal matters had indeed caused trouble for her employer. However, Su Lingyuan and Appo's words stirred something within her. If she was not to blame, did that mean she needed Appo's to apologize? Su Lingyuan regarded Jiang Xianyu with a sigh in his heart. This woman, outwardly gentle and emotionally stable, remained remarkably composed even during the altercation. Yet, her stubbornness and strong sense of pride were undeniable. Though the conflict was not initiated by her, she felt compelled to apologize, which only fueled desire. But seeing her suppressing her emotions rendered him speechless. Softening his demeanor, Su Lingyuan raised his hand and gently patted her head twice. Unbeknownst to them, someone had called the police, and within moments, they arrived. The group was escorted to the station, conveniently located next to the supermarket. Wang Wei and Appo's face was bruised and swollen, and he staggered as he walked. At that moment, he wished nothing more than for Jiang Xianyu and that man to be locked up. He intended to file a report of assault, claiming attempted murder. However, before he could voice his demands, Su Lingyuan's words burst his bubble. As the officers took their statements, one asked Su Lingyuan, "What is your name?" Su Lingyuan replied succinctly. The name elicited no reaction from the others. But Wang Wei felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Who in the investment banking world did not know of Su Lingyuan and Appo's esteemed reputation? He was indeed Su Lingyuan, It was no wonder he and T recognized him in the supermarket. Su Lingyuan never granted interviews, and thus no photographs circulated. Those who had seen him were primarily attendees at various financial galas, and Wang Wei and Amp, Oppos, as current status did not afford him such privileges. Wang Wei felt as though the sky had fallen. No one understood better than him, a mere cog in the investment banking machine, what Su Lingyuan represented. If Su Lingyuan wished, he could end him without a second thought. In that moment, he comprehended why Jiang Xianyu had the audacity to resign. She had latched onto a golden opportunity. Previously plotting revenge, he now only hoped for mercy. Another officer turned to Jiang Xianyu for her statement, asking her name. After she replied, the two officers chuckled. You two have quite the couple name. Both Jiang Xianyu and Su Lingyuan froze. Indeed, Lingyuan and Xianyu made for an amusing coincidence. Another young officer chimed in, further lightening Su Lingyuan's expression. Jiang Xianyu quickly EXP following a tense atmosphere. The mention of Jiang Xianyu and Su Lingyuan and Amp, Oppos, names facilitated a temporary respite. After the police took statements from a trio, Su Lingyuan discovered that Wang Wei was Jiang Xianyu and Amp, Oppos, former paramour. Observing Wang Wei and Amp, Oppos, pallid complexion and timidity, Su Lingyuan crossed his arms. Engaging in a spirited mental comparison, he deemed Wang Wei less aesthetically pleasing, shorter in stature, and lacking his sartorial elegance and affluence. How could Jiang Xianyu have been romantically involved with such a toad-like man? Had they not been in the constabulary, he would have interrogated Jiang Xianyu about her impaired judgment. When the police inquired about the nature of Su Lingyuan and Jiang Xianyu and Amp, Oppos' relationship, Jiang Xianyu attempted to respond, but Su Lingyuan interjected, asserting that they were merely friends. Jiang Xianyu was taken aback by his response. He reasoned that introducing her as his nanny in front of her former boyfriend would be humiliating. A woman attending her ex's wedding would don her finest attire, prepared for a victorious return, and this situation was no different. Although being a nanny was not a shameful occupation, those with malicious intent might perceive it negatively. Given Wang Wei and Oppos' character, he could only conjure salacious thoughts, which Su Lingyuan anticipated. He would not allow Jiang Xianyu to be demeaned or defeated. The police resumed their inquiry into the incident's details. Jiang Xianyu recounted the events without embellishment, stating that Wang Wei initiated the altercation with insulting remarks, prompting her to slap him. Subsequently, he attempted to assault her, but she retaliated. Su Lingyuan, upon witnessing her being attacked, intervened as a good Samaritan. The police questioned Su Lingyuan, who corroborated Jiang Xianyu and Oppos' account. Wang Wei, intimidated by Su Lingyuan, dared not lie to the police, though he hesitated when asked about his remarks to Jiang Xianyu. Sensing his dishonesty, the police adopted a stricter tone. Before the interrogation could proceed, the officers who retrieved the surveillance footage from the supermarket returned. The footage revealed that Wang Wei had been stalking the pair and accosted Jiang Xianyu immediately after Su Lingyuan's departure. While Jiang Xianyu struck the first blow, it was in response to Wang Wei's provocation. The footage then depicted Wang Wei's attempted assault on Jiang Xianyu, followed by her defensive maneuvers. Seeing Jiang Xianyu ram Wang Wei with a shopping cart and then thrash him with her handbag, Su Lingyuan offered Jiang Xianyu a rare approving glance since the altercation. A female officer commented on Jiang Xianyu and Oppos' composure. Young lady, you remained remarkably calm. Jiang Xianyu offered a self-conscious smile, explaining that the area and Oppos' safety and the presence of helpful bystanders assured her that the situation would not escalate, allowing her to remain composed. The officer smiled reassuringly and changed the subject. As Wang Wei initiated the altercation and engaged in stalking, the police did not penalize Jiang Xianyu and Su Lingyuan. Instead, they admonished both parties and instructed them to compensate the supermarket for the damages before releasing them. Su Lingyuan was dissatisfied with the outcome, but Jiang Xianyu dissuaded him from further action. She acknowledged that she had struck the first blow, as evidenced by the surveillance footage, and did not want to waste Su Lingyuan's time on the matter. Furthermore, she believed that Wang Wei, upon learning of Su Lingyuan's identity, was likely terrified and more concerned about potential retribution than seeking revenge. Given his mediocre work performance, his life without her guidance at the company would likely be challenging. There was no need to pursue the matter further. Most importantly, only Wang Wei sustained injuries, making further investigation a burdensome endeavor. During the drive home, Su Lin Yuan remained silent, and Jiang Xianyu mirrored his quietude in the passenger seat. Su Lin Yuan glanced at her and quipped, "You truly need to acquire corrective lenses. What was your judgment before?" Jiang Xianyu glanced at him but remained silent. Su Lin Yuan felt a constricting sensation in his chest, regretting not having landed a few more punches. Jiang Xianyu glanced at him again, her voice soft. "Fighting is not commendable." Regarding the altercation, Su Lin Yuan eyed the handbag on Jiang Xianyu's lap and suggested, "Next time, I shall acquire a handbag adorned with studs for you. Should any miscreant approach, wield it with unrestrained force." He then examined her footwear, adding, "Perhaps the occasional wearing of high heels would also be beneficial. They could serve as makeshift weapons in dire circumstances." Jiang Xianyu, her spirits lifted, responded, "High heels are uncomfortable for walking, and I am not perpetually in imminent danger." Su Lin Yuan remained silent. Jiang Xianyu then stated, "Deduct the compensation for the supermarket from my wages." Su Lin Yuan readily agreed. "Very well, I shall see to it." The altercation occurred in the aisle between feminine hygiene products and skincare items, resulting in damage to several bottles and jars, totaling several thousand yuan. He reasoned that deducting the amount from Jiang Xianyu and Appo's wages, which were already subject to deductions by the domestic service company, would be acceptable. He would compensate her with a bonus later. Jiang Xianyu was surprised by Su Lin Yuan and Appo's ready agreement, anticipating a more protracted negotiation. Nonetheless, she was relieved, as it eased her conscience. Upon returning to the villa, Jiang Xianyu meticulously organized the purchased gifts, intending to deliver them to the brocade garden residence when time permitted. She prepared an elaborate dinner, which Su Lin Yuan recognized as a gesture of remorse. Earlier, while Su Lin Yuan was driving, Jiang Xianyu noticed that his knuckles were reddened from the altercation. His fair complexion accentuated the discoloration. Throughout the dinner, Jiang Xianyu served Su Lin Yuan several dishes using serving chopsticks. Later that evening, after showering, Su Lin Yuan knocked on Jiang Xianyu's door, holding a hairdryer. "Assist me in drying my hair," he requested, confident that the contrite Jiang Xianyu would not refuse and might even feel better as a result. As expected, Jiang Xianyu acquiesced. Su Lin Yuan luxuriated in the hair-drying service, his eyes nearly closing in contentment. A man's hair is short and dries quickly. Su Lin Yuan contemplated acquiring a hairdryer with lower power, musing that the rapid drying could damage his hair. That night, Jiang Xianyu slept soundly, seemingly immersed in a dream. In her dream, her father wielded a stick, striking her repeatedly. She endured the pain without flinching. Suddenly, a towering figure intervened, his features obscured, but his height was undeniable. He blocked her father's blows, his voice resonant. "Jiang Xianyu, you are not at fault." The sound of the name Jiang Xianyu was familiar, and gradually, the towering figure morphed into Su Lin Yuan. Jiang Xianyu awoke, still experiencing the sense of reassurance. She shook her head, attributing the dream to the events of the previous day, acknowledging that one often dreams of what one thinks about. Soon, the weekend arrived, and a guest visited the villa. Qin Tao rang the doorbell. Jiang Xianyu observed a woman with double bun hairstyle through the electronic peephole. Unfamiliar with the visitor, she summoned Su Lin Yuan. Upon recognizing the visitor, Su Lin Yuan opened the door with a scowl. Qin Tao's voice preceded her arrival. "Cousin, when did you acquire cats? I noticed a cat house near the garden." Chapter 47. The cousin's humiliation of Mr. Su Qin Tao confidently arrived at the entryway, disregarding her silent cousin, and promptly retrieved a pair of slippers from her bag. "I know you don't have spare slippers at home, but that's fine. I brought my own." This sentiment was tinged with a hint of melancholy for Qin Tao. Despite being only 2 years apart, her relationship with her cousin had soured over time. After her aunt and uncle divorced, her visits to the Su household diminished, leading to their gradual estrangement. Once her cousin grew older and moved out of the family home, he became increasingly averse to visitors. On one occasion, when she sought him out, She discovered the absence of spare slippers in his home, a clear indication of his determination to deter guests. Although she briefly considered entering without changing her shoes, she ultimately found herself locked out, forcing her to improvise with a clean plastic bag to step inside. Fortunately, she had a clever solution: her own slippers. As Qin Tao sat on the shoe-changing stool, she caught a glimpse of a pair of fluffy snow boots out of the corner of her eye. Such stylish footwear was certainly not something Aunt Qian would wear. It was clearly favored by younger women. With a mischievous grin, she turned to her cousin, Su Linyuan, who was heading to the living room. "Wait a minute," she teased. "Cousin, are you hiding a young lady in your golden house?" Su Linyuan, understanding her implication, felt a flush rise to his cheeks but maintained a facade of calmness. "What are you thinking about all day?" he replied. Qin Tao chuckled. "Oh, just a little curiosity." As he retreated to the living room, Jiang Xianyu, upon noticing Su Linyuan opening the door, busied herself in the kitchen preparing fruit. She knew better than to prepare drinks without inquiring about the guests' preferences. Qin Tao swiftly changed her shoes and followed Su Linyuan to the sofa in the living room, her gaze drifting toward the kitchen. She called out to Su Linyuan, winking playfully. "Who asked that?" Without acknowledging her, Su Linyuan evaded her approach. "Do you have any fur on you?" Qin Tao hesitated momentarily. "I shouldn't tea. I used a lint roller before coming over." Knowing her cousin's obsessive cleanliness, she found it peculiar that there was a cat house in the garden. As a pet blogger with 2 long-haired cats, a brown tabby Maine Coon and a ragdoll, her clothes were perpetually covered in fur. At that moment, Jiang Xianyu approached with a platter of cherries, strawberries, and sliced oranges, placing them on a coffee table before Qin Tao. Jiang Xianyu hesitated, unsure of how to address the unfamiliar face before her. Su Linyuan, sensing the awkwardness, interjected, "This is Qin Tao, my cousin from my uncle's side. Just call her by her name." Qin Tao gazed at Jiang Xianyu, surprised by her gentle beauty. So, this was her cousin's type? She had to admit it was quite pleasing to the eye. Now that Jiang Xianyu knew Qin Tao's identity, addressing her became simpler. "Miss Qin Tao, I wasn't sure what fruits you might like, so I washed these." Upon hearing the formal address, Qin Tao felt a hint of oddity in the tone, but was quickly distracted by the colorful fruits. "I like them all," she replied, popping a cherry into her mouth. "Miss Qin Tao, would you like something to drink?" Jiang Xianyu inquired. "Don't mind her," Su Linyuan said dismissively, then turned to Qin Tao. "You're grown now. Can't you serve yourself?" Qin Tao smiled, pulling Jiang Xianyu to sit beside her. "It's fine. I don't need a drink. The fruit is enough." She nudged the platter toward Jiang Xianyu. "You should have some too." Jiang Xianyu remained still. Qin Tao continued, "This cherry is really sweet. Actually, my favorite is durian." Upon hearing the mention of durian, Su Linyuan felt a wave of dread wash over him. He cleared his throat and shot Qin Tao a warning glance. Oblivious to his discomfort, Qin Tao pressed on, "But cousin doesn't tea like it, so I can only enjoy it at home. You wouldn't believe when I made him try durian as a child. He took a bite and immediately vomited. I still remember his expression. It was hilarious." Jiang Xianyu turned to look at Su Linyuan, who had covered his face with his hand, silently turning away as his ears flushed crimson. This girl had no filter. Realizing her cousin's growing embarrassment, Qin Tao finally sensed the shift in atmosphere. I'll go see if there are any drinks in the fridge," she said awkwardly. Rising to her feet, Jiang Xianyu intended to offer assistance, but was outpaced by Qin Tao's eagerness to escape Su Linyuan's disapproving gaze. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Xianyu and Appo's hand lingered in the air, unfulfilled. She recalled the durian flesh she had left to defrost for a durian millefeuille. Upon opening the fridge, Qin Tao felt the weight of the world crash down upon her. To her disbelief, she found durian. Was this really the same cousin who had once been mortified by the fruit? In an instant, the truth struck her. Her cousin was blatantly applying double standards. When she offered him durian, he was disgusted. Yet, when his girlfriend wanted some, it was perfectly acceptable to store it in the fridge. If she had brought durian home, he would have thrown her out without a second thought. Fuming, Qin Tao retrieved the platter of durian and approached Su Linyuan. "Cousin, what is this?" Taken aback, Su Linyuan momentarily panicked, but quickly regained his composure. "It's durian. Don't you recognize it?" Qin Tao accused. So only your girlfriend can eat durian? Am I not worthy? You can eat it too, but do it outside, he retorted. The chill of the wind outside sent shivers down Qin Tao's spine. She turned to Jiang Xianyu with a pleading smile. Sister-in-law, you need to rein him in. Jiang Xianyu was taken aback by the title, her cheeks flushing crimson. Miss Qin Tao, I'm not in the sort of relationship you're imagining with Mr. Su. I'm his hired caretaker. The living room fell silent. Qin Tao, stunned, processed the revelation. A caretaker? Was this the new standard? Did they require beauty as well as skill now? Su Linyuan felt a twinge of discomfort at Qin Tao and Appo's words. What was wrong with being a caretaker? Professions should not be judged by status. Qin Tao smirked knowingly at Su Linyuan, her expression exuding the confidence of someone who had unraveled his hidden thoughts. She had sensed something was off before, while she was unsure of Jiang Xianyu and Appo's feelings. She was certain her cousin harbored inappropriate thoughts about his little caretaker. Chapter 48. My cousin has found a remarkable person upon learning that Jiang Xianyu might be the object of Su Linyuan's affections. Qin Tao ceased her chatter regarding the matter of a caretaker. Fearing that an ill-chosen word might lead to her expulsion, she resolved to broach a safer topic. Cousin, when did you take up cat ownership? Recalling that the girl had inquired about the cat house upon her arrival, Su Linyuan replied, That is merely a stray cat from my garden. With the cold approaching, I constructed a little house for it. Qin Tao and Appo's interest peaked. You built the cat house yourself? As she scrutinized Su Linyuan, she added, You hardly seem the type to be adept at such handiwork. You are mistaken. I indeed contributed to the construction of that cat house, he retorted. Qin Tao remained skeptical. You? I doubt you could even cut wood correctly. Su Linyuan shot her a glare. And you, with your lips perpetually smacking at mealtimes, have somehow survived unscathed? Are you suggesting I possess a sharp tongue? She countered, a mocking smile on her face. Compared to you, I am but an amateur. Casting a glance at Jiang Xianyu, Su Linyuan felt the need to redeem his aloof demeanor. Now, speak plainly, what brings you here? Qin Tao's expression immediately soured. It's my parents again, lamenting my lack of ambition. Today, they insisted I attend a matchmaking event, and I had no choice but to seek refuge here. Su Linyuan was not taken aback by her words. His uncle had only one daughter, groomed from a young age to take the helm of the Qin Tian group. Yet, after completing her master's degree, this cousin had moved out, eschewing the family business to pursue her own career as a pet influencer, amassing nearly 1 million followers in just 2 years. She had previously mentioned her monthly income ranged between 100 to 200,000, a commendable sum for the average person, yet paltry for a family of their standing, where monthly earnings were calculated in the billions. From her uncle's perspective, Qin Tao's choices were deemed somewhat frivolous. Noticing the shift in Su Linyuan's demeanor, Qin Tao ventured softly. Cousin, might I stay here for a few days? Absolutely not, he replied without hesitation. If she were to move in, would Jiang Xianyu then have to attend to her? He was well aware of his cousin and Appo's lack of skills. Qin Tao was merely inquiring, not truly believing her cousin would accommodate her. Yet, a part of her secretly hoped he might, granting her a few days of peace. She had sought refuge here because her mother would not dare approach Su Linyuan. Her mother, Ms. Lu Shiyue, had a rather complicated relationship with Su Linyuan. The Qin family comprised only her father, Qin Fengming, and her aunt, Qin Fenghao, who held significant shares in the Qin Tian group, which would eventually be inherited by Su Linyuan. In contrast, her mother, having been overlooked by the family, possessed no shares of her grandfather's company, fostering a sense of jealousy towards her aunt. Although her mother had been raised in luxury, she had been excluded from the company's operations. After marrying into the Qin family and bearing Qin Tao, she was resolute that her daughter would inherit the Qin Tian group, determined to prove that women could carry on a family legacy. In contrast, her father was indifferent to the question of whether the heir should be male or female. Occasionally, when pressured by her mother to learn things she disliked, he would lament that had she been a son, he would have felt less conflicted. This remark, overheard by her mother, had lodged itself in her heart like a thorn. Later, when her cousin established Qingyuan capital and reached new heights, her father couldn't help but praise him. Her mother assumed her husband intended to pass the Qin Tian group to Su Linyuan. Seeing that her daughter had no plans to join the family business, she hastily encouraged her to marry, believing that if her daughter could not inherit, then a grandson could, as long as it was her daughter's bloodline that continued the Qin Tian legacy. Consequently, her mother harbored a certain wariness towards Su Linyuan. May I at least stay until evening? Qin Tao settled for a compromise. Is that truly all? Su Linyuan queried, an eyebrow raised. Qin Tao nodded. I fear if I return now, my mother will again insist I attend the matchmaking event. You know she wouldn't dare come here. After all, each visit only heightened her sense of urgency. Su Linyuan was well aware of his aunt's apprehension towards him, and had previously clarified that he had no intentions of inheriting the Qin Tian group. He had his own family business, Yunyu Group, to manage alongside Qingyuan Capital, leaving him no bandwidth to involve himself with Qin Tian. Thus, he intended to be a major shareholder, content to receive dividends. Moreover, most of the Qin Tian shares remained with his mother, Ms. Qin Fonghao. Once it was confirmed that she could linger until evening, Qin Tao finally relaxed and turned her attention back to the cat house. Su Linyuan casually mentioned that Jiang Xianyu had constructed it, while he had merely assisted. Qin Tao raised an eyebrow, a smile creeping across her face. This assistance must have been quite remarkable. As she settled into the couch to watch television, a delightful romantic drama, she found herself thoroughly entertained. Upon regaining her composure, she observed her cousin and Jiang Xianyu diligently working across the coffee table. Curiosity led her to sneak a glance at Jiang Xianyu and Appo's work. Her eyes dazzled by the colorful fluctuations of the stock market. It was particularly impressive how Jiang Xianyu managed to accommodate her cousin's professional and personal needs. Jiang Xianyu was organizing Su Linyuan's documents with remarkable efficiency, even taking the time to prepare coffee for both of them, complete with artful latte art that rivaled that of professional baristas. The taste was no less exquisite than that found in any CAF. As noon approached, Jiang Xianyu tidied her workspace and moved to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Qin Tao hesitantly inquired, "Where did you find such an extraordinary caretaker?" Watching television, Su Linyuan replied, engrossed in his work. Qin Tao sighed, "ISN and Appo's tea. It a bit excessive? It an Appo's. The weekend, after all. Must you be so industrious? It makes me appear quite idle in comparison." Setting down his documents, Su Linyuan gestured towards the kitchen. "You should assist Jiang Xianyu." Seeing the earnestness in his eyes, Qin Tao resigned herself to the task and headed to the kitchen. Inside, Jiang Xianyu was skillfully chopping vegetables. Her knife skills impressive as the rhythmic chopping echoed throughout the room. Qin Tao watched in awe, her mouth agape in astonishment, before witnessing Jiang Xianyu and Appo's capabilities. She had assumed her cousin was merely enamored with her looks. After spending the morning together, it became clear that her cousin appreciated not only her beauty, but also her remarkable skills. The title of Appo's, caretaker and Appo's, seemed insufficient. Now, observing Jiang Xianyu and Appo's culinary skills, she gained a more profound understanding of human diversity. Indeed, her cousin had found someone remarkable. Sensing movement behind her, Jiang Xianyu turned to face Qin Tao. "Miss Qin, what brings you here? Is there something you need?" Seeing her attentively address her while continuing to chop, Qin Tao felt a flutter of anxiety. You should focus on the knife, not on me." Jiang Xianyu chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, I'm accustomed to this and nothing will go awry." Qin Tao felt relieved as Jiang Xianyu turned her attention back to her work. "My cousin finds me bothersome, so he sent me to help you." Jiang Xianyu hesitated, aware that Qin Tao was a guest. However, Qin Tao displayed an overwhelming eagerness to assist. Reluctantly, Jiang Xianyu assigned her a relatively simple task, washing the vegetables. Having been shadowed by Su Linyuan's clumsiness, she remained skeptical of Qin Tao's abilities. Chapter 49. Qin Tao and Jiang Xianyu. Qin Tao and Su Linyuan are indeed close cousins, sharing a remarkable bond. Their interactions are equally matched, akin to two peas in a pod. As they washed the lettuce, their movements were so vigorous that they nearly shredded the leaves. In order to ensure a timely dinner, Jiang Xianyu graciously declined Qin Tao and Appo's offer of assistance. At that moment, Qin Tao could only watch in silence as Jiang Xianyu discarded the vegetable scraps into the trash. Despite Jiang Xianyu and Appo's smiling demeanor, Qin Tao sensed an unsettling chill in the air. With a conciliatory smile, Qin Tao suggested, "I'll just observe from the sidelines. Perhaps with enough time, I might develop an aptitude for it." The kitchen in the hillside villa was spacious, and Qin Tao and Appo's presence was not an inconvenience, so Jiang Xianyu allowed her to linger. For someone unskilled in the culinary arts, watching a chef execute cooking techniques with fluidity was akin to witnessing a master at work. During the brief span of time Jiang Xianyu spent preparing, Qin Tao and Appo's exclamations of awe were countless, distracting Su Linyuan in the living room from his tasks. Concerned that Jiang Xianyu might find the solitary cooking experience dull, Qin Tao occasionally engaged her in conversation. Can I call you little fish?" she inquired. Jiang Xianyu nodded in agreement. "When did you start working for my cousin?" "At the beginning of December," came the reply. "Do you know where Aunt Qian has gone?" Qin Tao continued her line of questioning. "Aunt Qian's daughter-in-law just had a baby, so she took leave to help out," Jiang Xianyu explained, multitasking as she stirred the vegetables. Upon realizing that Jiang Xianyu and Appo's job was temporary, Qin Tao shifted the conversation to other topics, her chatter uninterrupted throughout the cooking process. It was evident that she was someone who could engage in a 4-hour live stream without pause. Once dinner was ready, the three gathered to enjoy the meal. Qin Tao eagerly anticipated the dishes, having watched Jiang Xianyu transform each ingredient into a delightful culinary creation. Jiang Xianyu's skills had earned the approval of the Su elders, ensuring the meal and Appo's quality was exceptional. Qin Tao relished every bite, feeling thoroughly satisfied, even a bit reluctant to leave the table. In her heart, she mused that the meal surpassed anything her family's housekeeper could muster. After the sumptuous dinner, Qin Tao wandered about the living room, eventually casting hopeful glances at Jiang Xianyu. "Little fish, would you join me for a stroll in the garden to help digest?" Jiang Xianyu, having no pressing engagements that evening, agreed, but only after tidying up the dining area and kitchen. With the presence of a dishwasher, the task was completed swiftly. While waiting, Qin Tao watched Jiang Xianyu finish up, eagerly taking her hand as they headed outside. Su Linyuan looked up and couldn't help but remark, "You should put on your down jacket before heading out." "I know, cousin," Qin Tao replied, pulling Jiang Xianyu towards the entrance where their coats hung. Watching their figures disappear into the hallway, Su Linyuan quietly muttered to himself, "I didn't mention it to you." In the garden, Qin Tao, clad in her coat, strolled alongside Jiang Xianyu, who had donned her down jacket. It was then that Qin Tao realized that Su Linyuan had been referring to Jiang Xianyu. She silently chastised him for being oblivious to the feelings of others. After meandering for a while, Qin Tao led Jiang Xianyu to the cat house. Her passion for animals had inspired her to become a pet blogger, and while energetic dogs were delightful, her own inclination towards laziness made cats the ideal companions. Upon reaching the cat house, they discovered a tabby cat inside. Qin Tao and Appo's eyes brightened as she rummaged through her coat pockets and produced a cat toy, meant for her own furry friends. Now, it was a treat for this little creature, Jiang Xianyu observed as the typically aloof tabby cautiously emerged, eventually licking the toy after a few tentative approaches. A warm smile spread across Qin Tao and Appo's face, and Jiang Xianyu thought to herself that despite being 2 years her senior, Qin Tao exhibited a youthful spirit reminiscent of a girl. This was a testament to the comfort of a happy family. After more than half an hour of playful interactions and feeding the kittens, Qin Tao returned indoors, feeling content. The clock had yet to strike 8, and she was reluctant to leave. Conversing with Jiang Xianyu felt wonderfully refreshing. It had been ages since she had enjoyed such an open dialogue with anyone. Since moving out, her parents often brought up matchmaking during their brief encounters, and her circle of friends consisted mainly of well-bred young ladies who discussed jewelry, fashion, and models, leaving no room for conversations about pets or emotions. With Jiang Xianyu, she felt as though she had found a kindred spirit. Observing the two engaged in conversation, Su Linyuan chose not to interrupt. Gradually, the evening wore on, and the clock approached 9. Qin Tao flashed a charming smile at Su Linyuan. "Cousin, it's so late, and it's dark and chilly outside. How could you let a fragile girl like me head home alone? Su Linyuan replied. I could send Assistant Zhao to escort you back. Qin Tao was momentarily speechless. But cousin, I just became friends with little fish. How can you let us part ways like this? And sending Assistant Zhao out in this cold. It and oppose. That's not right. After all, a working person deserves consideration too. Su Linyuan sighed. Having anticipated her intentions the moment she proposed a stroll, Qin Tao's eyes lit up suddenly. So you do agree? Su Linyuan gave her a sideways glance. But you didn't bring a change of clothes. Just as he was about to suggest he could have someone bring some over, Qin Tao sprang up, exclaiming, I have some. They and oppose, in the car. With Su Linyuan and oppose, consent, Qin Tao hurried off to gather her change of clothes and toiletries. Once she returned with her belongings, she asked, Cousin, which room can I stay in? You can choose between the first and second floors, he replied. All right, Qin Tao exclaimed, pulling Jiang Xianyu along to help her select a room. Ultimately, she chose the south-facing room on the second floor and eagerly ushered Jiang Xianyu to wash up and apply face masks together. Before long, Su Linyuan was left alone in the living room. He tidied up before heading upstairs. The following morning, Qin Tao awoke early, feeling slightly out of place. She had assumed she would be the first to rise, only to discover that Jiang Xianyu was already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. As she beheld Jiang Xianyu in the morning light, a fleeting moment of empathy for her cousin washed over her. Indeed, it was a sight to behold. No wonder one would seek out a beautiful maid to cook. Merely imagining a lovely person like Jiang Xianyu preparing meals made the food seem delectable even before tasting it. Qin Tao did not linger long, as she had 2 demanding pets at home to care for. Though a housekeeper was present, she preferred to tend to her beloved companions herself. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Qin Tao added Jiang Xianyu on WeChat and drove away. After moving out from the Qin family home, Qin Tao settled into a villa she had purchased with her own pocket money. The villa, while not extravagant by the standards of the city, was comfortable as she had personally overseen its decoration. As she entered her home, humming a cheerful tune, she called out, Ayu, Xian, Mommy and Amp, Appo's home. Ayu was her brown tabby Maine Coon, who, despite his imposing appearance, possessed a gentle temperament. Qin Tao felt he was as gentle as jade, and thus named him Ayu. As for Xian, the name was inspired by the ethereal charm of ragdolls. She initially thought Xian was female until she discovered he was, in fact, male. Nevertheless, regardless of gender, Xian remained his name. Chapter 50. The attempt to poach after changing her shoes. Qin Tao noticed that the 2 little ones had yet to come over, which piqued her curiosity as she made her way into the living room. Upon entering, she immediately spotted her mother, who sat on the sofa with a frosty expression. Mom, Qin Tao exclaimed, startled, her heart racing. What are you doing here? Qin Mu, Lu Shuriwei, glared at her with an icy demeanor and retorted sharply, do you not know why I am here? Qin Tao quickly lowered her head, adopting a contrite posture. Don't pretend to be innocent. Do you have any idea how much I had to apologize for your evasion of yesterday's blind date? The more she thought about it, the angrier Qin Mu became, her tone growing more intense. In a subdued voice, Qin Tao countered, but I told you I didn't oppose. Do you want to go on a blind date? Even if you arranged it, I wouldn't oppose. Have gone. You. The living room fell silent as Qin Mu heard her daughter oppose words clearly. Do you think you have a right to argue? Look around. Which daughter from a respectable family behaves like you? If you refuse to take over the company, I won't force you, but while your father and I still have the energy, you should hurry and give us an heir. Qin Tao tossed her bag onto the sofa, her voice involuntarily rising. Again, with this? Am I just a breeding machine? Just for the sake of an heir, I should disregard my own wishes and bear a child with a man I don't amp? Oppose. To even like? Qin Mu was taken aback by her daughter and oppose. That's audacity, especially after defying her just the day before, and her chest heaved with indignation. This is your duty as a member of the Qin family. If you don't take over, are you going to hand over the vast family fortune to Su Linyuan? Qin Tao detested her mother and oppose manipulative tactics the most. She irritably replied, Mom, how many times do I have to tell you? My cousin has no interest in our family's business. He already has Yunyu Group and Chengyuan Capital. Even if he were a machine, he couldn't and oppose. He possibly managed 3 such large enterprises simultaneously. Qin Mu regarded her daughter with a patronizing expression. You are so naive. You still underestimate your cousin's capabilities. If he desires it, he can achieve it. The key is that he does not want to. Qin Tao retorted coldly. Seeing her daughter so obstinate, Qin Mu and Amp, oppose, S temper flared. I don't and Amp, oppose, take care whether you agree or not. You are going on that blind date this afternoon. I will have the bodyguard stationed at the door, so don't and oppose, to even think about escaping. Qin Tao resigned herself to her fate. Fine. If you're forcing me to go on this blind date, I can't end oppose, to refuse, but don't expect me to cooperate fully. Just wait and see how I perform at the event. Qin Mu trembled with rage, pointing a finger at her. You are really something? Qin Tao turned her head away, unwilling to meet her mother's gaze. She did not wish to provoke her mother to this extent. But her mother insisted on choosing blind date candidates who were eager for her child to inherit the Qin name. These suitors were all after the family fortune, and she had no interest in them. Realizing her daughter was resolute in her defiance, Qin Mu issued a stern ultimatum. If that is the case, then you shall not enjoy any benefits that the Qin family provides. With that, she called out to the housekeeper, Lu Sao, come with me back home. You are no longer needed here. Lu Sao cast a glance at Qin Tao before obediently moving to her mistress's side. After all, she was the Qin family servant, and when the lady commanded, she had to comply. Qin Mu continued, from now on, we will no longer provide you with pocket money each month. You claim to have principles, so do not rely on the Qin family's influence. Fine, if you wish to cut me off, so be it. Qin Tao understood that her mother was attempting to force her submission. After a long silence, Qin Mu stood up and instructed Lu Sao, pack your things and come back to the old residence with me. Lu Sao nodded and hurried to gather her belongings. Once Lu Sao had finished packing, Qin Mu left without a backward glance. Qin Tao exhaled slowly as she surveyed the now quiet house. She first checked on the 2 little ones that the nanny had placed upstairs before contemplating her next steps. Although she had lost her family's financial support, her earnings from live streaming came in every month. Her mother was accustomed to an upper-class lifestyle and knew little about living as an ordinary person. Her monthly income was sufficient to sustain herself. From today onward, she could forego purchasing luxury handbags and jewelry. The one she already owned would suffice. As for clothing, sponsorships from brands ensured she had enough to wear, even if they paled in comparison to the previous high-end couture. The only inconvenience was the absence of a housekeeper, as her self-sufficiency skills were lacking. Particularly for a single woman of wealth and beauty like her, finding a trustworthy housekeeper would prove challenging. Suddenly, she thought of Jiang Xianyu. Her contract with her cousin would expire soon, and she had mentioned it would end before the Lantern Festival. At that point, she could hire her. With this thought in mind, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. During the period leading up to the new year, she could indulge in takeout and have a temporary worker tidy up the house, regardless of her mother's anger. Her father would not allow her to spend the new year alone outside. She could extend her stay at home for a while until Jiang Xianyu and oppose, as contract concluded. With a newfound sense of direction for the future, Qin Tao relaxed and immersed herself in the joyful activity of playing with her cats. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianyu remained unaware that her next opportunity was already on the horizon. At that moment, she was listening to Su Lin Yuan discuss the situation with Yuan E-Technology. It turned out Yuan E-Technology had indeed infringed on another Amp, Oppo's patent, and the company had now halted the project. Jiang Xianyu was surprised that Yuan E-Technology had failed to go public this time. In her past life, Yuan E had been exposed for issues only after going public. She suspected that the aggressive Zhou Qiang and the corrupt Yao Guangzhong were to blame. Su Lin Yuan might have caught wind of some irregularities, but ultimately failed to intervene in time. Well, it's better to stop the losses early, Jiang Xianyu remarked. Unbeknownst to her, Su Lin Yuan had not only halted Yuan E-Technology and Oppo's as project, but also held individuals accountable. Yao Guangzhong was dismissed for his misconduct, and Zhou Qiang was demoted due to business-related issues. However, what surprised Jiang Xianyu even more was that Feng, the director of Huayuan Venture Capital, had taken over the Yuan E-Technology project. Jiang Xianyu could only think that everything was destined. As the days passed, it was soon the 27th day of the 12th month. Jiang Xianyu would be on holiday after finishing her work today. Her annual leave began on the 28th and extended until the 5th day of a new year, with work resuming on the 6th. Today, Su Linyuan did not go to work, instead watching Jiang Xianyu pack her belongings. Jiang Xianyu gathered everything she could carry, since she did not own much. Just a large suitcase sufficed for her clean clothes. Seeing this, Su Linyuan opened his mouth several times before finally speaking. You and Oppos. We're only going back for a week. Why do you need to pack so meticulously? It's not like you won tea return. Jiang Xianyu replied. Aside from my skincare products, I haven't taken any other toiletries. I can buy new ones when I get back. Upon hearing this, Su Linyuan inexplicably felt relieved. Oh, I thought you were taking everything with you since your suitcase seems so large. Chapter 51. Mr. Su, I have brought the money having completed her tidying up. Jiang Xianyu immersed herself back into her work. Su Linyuan observed her bustling in the kitchen, standing at the doorway, engaging her in conversation. Jiang Xianyu, where is your hometown? Despite having worked in this area for some time, he remained unfamiliar with many aspects of her life. As she chopped vegetables, Jiang Xianyu replied, I am from Zhenzhou. Zhenzhou? Su Linyuan confessed he had never heard of it. It's a county-level city under Yangqing. Yangqing? In su provincia. Jiang Xianyu nodded. Su Linyuan chuckled softly, realizing why people often refer to Su province as the loose assembly. Although his grandparents hailed from Su province, they had moved to Haisher in their youth, leaving him with little knowledge of the region, which now piqued his curiosity when Jiang Xianyu spoke of it. Jiang Xianyu paused momentarily, explaining it and amp. Oppos. That's just a habit. People there generally refer to it that way. Su Linyuan inquired, have you purchased your tickets? Jiang Xianyu replied, not yet. I plan to drive back with my sister. She did not own a car, but her sister did. She envisioned that once she earned money from stock trading, she could afford a modest vehicle for convenience. You have a sister? Su Linyuan asked, surprised. Upon hearing his question, Jiang Xianyu lowered her gaze. Yes, I do. Noticing her reluctance to elaborate, Su Linyuan refrained from pressing further. After lunch, concerned for her sister and Oppos' well-being, Jiang Xianyu called her. They had agreed that she would come over once she finished her tasks. But it had been over a week with no news from her. Chen Xiling quickly answered upon seeing Jiang Xianyu and amp. Oppos' call, but the background noise was chaotic, prompting Jiang Xianyu to voice her concern. Why is it so noisy over there? Chen Xiling found a quieter spot before responding. Oh, they're in amp. Oppos' is a last-minute audition, which is why I and amp, Oppos' am a bit late. On her way to Haisher, her agent had given her an audition invitation for a new film by director Chen Sheng, titled Chasing Fish, set to begin shooting in spring and needing to finalize the cast before the new year. She had seized this opportunity after the originally favored actress had declined due to holiday plans. The original choice had some renown, and it was uncertain if she truly turned it down or if it was merely an excuse. As it happened, Chen Xiling and Oppos' background and demeanor fit the role perfectly. Being a trained actress, currently, she was at the audition site, just waiting for her turn. Jiang Xianyu hadn't anticipated her sister would be working at such a time. Will you be able to make it over? Chen Xiling was unsure. It depends on the audition results. If I succeed, I'll have to meet with the crew for a dinner tomorrow. Jiang Xianyu pondered for a moment. Which drama are you auditioning for? Uncertain of her sister's intent behind a question, Chen Xiling answered, Director Chen Sheng's Chasing Fish. Jiang Xianyu smiled upon hearing this. That sounds promising. I believe you'll succeed in this audition. I'll head to the film city to find you, and we'll depart together from there. Chen Xiling hesitated. Sister, it's the peak travel season. Tickets are hard to come by. Don't worry, I'll find a way, Jiang Xianyu assured her. After calming her sister, Jiang Xianyu ended the call. She hadn't intentionally avoided Su Linyuan during her conversation, but he inquired, Is there anything I can assist you with? Meeting his concerned gaze, Jiang Xianyu shook her head gently. No, I'll figure it out myself. She then opened her phone to check for tickets for the following day, only to find that both train and plane tickets had sold out. She stared at her screen, as if willing tickets to appear. I didn't mean to overhear your call, but you're going to the film city? I can help you secure a first-class ticket, Su Linyuan offered, recognizing her expression of despair. Given the holiday rush, it was no surprise that tickets were scarce. "It's all right. I can catch a rideshare," Jiang Xianyu replied. Though Su Linyuan frowned at the thought, rideshares can be unsafe, especially for someone as beautiful as you. What if something were to happen? A chilling memory of a tragic incident involving a rideshare driver resurfaced in Jiang Xianyu's mind, making her pale. "Then I'll cover the cost of the plane ticket," Su Linyuan insisted, ultimately choosing the safer option. His mention of money darkened Su Linyuan's expression. "Must you be so calculative? Other housekeepers would seize any opportunity. Yet here you are, turning down what S offered." Jiang Xianyu defended herself. "I am a caretaker with professional ethics." Su Linyuan couldn't help but laugh. Yet he took her identification to have assistant Zhao book a ticket for the morning flight to the film city. While he was at it, Jiang Xianyu asked, "How much will it cost?" He shot her a glare before retreating upstairs. Jiang Xianyu found herself at a loss. It was the final day of work, yet she couldn't find peace. Perhaps sensing her impending departure, Su Linyuan returned shortly after, grumbling as Jiang Xianyu inquired about the price. Feeling uncertain, she contemplated asking the airline staff for clarification when she boarded the flight the next day. That evening, Jiang Xianyu returned to Jinxiu Garden and invited her close friend, Lu Lijun, to join her. Lu Lijun readily agreed. As they chatted, the topic of Jiang Xianyu's travel plans arose. Under normal circumstances, she could easily borrow Lu Lijun's car, but with Lu Lijun also needing to drive home for the holidays, she felt hesitant to ask. "How will you manage to get there?" Lu Lijun inquired. Jiang Xianyu looked conflicted. "Mr. Su arranged for me to have a first-class ticket." Lu Lijun straightened in surprise. "Oh, Mr. Su secured a first-class ticket for you? You're quite fortunate." Yet, Jiang Xianyu sighed. "I feel uneasy about it. I need to pay, but he won't tell me how much." Lu Lijun placed a comforting arm around Jiang Xianyu's shoulder, casually asking, "If your previous company had given you a first-class ticket, would you have accepted?" "Of course," Jiang Xianyu replied resolutely. Lu Lijun studied her thoughtfully. "Why is that?" Jiang Xianyu explained, "They wouldn't just provide me with a ticket for no reason. They must have a task for me, so why not take it?" "So, you don't truly view Mr. Su as your employer?" Lu Lijun concluded, contrasting her previous company with Su Linyuan. After a moment of silence, Jiang Xianyu had a sudden realization. Mr. Su is quite amiable. We are, in fact, friends." Lu Lijun simply smiled, choosing not to comment further. She had long noted that her friend exhibited a tendency toward avoidant attachment, yearning for closeness yet shying away from emotional bonds. When relationships approached intimacy, she instinctively recoiled, a form of self-protection against potential heartache. Her independence was pronounced, often preferring to manage everything on her own without burdening others. However, Lu Lijun recognized that her friend's symptoms were not as severe. It was during their college years that they had forged a deeper connection. She suspects that her sister may harbor some affection for Mr. Su, yet she consistently avoids confronting it. Consequently, when faced with Mr. Su and Oppo's overtures, she instinctively concocts various excuses to decline his advances. For instance, regarding the matter of the plane tickets, under normal circumstances, this would be perceived as a benefit bestowed by an employer upon an employee. However, Jiang Xianyu insists on reimbursing him. Yet, such ingrained behaviors cannot be altered overnight. The influence of one and Oppo's family of origin is profoundly significant. Mr. Su has a long and arduous journey ahead of him. Chapter 52. No luck with small fish. Observing Jiang Xianyu's restless demeanor, Lu Lijun suggested, "Why not inquire with Assistant Zhao? Did you not mention that he was the one handling this matter?" Jiang Xianyu smacked her forehead, realizing her oversight. With a newfound approach, she promptly messaged Assistant Zhao, confident that he would see it. There was no need to ask. The phones of diligent workers do not simply shut down. Indeed, moments later, Assistant Zhao replied. Upon learning the amount, she transferred the funds to his phone. "Assistant Zhao, could you kindly pass this on to General Manager Su?" Upon seeing the incoming transfer, Assistant Zhao felt a pang of unease. He sensed he may have acted foolishly. Noticing his reluctance to accept the money, Jiang Xianyu remarked, "If you don't accept it, I will still need to give it to General Manager Su. If necessary, I shall make a trip after the new year to withdraw cash. Assistant Zhao sent a crying emoji in response. Jiang Xianyu silently apologized in her heart. She was left with no choice. Eventually, Assistant Zhao accepted the funds and begrudgingly sent a screenshot to Su Linyuan. At that moment, Su Linyuan was at the old residence. His housekeeper was on vacation, and with no provisions and the chill settling in, he decided to return to the old home. As he read Assistant Zhao's message, his expression darkened. Noticing her grandson and aunt, Appo's unusual demeanor, Grandma Su inquired, "What is the matter? Why do you look so upset?" Su Linyuan replied, "Jiang Xianyu couldn't secure a ticket during the new year, so I arranged one for her. This girl insists on sending me the money, and it has reached Assistant Zhao." Grandma Su, surprised by her grandson's generosity, remarked, "Why are you being so kind-hearted?" Su Linyuan retorted, "Grandma, do you truly think I'm so stingy in your eyes? Am I not good to Aunt Li and Aunt Qian?" Grandma Su chuckled, "All right, you're the best." She meant to convey that her grandson typically does not show such concern for those he has known for a short time. Hearing his grandmother's playful tone, Su Linyuan sighed, "Grandma, I am no longer a child." Grandma Su nodded in agreement, but still defended Jiang Xianyu, saying, "That girl is not having it easy. She has a strong sense of pride. She does not have a character that enjoys taking advantage of others. So, just accept the money." Grandpa Su added, "Keep the money. When it's time for salaries, give her a little extra bonus." This maneuver was familiar to him. Under the persuasion of his grandparents, Su Linyuan allowed Assistant Zhao to transfer the money back. Assistant Zhao felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Delaying even a second would have been irresponsible. Once the funds were received, Su Linyuan sent a brief message to Jiang Xianyu. "The money has been received." Jiang Xianyu replied promptly, "Okay." Su Linyuan reread those two words several times, feeling a pang of bittersweet emotion. The following morning, Su Grandpa rose early. After breakfast, upon seeing Su Linyuan leisurely scrolling through his phone, he declared, "Come, accompany Grandpa fishing." Though Su Linyuan had little interest in fishing, he recalled his grandfather's enthusiastic social media posts and decided to join him. The artificial lake was not crowded with anglers that day. Even Old Li was present. Su Linyuan greeted him warmly. Old Li chuckled, "You're back early this year, Linyuan." Su Linyuan smiled. "There was no one at home, so I returned earlier." Old Li nodded, understanding that being alone outside is not easy. Returning early is a good choice. Then, shifting his tone, Old Li asked Old Su, "Why are you here so early today?" Typically, they would arrive in the afternoon. Since Linyuan is back, I thought surely little fish has been with him long enough to bring some luck. Old Li's eyes immediately lit up. Perhaps that would indeed be the case. With that thought, he gathered his fishing gear and chair, moving closer to Su Linyuan and reminiscing, back in the day, when our little fish was around. We had quite the fortune. Su Linyuan listened intently. Curiosity piqued. Little fish? Is that Jiang Xianyu? Is she skilled at fishing? He felt he had stumbled upon another of her talents. When it came to Jiang Xianyu, both Su Grandpa and Old Li had endless tales to share. In their eyes, Jiang Xianyu had become a reincarnation of the fish god. Whoever sat beside her would catch fish. Old Li even recounted her legendary ability to earn 1,000 yuan per half hour of fishing companionship. Su Linyuan listened, "Estanis." No wonder his grandfather had always caught fish during that time and frequently posted about it. It was all thanks to Jiang Xianyu. Unfortunately, Su Linyuan seemed to have inherited his grandfather's luck, as he failed to catch a single fish that day. Though Su Grandpa did not voice his thoughts, his discontented gaze seemed to pierce through Su Linyuan. Feeling awkward, Su Linyuan rubbed his nose, unsure of why he was so unfortunate. He felt compelled to defend himself. "Grandpa, Uncle Li, could it be possible that your skills are lacking? We must trust in science." The response was a barrage of furious glances from the two elders. "Grandpa Suritortid, nonsense. Ever since little fish bestowed her blessings upon me, my fishing success has improved significantly." Old Li nodded in agreement. "Your grandfather speaks the truth. We can at least catch one or two every day." Grandpa Su dismissively told his grandson, "Go play elsewhere. Don't ruin my fishing luck." Old Li suddenly recalled the scene of Jiang Xianyu's first fishing experience and turned to Grandpa Su, suggesting, "Should we try using worms?" Grandpa Su found this a plausible idea and looked at Su Linyuan. Xiaoyuan, go fetch me some worms. Su Linyuan felt as if he might explode. Seeing his grandfather's serious demeanor, he thought frantically, Grandpa, worms hibernate in winter. Ultimately, the two elders had to abandon the idea, their disappointment palpable. Upon returning home, Su Linyuan resolved that he would not accompany his grandfather fishing again until he forgot about digging for worms. Meanwhile, Jiang Xianyu boarded a flight to the film city, carrying her luggage and New Year's gifts. She relished the first-class service, feeling entirely justified given the expense. The flight from Haishur to the film city took merely an hour, and she arrived swiftly. At the airport, she was met by a friend of Chen Xiling. Given Chen Xiling's current status, she did not yet have an assistant. The company assigned her a manager who oversaw several other individuals and would not cater solely to Chen Xiling. This friend, named Jiang Xianyu, was a young girl working as a background actor in the film city, roughly the same age as Jiang Xianyu. She greeted Jiang Xianyu with enthusiasm and drove her directly to Chen Xiling's rented accommodation. Jiang Jia, Xiling is currently dining with the crew and will return shortly. Please set your things down, and I'll take you out for a meal. Jiang Xianyu responded affirmatively and retrieved some local delicacies from her bag, offering, "These are gifts from Haishur. Please enjoy them." Jiang Yu expressed her gratitude with delight. Originally, Jiang Xianyu had intended these gifts for Chen Xiling's manager. But to be cautious, she had purchased extras, which now came in handy. Chapter 53. The banquet. Jiang Yu led Jiang Xianyu down the bustling streets of the film city, explaining it's quite pleasant during the day, but the night market is where the real excitement lies. Jiang Xianyu felt a sense of novelty. Although her sister was an actress, her previous life had been consumed by work, leaving her little opportunity to explore this vibrant locale. The two entered a clean establishment, where the stir-fried dishes proved to be quite palatable. Eventually, Jiang Xianyu settled the bill, appreciating the efforts of the young girl who had been both serving and introducing them. Jiang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment at Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's generosity, but in the art of insisting to pay, she found herself outmatched by her sister and Oppo's seasoned prowess. Their meal was leisurely, and by the time they finished, Chen Xiling had yet to return. Just as Jiang Xianyu was about to call her sister, she noticed an unread WeChat message on her phone. It was a voice message from Su Linyuan. "Have you arrived? Is anyone there to greet you?" Jiang Xianyu quickly replied, "Mr. Su, I have arrived." As Su Linyuan anxiously awaited her response, he felt a wave of relief wash over him upon receiving her message. Indeed, once she left, it was as if she had taken flight, rarely initiating contact, with his messages often met with prolonged silence. Just as Jiang Xianyu prepared to call Chen Xiling, a message from her sister appeared. "Sister, please call me." Without delay, Jiang Xianyu dialed her sister's number. On the other end, Chen Xiling was firmly declining the drinks being offered by the producer. "Director Zhang, I really can't into Oppo's tea drink. I have to drive later." The meal was nearing its conclusion, and the atmosphere was growing increasingly intoxicated. The once amiable Director Zhang began to pressure Chen Xiling to drink. With her delicate appearance, Chen Xiling seemed meek, shrinking into the background while the focus remained on the producer, director, and prominent actors. She was merely a secondary character among them, an inconspicuous figure caught in the crosshairs of the second female lead, Baiku, a third-tier actress who, not wanting to drink herself, specifically called upon Chen Xiling, insinuating that she had yet to be seen drinking, thus casting aspersions on Director Zhang. As Director Zhang, in high spirits, insisted that Chen Xiling drink, she grew anxious. Knowing her sister was nearby, but had yet to see her, they had planned to drive back that afternoon, and under normal circumstances, she might have indulged. But given the circumstances, she felt compelled to send a discreet message to Jiang Xianyu, hoping to escape the pressure to drink. When Jiang Xianyu's call came through, Chen Xiling sighed in relief. With a smile, she said, "Director Zhang, I'm truly sorry. My sister is calling. I must take this." Upon hearing the phone connect, Jiang Xianyu was met with a cacophony of voices and the occasional urging to drink. "Xiaoling, where are you now? The meal should be nearly over. I can come pick you up." Finding a quiet spot, Chun Xiling replied, "Sister, I'm fine. It's just the producer urging me to drink. I'd rather not. Please wait for me at the house. I should be done soon." Jiang Xianyu disagreed, saying, "I'm outside. Tell me the address, and I'll come pick you up." She understood all too well the pressure of drunken revelry, especially when dealing with a producer. Her sister, being merely a supporting role, had little room to refuse. After some hesitation, Chun Xiling relayed the location. "Sister, let me know when you're close. I'll inform them." The atmosphere at the table remained relatively tame. The urging to drink was the extent of their behavior, and the guests were respectful. After all, they all had a vested interest in the success of the television series. With the address in hand, Jiang Xianyu informed Jiang Yu of her intention to fetch her sister, and Jiang Yu, sharing her concern for Chun Xiling, did not delay Jiang Xianyu and Appo's departure. The restaurant where Chun Xiling was dining was not far. A taxi ride of 10 minutes would suffice. After hanging up, Chun Xiling hesitated for a few minutes before re-entering the private room, where Baiku was currently being pressured to drink by Director Jiang. As Chun Xiling entered, Baiku quickly dodged the producer's grasp, exclaiming, "Director Jiang, Chun Xiling is here. You must invite her for a drink. Otherwise, it will appear disjointed within our crew." The leading actress, Lu Mingyan, who had recognized Chun Xiling as her junior from the same school during auditions, wished to intervene but was restrained by the male lead beside her. She shrugged off his hand, smiling as she raised her glass to Director Jiang, saying, "Director Jiang, what is the point of drinking with a little girl? She clearly hasn't tea drunk before. One glass and she'll be out of commission, ruining your enjoyment." Director Jiang, noticing this, clinked glasses with Lu Mingyan, and the two began to drink in earnest. Chun Xiling, increasingly worried about Lu Mingyan and Appo's flush complexion, steeled herself and stood up, glass in hand. Lu Mingyan waved her off, exuding charm as she laughed. "Sister, no one can outdrink me." Chun Xiling was unconvinced. Lu Mingyan had already consumed a considerable amount, and as the lead actress, she was the primary recipient of toasts. Concerned about her well-being, Chun Xiling felt compelled to intervene. The director, aware of the situation, uttered a few words of caution. Those familiar with inebriated individuals knew that urging them to drink only intensified their resolve. Director Jiang, rising unsteadily, slurred, "No one leaves today. If you don't drink, it's a slight against me." Chun Xiling stepped forward, holding her glass aloft to clink with Director Jiang's. "I'll drink with you," she declared, lifting her glass to her lips. Just as she was about to drink, a knock resounded at the door. A server entered, announcing, "Dear guests, there is someone named Jiang Xianyu outside, looking for Miss Chun Xiling. Should we let her in?" Given that the room was filled with stars, outsiders were typically not allowed entry. Lu Mingyan, suspecting this was Chun Xiling's anticipated ally, spoke up, "Let her in." Being the lead actress and a top-tier star herself, she commanded enough respect for the others to acquiesce. Chun Xiling and Appo's eyes brightened with excitement as Jiang Xianyu stepped through the door. All eyes turned towards her as she entered, clad in a short, drop-shoulder-down jacket and fitted jeans, her face partially obscured by a scarf, with her long hair cascading behind her in slight disarray. She smiled at the gathering, saying, "I apologize for interrupting your enjoyment. I need to discuss something with Xiling, and we'll take her home now." This gathering was not particularly formal, and leaving early was acceptable. However, Director Jiang appeared displeased, swaying slightly as he scrutinized Jiang Xianyu. "Which company do you represent? Do you even understand proper etiquette?" Chapter 54. The rescue. Seeing that producer Jiang intended to create difficulties for her sister, Chun Xiling stepped forward to mediate. "I apologize, Producer Jiang. My sister is not from the industry and is unfamiliar with the customs here." Jiang Xianyu observed the producer, who clutched his glass tightly. She handed her bag to the still-speaking Chun Xiling and removed her scarf, placing it in her hands. Then, she took Chun Xiling's glass and filled it to the brim. Addressing the now flushed man, "You are Producer Jiang, correct? Leaving early this time is truly unavoidable. Therefore, I shall punish myself with 3 cups. With that, she tilted her head back and downed the liquor in her glass. She then poured herself a second and third glass. Chun Xiling was nearly terrified, gripping Jiang Xianyu's hand as if to drag her away. She had never witnessed anyone drink in such a manner. After finishing her third glass, Jiang Xianyu looked at producer Zhang, who had tilted his glass and swayed it slightly. "I'm done." Producer Zhang slammed his glass onto the table and exclaimed, "Excellent. Refreshing." He then tilted his head back to finish his drink as well. "Which company do you belong to? State your name. When a project arises, I shall invite you for an audition." The expressions of those present were varied, yet the atmosphere had improved significantly. Producer Zhang was known to be amiable as long as one could drink with him well. Jiang Xianyu recognized that he was already tipsy and refrained from explaining that she was not an artist, simply stating, "Then I shall rely on you, Brother Zhang. My sister and I have matters to attend to, so we won't disturb you further." She made to leave, but producer Zhang would not let them go. "Wait, why are you leaving?" No, you must drink a few more with me." He approached to pull Jiang Xianyu closer. Jiang Xianyu noticed her sister in damp, Oppo's anxious gaze and offered her a reassuring look before taking her glass to join producer Zhang. "Very well, today I shall drink heartily with you, Brother Zhang." Although she despised drinking gatherings and socializing, it did not imply she was inept at it. Her tolerance for alcohol had been honed through numerous drinking events with clients. This producer, though persistent, might not necessarily be her match in drinking. Producer Zhang was elated, and they began to drink together. As the others breathed a sigh of relief at having dodged a bullet, curiosity arose regarding Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's identity. Her drinking prowess clearly indicated she was no novice. Lu Mingyan leaned closer to Chun Xiling and whispered, "Is she truly your sister?" The contrast between their attitudes towards drinking was stark. Chun Xiling observed Jiang Xianyu, feeling a swirl of emotions. It was her first time witnessing her sister in such a light. The ease with which she handled the situation suggested she had encountered similar experiences before. This was Chun Xiling and Oppo's first significant role, her first attendance at such a drinking affair, and she felt utterly suffocated. She could not fathom how her gentle sister had endured such circumstances. With reddening eyes, she replied, "She is my biological sister." Seeing Chun Xiling's distressed expression, Lu Mingyan placed a comforting hand on her shoulder and said, "Do not worry. Judging by your sister's demeanor, it may very well be producer Zhang who falls first." Baiku, overhearing this, snorted coldly at Chun Xiling. "You are quite lucky." Chun Xiling glared at her. Was it not due to Baiku's actions that so much had transpired? It was merely because Baiku had little reputation that she could be bullied. The others shared a disapproving sentiment regarding Baiku's behavior and pretended not to hear Chun Xiling's retort. Jiang Xianyu cast a glance in Baiku's direction. She recognized her. In her past life, Baiku had enjoyed a degree of notoriety, albeit more infamous than famous. Jiang Xianyu gleaned some details from their conversation and, smiling, raised her glass towards Baiku. "Miss Baizit, I'm acquainted with you. You are an artist from Nanyu, correct?" Baiku felt a bit unnerved by her smile. "What do you want?" Jiang Xianyu spoke in a calm tone. "I recall being involved when your company, Nanyu, went public. How is President One these days?" Jiang Xianyu was indeed not lying. She had participated in the IPO of Nanxing Entertainment. Although she was not yet a vice president at that time, she had invested considerable effort into that case. The entertainment industry was chaotic, and investigating it was fraught with complications and pitfalls. Baiku was somewhat intimidated. She was merely a third-tier actress, able to exert her influence among newcomers like Chun Xiling. But she dared not flaunt herself before their boss. Her lips twitched as she asked, "You truly know President Wan?" The others were also intrigued. If Jiang Xianyu genuinely knew President Wan of Nanyu, they would need to be more cautious in their treatment of Chun Xiling in the future. Jiang Xianyu responded coolly, naturally. Although she had left her position, only a handful of investment bankers were aware of it, and she indeed knew President Wan well, having dealt with him frequently in the past. Lu Mingyan lowered her voice to ask Chun Xiling, "What does your sister do? How is she connected to Nanyu?" "Forgive her for not grasping such matters coming from an arts academy background." Chun Xiling replied, "My sister was previously a VP at an investment bank." Lu Mingyan expressed admiration. Jiang Xianyu returned her attention to drinking with producer Zhang. Half an hour later, producer Zhang drunkenly collapsed onto the table. Jiang Xianyu observed him, shook her hair, and finished the remaining liquor in her glass. The onlookers noticed her face was slightly flushed, yet she exhibited no signs of inebriation. Her eyes remained clear, and her demeanor was composed. Jiang Xianyu poured another drink and addressed Director Chun. Director Chun, this glass is for you. Thank you for giving my sister this opportunity. She is still young, so if there are areas where she falls short, I would appreciate your guidance. Present were only the actors, producer Zhang, and Director Chun. Thus, Jiang Xianyu did not overlook anyone. Director Chun smiled, generously finishing his drink. Not at all. Chun Xiling has considerable talent for acting. After all, she is professionally trained. Lu Mingyan added, Indeed, Xiling graduated from the Haisher Academy of Drama. I was present during her audition. Her skills are exceptional. Jiang Xianyu smiled and remarked, I didn't realize Miss Lu and my sister were alma maters. No wonder her acting is so impressive. Haisher Academy has produced many remarkable actors. Several present were indeed alumni of Haisher Academy, and this topic lightened the atmosphere. Jiang Xianyu sensed it was time to bid farewell politely, and amid everyone's farewells, she confidently led Chun Xiling out. Chun Xiling anxiously followed Jiang Xianyu, draping her scarf around her shoulders and carrying her bag, her hands occasionally reaching out to steady her. The sight was somewhat chaotic, yet Jiang Xianyu appeared steadier than her. Once outside the private room, Chun Xiling repeatedly asked, Sister, are you truly all right? Jiang Xianyu spun around. I am perfectly fine. This amount of liquor is nothing. I have encountered far heavier drinkers than producer Zhang. Chun Xiling observed her sister in damp, Oppo's unusually loquacious demeanor, contemplating that even if Jiang Xianyu was not intoxicated, she must have been somewhat affected. Otherwise, with her sister and Oppo's personality, she would not be so talkative. Was it not said that alcohol magnifies one in damp, Oppo's senses and emotions? Chun Xiling's car was parked in the underground lot. Once they entered, Jiang Xianyu inquired, Are you certain you Haven Tea had a drop? No drinking and driving, and no driving while drinking. Chun Xiling nearly swore, I truly Haven Tea had a single drop. Otherwise, I would be blowing into a breathalyzer when we encounter the traffic police. Jiang Xianyu nodded, finally at ease as she fastened her seatbelt. Chapter 55. Everything is thrown away. Jiang Xianyu and Chun Xiling returned to their residence, where Chun Xiling prepared a cup of honey water for Jiang Xianyu. Sister, drink some honey water to sober up. Jiang Xianyu obediently held the cup and sipped slowly. Chun Xiling sighed in relief. Why did you drink so much? It's not worth it. If necessary, I can always withdraw from this production. Nothing is more important than your health. Jiang Xianyu merely smiled good-naturedly. She glanced at the luggage nearby and remembered she had yet to give the gift she brought to her sister's manager. Rising steadily, she retrieved the gifts and handed them to Chun Xiling. Please deliver this to your manager. Chun Xiling nodded. Oh, right. My manager is nearby and has been accompanying me for auditions these past days. After she left, she returned swiftly. At that moment, Jiang Xianyu was taking a shower, feeling uncomfortable from the lingering effects of the alcohol. By the time she finished her shower, it was nearly 3 o'clock. After discussing with Chun Xiling, the two decided to return to their hometown. Chun Xiling, who had not consumed any alcohol, took the wheel. The journey from the film city to their hometown typically took about 5 hours, which Chun Xiling was quite accustomed to. They set off at 3 in the afternoon and expected to arrive home around 8 or 9. Jiang Xianyu informed her family of her return that evening. The car glided steadily along the road, lulling Jiang Xianyu into a drowsy state. Chun Xiling draped a blanket over her, encouraging her to rest well. Jiang Xianyu dozed intermittently, finding it rather comfortable. It was only when they exited the highway that she fully awakened. Now in Jinzhou, both felt a weighty heaviness in their hearts. Jiang Xianyu fell silent, her hands instinctively clenching tighter. Please stop the car at Uncle and Oppo's place. They're in Oppo's. There's no need to go further, she instructed. Chun Xiling nodded, not wishing to confront the disgusting parents of their acquaintance. Gradually, she drove with diminished enthusiasm, her speed considerably reduced. After about 10 minutes, as they approached their destination, Chun Xiling suggested, Sister, would you like to come home with me? Jiang Xianyu declined her sister's kind offer. There's no need. I must face this eventually. Rest assured, I was once constrained by the notion of being the Jiang family and Amp, Oppo's daughter, but that is no longer the case. After much internal conflict, Chun Xiling relinquished the thought of turning the car around. As they turned onto a narrow lane, Jiang Xianyu could already see the lights of her uncle and Oppo's house glowing. A slight relaxation of her expression ensued. Approximately 10 meters from her uncle Jiang Hongba and Oppo's house, Jiang Xianyu instructed Chun Xiling to stop the car. The homes of Jiang Hongba and Jiang Hongtao were adjacent, separated only by a cement-paved parking area. Beyond that lay the unscrupulous couple, likely to notice their arrival. Chun Xiling exited the vehicle to assist Jiang Xianyu with her belongings. Jiang Xianyu handed her 2 tote bags, saying, "These are for Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun. Please take them back." Chun Xiling was taken aback. "For my parents?" Jiang Xianyu nodded with a smile. Chun Xiling glanced at the remaining items and hesitated, asking, "Sister, didn't you bring anything for that couple this year?" Previously, Jiang Xianyu had received care from her uncle's family, so it was expected she would bring gifts for them. But, judging by the quantity, it appeared there would be nothing left for the couple. Indeed, she thought of them as that couple, unwilling to refer to them as parents in her mind. Jiang Xianyu merely curled her lips in a slight smirk. "I didn't buy anything for them." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiling pressed the items back towards Jiang Xianyu. "Perhaps you should give them this. Otherwise, they might continue to bother you." Jiang Xianyu declined, sharing her thoughts with her sister. "I once placed them in the position of parents, which led to my constant yielding. However, after their recent outburst, I've gained clarity. I have many ways to manage them now, so don't worry." Chun Xiling was swayed by the determination she saw in Jiang Xianyu's eyes. She realized that since her sister and Oppo's departure from her job, she seemed to have gained newfound clarity. "Very well, I will accept these items. If you need anything, just call me." After confirming that Jiang Xianyu was all right, Chun Xiling drove away. Jiang Xianyu dragged her suitcase, the wheels clattering against the concrete. The door to her uncle's house swung open, revealing her uncle and aunt peering out. Upon spotting Jiang Xianyu, they approached with joy. "Little fish is back." After circling around her, her aunt concluded, "You look much better this time." Jiang Xianyu promptly greeted her uncle and aunt. Her uncle, a man of few words, simply smiled. "It and Oppo's. It's good to have you back." Jiang Xianyu presented the gift she had brought. "Uncle, aunt, these are for you." They looked at the items, but did not accept them, casting their gazes towards Jiang Xianyu's family home. "Whether we have anything or not doesn't matter. Just don't let your parents make a fuss." Ignoring their words, Jiang Xianyu set the items down at her aunt and Oppo's feet and proceeded toward her home. Just as her aunt was about to pick up the gifts to follow her, she was halted by her uncle pulling her back towards the door. It turned out that someone from her younger brother and Oppo's family was coming out. Emerging was Jiang and Oppo's mother, Xiaohe. Her eyes skimmed over the single suitcase in Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's possession, and her expression soured immediately. "Is this all you brought back?" Jiang Xianyu mirrored her question. "What else would I bring?" Xiaohe was momentarily taken aback. "So the little girl has grown wings, has she?" Jiang Xianyu ignored her and dragged her suitcase into the house. The family resided in a newly built 2-story house since Jiang Xianyu began working. This notoriously lazy couple had become the wealthiest in the village. In the living room on the first floor, Jiang's father was watching television, while Jiang Xinbao lounged on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. Jiang Xianyu noticed that it was the latest model of an Apple phone. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Xinbao glanced up at Jiang Xianyu before returning to his game. Since he hadn't an Oppo's, he greeted her. Jiang Xianyu felt no inclination to engage him and proceeded to her room on the first floor with her suitcase. Jiang and Oppo's father, displeased, remarked, "You can't even greet anyone upon your return?" Jiang Xianyu paused, her gaze indifferent. "Perhaps you should teach your son some manners first." With that, she pushed open her bedroom door. However, what once was her bedroom had been transformed into a gaming room, unmistakably occupied by someone else. "We're in Oppo's. That's my room." Jiang Xianyu turned, her expression icy. Seeing her reaction, Jiang and Oppo's mother hastily explained, "Your brother wanted to create a gaming room. Your room is on the first floor for easier access. And since you rarely come back, we just used it. Besides, you won and oppose. To be here for long. You can sleep anywhere. Jiang Xianyu remained silent. She placed her suitcase down and walked into the gaming room. Thinking Jiang Xianyu had acquiesced, Jiang and Amp, oppose, as father-mother were surprised when Jiang Xianbao exclaimed angrily, Jiang Xianyu, get out! Who allowed you into my gaming room? Just as he finished speaking, the door to the gaming room swung open. Before Jiang Xianbao could be pleased, an object was hurled from within. The sound of a keyboard crashing against the tiled floor echoed loudly. The three were startled. Jiang Xianbao, finally, he set down his phone. Staring at the mechanical keyboard he had purchased for over 1,000, his heart aching. Jiang Xianyu, are you out of your mind? In response, a figurine from the gaming room was tossed out, followed by the gaming console, monitor, and chair. Chapter 56. May I be adopted by you? Mr. and Mrs. Jiang stood in stunned silence, utterly taken aback. Jiang Xianbao and Oppo's breath quickened, his blood pressure soared as he stepped forward, intent on seizing Jiang Xianyu by the collar. In response, Jiang Xianyu swiftly drew a utility knife from her pocket, brandishing it toward Jiang Xianbao and Oppo's outstretched hand. Youthful and quick-witted, Jiang Xianbao instinctively recoiled just in time, the blade slicing through the air before him. Jiang and Oppo's mother gasped in terror. What are you doing? Are you trying to kill him? Mr. Jiang rushed to shield his son, positioning himself protectively behind Jiang Xianbao. Jiang Xianyu, gripping the utility knife, regarded them with a hint of madness in her gaze. Her tone remaining disarmingly calm. I am merely acting in self-defense. Did you not witness what transpired? The Jiang family had never encountered such a side of Jiang Xianyu. In their eyes, she was a docile girl, accustomed to hardship and capable of earning money. Raised under their oppressive scrutiny, she had never resisted. A mere smile from them could absolve their past transgressions. Could it be that the loss of her job had finally pushed her to her breaking point? With Jiang Xianbao momentarily subdued and hesitant to resort to violence, Jiang Xianyu pointed toward the gaming room, stating, "This is my room. Even if I do not reside here, it remains mine." She then surveyed the modest building they had constructed and added, "I financed this house as well." Mr. Jiang frowned. "What nonsense are you spouting? You're not even married. We are all family, so why the distinction of yours and mine?" Jiang Xianyu chose not to engage in futile arguments, instead reiterating her earlier sentiment. "I have provided you with so much money, and now you wish to claim my room as well? Your hearts have truly turned dark." Jiang Xianbao insisted on taking the gaming room, and Jiang Xianyu questioned why there were no other suitable rooms in the two-story house. Her words struck a chord of guilt within Jiang Xianbao. Accustomed to his domineering ways, he had always believed that whatever he seized was rightfully his, which was why he had enlisted his parents to help him decorate this gaming room. Jiang and Oppo's mother muttered, "ISN and Oppo's. Tea this convenient? If Xianbao has a classmate over to play games, it would be much easier on the first floor." Ignoring her remarks, Jiang Xianyu glanced at the cold, unwelcoming kitchen. They had not even saved her a meal. She had sent them a message prior to her arrival. This lack of consideration only strengthened her resolve to sever ties with this family. At that moment, Uncle Jiang entered, surveying the disarray with a furrowed brow. "What happened? Are you bullying Liu again?" Jiang and Oppo's mother rolled her eyes. Who could possibly bully her now? She had grown stronger, as evidenced by the way she had smashed Xianbao and Oppo's belongings. Upon seeing the open door, Uncle Jiang noticed that Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's bed and wardrobe were both missing. Alarmed, he exclaimed, "Is this how you treat your daughter? You and Oppo's taken over her room. Where is she supposed to sleep?" He then glanced at the kitchen, confirming his wife and Oppo's suspicion. There was not a trace of warmth or food. Without further ado, he approached and picked up Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's suitcase, declaring, "Little you, let in Oppo's go. You can stay at Uncle and Oppo's house for dinner. There's no place for you to sleep here. You can stay as long as you like." Seeing the grave expression on her uncle and Oppo's face, Jiang Xianyu felt her eyes welling with warmth. She managed a smile and replied, "All right, I'll stay at Uncle and Oppo's." Once they arrived at Uncle Jiang and Aunt Appo's home, the aroma of cooking filled the air. It was the 28th day of the 12th lunar month, and with New Year and Aunt Appo's Eve approaching, every household was bustling with preparations, ensuring there was plenty to eat. It was merely the blood-sucking relatives who were unwilling to lift a finger. Observing Jiang Xianyu and Aunt Appo's suitcase being carried by her husband, Aunt Jiang and Aunt Appo's eyes brimmed with compassion. She understood well enough that the Jiang family had failed to treat Jiang Xianyu with the care she deserved. However, she refrained from probing further, as discussing it would only stab at Jiang Xianyu's heart. "Little you, come eat." Aunt Jiang beckoned. She could easily surmise that her in-laws would not have saved Jiang Xianyu any food, which was why her husband had taken it upon himself to check on her well-being. Jiang Xianyu had informed Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang about her return time, and they had been waiting without dinner. Noticing the 3 sets of chopsticks laid out, Jiang Xianyu asked, "Uncle, you haven't eaten either?" Uncle Jiang chuckled. "With the new year approaching, there's much to do. We got caught up, and it's just right that you're here to make it more lively." Jiang Xianyu was well aware that they had deliberately waited for her to arrive. Grateful for their kindness, she smiled and urged Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang to join her at the table. "Well then, let us eat together." During the meal, Aunt Jiang and Uncle Jiang continually served Jiang Xianyu dishes, while she reciprocated by offering them some as well. In every sense, this felt like the warmth of a normal family. With plans brewing in her heart, Jiang Xianyu resolved to discuss her intentions with Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang after dinner. Once the meal concluded, the 3 gathered in the living room, engaging in conversation while watching television. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Xianyu finally asked, "Uncle, Aunt, may I be adopted by you?" Both Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang were momentarily speechless, uncertain if they had heard correctly. "Little you, what did you just say?" Uncle Jiang inquired, his voice laced with disbelief. Summoning her courage, Jiang Xianyu replied, "I wish to be adopted by you. I want to take care of you in your old age." This time, Aunt Jiang comprehended her words fully and could not contain her tears as she embraced Jiang Xianyu. How could they possibly refuse? They had longed for Jiang Xianyu to be their daughter. Throughout her upbringing, they had cherished her as their own. But now that she had grown, they feared that adoption might not be feasible. Jiang Xianyu's intentions were simple. She wanted to reciprocate the kindness of Uncle Jiang's family, who had treated her with great affection. Additionally, she yearned to sever ties with Jiang Hongtao and Appo's family entirely. By being adopted by Uncle Jiang, she could finally extricate herself in that household. She had once contemplated completely severing her relationship with her biological family. Yet in this era of legal governance, even if she signed a severance document, she would still be obligated to support her parents in the future. Adoption, however, presented a different scenario. Those who were adopted did not bear the responsibility of caring for their biological parents. Uncle Jiang regarded his niece with a mixture of excitement and trepidation, pondering whether this was even possible. Indeed, Aunt Jiang echoed, her worry resurfacing. "You are at an age where you can earn a living. Your parents would never agree to let you be adopted." Uncle Jiang concurred with his wife. "I have also heard that adoption cannot occur after the age of 14. Is this feasible for you?" During her research on the matter, Jiang Xianyu discovered that while adoption by outsiders was restricted to children under 14, an exception existed for blood relatives within 3 generations, allowing even adults to be adopted. As Uncle Jiang and Aunt Jiang absorbed Jiang Xianyu and Aunt Appo's explanation, a glimmer of hope blossomed within them. Perhaps, just perhaps, it could indeed become a reality. Jiang Xianyu had already formed a rough plan in her mind and resolved to contemplate it further that evening, determined to make her adoption a success. From that moment on, she envisioned a vast horizon ahead, finally free. Chapter 57. Mutual observation in the living room of Jiang Hongtao's home. A heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere after Jiang Xianyu followed Jiang Hongba. Jiang and Aunt Appo's mother, uncertain, inquired, "Do you feel that our eldest daughter seems somewhat different upon her return?" Jiang Xinbao, with a tinge of bitterness as she gathered her belongings that had been unceremoniously discarded, retorted, "Of course she and Aunt Appo's different. She and Appo's lost her job and is now merely a temporary nanny, which has surely ignited a reservoir of grievances within her. Reflecting on the days when Jiang Xianyu had toiled tirelessly for them, Jiang Xianyu felt a swell of resentment toward her parents. If only we had an end Oppos, T caused such a stir at their company. Look at the situation now. She and Oppos, S jobless. We have no income, and we and Oppos, V pushed her to the brink. Jiang and Oppos, as father and mother exchanged glances, remembering that the three of them had unanimously agreed to confront the company back then, but words of reproach for their son eluded them. As Jiang and Oppos, S father puffed on a cigarette, a grave expression marred his features. I believe we can no longer postpone the matter of the match. Our eldest daughter is now rather unpredictable. Jiang and Oppos, S mother, in agreement, nodded. It will be prudent to finalize arrangements soon. I shall call them shortly to schedule a visit for tomorrow. They had long contemplated how to ensure Jiang Xianyu could continue contributing financially to the family after learning of her departure from work. Yet, with Jiang Xianyu now unemployed and bound by some agreement that prevented her from seeking opportunities in other investment banks, she was left with no choice but to take on temporary nanny work to cover her rent. The cost of living in Haishur was exorbitant. What could a nanny and Oppos, as salary possibly yield? Once the rent was paid, her financial resources would dwindle to nothing. At 25, and soon to be 26 after the new year, it was high time for her to consider marriage. Perhaps they could profit from her dowry. Coupled with the family and Oppos' savings of 320,000 yuan, they could afford a house for their son upon his graduation from university. Owning property would also ease the process of finding a daughter-in-law. After much deliberation, they sought the services of a matchmaker and laid out their desires. Fortunately, the matchmaker had a suitable candidate in mind, the Chun family from the town, who owned a modest plush toy factory. If their daughter met their expectations, the dowry could be no less than 380,000 yuan. Zhang's father and mother, upon hearing this, agreed without even inquiring about the character of the suitor. They were resolute in their pursuit of that sum, confident in Jiang Xianyu and Oppos' beauty, known far and wide for her striking appearance. She embodied the qualities of a virtuous wife and mother, with a commendable education to boot. However, the matchmaker, unable to overlook the facts, divulged some details about the suitor. While the family enjoyed decent financial standing, the young man was lacking in physical appeal and stature, and the educational background of his family was generally subpar. They sought a suitable match for their son, where financial matters were less of a concern than the potential enhancement of their family lineage. When the Chen family received Jiang and Oppos' mother and Oppos' call, they were taken aback, had the day for the match not yet arrived. Upon learning that Jiang Xianyu would be busy after the new year, the Chun family, eager themselves, agreed to meet early. The following morning, Zhang's father and mother tidied up their home before heading to Uncle Zhang's house to summon people. Upon arrival, they found Uncle Zhang's family in the midst of breakfast. The moment Aunt Jiang spotted Jiang and Oppos' father, she huffed dismissively, ignoring him. Uncle Jiang, however, had no choice but to inquire, "What brings you here so early, Ertzi?" Zhang's father smiled lightly and replied, "It's nothing urgent. It's not ideal for Xiaoyu to stay at her elder brother's place. We've tidied up her room last night, and I'm here to bring her back home." Uncle and Aunt Jiang's gazes shifted toward Jiang Xianyu. They would gladly welcome her back, but ultimately, it was contingent upon her own wishes. Jiang Xianyu offered a reassuring glance to Uncle and Aunt Jiang. Considering the matter of guardianship, she felt it necessary to visit. "All right, after breakfast, I'll head over and discuss a few things with you." Satisfied with her response, Jiang and Oppos' father left without delay. Aunt Jiang, concerned, mused, "I wonder what your father has in mind. I'll accompany your uncle to see what is happening." Jiang Xianyu nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of discussing guardianship. Unfazed by the outcome, Jiang Xianyu felt confident. After all, she had navigated far more challenging clients in her career. As long as she refrained from perceiving herself as their daughter, she would find a way to negotiate their approval. After breakfast, Jiang Xianyu did not bring her suitcase. She merely changed her shoes and accompanied Uncle and Aunt Jiang to Jiang Hongtao and Amp, Oppo's home. Upon arrival, they found the doors wide open. A cursory glance revealed that the courtyard had been tidied up meticulously. Without further ado, Jiang Xianyu made her way to the first floor, heading toward her former room. Inside, she noticed Jiang Xinbao and Amp, Oppo's gaming equipment had been removed. A small bed leaned against the wall, accompanied by a simple wardrobe. Jiang's mother followed her in and remarked, "I'm not saying this to criticize you, but your temper has certainly grown. Your younger brother is still quite young, and we inevitably shower him with affection. As his sister, it wouldn't hurt to be a bit accommodating. But just look at how you behaved last night." Jiang Xianyu turned to her mother, who hesitated before amending her statement. "If we must be honest, your brother is the one who truly understands the situation. He moved everything last night." Jiang Xianyu was acutely aware that they likely had ulterior motives. Such conciliatory remarks were only made when they sought to extract benefits from her. With her once promising career now a thing of the past in their eyes, they had little choice but to drain her of whatever earnings she had left. She was accustomed to viewing her biological parents with a wary lens. If they could not lay claim to her salary, then they were after something else, marriage perhaps, or something more sinister. Considering the pristine state of the courtyard and the fact that they had summoned her back, the likelihood of a match seemed increasingly probable. Indeed, it was not long before the sound of an approaching car echoed from the entrance. Uncle and Aunt Jiang hurried to the door to greet their guests. "Moments latte." Aunt Jiang rushed back to Jiang Xianyu, her expression grim. "Xiaoyu, I saw matchmaker Chui. Your parents are likely arranging a meeting for you." Jiang Xianyu remained unfazed. "I had a hunch." Soon after, the visitors exchanged pleasantries before entering the house. Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's gaze fell upon the four newcomers. She recognized matchmaker Chui, and the remaining three were presumably the family of the suitor. She took a fleeting glance at the man who was to be her potential match. Standing at about 1.60 meters, he was only slightly taller than her, lean and bearing somewhat sharp features. She felt a surge of derision. She half expected her unscrupulous parents to attempt to sell her off to an elderly widower or a disabled man. Yet here he was, an ordinary young man. Chun Su, upon seeing Jiang Xianyu, was momentarily captivated. Although she was not particularly tall, her beauty was undeniable. Her lips curved into a subtle smile, suggesting a gentle temperament, and her figure was pleasingly proportioned, indicating she would likely be a good mother. According to the matchmaker, she was a graduate of a prestigious university in Haishur, having consistently excelled in her studies from a young age. He nodded towards his parents, who wore expressions of satisfaction. It seemed the matchmaker had indeed spoken the truth. This young lady was commendable. Jiang Xianyu turned her attention to Jiang and Oppo's parents. "Who are they?" she asked. Jiang and Oppo's mother replied, "Oh, dear child, you should greet them. This is your Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun, and their son, Chun Su." Jiang Xianyu, unwilling to dwell on such matters, directly posed a question to Chun and Oppo's parents. "Are you here for a match?" Chun and Oppo's parents were taken aback by Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's forthright demeanor. "Yes, we are here for that purpose," Chun and Oppo's mother responded. Jiang Xianyu smiled lightly. "Then you may find yourselves wasting a trip, as I was unaware of this arrangement. It was orchestrated without my knowledge by my parents." Chun Su hastily interjected, "What does it matter? Now we know the truth." Chapter 58. Calmly mad, the reaction of Chun Su revealed to Jiang Xianyu that he might have taken a liking to her. However, she would never acquiesce to his advances. Jiang Xianyu directly confronted the Chun family, asking, "What bride price are you offering?" Chen's father and mother exchanged glances, their smiles wavering. Yet, seeing their son's expression, Chun and Oppo's father responded, 380,000. "If that seems inadequate, we can negotiate further." Noticing their rather agreeable demeanor, Jiang Xianyu had no intention of embarrassing them. "I am sorry, but I am not currently considering a match, nor am I prepared to marry so soon." The matchmaker, sensing the tension, questioned Jiang and Oppo's parents. "What is the matter?" Don and Oppo's Do you discuss such matters with your daughter before proceeding? Jiang Hongtao was infuriated, exclaiming, discuss what? We raised her. Can we not make this minor decision? At this moment, Chun Su understood that the Jiang family had concealed the matchmaking arrangement from their daughter. Yet, he genuinely believed Jiang Xianyu would be suitable as his wife. She appeared perfect in every aspect and met his aesthetic preferences. He tugged at his mother and Appo's sleeve, pleading, Mom, I want her. Chun and Amp, Appo's mother patted her son into Amp, Appo's hand and exchanged a knowing look with Chun and Amp, Appo's father. With a tacit understanding, Chun and Amp, Appo's father stepped forward, asserting, We will not meddle in your affairs, but you cannot back out of what was previously agreed upon. We have set our sights on your daughter. Such words were indeed rather presumptuous, causing Jiang Xianyu and Amp, Appo's expression to darken. Just then, hearing the commotion, Jiang and Amp, Appo's grandfather and grandmother emerged from their home, a modest two-room brick house adjacent to Jiang Hongtao and Appo's residence. What is the matter? Let us discuss this calmly. A matchmaking event should not lead to animosity, as we must interact frequently in the future, Jiang and Appo's grandmother remarked. The elder aunt retorted, Who wants to interact with them? Our Xianyu possesses beauty and intellect. She can find a suitable match anywhere, unlike the Chun family, who brought someone home without any prior notice. Jiang and Appo's grandmother maintained a stern demeanor but refrained from further comment. After the departure of their eldest granddaughter, she felt a twinge of guilt, particularly in the presence of this eldest daughter-in-law. Jiang and Amp, Appo's grandfather, however, was less concerned about her. This is fundamentally a matter for the second family. You should refrain from meddling, he stated. Seeing this, Jiang Xianyu shielded her uncle and aunt behind her. Now that we have reached this point, I shall speak my mind. I am Jiang Hongtao and Appo's daughter, but I could just as easily not be. If you do not favor daughters, then perhaps you should adopt me out to my uncle. Turning to the Chun family, she declared, You may leave. I shall not consent to a meeting with Chun Su. My parents prioritize sons over daughters, and they would exhaust me completely. This summer, they brought Jiang Xinbao to my workplace to stir trouble, ruining my job, and now they wish to sell me to your family to drain my last worth. Do you truly wish to ally yourselves with such people? At this, Chun and Amp, Appo's parents grew genuinely concerned. Nonetheless, Chun Su remained resolute, believing the final decision would not rest with them. Jiang Xianyu found amusement in his naivety. Have you ever encountered a rogue? You may test your luck. She sought to resolve the matchmaking situation and asked Chen's parents, Is Chun Su your only son? They nodded. Jiang Xianyu smiled. Then I advise you to abandon this endeavor. I have been coerced into labor since childhood, resulting in chronic menstrual pain. If you desire many children to bless you, you should seek elsewhere. If the Chun family could overlook her previous remarks, they could not ignore the implications of her fertility issues. Chun Su, however, remained undeterred. Unlike his parents, he, as a youth, did not attach great significance to such matters. He scrutinized Jiang Xianyu with suspicion. Surely, you do not intend to dissuade us intentionally? With an expression devoid of emotion, she merely stated the facts. I often take painkillers. Neighbors have witnessed my toils since childhood, washing clothes by the river in winter. Should you doubt me, feel free to inquire. Given this, let us abandon the matchmaking, Chun and Appo's, as father conceded. Yet, Chun Su countered, modern medicine is advanced. It is merely a case of menstrual discomfort. No examinations have confirmed I cannot bear children. Seeing Chun Su and Appo's unwavering determination, Jiang Xianyu felt no worry. She decided to pivot the discussion towards the topic of adoption. I have shared my thoughts on adoption. Do you agree? Jiang and Appo's parents were momentarily taken aback by this proposition. Jiang's mother erupted, You insolent girl, what nonsense are you spouting? After all we have done for you, now you wish to be adopted out? Do you take us for fools? Jiang's father concurred, You should abandon this notion. Jiang Xianyu smiled softly, maintaining her gentleness. If that is the case, I shall remain here. And since you have caused me to lose my job, you will be responsible for my sustenance. She glanced at their modest two-story house, reminding them, "This house was built with my funds. If I do not get adopted out, I am entitled to half of it, as well as half of your savings and assets. Jiang Xianyu shall not inherit everything alone. You may refuse, but I will pursue legal action." Jiang and Oppos, as parents and Oppos, expression soured, realizing they had underestimated Jiang Xianyu and Oppos as tenacity. She turned her gaze to Jiang Xianyu. "You are studying logistics management at a vocational college in Yangcheng, correct? Once the new year begins and classes resume, I shall visit your school to promote my business. Let us see if you can continue your studies." Jiang Xianyu was taken aback by Jiang Xianyu's words. However, she continued, "As an elder sister, I should frequently check on you, just as you brought him to my workplace to check on me. I have ample free time without a job." Jiang and Oppos, as parents, recalled the expression on Jiang Xianyu and Oppos' face when they had discovered her in their workplace, humiliated, enraged, and terrified, teetering on the brink of collapse. The thought of their son facing such tribulations pierced their hearts. Even Jiang's grandfather and grandmother's countenances shifted. They had only one grandson. They could not allow Jiang Xianyu to ruin him. Jiang Xianyu smiled. "This is merely the beginning, since you prioritize sons over daughters. When Jiang Xianyu is set to meet potential brides, I shall inform the families that as a fellow woman, I cannot bear to watch a good girl plunge into this mire. Jiang Xianyu shall never have a peaceful life." Jiang Xianyu could no longer contain his composure. "Why do you target me for the harsh treatment you received from our parents?" With a tone as cold as ice, Jiang Xianyu replied, "Who told you that you were their favorite? Your downfall would cause them pain." At that moment, no one doubted her words. Her gaze conveyed her determination to follow through. Last night, the knife had not found its mark in Jiang Xianyu and Oppos' palm. He had merely been fortunate. Jiang Xianyu dropped yet another bombshell. Her words were the final straw, causing Jiang and Oppos' parents to sway unsteadily. The Chen family fell silent, realizing the depths of her madness. No matter how much their son adored her, they could not agree to this union. "Let us abandon the matchmaking," Chen's father declared, turning away with his wife and son. Chapter 59. Welcoming the new year, the Chen family and the matchmaker departed, leaving the Jiang family and Oppos' courtyard enveloped in silence. Grandmother Jiang observed the expressionless Jiang Xianyu and the pallid countenance of her grandson, and with a heavy heart, she declared, "I consent. Let us adopt this girl, Xiaoyu, into the eldest branch of the family." To her, the matter of adoption was inconsequential. Regardless of how much she spoke, the other party had lost their decent occupation. With her grandson and Oppos' safety uncertain, her anxiety deepened, compounded by her desire to claim a share of the family fortune. In the recesses of her mind, a flicker of ambition resided. The eldest branch had lost a child due to her, and should the second branch's girl be adopted by the elder, she would regain her standing in the village. Grandfather Jiang added, "A mere girl, let her be adopted." Jiang and Oppos' parents wished to resist further, but upon meeting the smirk curling at the corners of Jiang Xianyu's lips and the spark of challenge in her eyes, they felt a shiver of trepidation. "Adopt. Let's pretend we never had this ungrateful child," Mother Jiang proclaimed. Father Jiang glared at Jiang Xianyu, clinging to their last vestige of dignity. "I wish to see what kind of life you will lead after being adopted." Jiang Xianyu paid no heed to his outburst. Her gaze drifted to a familiar small table in the courtyard, one she had crafted with her own hands in her childhood, now repurposed as a stool. Her parents often sat upon it, chatting with neighbors. Indifferently, she turned away and retrieved an axe from the corridor, slowly advancing toward the table. Her parents were struck with fear. Grandfather and grandmother Jiang hurried to shield Jiang Xianyu, as if he were still an infant. Jiang Xianyu lowered her gaze upon the small table and raised the axe, bringing it down with force. The sound of splintering wood echoed as the table cleaved in two. The onlookers froze in astonishment as Jiang Xianyu, devoid of emotion, relentlessly shattered the table into fragments. As she beheld the wreckage, warmth filled her eyes, and tears flowed unbidden. A weight within her chest dissipated. She straightened, her hand trembling around the axe. Jiang's parents and grandparents once more affirmed their decision was correct. Witnessing her fierce resolve, They realized they could not afford to provoke her wrath. Only Jiang Xianyu understood that she was not merely destroying a table, but rather liberating the shackled essence of her former self. With a clatter, she calmly discarded the axe. The sun shone brightly, casting a warm glow upon her face. "Since you have agreed to the adoption, we shall obtain a certificate from the village chief," Uncle Jiang suggested. They were apprehensive that the younger brother might retract his consent. As it was New Year in Appo's Eve, the Civil Affairs Office remained closed, and paperwork would have to wait until the next day. Thus, the Jiang family proceeded to the village chief and Appo's residence to secure the necessary documentation, ensuring that the villagers were informed of the adoption to prevent any future retractions. With consensus reached among the Jiang family, the village chief readily complied, drafting the adoption papers and affixing his seal. They would now await the Civil Affairs Office's review and the transfer of household registration. Upon exiting the village chief's residence, Jiang Xianyu beamed at her uncle and aunt, saying, "Father, mother, let's return home." She anticipated that addressing them as such would feel awkward, yet upon uttering the words, she found it effortless. Her uncle and aunt Appo's eyes glistened with emotion as they responded, leading Jiang Xianyu home, one on either side. Though she had spent the previous night there, Jiang Xianyu now entered with an entirely different mindset. From this moment forth, this place would be her true home. The Jiang family residence was a modest two-story building, built by the family themselves. Without children and with both parents hardworking, they had accumulated a respectable fortune. After the morning and Appo's events, and with matters finally resolved, Aunt Jiang headed to the kitchen to prepare lunch, while Uncle Jiang stepped out. Jiang Xianyu joined her aunt in the kitchen. Before long, Uncle Jiang returned with a large bag of fireworks, exclaiming, "Xiaoyu, look what I bought for you." Jiang Xianyu rushed over to inspect the assortment, delighted to find a variety of fireworks. In her childhood, she had watched Jiang Xianbao play with fireworks during the New Year. Little did she expect that now her father would provide her with some. "Father, let us set them off together tonight," she suggested eagerly. Uncle Jiang nodded with a smile. "Absolutely, we shall." At 3:00 and Appo's clock in the afternoon, the salted pig and Appo's head that Uncle Jiang had prepared was ready, and he offered a piece to Jiang Xianyu. She found it rather salty, yet her spirits remained high. After finishing her meal, Uncle Jiang brought out the couplets and called out, "Come, Xiaoyu, let us put up the spring festival couplets together." In the village, it was customary for families to hang their couplets around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. As they stepped outside, they encountered Jiang Xianbao and Jiang Hongtao, who were also hanging couplets. Seeing Uncle Jiang with Jiang Xianyu, Jiang Hongtao scoffed. "What business does a girl have putting up couplets? Aren't and Appo's. You worried about inviting misfortune?" Uncle Jiang retorted, "What of it? I cherish my daughter's participation. If our Xiaoyu hangs the couplets, our family's future will flourish." Jiang Hongtao snorted derisively. "We shall see what your future holds." Having already affixed one side of the couplets, Jiang Xianyu ignored Jiang Hongtao and Appo's remarks and smiled at Uncle Jiang. "Father, how does it look?" Upon hearing her call, both Uncle Jiang and Jiang Hongtao looked up. Uncle Jiang responded, "My daughter has done splendidly." Jiang Hongtao, feeling awkward, turned his gaze away. That evening, the New Year's dinner prepared by Uncle Jiang and Aunt Xiachan was lavish, and the three of them gathered around the table, savoring a unique sense of happiness. After enjoying the feast, Uncle Jiang led the two ladies into the courtyard to set off the fireworks. He lit a cigarette, using it to ignite the fireworks. Jiang Xianyu held a sparkler, the dazzling lights illuminating her face. Joy radiated from Uncle Jiang and Aunt Xiachan as well. In past years, their home had been quiet during the New Year, but now, with Xiaoyu and Appo's presence, it was filled with life. Jiang Xianyu recorded a video on her phone, sharing it on her social media with a caption, welcoming the new year, shedding the old shackles and misfortunes, and embracing new family, new life, and a new self. At that moment, Su Linyuan was dining with his family, his grandparents, father, and mother. After his father, Su Lisin, divorced his mother, Qin Fong, neither sought new partners. They seemed indifferent towards marriage and romantic relationships, pouring their energies entirely into their careers, truly the quintessential workaholics. Their union had been a business arrangement, not forced by Su Linyuan's grandparents, but a decision made by Su Lisin for the sake of his career. As their only child, Su Linyuan received all their love. And even their divorce did not alter that truth. Though he seldom saw his father, their bond remained strong. And Su Lisin felt immense pride in having a son like Su Linyuan. At that moment, Su Linyuan was engrossed in his phone, scrolling through WeChat. Su Lisin glanced at his son and inquired, "What is the matter? Is there something urgent on this festive occasion?" Su Linyuan set his phone down and replied, "Nothing." Chapter 60. Is this man her blind date? After enjoying the New Year and Appo's Eve dinner, Su Linyuan hurried upstairs. The first thing he did upon sitting on the bed was to send New Year wishes to Jiang Xianyu. "Jiang Xianyu, Happy New Year." On the other end, Jiang Xianyu had just seen the message from Su Linyuan and was about to reply when she noticed he had retracted it. A few seconds later, he sent a new message. Unlike before, this time it was a voice message. Jiang Xianyu opened the voice note and pressed the phone to her ear. Su Linyuan's deep yet gentle voice resonated through the device. "Jiang Xianyu, Happy New Year." Her heart fluttered as if a parade of tiny ants had marched across it, leaving a tingling sensation. Initially planning to reply with a text, she decided to send a voice note in return. "Su Linyuan, Happy New Year." Su Linyuan remained in the WeChat interface, and upon hearing Jiang Xianyu and Appo's voice message, he adjusted his posture, glanced around to ensure privacy, and cautiously clicked to play it. "Su Linyuan, Happy New Year." Jiang Xianyu and Appo's voice was like a gentle breeze, igniting a small flame in his heart that exploded into a dazzling display of sparks within his chest. The 3 seconds of her voice quickly came to an end. He pressed play again and again and again. Jiang Xianyu and Appo's words echoed in his ears, reverberating throughout his dreams that night. On the first day of the new year, Jiang Xianyu woke early to wish her parents, Jiang Hongba and Xia Chan, a happy new year. They both smiled and presented her with a generous red envelope. Observing its heft, she remarked, "ISN and Appo's. This a bit too much?" Jiang Hongba replied, "Not at all. I and Appo's am just afraid at ISN and Appo's. Enough." Xia Chan took Jiang Xianyu and Appo's hand and asked, "Little fish, now that you and Appo's lost your job, what are your plans? If you don and Appo's intend to find work outside, come back. We have some savings. You could open a small shop in town and support yourself." Seeing their earnest expressions, Jiang Xianyu felt a surge of emotion. "Mom, Dad, Don and Appo's, worry. I can manage as a nanny. The wages in big cities are quite substantial, and they aren't inferior to what I earned in investment banking." However, Xia Chan was skeptical. How much can a nanny earn? It also depends on the employer and Appo's temperament. If you encounter a difficult one, it could be quite challenging. Jiang Hongba nodded in agreement, concerned about the hardships of such work. The thought of their daughter engaging in household chores daily genuinely pained them. To ease their worries, Jiang Xianyu briefly described her job responsibilities, assuring them it was manageable. She compared her current workload to that of her previous investment banking position, and they finally understood. Investment banking was arduous. Being a nanny seemed more feasible. Jiang Hongba said, "If that and Appo's, that's what you want, go ahead. Your mother and I will support you. If you ever feel exhausted, just come home. We still have savings, and we aren't at retirement age yet. We can always take care of you." Tears welled in Jiang Xianyu and Appo's eyes as she nodded. "Thank you, Dad. Thank you, Mom." While she was confident she wooed and Appo's struggle financially, she was deeply touched by their loving concern. After breakfast, Jiang Hongba took Jiang Xianyu to visit some relatives, during which they discussed her adoption status. Everyone was pleased for Jiang Hongba, and thus Jiang Xianyu's situation was publicly acknowledged. On the second day of the new year, Jiang Xianyu's aunt, Jiang Wenlan, visited with her husband and son. She didn't and Appo's linger at her in-laws and Appo's home and soon arrived at Jiang Hongba and Appo's place. Every year, their family gathered at Jiang Hongba and Appo's for the second day of the new year. Jiang Wenlan was delighted to see Jiang Xianyu and gifted her a large red envelope. Expressing with heartfelt joy, Our little fish will be able to live a stable life now. Women born into the Jiang family typically faced hardships, so she was genuinely thrilled to see Jiang Xianyu rise above her circumstances. Her cousin, Wang Su, 2 years younger than Jiang Xianyu, was now a university student working in a village preparing for exams. As adults conversed, Jiang Xianyu naturally caught up with Wang Su. They were relatively familiar, having played together during family gatherings. "Sister, shall we play a game of Honor of Kings?" Wang Su asked eagerly. Jiang Xianyu chuckled. "I haven an amp. Oppos. T played a long time." "No problem. I'll guide you," Wang Su replied enthusiastically. Unable to escape her cousin's persistence, Jiang Xianyu joined him for a game and surprisingly won. Feeling a rare sense of excitement, she won 5 consecutive matches. Thrilled, she pulled Wang Su in for a photo and shared her achievements on social media. While all was smooth on her end, Su Linyuan found himself lost in thought, gazing at Jiang Xianyu and Oppos as social media posts. He zoomed in on the photo of Wang Su, attempting to discern any familial resemblance to Jiang Xianyu, but found none. Who then was this man? A blind date? His mind raced, especially since many around him had been set up on blind dates during the holiday season. He zoomed in on Jiang Xianyu's picture again, observing her radiant smile. She seemed genuinely happy and relaxed. So, was the man in her posts indeed a blind date? If so, what was the outcome? Thoughts of Jiang Xianyu and Amp, Oppos, as former boyfriend, Wang Wei, filled him with doubts about her taste in men, particularly since this man appeared far more attractive. What if she had developed feelings for him? Seeing his son fixated on his phone, Su Lisan expressed his concern. "Lin Yuan, is there a problem at work? You seem glued to your phone." Su Linyuan coughed lightly and tucked his phone away. "No, I and Oppos am just browsing social media." Su Lisan stiffened at the mention of social media, which triggered painful memories of his father and Amp, Oppos' incessant lectures during his time at home. He was far too busy to scroll through his father and Amp, Oppos' social media. Yet his father refused to listen, citing his son's busyness as a comparison. Having no retort, Su Lisan was now averse to hearing the term social media. When he heard his son's words, he turned and headed upstairs. Su Linyuan, puzzled, resumed his analysis of the photos. The festive days flew by, and soon it was the 4th day of the new year. That morning, a call from Chun Siling interrupted his thoughts. "Sister, my manager is urging me to work. Do you want to come with me? I'll drop you off in Haishur." Jiang Xianyu, realizing she needed to leave by tomorrow at the latest, agreed. "I'll go with you. If I don and Oppos to go today, I have to leave tomorrow anyway." Chun Siling cheerfully replied, "Great. Pack your things and let me know when you and Oppos ready. I'll be waiting for you in front of Uncle's house." After confirming the time with her sister, Jiang Xianyu quickly bid farewell to Jiang Hongba and Xiachan. While they were reluctant to let their daughter go, they understood she had to venture out into the world. They packed her a generous supply of food and advised her, "Be safe on the road, spend wisely, and don't shortchange yourself. Also, when you have time, think about transferring your household registration. If you can't find the time, we and Amp, Oppos, LLC if we can arrange it without you needing to be present." Jiang Xianyu listened attentively, promising to follow their guidance. Chapter 61. I thought I was going to meet my beloved having packed her belongings. Jiang Xianyu pondered for a moment before deciding to compose a voluntary adoption application, signing it and affixing her thumbprint before handing it to Jiang Hongba. "Dad, this is my voluntary adoption application. Hopefully, it can be processed without my presence. Or at least you could give me a call when it's time to handle it." Jiang Hongba accepted the application with care, reassuring her, "Do not worry. I will take care of this. As soon as the Civil Affairs Department resumes work, I will inquire about it." They were also wary of the potential for complications if they delayed. Once everything was settled, Jiang Xianyu sent a message to Chun Siling, who arrived promptly. Jiang Hongba and Xia Chan assisted Jiang Xianyu with her luggage, bringing it to the car. Chun Siling was not surprised to see her sister emerging from her uncle and Amp, Oppos' home. It was likely she had been subjected to difficulties by those unscrupulous parents. She greeted Jiang Hongba and Xia Chan with a polite demeanor, and they felt a sense of comfort seeing their niece flourishing into a graceful young woman, living well. Xia Chan handed a bag to Chun Siling, saying, "This is a small token from your uncle and me, some homemade cured meats and sausages. It will remind you of home." Chun Xiling graciously accepted it, thanking her aunt and uncle sweetly. Jiang Hongba then offered Jiang Xianyu a bag of snacks. Xiaoyu, take these for the journey. In case of traffic, you can have something to nibble on. Jiang Xianyu accepted with a smile, her eyes sparkling. Thank you, Dad. You're so thoughtful. Chun Xiling was taken aback by Jiang Xianyu and Appo's address, realizing her uncle had been referred to as and Appo's dad. And Appo's. What had she missed? Jiang Xianyu smiled and assured her, it's getting late. I'll explain everything once we're in the car. Jiang Hongba chimed in with a grin. Yes, let Xiaoyu tell you. It's a good thing. With that, Chun Xiling felt reassured, and after bidding farewell, she drove off. It was only when the car disappeared from view that Jiang Hongba and Xiachan turned to head back, invigorated by their resolve to work harder for their daughter. In the car, Jiang Xianyu recounted the events that transpired during the new year. Chun Xiling gasped in shock, feeling both hatred and fear regarding their parents' intent to sell Jiang Xianyu for a bride price. She was relieved that her sister had truly awakened to the situation, fearing that a moment of confusion could have led her to comply with their wishes. Now it's settled. You'll be part of Uncle S' family, and they can no longer exploit you. Jiang Xianyu chuckled. Indeed, from now on, I have no ties to them. Chun Xiling hesitated for a moment before asking, Sister, do you plan to reclaim the money you sent back over the years? Jiang Xianyu shook her head. No. Chun Xiling was not surprised by this outcome. Reclaiming that money was as futile as trying to fetch a lost dog. It's better this way. Consider it a cost to rid yourself of misfortune, Jiang Xianyu added. Perhaps this is also why they agreed to my adoption. If I attempted to reclaim the money, they would never have consented. This can be seen as repaying their debt of life, she continued. Moreover, if the adoption were to fail, I would still be obligated to support them financially. Even if it's a small amount each month, over the years, it adds up, and it would weigh heavily on my conscience. It's better to sever ties completely now. Chun Xiling found herself in agreement with Jiang Xianyu's reasoning. If their fundamental interests were threatened, how could they possibly allow her sister to join another family? This was indeed a favorable outcome. The traffic on the highway on the fourth day of the new year was not particularly heavy, with only occasional delays due to road repairs. In the latter half of the journey, Jiang Xianyu took the wheel. They departed at 8:00 and Appo's clock and reached Haishur by 2 in the afternoon. After sharing a meal with Chun Xiling, she set off for the film studio, having been away for several days. Jiang Xianyu returned to the Jinxiu garden and immediately began to restore utilities and clean the house. The residence was not large, and she completed the cleaning in just over an hour. As time was running short, she headed to a nearby market to purchase some vegetables. With the sausages and cured meats Jiang Hongba had brought, she could easily prepare a delightful dish. That evening, Jiang Xianyu retired early to regain her strength. The following morning, she tidied herself up, had breakfast, and rode her little electric scooter to the hillside villa, preparing for the work that would officially commence the next day. At that moment, in Taoyuan Yufeng, Su Linyuan received a notification on his phone indicating that someone had entered the villa. Assuming it was merely the property manager performing routine cleaning, he casually opened the app to check. A familiar little electric scooter came into view. Jiang Xianyu had returned. He sprang up from the sofa. Su Grandma looked at him, puzzled. What's the matter? Why the sudden excitement? Rubbing his knee, which had bumped against the coffee table, Su Linyuan replied, It's nothing. I just remembered that my cat hasn't been fed in a few days. I need to go back and take care of it. At that moment, Su Grandpa turned his head. A cat? You have a cat now? The stray cats that often linger around my house can be considered mine, Su Linyuan replied, showing him the cat house on the monitor. Su Grandpa looked at him with confusion. Why are you so serious? I was just asking. Su Linyuan thought to himself. Was he really being so foolish? I have to go pack, he said, heading upstairs. Su Grandpa called after him. Wait, doesn't the cat like fish? I'll go catch some, and you can take it to the little one. Su Linyuan fathipalmeth. Did he really need to listen to such absurdity? He politely declined. No need, Grandpa. Thinking about Jiang Xianyu's return, a smile formed on his lips, and he mused that they already had fish at home, though not the kind he was thinking of. Su Grandma playfully smacked Su Grandpa in Appo's arm. You old fool. If you want to fish, just go. Don't use your grandson as an excuse. With your fishing skills, you might not even catch anything before it gets dark. She waved him off. All right, you go ahead. Since you have a cat, you need to take responsibility. Seriously, how long have you been back? And now you remember. Don't let the poor thing starve. Su Linyuan replied that he understood and quickly ascended the stairs, taking 3 steps at a time. Once in his room, he packed his belongings into a suitcase and soon emerged, dragging it behind him. Grandpa, Grandma, I'm leaving. Watching his grandson disappear out the door, Su Grandma chuckled. Shaking her head, look at him, 30 years old and still in such a rush. If he is feeding a cat, one might think he is off to meet a romantic interest. Su Grandpa scoffed him. I think he has only gained intelligence. The romantic side remains dormant. It wasn't he that he looked down on his grandson, but rather that this boy had a cleanliness obsession and a cold demeanor, finding female attention bothersome. That was hardly indicative of someone who had awakened to romance. At that moment, Su Lisin stepped out, overhearing his father's comments. He raised an eyebrow. Whether he finds love or not is of no consequence to me. I just want him to produce an heir. Otherwise, all this wealth will go to waste. Having experienced marriage himself, he found it merely average and preferred navigating the tumultuous waters of business. Su Grandpa and Su Grandma exchanged glances. They had enjoyed a loving marriage and had no idea why their son had turned out so uniquely. This genetic anomaly was rather perplexing. They could only wonder if their grandson had inherited his father's peculiar traits. Chapter 62. A stroll through the supermarket. Su Linyuan was driving, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the steering wheel. Upon arriving home, he noticed Jiang Xianyu on the 3rd-floor terrace, sunning the bedding. She had already washed, dried, and sanitized the duvet covers and other bed linens. The sound of the car engine made her look up, and upon seeing the familiar vehicle, she paused momentarily. Su Linyuan rolled down the window and waved towards the 3rd floor before parking in the garage. Jiang Xianyu quickly checked the date on her phone, hoping she hadn't misremembered. The glaring date displayed the 5th day of the lunar month, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, Su Linyuan appeared, dragging a suitcase behind him. He stood at the terrace door, observing Jiang Xianyu, who seemed to have revitalized after the new year. Happy New Year, Jiang Xianyu, he greeted. Happy New Year, Mr. Su, she replied with a smile. Su Linyuan shot her a glance and muttered, On New Year's Eve, you call me by my name. Jiang Xianyu countered, I was on holiday then. Su Linyuan felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. You truly are dedicated to your work. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Su. I shall continue to strive for excellence, she responded, leaving him somewhat speechless. Nevertheless, this verbal sparring did little to dampen the joy swelling in his heart. He attempted to steer the conversation, asking, Aren't and Amp, Oppos, do you suppose to start work on the 6th? Why are you here today? I borrowed my sister and Oppos' car yesterday, and since I had nothing to do today, I thought I'd come and tidy up this place to prepare for my official start tomorrow. Su Linyuan chuckled lightly. Should I be paying you overtime, then? If you insist, Jiang Xianyu replied, feeling no guilt as she had indeed been working. It was merely unfortunate for him that he returned today and caught her in the act. Noticing the suitcase Su Linyuan had carelessly dropped on the floor, Jiang Xianyu inquired, Shall I help you unpack? Sure, he said, turning to pick up the suitcase and heading towards the bedroom. Jiang Xianyu followed closely behind. The master bedroom had already been adorned with fresh sheets. Rather than placing the suitcase on the bed, Su Linyuan set it on the floor and opened it, revealing a chaotic array of belongings spilling forth as if the suitcase had burst at the seams. Su Linyuan and Oppos' expression stiffened momentarily before he resumed packing nonchalantly. Observing his flustered demeanor, Jiang Xianyu stepped in to assist. She hung the wrinkle-free clothes in the wardrobe and set aside the wrinkled items for ironing later. As she spotted a dark-colored garment at the bottom, before she could react, Su Linyuan swiftly snatched it up and tucked it into the drawer reserved for undergarments. Jiang Xianyu pretended not to notice. Bending down to catch a glimpse of her expression, Su Linyuan could only see her hair. His gaze shifted to her fair earlobes, noting their pristine whiteness devoid of any shyness. He was left uncertain whether to feel relieved or frustrated. Once they had tidied up the suitcase, Jiang Xianyu began ironing Su Linyuan's clothes. He occasionally lent a hand, surprisingly adept at it. Jiang Xianyu half expected him to fumble again. While ironing, she asked, Are you having lunch at home? Su Linyuan nodded. Yes. Jiang Xianyu was taken aback. RN and amp. Oppos. Do you suppose to start work on the 7th? Meeting her gaze, Su Linyuan sheepishly touched his earlobe, explaining it was boring at the old residence, so I came back. Jiang Xianyu thought about the situation at Taoyuan Yufeng and disagreed with the notion of boredom. However, respecting her employer and amp. Oppo's wishes, she refrained from asking further, simply stating, during this holiday, there hasn't been any fresh produce here. I should go to the supermarket and buy some. Perfect. I will accompany you and see if there's anything I'd like to eat, he replied, leaving no room for her to decline. They drove to the supermarket, where Su Linyuan expertly maneuvered a shopping cart. Upon entering, Jiang Xianyu recalled the incident involving Wang Wei. Su Linyuan's gaze drifted towards the feminine products aisle, evidently reminded of the earlier situation as well. As he guided the cart away from that section, both felt a wave of relief. Jiang Xianyu walked beside him, and he observed her demeanor, asking, "Do you have time tomorrow?" "Certainly. I'm starting work then," she replied. Su Linyuan hesitated for a moment before mustering the courage to continue. "I recall you mentioned menstrual discomfort." Jiang Xianyu and Amp, Oppo's eyes widened, and Su Linyuan's face flushed. "What I mean is, I know a highly skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I've heard they're quite effective at treating that. Would you like me to take you to see them tomorrow?" Jiang Xianyu was at a loss for words. "Just give me the address, and I'll go myself." She felt it inappropriate to trouble her employer with such matters. Su Linyuan insisted, "Consider a day off for you. That old doctor requires an appointment, and you want to be able to see him without me." Jiang Xianyu remained hesitant, feeling it was rather strange. Su Linyuan, sensing her reluctance, employed a decisive tactic, work injury. Jiang Xianyu couldn't help but laugh at his unexpected approach. "All right, I'll go." They proceeded to purchase meat, vegetables, and fruits. And, just as they were preparing to check out, a voice called out to them. "Mr. Jiang, is it you?" Turning around, Jiang Xianyu was pleasantly surprised to see familiar faces. The newcomers were a middle-aged couple, dressed simply yet exuding warmth. The man, Qian Daong, and the woman, He Liping, were former acquaintances from her university days when she worked part-time in housekeeping. Later, after she joined Huayuan Venture Capital, they had crossed paths again. At that time, both were struggling to secure jobs, and she had offered them some advice. The couple had since organized a small housekeeping team in Haisher, managing to establish a small company. Jiang Xianyu inquired, "Qiangu, Hijia, what brings you here?" Qian Daong smiled and glanced at Su Linyuan. "Mr. Jiang, may we trouble you for a few minutes?" Seeing Jiang Xianyu's lack of objection, Su Linyuan gently pushed the cart aside. "You two chat. I'll take a look over there." Once Su Linyuan had stepped away, He Liping spoke candidly. "Mr. Jiang, to be honest, our business is struggling, and we were hoping you could provide us with some guidance." Qian Daong nodded in agreement. "Yes, there are many large housekeeping companies in Haisher now, and people tend to trust them more. It's becoming increasingly difficult for small operations like ours to get jobs. Your previous advice helped us establish our company. We hope you can assist us once more. We can offer you a consulting fee." However, Jiang Xianyu declined, saying, "I'm sorry, but I've left the company, and I can't take on advisory roles for other businesses." Chapter 63, he spoke with great restraint and subtlety. The eyes of Qian Daong and He Liping dimmed. In truth, they had managed to earn some money, which, while not substantial for the people of Haisher, amounted to a considerable sum in their circumstances. However, lacking in education, they struggled to survive in the industry's cracks. Observing this, Jiang Xianyu suggested, "Why not seek out others who could serve as your consultants?" The two expressed their gratitude to Jiang Xianyu, stating they would consider it, and then took their leave. They had contemplated this matter before, but their company, if one were to speak kindly, was a firm, if unkindly, merely a small workshop. Talented individuals looked down upon such a modest consulting fee, and they feared that those willing to accept it might lack the necessary expertise. Both were of a temperament content with modest affluence. They dared not take risks, preferring to return home with their earnings to start a small business rather than face the possibility of losing even their meager savings in a failed venture. Once the others had departed, Su Linyuan approached to settle the bill with Jiang Xianyu. In the car on their way back, Su Linyuan turned his head slightly, his tone teasing, President Jiang? Jiang Xianyu's face flushed slightly as he understated. That's all in the past. In front of President Su, I am nothing special. Su Linyuan found the title President Jiang oddly familiar, though he could not recall where he had heard it. Upon returning home, Su Linyuan helped to unload the items from the bag, while Jiang Xianyu placed them in the refrigerator. Su Linyuan gazed at her profile, his lips moving slightly, as the questions he had long suppressed threatened to escape. Sensing his gaze, Jiang Xianyu turned to look at him, and Su Linyuan quickly averted his eyes. President Su, do you need my assistance with something? Jiang Xianyu inquired. Su Linyuan cleared his throat and replied, It's nothing. I merely sense that you seem quite happy since returning from the new year. Jiang Xianyu touched her face and wondered, Do I? Su Linyuan nodded affirmatively and probed cautiously. Did something good happen during the new year? Jiang Xianyu smiled softly. Yes, something good did happen. Su Linyuan's heart raced with anticipation. Could you share with me? Jiang Xianyu's expression softened as she thought of her parents. It's nothing much. It's just that from now on, I will also be loved by someone. She chose her words carefully, not wanting to delve into the details of her adoption. Su Linyuan pursed his lips, his gaze deepening as he looked at her radiant smile. Taking a deep breath, he sought to maintain a calm voice. You are still young. Some matters should not be rushed. Jiang Xianyu, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Su Linyuan held her gaze, his grip on the lettuce tightening, and spoke deliberately. What I mean is, you should observe people more closely. You are quite beautiful. The sudden compliment caught Jiang Xianyu off guard. Having laid the groundwork with his earlier praise, Su Linyuan found it easier to express himself further. You possess a high education, remarkable abilities, beauty, excellent culinary skills, and craftsmanship. You excel in many areas. You truly deserve better. Jiang Xianyu had never received such candid praise, leaving her momentarily speechless. Her ears tinged with crimson. Her eyelashes fluttered as she looked down, her voice trembling slightly. President Su, why are you suddenly praising me so? Did she truly measure up to his words? I am simply speaking the truth, Su Linyuan replied, his tone tempered and restrained. There is no need for you to rush. You will undoubtedly encounter better people in the future. Hearing this, Jiang Xianyu suddenly realized that his thoughts had been stirred by their trip to the supermarket, where he had recalled Wang Wei, demonstrating his capacity for empathy. Thank you, President Su. I understand, she said. Su Linyuan felt as if something inside him had been scratched, a mix of pain and discomfort. He yearned to ask her outright if she had gone on a blind date over the new year, yet he swallowed the words. Rationally, he was Jiang Xianyu's employer and felt it inappropriate to pry, fearing it would seem presumptuous. Nevertheless, an impulse within him urged him to inquire. He hesitated, but Jiang Xianyu, noticing the time, turned to prepare lunch. Su Linyuan settled down on the sofa, his head bowed. His gaze followed her as she moved from the kitchen to the dining table until she called him to eat. At the table, as they dined, Su Linyuan appeared somewhat distracted, and he never voiced his question. The following day, he took Jiang Xianyu to the old physician they had previously scheduled an appointment with. The physician observed Jiang Xianyu's complexion as she entered, and once she sat down, he placed a pulse pillow before her. Don't be nervous, my dear. Extend your left hand. I will take your pulse. Jiang Xianyu placed her left hand on the pillow. The physician gently placed his hand atop hers, taking his time to assess her condition. After a moment, he withdrew his hand and inquired about her menstrual regularity. Unable to contain himself, Su Linyuan asked, Doctor He, how is her condition? Last time, she was in considerable pain. Dr. He stroked his beard and smiled. Young man, there is no need to worry. The young lady's pulse is delicate and slow, indicating a cold uterus. Fortunately, her menstruation is regular. She should take care to stay warm. I will prescribe some warming herbs to invigorate blood circulation and alleviate coldness, along with moxibustion. She will gradually improve. Noticing Su Linyuan's serious demeanor, the physician added reassuringly, Rest assured, her condition is not severe. With proper care, it will not affect her fertility. Su Linyuan felt a flush creep into his cheeks as he glanced at Jiang Xianyu. She quickly interjected, Doctor, you misunderstand. We are not in that kind of relationship. Doctor, he simply smiled knowingly and pulled back the curtain behind him. Young lady, lie down. I will administer moxibustion to help you feel more comfortable during your next period. Jiang Xianyu obediently reclined. Su Linyuan watched anxiously. As doctor, he prepared the moxibustion tools. He instructed, lift your clothing up a bit, just above your navel, leaving your lower abdomen exposed. Jiang Xianyu complied, but then remembered Su Linyuan was present. She glanced at him, and he hastily turned his back. He swore he hadn't meant to look. He hadn't anticipated that Jiang Xianyu would lift her shirt. Although it was only above her navel, it still revealed a glimpse of her fair waist, causing his ears to redden. Doctor, he began the moxibustion on Jiang Xianyu's acupoints, such as Guanyuan and Qi Hai. Jiang Xianyu felt a warm sensation where the moxa touched her skin, and after a few minutes, she found herself slightly sweating. Once the moxibustion session was complete, she felt a warmth enveloping her. Chapter 64. Are you getting married? As Jiang Xianyu rose from the treatment bed, she felt an overwhelming weakness and a slight dizziness. Doctor, he, noticing her condition, gently supported her and cautioned, be careful. The body expends considerable energy expelling coldness through moxibustion, which can lead to temporary weakness in the limbs. The increased local blood circulation following the treatment may cause a transient lack of blood flow to the head, resulting in dizziness. At that moment, Su Linyuan turned his attention to Jiang Xianyu, bending down to inquire, are you able to stand? With a firm grip on the treatment bed, Jiang Xianyu managed to rise slowly, relieved to find her strength somewhat intact. Doctor, he inquired, will you be preparing your medicine at home, or would you prefer it to be pre-prepared? Jiang Xianyu replied, pre-prepared, please. Traditional Chinese medicine requires meticulous attention to timing and can have a strong aroma, making it inconvenient for her to handle such matters at her employer's villa. Even though Su Linyuan might not be concerned about this, she felt it necessary to maintain propriety. After issuing the prescription and detailing the schedule for their next appointment and medication collection, Dr. He indicated that they were free to leave. Observing Jiang Xianyu's unsteady gait, Su Linyuan promptly slid her bag into her arms and lifted her effortlessly. Jiang Xianyu was startled and instinctively attempted to struggle free, but Su Linyuan cautioned, if you move, you might fall. Immediately, she ceased her resistance. I can walk by myself, she murmured softly. Su Linyuan glanced down at her, remarking, yes, you can walk, but it resembles a noodle-like wobble. Jiang Xianyu wished to retort, but Su Linyuan interjected, let us move quickly. I have documents to attend to upon our return. Jiang Xianyu instantly stilled, watching her nestle obediently in his arms. Su Linyuan's lips curled into a subtle smile as he lifted her slightly, murmuring, you're quite light. Jiang Xianyu, feeling a rare blush, turned her head away. Noticing her flushed ears, Su Linyuan's spirits inexplicably soared. Due to their visit to the traditional medicine practitioner, Su Linyuan had refrained from asking if she had gone on any blind dates during the New Year festivities. On the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, as Jiang Xianyu completed her tasks, she received a call from Jiang Hongba. Today marked the resumption of normal work after the holiday, and she surmised it was regarding the household registration transfer. Dad, are you transferring the household registration? She queried. Jiang Hongba's voice was tinged with excitement as he replied, yes, your mother and I have submitted the materials to the Civil Affairs Department, and everything is in order. We are currently at the police station to transfer your registration. Do I need to be present? Jiang Xianyu asked. No need, Jiang Hongba chuckled. Your cousin found someone to assist. I'm just on the phone to confirm a few details. Upon finishing his sentence, he handed the phone to a police officer. The officer inquired if she was willing to be adopted by Jiang Hongba in Xiachuan. I am willing, Jiang Xianyu affirmed. Please assist me in transferring my registration. After answering a few more questions, the officer confirmed there were no discrepancies and successfully transferred her registration to Jiang Hongba's household. Henceforth, Jiang Xianyu was legally recognized as Jiang Hongba's daughter. Upon exiting the police station, Jiang Hongtao walked away with a solemn expression. The household registration book had one less page, leaving him with a sense of loss. Reflecting on Jiang Xianyu's erratic behavior during the new year, he suddenly felt a wave of acceptance, realizing nothing was more important than his son. After all, she was merely a daughter capable of inflicting harm on him. Adoption was merely a formality. As soon as Jiang Xianyu hung up the call, Su Linyuan approached, gazing at her with an intensity she had never witnessed before. Are you getting married? Jiang Xianyu was taken aback. Married? Su Linyuan gestured towards her phone, explaining, I didn't eavesdrop intentionally, but you mentioned a household registration transfer. Are you truly getting married? No, Mr. Su, you've misunderstood. I'm merely transferring my household registration, not getting married. The oppressive weight in Su Linyuan's chest dissipated instantly as he unconsciously repeated, not getting married? Jiang Xianyu affirmed, correct, not getting married. As those 4 words registered, the palpable tension around Su Linyuan evaporated. Realizing he had misinterpreted the situation, he could no longer contain himself and remarked, I thought you were in a hurry to marry after going on a blind date during the new year. Jiang Xianyu hastily countered, I didn't go on a blind date. Besides, who gets married so quickly after a date? Listening to her denial and recalling his earlier reaction, Su Linyuan felt a rush of warmth to his cheeks. Meeting Jiang Xianyu's puzzled gaze, he added, I was simply concerned about how my work would be affected if you were to marry. Jiang Xianyu smiled. Mr. Su, have you forgotten? I only have a few days left in my position here. Su Linyuan's previously buoyant mood plummeted. Indeed, she would be leaving in just a few days, not even waiting for the Lantern Festival. The thought of her departure filled him with frustration, prompting him to glare at Jiang Xianyu. You certainly remember the details well, Ms. Jiang. Jiang Xianyu, perplexed, questioned whether he was mocking her by calling her Ms. Jiang. That evening, as Su Linyuan lay in bed, his mind raced with thoughts of how to extend Jiang Xianyu's contract. He intended for her to work at Qingyuan, but she was unwilling. The excuse he previously used with Aunt Qian could not be employed again. In truth, he could employ 2 caretakers, but Jiang Xianyu would not agree. She had made it clear that she was a person of principle. That night, Su Linyuan dreamt that Jiang Xianyu had become a caretaker for another man, and they developed feelings over time, leading to marriage. Just days after her household registration was transferred, it was now under the man's family name. He watched as the man brandished Jiang Xianyu's household registration book, taunting him. Unable to contain himself, Su Linyuan threw a punch at the man's indistinct face. Upon awakening, he touched his sore head, realizing he had struck himself in the dream. Checking the time on his bedside phone, he noted it was already 7 in the morning. He sat up, dressed, and proceeded to wash up. Once ready, Su Linyuan headed downstairs. Jiang Xianyu, upon seeing him, couldn't he help but praise, Mr. Su, you are truly dedicated, waking up so early on the first day back to work after the holiday. Recalling the reason for his early rise, Su Linyuan felt a twinge of guilt, raising the magazine in his hand and mumbling, it's nothing. After breakfast, Su Linyuan left for the office, weighed down by a sense of unease. Not long after he departed, a video call from Qin Tao rang on Jiang Xianyu's phone. Curious, she answered, Miss Qin, do you need something? Qin Tao smiled radiantly. Xiaoyu, is your contract with my cousin about to expire? Would you be interested in working at my home? Before Jiang Xianyu could respond, she laid out her terms. Rest assured, I have great confidence in your abilities. Whatever treatment my cousin offers you, I shall match. We can follow his contract once you finish your current job. Jiang Xianyu had been contemplating consulting Yang Jia about potential employers for her next position, but fortune had smiled upon her. Of course, it would be my honor. Qin Tao laughed joyfully, then it's settled. Once you finish your current role, I'll arrange for us to sign the contract. Jiang Xianyu gave her an approving thumbs up. Next job secured. Chapter 65. The impulse to bite Su Linyuan remained oblivious to the fact that his corner had been dug out. He was preoccupied with concerns regarding Jiang Xianyu and Appo's upcoming work, particularly troubled by the dream he had that night, which lingered in his mind. It was entirely plausible. Who could resist being captivated by someone as beautiful and capable as Jiang Xianyu, especially when tending to her daily? After dinner, Jiang Xianyu nestled on the sofa, sipping on a warm concoction of traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps the herbal remedy was taking effect, for her hands and feet felt warmer than before. Su Linyuan watched her, his expression contorted in a mask of discomfort as she drank the medicine. Although it was not in his mouth, he could almost taste the bitter flavor lingering in his own. Doesn't the medicine taste bitter? He inquired, observing her slightly furrowed brow as she calmly finished a bag of the concoction. Jiang Xianyu discarded the empty bag into the trash, noting the bitterness in her mouth. It was somewhat unpleasant, yet not intolerable. After all, who was so finicky? As the saying goes, good medicine is often bitter, and what herbal remedy isn't? If it could cure her ailments, that sufficed. Su Linyuan retrieved a peppermint candy from his pocket and offered it to her. Have a candy. It will sweeten your palate. Jiang Xianyu hesitated briefly before accepting it, murmuring her thanks. Watching her enjoy the candy, he remarked, not everyone is destined to endure hardship. You should learn to treat yourself with a little kindness. Jiang Xianyu felt a stir within her. Who would desire a better life? Yet, due to habits formed in childhood, she had gradually come to accept the status quo. She could purchase candies, but she seldom indulged in such trivial pursuits. The bitterness of the medicine would fade in time, but his words resonated within her. She ought to be more considerate of herself. She pointed to her lips, inquiring if that meant she should start with a candy after taking her medicine. Su Linyuan's gaze followed her finger to her luscious lips, now a vibrant red and plump like freshly picked cherries. Unconsciously, he swallowed hard, his long eyelashes concealing the flicker of desire in his eyes. To his astonishment, he felt an overwhelming urge to bite down on them. Noticing his sudden silence, Jiang Xianyu curiously called out, Suzong? Su Linyuan felt a pang of embarrassment. Yet the tumult within him refused to subside. Echoing her earlier words, he replied, yes, starting with the candy. He then retrieved a jar of peppermint candies from the drawer of the coffee table, pushing it towards her while keeping his hand atop it. This won't affect the efficacy of the medicine, he assured, having consulted a doctor on the matter. Jiang Xianyu pressed her lips together, reaching for the jar, but to her surprise, Su Linyuan gently retracted his hand, pulling hers slightly towards him. Her heart raced at the unexpected proximity, and she looked up at him, her expression bewildered. Su Linyuan maintained an air of calm, though a hint of pink tinged his otherwise pale complexion. I merely wish to remind you that while sweets are delightful, moderation is key. With that, he gradually withdrew his hand. Jiang Xianyu averted her gaze, gripping the jar tightly. The cool sensation alleviated her fleeting heat. I understand, she replied, noticing her acceptance. Su Linyuan casually broached a question that had been on his mind. Do you have any plans for your next job? If you haven't found one yet, I could recommend you to Yunyu Group. Fearing she might misconstrue his intentions, he added, you are not a relation. I genuinely believe in your capabilities and that you would excel in their environment. I am, after all, a capitalist. Jiang Xianyu, however, politely declined. Thank you, Su Zong, but I have already secured my next position. I truly appreciate everything you have done for me. Su Linyuan's heart sank at her words, recalling the dream that haunted him. Instinctively, he grasped her wrist, asking, which company? Is it a man or a woman? He warned her, some men cannot be trusted. Many affluent individuals are quite the players. Please, do not fall victim to deception. Tell me the name, and I will ensure it's legitimate. Jiang Xianyu's gaze dropped to where he held her wrist. His long, clean fingers encircled her slender wrist, leaving ample room. He held her firmly, yet gently, creating an illusion that she was of great importance to him. Gently, she pulled away slightly, responding, the company I am joining is run by a woman you know, Miss Qin Tao. Su Linyuan blinked in realization, releasing her wrist, his expression a mixture of surprise and disbelief. Who? Qin Tao. He had never anticipated that a member of his own circle would be poaching from him. The contract had yet to expire. Was she not being a tad too hasty? Jiang Xianyu shrank further into the sofa, continuing, yes. Miss Qin Tao believes my skills are commendable and has decided to hire me. At that moment, Su Linyuan felt as if a knife had been drawn against his throat. Previously, when Jiang Xianyu had not secured a position, he felt there was still time. Now, however, a sense of urgency gripped him. It felt as if she might leave at any moment. The only comfort was that her new employer was a woman, and he had faith in Qin Tao's character. She would not mistreat a caretaker. Seeing that it was getting late, Jiang Xianyu bid farewell to Su Linyuan and went to wash up and prepare for bed. That night, Su Linyuan found himself restless, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The following morning, he resolved to inquire with his cousin. Her family also employed a caretaker, Why had she suddenly decided to recruit Jiang Xianyu? When the doorbell rang at Qin Tao's residence, she was busy cleaning up after her two feline companions, her attire covered in cat hair. Grabbing the litter scoop, she went to answer the door. Upon seeing the tall figure standing at her doorstep, she paused in surprise. "Cousin, what brings you here so early?" The moment he laid eyes on Qin Tao, Su Linyuan wished he could turn and flee. He longed to use tape to remove the fur clinging to her clothes. Noticing her cousin's instinctive retreat, Qin Tao chuckled, gesturing for him to enter. "Come in and sit, cousin." After an internal struggle, Su Linyuan stepped into the foyer. Seeing him prepare to change his shoes, Qin Tao waved dismissively. "No need. I don't have spare slippers." Su Linyuan's expression stiffened momentarily. Yet he braved the situation and entered the house. Inside, two cats watched him intently, motionless. Concerned that his height might intimidate them, he opted to sit on the sofa, only to find it covered in fur. It seemed as if cat hair floated in the air. Ultimately, he chose to stand in a distant corner, far from the cats. Qin Tao chuckled awkwardly. "Well, it's not usually like this. I just haven't had the chance to call for cleaning services." Su Linyuan surveyed the clutter around him, a wave of concern for Jiang Xianyu's future creeping in. Whereas Lu saw, even if the cleaner hasn't come, it shouldn't be this disorganized. Qin Tao had a litany of grievances to share regarding this topic. Thus, Su Linyuan found himself compelled to listen to her complaints for half an hour. Chapter 66. Understanding one and oppose. As heart Su Linyuan finally grasped the situation. He had been cut off from his family and oppose. As support, and even Aunt Lu had been taken away. "You want Jiang Xianyu to work here?" Su Linyuan inquired. Qin Tao nodded. "I believe she is quite capable, adept in many areas. We should get along splendidly. There's no generation gap between us." As Su Linyuan surveyed the dismal state of the house, still uncleaned and already a source of distress, he remarked, "Could you not tidy up the place a bit? Who would not find such a mess troublesome?" Qin Tao glanced around and reassured him, "It's not that bad. There's just a bit of cat hair, and things are a bit disorganized. I wouldn't call it dirty. I had cleaners come in before." Su Linyuan felt even more overwhelmed. How could it end up like this, even after hiring cleaners? What a burden it must have placed on the housekeeper. Qin Tao, feeling a bit disheartened by his criticism, asked, "Is it really that unbearable? I didn't expect the house to be immaculate, just reasonably presentable." Su Linyuan looked at the carpet, the sofa, and Qin Tao's clothes. Everywhere was covered in cat hair. The prospect of dealing with such a mess was exhausting. "No way," he declared. "I should extend Jiang Xianyu's contract. I'm afraid she'll be overwhelmed." Qin Tao exploded in response, grabbing Su Linyuan's arm. "Cousin, who do you care for more? If you're worried about overworking her, what about me?" At that moment, Su Linyuan felt as if his head might explode. "Qin Tao, how dare you touch me with your cat-handling hands?" Startled, Qin Tao quickly released him, certain that her cousin could erupt at any moment. To shift the conversation, she boldly stated, "Cousin, do you have feelings for Xianyu? Is that why you're concerned for her workload?" Su Linyuan halted, astonished, and gazed at Qin Tao. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could I?" The mere thought of affection sent a shiver down his spine, tinting his cheeks a faint red. Qin Tao stepped back, pointed at his face, and exclaimed, still denying it, "Your face is as flushed as a monkey's backside." "Qin Tao," Su Linyuan's voice boomed. With a triumphant lift of her chin, Qin Tao teased, "I can't be mistaken. You've always been picky at home, yet you show no discontent with Xianyu living with you." Su Linyuan bit his lip in silence. Qin Tao continued, "I remember when Xianyu cooked. You even asked me to help, which you never did when Aunt Qian was around." She recalled the scene vividly, adding with a knowing look, "You probably don't even realize how fervently you gaze at her." "I do not," Su Linyuan protested. Qin Tao wagged her finger, making her point. "Don't deny it. You're like a compass, with Xianyu as the center. Your gaze follows her wherever she goes." Encouraged by her own insights, Qin Tao pressed on. "There are countless examples. You never allowed anyone to stay on the third floor, yet you let Xianyu live there for an extended period." As Qin Tao spoke, Su Linyuan's heart raced, as if the fog before him had suddenly cleared. Qin Tao concluded, "Admit it, you like her quite a lot." Seeing her usually astute cousin lost in thought, Qin Tao felt a sense of accomplishment. While you excel in business, you remain rather naive when it comes to matters of the heart. Fearing his denial, Qin Tao asked, "Have you never wanted to get closer to her, to touch her, like to hug or kiss her?" At that moment, Su Linyuan disregarded the cat hair. He stretched out his arm and covered her mouth. "Be quiet. Am I a rogue?" Qin Tao struggled to breathe, her face flushed. Only then did Su Linyuan release her. With a huff, she retorted, "That's not being a rogue. It's merely the attraction between the sexes." Two sexes? Attraction? Su Linyuan recalled the impulse he felt while gazing at Jiang Xianyu's lips, her nervous demeanor when tending to him, and the joy he experienced when she dried his hair. It dawned on him that his concern for her stemmed from genuine affection. "Yes, I like her." In that moment, Su Linyuan acknowledged his feelings. However, his next words left Qin Tao feeling outsmarted. "If I like her, then I definitely cannot let her go. If her character leaves, what chance do I have?" Qin Tao panicked and thumped her head. "You thick-headed fool, think." Quickly, she formulated a response. "Cousin, do you know the most effective way to diminish a man in amp? Oppose. S allure?" Su Linyuan, puzzled, asked what allure. His knowledge was limited to Weber and Oppo's concept of the disenchantment of the world. Qin Tao realized her cousin, being a domineering CEO, had little knowledge of such matters and proceeded to enlighten him. Once she confirmed he understood, she mysteriously stated, "The best way to diminish a man's allure is to make him your employer. Consider this. How many female colleagues in your company would be eager to curry favor with you? Their daily tasks depend on you. Who would want to date someone in such a position?" She continued, "Ask the common folk, how many truly admire their bosses? They'd be fortunate to not be cursing them in the break room." Su Linyuan was convinced. Recalling how he had overheard employees criticizing their leaders during a past visit to the break room, Qin Tao pressed on, "Moreover, given your current roles, how can you expect her to develop feelings for you? As a man pursuing her, can you comfortably accept her service? In a relationship, mutual assistance is born from affection. But between a housekeeper and an employer, it's merely a transaction. If Xianyu remains your housekeeper, you'll never be together." In an instant, Su Linyuan felt enlightened. Indeed, if he wished to progress with Jiang Xianyu, he must first dismantle the barrier of their employer-housekeeper dynamic. Realizing this, Su Linyuan declared, "Fine, I want to prevent you from hiring Jiang Xianyu, but do be mindful of boundaries." Qin Tao assured him, "Of course, setting aside the possibility of her becoming my future sister-in-law. I consider her a friend now and will take good care of her." Su Linyuan shot her a skeptical glance, questioning her capacity for caregiving. He arrived with indignation, but left the villa with a newfound clarity regarding his feelings. Jiang Xianyu was surprised to see him return. "Mr. Su, did you forget something? Why are you back so suddenly?" Having just confronted his own emotions, Su Linyuan felt as if a deer were crashing within him as he looked at Jiang Xianyu, his voice quivering. "No, there's nothing urgent at the company. So I returned." Given Su Linyuan's usual habit of bringing work home, Jiang Xianyu was unconvinced. Under her inquisitive gaze, Su Linyuan felt his breath quicken. He tugged at his tie and hurried upstairs. Upon entering his bedroom, he collapsed onto the bed, burying his face in the covers. His mind was a cacophony of chaotic thoughts. Chapter 67. Su Linyuan and Oppose. As subtle thoughts, once Su Linyuan regained his composure and his rationality returned, he realized, to his astonishment, that he was sprawled across his bed. Although he had not interacted with any cats at his cousin's house, the pervasive presence of cat hair was unmistakable, and he found some clinging to himself as well. In a sudden burst of urgency, he leapt from the bed and hurried downstairs in search of tape. When Jiang Xianyu glanced his way, he flushed crimson as he grabbed the tape and ascended the stairs in a few strides. Determined to alleviate Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's workload, he poured himself into the task. Jiang Xianyu, feeling a twinge of concern, decided to check on him. Today, Su Linyuan exhibited an unusually peculiar demeanor. The door to his bedroom stood ajar, and as Jiang Xianyu approached, she found him bent over the bed, meticulously adhering tape to something. His gaze was intense, as if he were collecting evidence at a crime scene. "What is going on with the bed? Do you need assistance?" Jiang Xianyu inquired, tapping gently on the open door. Startled, Su Linyuan looked up, and upon seeing her, his eyes brightened. "It an amp, Oppos. S nothing, just some cat hair. I'll be done shortly. Cat hair? Does your company have a cat? Jiang Xianyu and Amp. Oppos. S question prompted a moment of panic in Su Lin Yuan, who quickly improvised. Oh, it's just a stray cat from our home. I was at the cat house earlier, and, for some reason, it came over to me. Given Su Lin Yuan's usual aversion to cats, Jiang Xianyu found it hard to believe he would allow one to come so close. Nevertheless, Jiang Xianyu, ever the diligent and principled caretaker, approached to inspect the hair he was sticking to the tape. There was an Oppos, too much, but the color seemed off. Their family's stray cat was a tabby. Realizing his slip, Su Lin Yuan instinctively covered the evidence, determined not to let her discover his visit to his cousin. Jiang Xianyu gave him a quick look, but chose not to press further. Wait here, I and Oppos. I'll fetch something to help you. Using tape is too cumbersome. Before long, Jiang Xianyu returned with a toolbox in hand. She calmly opened it by the bedside, revealing a neatly organized assortment of small tools, all appearing quite new. She produced a lint roller and meticulously rolled it over the blanket and sheets, checking her work before repeating the process to ensure everything was in order, finally cleaning the roller and putting it away. Su Lin Yuan watched in awe as she worked with an effortless grace that made his earlier efforts seem trivial by comparison. Curiosity piqued, he asked, "What are these tools?" After a brief pause, Jiang Xianyu replied, "These are various lint rollers, fur removers, and sticky rollers I just purchased." Suddenly, it dawned on Su Lin Yuan that she was preparing for a visit to Qin Tao and Oppos' home. A pang of bittersweet emotion surged within him. This is for Qin Tao. Isn't it? It's not even time yet, and you're already so eager. A hint of embarrassment flickered across Jiang Xianyu's face. Well, it's seamless preparation. I must be ready. Otherwise, cleaning would be quite a hassle. Su Lin Yuan recalled the chaotic state of Qin Tao and Oppos' home he had witnessed earlier, and the pang of jealousy dissipated, replaced by a deeper concern for her. Her place is a mess, filled with cat hair. If you see anything else that needs preparation, just let me know, and I'll take care of it. Jiang Xianyu smiled as she cradled her toolbox. With these, I have enough. Su Lin Yuan sighed. You have no idea how dirty it actually is at Qin Tao's place. It's all right. I'm a professional, Jiang Xianyu assured him confidently. She had encountered her fair share of messes before, and besides, Qin Tao had mentioned that they regularly hired cleaners. Seeing her self-assured demeanor, Su Lin Yuan chose not to argue further. He gestured toward his own attire. I'm covered in hair too. Could you clean me up as well? Having rushed upstairs without removing his coat, the black fabric bore an abundance of cat hair. Jiang Xianyu nodded. All right, take off your coat, and I'll take care of it. Su Lin Yuan hesitated, his gaze flickering as he extended his arm. Let us do it this way. If I take it off, I might dirty the room again. Jiang Xianyu, trusting him completely, was well aware of his obsession with cleanliness. She resumed her work with the lint roller, one hand supporting his arm while the other rolled the device over him. To help conserve her energy, Su Lin Yuan kept his arm suspended, the gentle pressure of the roller making the area feel oddly ticklish. He felt an urge to pull away. Don't move. It'll be over quickly, Jiang Xianyu instructed. Gripping him firmly, Su Lin Yuan lowered his head, captivated by her delicate hands, which seemed almost too small to encompass his arm. There was an innate tenderness in him to protect her, yet she was never one to wait for rescue. Just like that time she fell while riding her bike. Even if he hadn't intervened, she would have picked herself up. As Jiang Xianyu finished cleaning the hair from his arm, Su Lin Yuan pointed to the area near his shoulder. There is still some here. Standing at a height disadvantage, Jiang Xianyu was compelled to look up at him. He maintained his bowed posture, not moving an inch. But as she raised her gaze, her forehead brushed against his chin. The fleeting contact ignited a ripple of emotions between them. Jiang Xianyu momentarily halted her task, while Su Lin Yuan and Oppos' ears burned crimson, yet he feigned nonchalance. What's wrong? Hearing his casual tone, Jiang Xianyu and Oppos' racing heart gradually calmed, and she deftly continued to remove the cat hair from his arm. Switch hands, she instructed. Su Lin Yuan extended his other arm, which was relatively free of hair, and it was quickly cleaned. This time, he refrained from making any unnecessary movements. The hair on his back was minimal, primarily because of an encounter with Qin Tao. Jiang Xianyu worked swiftly, and when she reached more sensitive areas, Su Linyuan was considerate enough to lift his shirt slightly, making it easier for her. Once finished, Jiang Xianyu exhaled in relief, but Su Linyuan felt an unexpected sense of loss. Qin Tao was right. He yearned to draw closer to her, to touch her. With this newfound understanding of his feelings, the shackles of restraint began to loosen, making it increasingly difficult to hold back. Yet, he knew he could not act on those desires. Jiang Xianyu exuded warmth, but deep down, she was fiercely independent. If he dared to express his feelings now, she would likely reject him outright. Reflecting on their time together, he recalled fleeting moments when her eyes seemed to flicker with interest, only to return to her usual calm demeanor, leaving him perplexed and anxious. Jiang Xianyu did not linger upstairs for long. Once assured that Su Linyuan was fine, she descended. She had felt an unusual quickening of her heartbeat in the room and instinctively wished to avoid such anomalies. Meanwhile, Su Linyuan had not gone to the office today, and Assistant Zhao's calls flooded in one after another. Inside the office, Zhao stared at the mountain of documents, overwhelmed. The new year had brought an avalanche of tasks, while their boss lounged at home, shirking responsibilities. Is being a boss so impressive? Is having money so remarkable? Zhao mused, vowing that when he struck it rich, he would hurl these files right back at his boss. After a moment of self-reassurance, Zhao rolled up his sleeves and returned to the grind. He was beginning to understand why Jiang Xianyu chose to be a nanny. Only those who toil know the weight of labor. Chapter 68. Seducing her the following morning. Su Linyuan stood before the mirror after completing his morning routine, scrutinizing his reflection. He attempted several poses to mimic a stiff neck, murmuring to himself, "Does this seem a bit contrived?" After a half-hour of fussing in the bathroom, he finally settled on the most convincing pose, one hand supporting his neck while the other held his tie as he descended the stairs. Though he could not yet express his feelings, it did not mean he would passively wait for her notice. Given Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's ethereal demeanor, he feared she might never realize his affections, even as time passed. With her still in his vicinity for a few days, he resolved to entice her further. Peering over the balcony from the third floor, he spotted Jiang Xianyu already busy in the kitchen. After waiting for her to finish cooking, he made his way downstairs. As he stepped onto the staircase, he called out, "Jiang Xianyu, come here." Jiang Xianyu glanced up to see Su Linyuan descending, his shirt collar unbuttoned, two buttons left undone, one hand gripping his neck, the other playfully adjusting his tie, tilting his head slightly. As he drew closer, she couldn't help but notice his pronounced collarbone, the prominent Adam's apple, and the faint veins on the hand resting against his neck, all reminders of his undeniable masculinity. Suddenly realizing the inappropriate thoughts swirling in her mind, Jiang Xianyu quickly averted her gaze, lowering her eyes. Su Linyuan smirked, letting out a slight hiss as he said, "Jiang Xianyu, could you assist me? I slept awkwardly last night, and I'm having trouble with my tie and buttons. Can't you button them yourself?" Jiang Xianyu inquired. Su Linyuan raised his hand towards the buttons, hissing slightly as he explained the upper ones were difficult to manage without straining. Noticing his genuine expression, Jiang Xianyu relented. "All right, let me help." She stood on the step above him, allowing for easier access. As she fastened the buttons of his shirt, her fingers brushed against his throat, sending an electric thrill through him. The involuntary sound that escaped his lips was a soft groan. Blushing fiercely, he felt a rush of warmth. Jiang Xianyu, startled, retracted her hand, asking what's wrong. Su Linyuan swallowed hard, adjusting his collar as he replied in a low, husky voice, "It's just a bit tight. I and Oppo's, I'll be gentler," Jiang Xianyu said, noticing the flush on his neck. Leaning, "Alas, why is it so agitated?" Chapter 69. Fever. The night was tranquil, and the villa, nestled halfway up the mountain, lay in silence. On the grand bed of the master suite, a man's bare chest rose and fell, his throat emitting restrained yet labored gasps. After a prolonged moment, he abruptly awoke. His heavy breathing resonated starkly in the darkened room. Sensing a stirring within him, Su Linyuan raised a hand to shield his eyes. How could he have dreamt such a thing? He endeavored to calm his racing heart, yet found it futile. Frustrated, he sat up, switched on the bedside lamp, and made his way to the bathroom. In the bathroom, The cold water cascaded over him, causing him to shiver. Gradually, the restlessness subsided. By the time he emerged from the bathroom, it was already 3:30 in the morning. The breeze generated by his movement prompted an involuntary sneeze, and he rubbed his nose before burrowing back under the covers. Morning dawned, the light streaming in, and Jiang Xianyu, having tidied herself, began preparing breakfast. As she cooked, she glanced toward the living room, where Su Linyuan would typically be awake by this hour. Could it be that he had slept in due to yesterday's neck strain? Once breakfast was ready, she set the table and sent a voice message to Su Linyuan. "Mr. Su, breakfast is ready. You can come down to eat." The message seemed to vanish into the void, as there was no response after a lengthy pause. Frowning, Jiang Xianyu ascended the stairs. The door to the master suite was closed. She knocked gently. "Mr. Su, are you awake?" Inside, Su Linyuan propped himself up, his head heavy with drowsiness. Hearing Jiang Xianyu and Appo's voice, he replied hoarsely, "I'll be there shortly." His voice was strained, and the sound was muffled by the room's excellent soundproofing, causing Jiang Xianyu to miss his words. She knocked again. Wrapping himself in a bathrobe, Su Linyuan staggered to the door and opened it, revealing a magnificent expanse of his chest. Jiang Xianyu instinctively shut her eyes. "Mr. Su, you can have breakfast now." "All right, I'll be down soon." As he spoke, Jiang Xianyu opened her eyes and noticed the abnormal flush on his face. "Mr. Su, are you unwell? Your voice sounds different." His pallor was so pronounced that any deviation from his usual complexion was glaringly evident. Su Linyuan touched his throat, realizing he might have caught a chill. Without regard for propriety, Jiang Xianyu reached out to feel his forehead, her palm meeting skin that was alarmingly hot. Su Linyuan regarded her with curiosity, finding her cool touch surprisingly soothing. Dazed, he leaned closer, seeking the comfort of her hand. Believing he was on the verge of fainting, Jiang Xianyu quickly supported his arm. "You have a fever. Let us get you back to bed. I'll fetch a thermometer." Worry etched on her face. She guided Su Linyuan back to bed, tucking him in. Just as she turned to leave, he grasped her wrist. "Please inform Assistant Zhao that I want to be going to the office today." Jiang Xianyu gently returned his hand to the covers, her voice softer than ever. "Okay, I will let him know. You're unwell. Just rest." Su Linyuan gazed at her, his mind drifting as her tone echoed the woman from his dreams, causing his flushed cheeks to deepen in color. As Jiang Xianyu turned to leave, he silently pulled the covers over his face. He felt utterly shameless. Jiang Xianyu soon returned with a medical kit. Seeing the man with his head covered, she quickly pulled the blanket down. "You can't keep it covered with a fever. Let me check your temperature." The thermometer registered a shocking 39.4 degrees Celsius. A high fever. While retrieving fever-reducing medication, Jiang Xianyu mused, "You were fine last night. How did this fever come about so suddenly?" Su Linyuan's unusually bright eyes, affected by the fever, flickered, but he remained silent. Jiang Xianyu merely voiced her thoughts without pursuing further details. She poured a glass of warm water, helped him sit up, and urged him to take the medication. "You should rest for a bit. I'll save your breakfast for you. Once your fever subsides a bit, I'll bring it to you." Su Linyuan nodded obediently. "I'm fine here. You should go eat." Once assured of his condition, Jiang Xianyu returned to the kitchen. She had prepared a nourishing yam and millet porridge that would be perfect for him. Half an hour later, she ascended once more to check his temperature, relieved to find it had dropped to 38.2 degrees. Noticing he seemed a little more alert, she brought up the breakfast. Although Su Linyuan had little appetite, under Jiang Xianyu's expectant gaze, he felt he could manage a bit. Just as he reached out, he remembered he was still recovering from his neck strain. No matter how quickly he healed, he could not simply dismiss the pain as if it never existed. Su Linyuan raised his hand but winced, retracting it. "My neck is still sore. Perhaps I'll skip eating for now, especially since I'm not very hungry." Jiang Xianyu, observing his pale lips, settled by the bedside with a small bowl. "Let me help." His eyes followed her as she carefully scooped a spoonful of porridge and offered it to him. "Aren't you even a blow on it?" he inquired. Jiang Xianyu brought the porridge closer. "Rest assured, the temperature is just right. No need to blow." Su Linyuan felt a mix of frustration and regret, but he opened his mouth and swallowed the porridge. After one bowl, Jiang Xianyu also fed him 4 small pan-fried buns before concluding the meal. After cleaning up, she checked his temperature again, noting it had dropped to 37.8 degrees. If you have the energy, go freshen up and then return to sleep. Su Linyuan nodded. I'm fine here. You've been busy all morning, so go rest. I'll call if I need anything. Satisfied he was all right, Jiang Xianyu left with the tray. Once Su Linyuan had freshened up, he returned to bed. The memory of the dream that led to his cold shower and subsequent fever was one he would never share. After Jiang Xianyu left, she sent a message to assistant Zhao. Once she had taken care of everything, she quietly entered the room again to check on Su Linyuan's temperature, which remained around 38 degrees. In his hazy state, Su Linyuan sensed Jiang Xianyu moving in and out several times, and he smiled faintly, unconsciously murmuring, "Will fish." Jiang Xianyu believed he was on the mend, but unexpectedly, he developed another high fever that night. Concerned, she said, "Mr. Su, let me take you to the hospital. This recurring fever may indicate a more serious issue." Understanding his condition, Su Linyuan, not wishing to disturb her late at night, handed her his phone. "Find Dr. Sun. He is my family doctor." Dr. Sun lived nearby and arrived swiftly. On the call, Jiang Xianyu had already detailed Su Linyuan's condition, including his medication and temperature fluctuations. Upon his arrival, Dr. Sun conducted a thorough examination and, noting the ineffectiveness of the fever medication, prescribed an intravenous drip. Chapter 70. His 36 strategies have yet to be employed. After assisting Su Linyuan with his intravenous drip, it was already past 1 in the morning. Su Linyuan glanced at Dr. Sun and said, "They're in amp. Oppos. There's nothing else for me here. You may return to rest. I can remove the needle myself." Dr. Sun checked his condition once more, reiterated the precautions for needle removal, and then departed. Su Linyuan urged Jiang Xianyu to get some sleep. However, Jiang Xianyu was not at ease. "You should rest. If I leave and you fall asleep, no one will know when the 4 is finished." Jiang Xianyu was quite adamant about this. He was a fortunate child, always needing companionship during illness. It wouldn't do for her to act as a nurse, diminishing his quality of life. In the end, Su Linyuan yielded to her insistence. Perhaps he was truly fatigued, for he soon drifted off to sleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, Su Linyuan was awakened by a pressing need to relieve himself. As soon as he moved, Jiang Xianyu noticed. "You're awake? Do you need anything?" Su Linyuan, his face flushed, replied, "No need." As he attempted to rise, Jiang Xianyu stood up alongside him, saying, "Be careful with your movements. You still have a needle in your hand. Whatever you need, I can assist you." "You can't help." Su Linyuan started, "I need to go to the restroom." Only then did Jiang Xianyu comprehend the situation. She cleared her throat and said, "It's quite normal when on in 4. Let me help you with the 4 bag." With that, she climbed onto a chair to retrieve the 4 bag from the clothesline. Once she had the bag in her grasp, she realized it was higher than her reach. She strained on her toes, extending her arms to urge Su Linyuan, "All right, you can go now." Seeing her in such a comical position, Su Linyuan felt the corners of his mouth twitching into a smile. He reached out, took the 4 bag from her and said, "I'll handle it myself." In that fleeting moment, Jiang Xianyu sensed a deep-seated malice from the tall figure before her. She reminded herself that as a conscientious caregiver, she should not hold it against her ailing employer. She followed Su Linyuan to the restroom. At the door, he inquired, "Are you coming in?" Jiang Xianyu replied, "I want into amp." "Amp? Oppos. T go in. I and amp. Amp? Oppos. LL just stand here and hold the 4 bag for you, so it's more convenient." If Su Linyuan held the 4 bag with one hand, he would have no way to manage with the needle in the other. Feeling quite flustered, Su Linyuan stammered, You being here makes it difficult for me." Jiang Xianyu torn, insisted, "You can't end Oppos. T simply pretend I and Oppos. M not here. Treat me as a mere 4-holder." Su Linyuan thought to himself how strong her presence felt in his heart. Noticing his discomfort, she stepped inside the restroom, glanced around, and then stood on the edge of the bathtub to hang the 4 bag on the shower rod. "There, that should do it," she thought, pleased with her ingenuity. After a prolonged moment, Su Linyuan finally finished and washed his hands before emerging with the 4 bag. Jiang Xianyu reached out to assist, but as he lifted his arm, she grasped nothing but air. "Fine," she thought, realizing her overestimation. Once Su Linyuan had completed his 4, Jiang Xianyu expertly removed the needle with a swiftness that astonished him. Her technique surpassed that of many nurses he had encountered. So began another day of inexplicable admiration for her. After a week of recuperation, Su Linyuan was finally well again, but Jiang Xianyu's contract was about to expire. He felt a mix of urgency and frustration. He had yet to employ his carefully devised strategies to entice her. Jiang Xianyu had already packed her belongings, ready to depart after dinner. Seeing her large suitcase, Su Linyuan took the car keys and said, "I and Oppos, I'll drive you back." Jiang Xianyu hastily declined, insisting, "No need to trouble yourself. I can manage." Yet, Su Linyuan did not allow her to refuse, shouldering her suitcase and leading her to the garage. Jiang Xianyu had no choice but to follow. "You can guide me," he instructed as he settled her into the passenger seat. Once they reached her destination, Su Linyuan memorized the address, knowing that once she left, their next meeting was uncertain. He needed to know where she lived. As she exited the car to retrieve her suitcase, Su Linyuan reached into the back seat and produced a beautiful goldfish lantern. He stepped out and pressed the lantern into her hands, lifting her suitcase from the trunk. "Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. This is for you." It was 8 o'clock in the evening, and though the streetlights illuminated the area, they did not overshadow the warm glow of the lantern. Jiang Xianyu held it up, the soft yellow light illuminating her face, radiating warmth. This was the first time she had ever received a lantern, and she would forever remember this day. Seeing her delight, a smile graced Su Linyuan's features. How wonderful it was that he had gifted her something she cherished. After accepting the gift, Jiang Xianyu hesitated, then politely asked, "Mr. Su, would you like to come in for a cup of tea?" Su Linyuan wrestled with his thoughts. Ultimately, concern for her exhaustion prevailed. If he went inside, she would undoubtedly feel obliged to host him. She hadn't tea returned here in over a week, and she would have to prepare hot water. When would she ever get to rest? This time, I'll one tea go in. There will be other opportunities, he decided. Jiang Xianyu breathed a sigh of relief. Su Linyuan continued, "As for your electric bike, come by whenever you have time to pick it up. You know the code for the house." This was a subtle way of leaving the bike for her. Jiang Xianyu nodded, holding her suitcase in one hand and a lantern in the other. She waved goodbye, Mr. Su. Thank you for the lantern and for your care during this time. Until we meet again. Su Linyuan watched her retreating figure until she vanished into the elevator. Leaning against his car, he gazed up at the 4th floor, where her lights flickered on, yet he remained motionless for a long while. It wasn't until passers-by began to glance at him and his vehicle that he finally tore his gaze away and drove off. Upon returning to the villa, everything remained unchanged, yet it felt unbearably empty. He sat on the sofa and turned on the television to a series Jiang Xianyu often watched. Glancing at the spot beside him where she usually sat, softly murmuring, "Jiang Xianyu." In response, silence enveloped the room, and the gentle voice he cherished was no longer there. That night, Jiang Xianyu received a transfer of over 40,000 yuan from Assistant Zhao, noted as bonuses and subsidies. Her salary would be deposited into her account the following day by Aishing. Su Linyuan had contemplated giving her more, but he feared it might burden Jiang Xianyu. The sum was reflective of her role as an assistant. No matter how reluctant he felt, Jiang Xianyu's employment had come to a close. The next morning, Su Linyuan awoke as usual, only to find the housekeeper, Aunt Qian, whom he had not seen for 2 months, busying herself with the dishwasher in the kitchen. She looked surprised to see him. "Young master, why are you up at this hour?" For convenience, she referred to him as young master while in the villa, reverting to master-son upon returning to the ancestral home. Su Linyuan refrained from mentioning that he had been waking early for the past 2 months, simply stating he couldn't sleep. Aunt Qian admired the tidy kitchen, exclaiming, "The master and mistress have a good eye for people. This caregiver is truly commendable, keeping everything in order." She then glanced at the dishwasher and asked, "What made you decide to install a dishwasher, young master?" Looking at the appliance, Su Linyuan was reminded of Jiang Xianyu. He spoke softly, "I just thought it would be convenient. It seems quite good." Aunt Qian chuckled, "It is indeed good, but I still prefer washing by hand." Su Linyuan did not press the issue. "Aunt Qian, do as you find most convenient." Then he sat on the sofa, perusing the newspaper. Aunt Qian couldn't and amp. Oppos. To shake the feeling that something was amiss. Why did it seem that the young master had changed so much upon his return? Chapter 71. Bottleneck? Jiang Xianyu Su Linyuan in the eyes of Aunt Qian, is a child she has watched grow up. Although he hails from a wealthy background, he lacks the arrogant demeanor often associated with the privileged. Instead, he exhibits a certain traditionalism influenced by Su and Apos as elderly parents. For instance, he enjoys letting his bedding and clothing bask in the sunlight. His lifestyle habits are more aligned with those of the elder Su couple. It is no wonder that many children raised by grandmothers have become adept at square dancing. He enjoys a life of comfort, but harbors no fondness for extravagance. After Jiang Xianyu departed, Su Lingyuan found himself in a somber mood, lacking an appetite. Nevertheless, he made an effort to finish his breakfast, observing that he was eating normally. Aunt Qian felt reassured, thinking he might just be adjusting to the absence of the previous nanny. After tidying the kitchen, she proceeded to clean the bedroom. Shortly thereafter, she emerged from Su Lingyuan's room, holding a brown hair tie. "Young master, I found this by the seam of your bed. Do you still want it?" Upon seeing the hair tie, Su Lingyuan recognized it as belonging to Jiang Xianyu. It must have been left behind when she was nursing him during his fever. "Give it to me," he said. Aunt Qian handed the hair tie to him, and he held it in his hand, lost in thought for a long while. Aunt Qian, with her keen eyes, suspected that her young master might be in love. After all, who else would be so entranced by a mere hair tie? Yet, she had no inkling that the departing nanny had any connection to this situation. She assumed the new nanny would be of similar age to her. However, as a caretaker, such matters were not hers to question. She wisely continued with her cleaning. Su Lingyuan, entranced by the hair tie, eventually snapped back to reality as the time for work approached. He casually slipped the hair tie onto his wrist, donned his clothing, and left. Having fallen behind on work during his illness, he organized a meeting upon arriving at the office. In the conference room, Su Lingyuan's usual stern expression was present. Yet Assistant Zhao acutely sensed the prevailing low pressure in the atmosphere. Lu Lijun also attended the meeting, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Su Lingyuan and Apos' wrist. He was indeed handsome, and even a simple yarn tie appeared as a fashionable accessory on him. However, that hair tie looked strikingly familiar. It resembled the ones her friend had, a box containing a dozen varieties for just a few yuan. She could not fathom who in Su Lingyuan's life would use such a hair tie. In that moment, she felt she was on the verge of uncovering a truth. Silently, she hummed to herself, "If this is not love." But her friend was already involved with someone else. At that moment, Jiang Xianyu was preoccupied with adapting to life in the Qin household. On her first day of work, upon entering Qin Tao's small villa, she discovered it was not as dirty as she had imagined. Rather, it could not be labeled as dirty at all, merely a bit untidy. For a girl fond of shopping, having a plethora of items in her home is quite normal. Qin Tao exemplified this. She purchased many things she adored. With the previous nanny gone, her belongings were now strewn about haphazardly. However, it was clear that she knew where everything was located amidst the chaos. Qin Tao welcomed Jiang Xianyu in, clearing a space on the sofa for her to sit. Looking somewhat embarrassed, "My home is a bit messy, but it is cozy." Jiang Xianyu smiled and nodded, responding, "Indeed, it has a lived-in feel." Qin Tao's eyes lit up as she wrapped her arm around Jiang Xianyu's shoulder, exclaiming, "Little fish, you truly have an eye for it." Just as she prepared to mock her cousin's previous verbal assault, she suddenly remembered he was absent. To offer her commentary effectively, she would need to be face-to-face with him. Changing the subject, she remarked, "Little fish, you are 2 years younger than me. Just call me Sister Taozi." Seizing the moment before her cousin could claim Jiang Xianyu, she thought it better to enjoy being an older sister for now, lest she soon have to call her cousin's partner sister-in-law. Jiang Xianyu had no objections to this. Qin Tao summoned her 2 cats, a Yu and Xian Xian. These 2 cats possessed gentle temperaments and were very obedient. Jiang Xianyu began to bond with them slowly, making it easier to care for them in the future. The 2 cats lounged on the sofa, allowing Jiang Xianyu to pet them. As she stroked the cats, she observed the layout of the room and the manner in which items were organized. Cleaning could indeed offer the employer a unique experience. Take Qin Tao, for instance. Her snacks and cat toys were prominently displayed, indicating their frequent use. While tidying up, she aimed to place these items within easy reach, aligning with Qin Tao's habits. before organizing and storing them away. Unlike Su Lingyuan, who exhibited a touch of obsessive cleanliness that required everything to be in its designated place, Qin Tao was the polar opposite. She prioritized practicality and convenience, with no particular demands regarding the placement of her belongings. Once Jiang Xianyu had sufficiently bonded with the cats, she began her cleaning. She started in the living room, first removing the fur, then cleaning and returning items that were not currently in use. Within a mere 2 hours, the small villa's living room had transformed into a refreshing space. Qin Tao felt rejuvenated. "Little fish, you are amazing." She gave Jiang Xianyu a thumbs up. "To celebrate your first day on the job, I'll treat you to a grand meal." Jiang Xianyu graciously accepted her kind offer. The two enjoyed a hot pot dinner, perfect for the chilly beginning of the new year. After dinner, they returned home. Qin Tao had a live streaming session scheduled for the evening and needed to prepare for it. Typically boisterous, Qin Tao was nonetheless serious about her work, donning glasses as she organized her streaming process and content. In that moment, she exuded charisma. Truly, the saying holds, a woman who is earnest is the most alluring. Perhaps Jiang Xianyu's focused gaze was too intense, for Qin Tao looked up and asked, "Why are you staring at me like that?" Jiang Xianyu, feeling slightly bashful, smiled and replied, "I just think you look beautiful when you work diligently." Qin Tao instantly straightened her posture, cupping her cheeks with her hands. "Really? My parents always say I'm not serious enough, but I never imagined someone would be captivated by my work demeanor." Jiang Xianyu enthusiastically nodded, "Absolutely." In an instant, Qin Tao felt invigorated. To avoid disrupting Jiang Xianyu's work, she moved to another area to tidy up. By the time Qin Tao had prepared her streaming content, Jiang Xianyu had nearly finished cleaning the house. She even groomed the two cats. Looking at the bags filled with fur of various colors, Qin Tao looked puzzled. "Do we need to keep this?" Jiang Xianyu replied, "You've raised them well. Their fur is clean, smooth, and soft. It would be a shame to throw it away. I can spin it in a yarn when I have time, and perhaps knit some clothes for you and Xian, or create felt toys." Qin Tao swiftly approached Jiang Xianyu, opening her phone and Oppo's S-Memo app, her face alight with curiosity. "You can really spin this fur into yarn? And how do you make those felt toys you mentioned?" Jiang Xianyu, recalling that felting was not yet mainstream, provided Qin Tao with a brief explanation. The more Qin Tao listened, the brighter her eyes became. After Jiang Xianyu finished explaining, she hugged Jiang Xianyu, almost kissing her on the cheek. "Little fish, you are truly my lucky star. I have recently hit a creative bottleneck with my short videos, and you've just given me a fresh perspective." Chapter 72, Where End Oppos? As the electric car, Jiang Xianyu felt utterly bewildered by Qin Tao and Oppo's as frankness. Releasing her hand, Qin Tao reassured her, "Little fish, don't worry. When we make a profit, I'll share half with you." In truth, it was unnecessary. She merely offered a suggestion, as the execution would ultimately depend on the other party. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Qin Tao added, "Well, I'm a bit clumsy with my hands, so I might need you to teach me more later." Jiang Xianyu readily agreed. Jiang Xianyu prepared dinner, while Qin Tao kept her company at the doorway, their relationship feeling more like friends than employer and maid. After Lu Sa was called away, Qin Tao had been eating takeout for quite some time. Thus, the homemade meal prepared by Jiang Xianyu nearly brought her tears. Qin Tao's live streaming room was on the second floor, adjacent to her bedroom, and Jiang Xianyu resided in the guest room on the same floor. She refrained from approaching during Qin Tao and Oppo's live broadcasts, needing to adapt to her new work routine. Qin Tao streamed from 8 in the evening until midnight, but fortunately, she didn't end Oppo's do this daily, otherwise her health would surely suffer. Upon exiting the streaming room, she was surprised to find Jiang Xianyu still awake. "Little fish, I stream rather late, so you don't need to wait for me next time. I only stream once a week, and the rest of the time, I record short videos." Jiang Xianyu nodded in understanding and returned to her room to sleep since Qin Tao had no immediate need for her assistance. The following day, Jiang Xianyu continued tidying up and organizing. Those items that had been a source of frustration for Qin Tao were effortlessly folded and categorized by Jiang Xianyu. She even remembered where everything was placed. Qin Tao was genuinely impressed. It was only the second day, yet Jiang Xianyu had managed to organize the home so effectively. Deciding to treat Jiang Xianyu to bubble tea, she was met with a humble response. Actually, I can make bubble tea myself. Many people in the future would learn to prepare homemade bubble tea, which was not complicated after a few attempts. Qin Tao and Amp, Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. You could do that too? The value of Jiang Xianyu and Appo's presence in her life seemed to rise significantly. It felt as though she had encountered a remarkable maid. At that moment, she could empathize with her cousin. If someone tried to pursue Jiang Xianyu, she would fiercely defend her. Noticing the tapioca flour in the kitchen, Jiang Xianyu made some small taro balls. Once the bubble tea was ready, she and Qin Tao each took a cup. Although the ingredients were not as elaborate as those from a tea shop, it was both healthy and delicious. After 2 consecutive days of organizing, Jiang Xianyu finally managed to restore order to the home. Maintaining this cleanliness would not be difficult going forward. With more free time, she decided to retrieve her electric scooter. After informing Qin Tao, Jiang Xianyu left with her bag. The small villa where Qin Tao resided was not as expansive as the one owned by Su Linyuan, but hailing a taxi outside the villa community was quite convenient. Upon arriving at the hillside villa, the security guard recognized her and greeted her warmly. Jiang Xianyu suddenly felt a sense of returning home. Knowing that Aunt Qian was present, she chose not to enter but instead rang the doorbell. Aunt Qian, curious upon seeing Jiang Xianyu, thought to herself, could this girl be the one dating the young master? Hello, may I ask who you are? Jiang Xianyu quickly deduced her identity upon seeing her emerge from within. You must be Aunt Qian. I'm Jiang Xianyu, the maid who used to work here. I've come to retrieve my electric scooter. Aunt Qian finally understood to whom the scooter left in the corridor belonged. With a smile, she welcomed Jiang Xianyu inside. Come in, the scooter is still in its original spot. Jiang Xianyu thanked her with a smile. The scooter's battery was sufficiently charged, and as she inserted the key to ride away, Aunt Qian called out to her, Miss Jiang, would you like to come in for a moment? Aunt Qian recalled the hair tie from that day and had an inkling that perhaps the young master had feelings for this girl. She had previously assumed he was in a relationship, but it seemed more likely he was harboring unrequited feelings. Having completed her work at this residence, Jiang Xianyu politely declined, saying, no, I wouldn't want to intrude. I still have to go to my employer in Appo's place later. Upon hearing this, Aunt Qian had nothing more to say. The young lady had her own responsibilities. Ultimately, she could only watch as Jiang Xianyu rode away on her scooter. Meanwhile, in the office of the president of Chengyuan Capital, Su Linyuan opened his phone, staring at the pinned chat in WeChat, which remained devoid of new messages. Growing increasingly agitated, he tossed the phone onto his desk, only to retrieve it moments later, repeating the cycle. When Assistant Zhao entered, he discovered his boss lost in thought, a state he had witnessed for several days. Initially surprised, now accustomed to it. After delivering documents and providing necessary reports, Assistant Zhao departed nonchalantly. That evening, upon returning home, the first thing Su Linyuan did was glance toward the hallway. When he noticed the absence of that familiar green hue, he stood frozen in shock. In the next instant, he hurried into the foyer, not even bothering to change his shoes as he called out, Aunt Qian, where Appo's the electric scooter from the hallway. Aunt Qian rushed out from the kitchen, recognizing the look on Su Linyuan's face and surmising her earlier guesses were likely accurate. Young master, Miss Jiang came by today and took the scooter. Su Linyuan flung his coat onto the sofa and quickly pulled out his phone, but as he opened the chat interface, he hesitated. What position did he have to inquire about this matter? It had been he who had previously stated she could come by whenever to take it. Regret washed over him as he recalled how he had allowed her to take the scooter whenever she had time. He should have asked her to call him when she was free, so he could arrange a time for her to collect it. The thought that she had not looked back, seizing such a good excuse without even considering a meeting, left him feeling a deep sense of discomfort. How ungrateful, truly ungrateful. That night, Su Linyuan could no longer contain himself and sent Jiang Xianyu a voice message. I heard from Aunt Qian that you came by today to take the scooter? Jiang Xianyu, upon hearing the WeChat notification and seeing the familiar avatar, felt momentarily dazed. Hadn't he just invited her to dinner yesterday? As she listened to his familiar voice, her heart fluttered slightly, leaving her unsure of how to respond. After a long pause, she finally typed back, "Yes, President Su." Su Linyuan, upon reading those 4 words, struck his bed in frustration. Again, those 4 words. He sent another voice message. "You should send voice messages. Typing is inconvenient." Jiang Xianyu replied, "Okay." Su Linyuan listened to her response multiple times, feeling utterly helpless. She had a knack for killing conversations. Yet, while she could bring their dialogue to a halt, he was unwilling to let it end so abruptly. Seeking a new topic, he asked, "How are things going at Qintao's? Are you adjusting well?" Jiang Xianyu replied, "It and Oppo's. It's going fine." Su Linyuan ran his fingers through his hair and pressed on, "Please elaborate." Jiang Xianyu's side displayed typing. For a while before she finally sent a voice message detailing her tasks: cleaning, cooking, grooming, and organizing. Su Linyuan stared at those few words, feeling deeply troubled. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Can you not hold a conversation?" Jiang Xianyu replied apologetically, "Sorry." Su Linyuan felt defeated. He simply could not carry the conversation forward. Chapter 73. You have taken my person. The once amicable relationship between Su Linyuan and Jiang Xianyu had grown somewhat distant following the conclusion of Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's work. It was as though she had detached herself from his life. Having completed her responsibilities on his behalf, there seemed to be no further connection between them. She took considerable time to formulate responses to even the briefest WeChat messages. Su Linyuan furrowed his brow in contemplation, questioning whether this was normal or if she was the only one behaving in such a manner. The sole consolation was that she was currently employed at his cousin's residence. Regarding the evening and Oppo's WeChat conversation, Jiang Xianyu did not dwell on it, believing that Su Linyuan was merely inquiring about her electric bike and engaging in pleasantries. Moreover, she had immersed herself in her new job, convincing herself that past matters should not occupy her thoughts. In the past few days, Jiang Xianyu had gathered the fur of 2 cats and began spinning yarn. In this age of convenient online shopping, she procured a spinning tool, which Qin Tao reimbursed without hesitation. Qin Tao diligently followed Jiang Xianyu, eager to learn. While collecting the cat fur, Jiang Xianyu had been careful to prevent it from matting, making the spinning process relatively straightforward. Qin Tao captured the entire spinning process on her phone, with only Jiang Xianyu's hands appearing on screen. Observing Jiang Xianyu's unadorned hands, Qin Tao sincerely remarked, "Xiaoyu, your hands possess such strength. They are simply captivating." Jiang Xianyu glanced at her hands, finding no remarkable difference. Her hands were fair and slender, but lacked the softness of youth. Neither unattractive nor particularly striking. "I think they're just fine, nothing special," she replied. Qin Tao smiled silently, recognizing that Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's hands bore a charm surpassing those of meticulously manicured ones. Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's dexterous hands swiftly spun 2 bundles of yarn. Though the fur of the cat named Xian was predominantly white, its tail and other areas exhibited variations, resulting in a lovely light flaxen hue when combined with the cat fur. In contrast, Au and Oppo's fur leaned more toward a brownish tone. After spinning the yarn, Jiang Xianyu washed and disinfected it, then laid it out to dry in the sun. Qin Tao became her dedicated photographer, spending the entire day capturing videos. That evening, Qin Tao worked tirelessly on editing. "Did you manage to capture my face?" Jiang Xianyu inquired. Qin Tao nodded, assuring her that she had not and had eliminated any accidental shots of herself. Having been a short video creator for some time, she had mastered this aspect. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xianyu felt a sense of relief. She had no intention of pursuing a career in social media. And even if she were to utilize online platforms to advance her career in the future, it would not be at this moment. Her primary goal was to save money. Since encountering Qian Daong and he liping at the supermarket, a thought had taken root in her mind, though she currently lacked the necessary capital to act on it. Presently, she aimed to cover her living expenses while investing the remainder in the stock market, believing that after some time, it would suffice. The following day, after Qin Tao finished editing the videos, she presented them to Jiang Xianyu for approval before posting them on her short video account as a compilation. As a pet blogger, her audience primarily consisted of pet owners, making the compilation particularly appealing to her fanbase. Today, After storing the spun yarn, Jiang Xianyu began knitting garments for her two furry companions. Qin Tao, armed with knitting needles, followed suit, documenting their knitting endeavors on her phone. After knitting 10 centimeters, Jiang Xianyu noticed that Qin Tao had yet to progress beyond the beginner stage. Observing the 2 rows of knit stitches, Jiang Xianyu chuckled in exasperation. While knitting, the yarn should not be pulled too tightly, as it would require excessive effort. Qin Tao nodded, affirming her understanding. This was her first encounter with such a patient instructor, and her enthusiasm for learning was unprecedented. Once Qin Tao finished editing and posted the videos, her followers began to leave comments, and in the days that followed, several fans submitted their own projects. While perusing the comments, Qin Tao noticed many fans inquiring about Jiang Xianyu and Appo's identity. This lady in Appo's hands are so fair and skillful. Is this lady the new assistant that Taozi hired? She seems to possess impressive craftsmanship. Her explanations are so detailed. Even a novice like me could understand. Noticing the continued inquiries about Jiang Xianyu, Qin Tao replied to the fans, "She is my friend." Thanks to the video of spinning yarn and knitting sweaters, Qin Tao experienced a surge in popularity. Brands of spinning equipment began reaching out for collaborations, offering compensation higher than previous partnerships. Other pet supply brands also expressed interest. During this time, Jiang Xianyu was preoccupied with acclimating to her new environment and teaching Qin Tao, seemingly oblivious to other matters. Meanwhile, Su Linyuan, after a prolonged wait for Jiang Xianyu to initiate conversation, recalled their visit to the traditional Chinese medicine doctor. He promptly called Dr. He. "Dr. He, the last time I brought a friend for dysmenorrhea treatment, did she come by to collect her medication?" Upon hearing this, Dr. He responded, "It's fortunate you called. I was just about to reach out to her. She only picked up a week's worth of medication last time, and I haven't seen her since. It's essential to maintain consistent treatment." Surprised that Jiang Xianyu had indeed not collected her medication, Su Linyuan apologized to Dr. He and prepared to fetch it himself. After ending the call, he grabbed his coat and car keys and departed. The staff in the CEO's office craned their necks to observe. Ever since they had spotted Su Linyuan wearing a hair tie on his wrist, rumors had circulated that he was in a romantic relationship, leading to vibrant gossip within their small group. Seeing Su Linyuan leave, they speculated whether he was on his way to meet his girlfriend. While only assistant Zhao remained devotedly focused on his work. Once in the car, Su Linyuan adjusted the mirror to check his attire and hairstyle, finding nothing amiss before driving to the clinic. This time, he collected a week and Appo's worth of medication. Dr. He also reminded him, "Based on what you mentioned about her menstrual cycle, she should have come in recently. Ask her how she is feeling. If possible, bring her back for a checkup, and I will readjust her prescription." Su Linyuan's eyes brightened. "Certainly, doctor. I will bring her in a few days." As he left, his steps were light and buoyant. "Doctor," he added one last note of caution. "Maintaining health is no trivial matter. Consistency is key for effective treatment." After returning to his car, Su Linyuan noticed that it was only 3:30 in the afternoon. He waited in the vehicle for an hour before heading to Qin Tao's residence. When the doorbell rang, Jiang Xianyu was busy using a felting needle to create toys for her two furry companions. Cats adore playing with yarn balls, so she decided to make them felted pom-poms from their fur. Qin Tao stood up to answer the door and, upon seeing Su Linyuan outside, instinctively began to close it. Su Linyuan swiftly blocked the door with his long leg. "What are you doing?" Qin Tao asked, her gaze suspicious. "What are you here for? You're not trying to steal Xiaoyu away, are you?" Su Linyuan almost found it amusing. "I have known her longer than you. You've only spent a few days with her. If anyone has stolen someone, it would be you who has taken my person." Qin Tao held the door firmly. "If that and Appo's, that's the case, I definitely cannot let you in." Understanding the situation, Su Linyuan raised the bag he was holding. "I have a legitimate reason for seeking her." Qin Tao rolled her eyes, but ultimately relented and allowed him entry. Chapter 74. Reacquaintance. Jiang Xianyu nestled on the sofa, idly poking at a fluffy ball, when she noticed a pair of familiar men in Appo's shoes beside her. She tilted her head to gaze at the tall figure of the man, Su Linyuan. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of Su Linyuan's lips. "You remember me? I thought someone had long forgotten who I was." Jiang Xianyu set aside what she was holding, feeling somewhat awkward. Are you here to see Sister Taozi? Su Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. Sister Taozi? Qin Tao must be turning the world upside down. Well, Sister Taozi asked me to call her that. Su Lin Yuan was taken aback. Was that even an option? Could he have asked Jiang Xianyu to call him by his name back then? The more he thought about it, the more regret he felt. How did that impish girl, Qin Tao, come up with such cleverness? I came to find you, Su Lin Yuan stated. Jiang Xianyu, puzzled, asked, did I overlook something in my previous work? Why would you think that? You performed remarkably, Su Lin Yuan praised without hesitation. Jiang Xianyu was momentarily stunned. Observing her reaction, Su Lin Yuan handed her a bag of traditional Chinese medicine. I brought this for you. It dawned on Jiang Xianyu that she had neglected her medication for a while due to her period and her busy schedule. I forgot, she admitted, as if recalling something important. She inquired, did the doctor and Appo's call come through to your phone? Su Lin Yuan and Appo's gaze wandered, but he replied, yes, since I helped find doctor. He has my number. Jiang Xianyu took the several bags of herbal medicine from him, feeling a bit embarrassed. I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Just as Su Lin Yuan was about to respond, he noticed Qin Tao watching them closely. Was she guarding against him? He grasped Jiang Xianyu and Appo's arm and led her to a corner away from Qin Tao. Come with me. I have something to ask you. Qin Tao, seeing this, refrained from following them. Su Lin Yuan looked down at Jiang Xianyu, having not seen her for several days, feeling a pang of longing. Jiang Xianyu felt a bit tense under his intense presence. She could not help but be conscious of him. Mr. Su, what do you wish to discuss? Su Lin Yuan hesitated, finally lowering his voice and blushing as he asked, have you been through that? Connecting his inquiry with the medicine he had delivered, Jiang Xianyu understood and nodded yes. The discussion felt somewhat odd, and inexplicably, Jiang Xianyu felt warmth rising to her cheeks. And how do you feel now? Does it still hurt? After his initial question, Su Lin Yuan spoke much more fluently this time. Following up, he added, Doctor. He asked me to inquire about it when I collected the medicine. Jiang Xianyu reflected on her last menstrual experience and replied, it was still somewhat painful last time, but not as severe as before. Upon hearing this, Su Lin Yuan earnestly advised, that means the medicine is effective. You must continue taking it, understand? Jiang Xianyu, now deeply attuned to her body after her rebirth, solemnly assured him that she would take her medicine diligently. After their conversation concluded, Jiang Xianyu glanced at the time and said to Su Lin Yuan, I apologize, Mr. Su, but it is getting late. I must prepare dinner. As soon as Jiang Xianyu left, Qin Tao approached. Cousin it and Appo's late. You should head home. It and Appo's dark outside. You know it and Appo's rude not to invite relatives for dinner at this hour, Su Lin Yuan retorted. Qin Tao glared at him. Did you time your visit deliberately? Su Lin Yuan denied it. Nonsense. Qin Tao scoffed lightly and began to admonish him. Do you realize how hard it is for Xiaoyu to clean every day? At least I bring my own slippers when I visit your place, but you didn't even bring any. Could Su Lin Yuan explain that he had come directly from the office? He had no habit of bringing slippers to work. He gritted his teeth, resolving that after dinner, he would help with the cleaning. He reassured himself that this was entirely for Jiang Xianyu's sake. Qin Tao felt a thrill of triumph, surprised to find herself standing up to her cousin. Watching Jiang Xianyu busily in the kitchen, Su Lin Yuan approached her. Let me help you. Jiang Xianyu, remembering his tendency to disrupt her culinary efforts, firmly refused to let him touch anything in the kitchen. Su Lin Yuan chuckled, pleasantly surprised that she still recalled his reputation. However, he did not leave, but stood at the kitchen door, engaging her in conversation. After a period of absence, Jiang Xianyu had grown somewhat distant in her demeanor towards him, but Su Lin Yuan was undeterred and continually sought topics to discuss. When dinner was finally ready, the two of them found themselves less at a loss for words than before. After the meal, Qin Tao assumed Su Lin Yuan would leave, but was astonished to see him genuinely offering to help with the cleaning. Hey, what happened to your supposed cleanliness obsession? She was taken aback by her cousin's unexpected willingness to assist. Ultimately, Jiang Xianyu did not allow Su Lin Yuan to lift a finger. The cleaning was her responsibility. Time waits for no one. By 9 o'clock, Su Lin Yuan had to take his leave. As he departed, he said, "In a few days when you have time, I will take you for a follow-up." Jiang Xianyu contemplated rejecting the offer, as she could go herself, but Su Lin Yuan interrupted her. "Doctor, he and Amp, Oppos, S appointments are difficult to secure. I will let you know once I and Amp, Oppos, V arranged it." Jiang Xianyu did not doubt him. She had previously sought treatment elsewhere with unsatisfactory results. The efficacy of the traditional medicine she had just begun could only mean that Dr. He was truly exceptional. The more skilled, the traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, the harder their appointments were to come by. "Thank you for your assistance," she replied, pondering how to repay Su Lin Yuan. During her menstrual cycles, she had often wished to rid herself of the discomfort entirely. Now, she finally saw a glimmer of hope. After Su Lin Yuan departed, Qin Tao sat down opposite Jiang Xianyu on the sofa, speaking earnestly. "If you and Oppos ever unwell, please let me know. We girls should look out for one another. If you have menstrual pain, I can give you a few days off. It's just a matter of meals. We can order takeout, and we can hire a cleaner for the house." Jiang Xianyu felt a surge of gratitude. "It wasn't Oppos so painful last time, which is why I didn't Oppos mention it." Qin Tao nodded in understanding. "Rest assured, focus on your health. We and Oppos earn money together in the future." "Sure," Jiang Xianyu replied with a smile. Now that she had begun appearing in videos, she had also contributed to Qin Tao's income, so she did not decline her share this time. As Jiang Xianyu frequently appeared in videos, Qin Tao and Oppos' follower count surged, but this also attracted a number of detractors. Of course, these criticisms were aimed at Qin Tao. Recently, with Qin Tao's rapid growth in followers and collaborations, she had drawn envy from many. A previous video showcasing Jiang Xianyu cooking and doing housework had caught considerable attention. This led to some discordant comments under Qin Tao and Oppos' account. "Seriously? She claims they are good friends, yet she has her friend serving her tea and water? Did you not notice? The new girl has to cook too. How tragic. Sister, quickly distance yourself from this fake friend." Nonetheless, many fans came to Qin Tao and Oppos' defense. "Everyone has their own way of interacting. Why are you all so worked up? Peach ISN and Oppos like that. Trust Peach." Qin Tao chose not to disclose this matter to Jiang Xianyu, knowing that such online remarks were commonplace. When someone rises, there are always those who seek to bring them down. However, Jiang Xianyu still stumbled upon several negative comments while browsing videos. Reading some of the statements, her brow furrowed. What is this nonsense? Chapter 75. Change of address. Jiang Xianyu was acutely aware of the power wielded by internet trolls, whether in public or private. She could not allow matters to escalate further. She approached Qin Tao to discuss a clarification, and upon realizing that Jiang Xianyu was genuinely unperturbed by her role as a caregiver, Qin Tao readily agreed. For Jiang Xianyu, being a caregiver was merely a profession. She provided her labor in exchange for remuneration, and there was nothing improper about it. That very evening, while Qin Tao was live-streaming, knitting a sweater for her cat, Jiang Xianyu entered with a platter of fruit. Having informed Qin Tao in advance, the camera was positioned to capture her hands, so viewers could see only below her chest. As expected, her appearance triggered a flurry of comments in the chat, yet the moderators refrained from removing anyone this time. Jiang Xianyu pretended to inadvertently read a comment that stated, "How could a good friend treat someone like this, making them bring fruit so late?" She chuckled softly and replied, "Sister Tao is indeed very kind to me. However, it's not that she doesn't regard me as a friend. It's simply that I am her hired caregiver, and this is part of my job." Her words flowed as casually as a conversation among friends, with a light-hearted tone that evoked laughter. The cheerful atmosphere quickly dispelled much of the hostility in the comment section, leading many to express regret for misjudging Qin Tao. Nonetheless, some remained obstinate. Jiang Xianyu and Oppos' demeanor was not one to get flustered. She maintained her steady tone and enumerated Qin Tao and Oppos' virtues. "Sister Tao is a wonderful person. She just ISN and Oppos' adept at household chores or cooking. Luckily, I am quite familiar with those tasks, so we complement each other and are both satisfied." She continued, "She doesn't and Oppos' withhold wages, is easy to communicate with, and offers a generous salary. I am genuinely happy to work for her. In addition to all this, we enjoy bubble tea together, binge-watch shows, and even care for cats. During my menstrual cycle, she allows me to rest and orders takeout for me. I ask you, dear friends, where can one find such a boss in the market? I believe whoever does would attract the most applicants in history. Her final remark resonated deeply with many viewers. High salaries, favorable treatment, a kind employer, time off during menstruation, bubble tea, binge-watching, and cat cuddling. Who among them could harbor envy without saying so? Thanks to Jiang Xianyu's eloquence, the comments in the live stream turned overwhelmingly positive, with numerous inquiries about whether Clientele was still in need of a caregiver, as many wished to apply. Seeing this, Clientele wrapped her arm around Jiang Xianyu and Appo's waist and laughed. You know nothing of her capabilities. I am more than satisfied with her. She cooks deliciously, speaks gently, is skilled with her hands, and is both fair-skinned and beautiful. Anyone who tries to take her from me will have to contend with me. This gesture elicited a chorus of teasing jeers from the live audience. Fortunately, the situation eventually calmed down, and the negative comments about Clientele dwindled significantly. Meanwhile, Su Linyuan, who had been secretly watching Clientele's live stream, was nearly beside himself with frustration. Although Jiang Xianyu did not often appear on the stream, even her fleeting silhouette brought him joy. Hearing her praise Clientele led him to reflect on his own treatment of her. Aside from Su Linyuan, Qin's mother was also following her daughter's live stream. Upon witnessing Clientele's decision to hire another caregiver, she couldn't help but laugh. Her daughter, it seemed, was incapable of enduring hardship. After losing Lu Sa, she immediately sought out another caregiver. Given that Clientele earned a modest salary, now having to pay for a caregiver would surely strain her finances further. She could already envision her daughter returning in a state of submission. One day, Su Linyuan messaged Clientele to inquire if she had a lot on her plate. If not, he intended to take Jiang Xianyu for a follow-up appointment. Jiang Xianyu was currently working with her cousin, and although he was her cousin, he needed to secure her consent before taking her away. Clientele, having been preoccupied with knitting practice, indeed had little to do. If necessary, they could simply order takeout again during meal times. Moreover, a follow-up appointment was of utmost importance. As a Chapter 76, Temptation Su Linyuan extended his hand, and Jiang Xianyu seemed to be frozen in place. Her lint roller slipping from her grasp and tumbling to the ground in shock. Su Linyuan and Appo's ears flushed crimson, yet he feigned calmness as he bent down to retrieve the lint roller from the carpet. The moment he moved, Jiang Xianyu regained her senses and, in a flurry, bent down to pick it up as well, resulting in a collision between her head and Su Linyuan and Appo's. Quick as lightning, he steadied her arm. The area where he held her felt as if it were ablaze, and while she wished to break free, she feared that her reaction might be misinterpreted as overly dramatic. She felt utterly rigid. Noticing her stability, Su Linyuan released his grip on her arm, using his other hand to retrieve the lint roller and rising to his feet. He gently placed a hand on her shoulder, turning her slightly as he meticulously removed the lint from her shoulder and back. As the roller glided over her, a flicker of rationality returned to Jiang Xianyu. With a tremor in her voice, she said, "Mr. Su, perhaps I should handle this. I forgot you have a penchant for cleanliness." Su Linyuan continued his task, his large hand tugging at the hem of her coat to collect the lint. His tone casual as he replied, "It and Appo's. Nothing. My obsession with cleanliness isn and Appo's. As severe around you." Jiang Xianyu and Appo's heart raced in confusion. What did he mean by that? Did he harbor feelings for her? Surely not. He was a young, accomplished titan of finance with a wealthy background, tall and handsome, and of amiable character. How could he possibly have any interest in her, an ordinary girl from a less privileged family? It must be her overactive imagination. Yet, his words and the hair tie adorning his wrist seemed to convey a different message, suggesting that Su Linyuan regarded her with a special consideration. While Jiang Xianyu was lost in her thoughts, Su Linyuan had efficiently removed all the lint. He turned her around, placing the lint roller in her hand and declaring, "All done." Jiang Xianyu met his gaze and then noticed the hair tie on his wrist. Following her line of sight, Su Lin Yuan chuckled softly, shaking his hand. Oh, your hair tie. Unable to contain her racing heart, Jiang Xianyu bit her lip and, after a moment in Oppo's hesitation, extended her hand. Thank you, Mr. Su, for returning it. Su Lin Yuan and Oppo's expression dimmed slightly as he withdrew the hand with the hair tie behind his back. I rather like this hair tie. Surely, Miss Jiang Wooden and Oppo's be so stingy as to deny me. With that, he turned to leave, stating we should get going. However, Jiang Xianyu grasped his arm. Mr. Su, you have many fine watches. This hair tie is not suitable for you. Su Lin Yuan, somewhat stubborn, replied, I know whether it suits me or not. In an instant, a standoff ensued. Finally, he broke the silence, shaking his wrist. I truly have a use for this hair tie. What use could you possibly have? Your hair is not long. Jiang Xianyu responded skeptically. Su Lin Yuan explained, recently, female employees in the company have been showing me undue attention. With this, I can avoid a great deal of trouble. Jiang Xianyu sought to meet his eyes, hoping to discern any deceit, but the moment their gazes locked, she found herself unable to hold his stare for more than 3 seconds. With that excuse, she ultimately surrendered the hair tie she had purchased for a mere few yuan. In the car on the way to the hospital, the atmosphere grew somewhat tense. Su Lin Yuan turned on the music. Jiang Xianyu feigned interest in the song. The lyrics were filled with poignant longing, encapsulating the bittersweet essence of unrequited love. Su Lin Yuan's grip on the steering wheel tightened. After a moment, Jiang Xianyu, nervously fiddling with her fingers, suggested, Mr. Su, perhaps we could change the song. I'm not familiar with this one. Su Lin Yuan maintained his focus ahead. Yet, Jiang Xianyu felt as though his gaze was directed at her. He replied, not having heard it is precisely why we should listen. Only by hearing can one discern whether it is pleasing or not. Jiang Xianyu fell silent, acquiescing to his choice. The song was not lengthy, and soon it concluded. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Su Lin Yuan's long arm reached out to set the song on repeat. Jiang Xianyu turned in shock to face him. Feeling her scrutiny, Su Lin Yuan and Oppo's heart raced. He lightly tapped the steering wheel. With you looking at me like that, it's difficult to concentrate. Jiang Xianyu felt as though she had been jolted awake and immediately averted her gaze to the window. As they passed a black car, her reflection appeared briefly in the glass, revealing her slightly flushed cheeks. Gripping the seatbelt tightly, she closed her eyes. During the red light, Su Lin Yuan glanced at Jiang Xianyu, anxious about whether he had overwhelmed her with his advances. Did she understand his insinuation? Surely she must have, given her reaction. Fortunately, he refrained from explicitly stating it, as her previous demeanor suggested that she would likely reject him. As the green light illuminated, Su Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze. Jiang Xianyu's eyelashes fluttered, and her restless eyelids finally settled. Before long, they arrived at the Chinese medicine hospital. Su Lin Yuan parked the car and reached out to wake her. But Jiang Xianyu opened her eyes just then. Feeling slightly awkward, he retracted his hand. Little fish, Wee arrived. Hearing him call her little fish again made Jiang Xianyu contemplate correcting him. Yet she hesitated, fearing it might seem overly dramatic or suspicious. If Mr. Su and Oppo's grandparent called her that and Qintao did too, why couldn't he? Ultimately, she chose to remain silent. Dr. He, whom Su Lin Yuan had prearranged, was ready on time. He instructed Jiang Xianyu to extend her hand for a pulse check. After a brief examination, Dr. He remarked, young lady, your emotions seem to have fluctuated quite a bit. Take a moment to compose yourself. Instantly, Jiang Xianyu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, her cheeks burning. Su Lin Yuan's unwavering gaze was fixed on her. Dr. He playfully nudged Su Lin Yuan, saying, young man, step aside for a moment. Don't disturb the patient's composure. Jiang Xianyu felt compelled to clarify. Dr. He, you misunderstand. It's not because of him. I merely rushed over and became a bit breathless and anxious. Doctor, he glanced at Su Lin Yuan, chuckling. Shall I invite him back then? Jiang Xianyu hastily waved her hands. No, that won't be necessary. Taking a deep breath, she gradually calmed herself and, feeling ready, placed her hand upon the pulse pillow. Dr. He, I'm prepared. Doctor, He checked her pulse and asked a few additional questions before stating, "Your condition has improved significantly. You're ready for the next treatment. I'll adjust your prescription, and afterward, we'll proceed with the moxibustion. Your next menstrual cycle should be much easier than this one." Jiang Xianyu felt a sense of relief at the doctor's words. After rewriting the prescription, he instructed her to lie down on the treatment table. This time, Jiang Xianyu appeared quite at ease. Su Linyuan did not approach, but instead remained a short distance away, watching intently. As doctor, he performed the moxibustion. He earnestly advised, "Young lady, I noticed last time that you seem to be harboring some emotional distress. Sometimes one must learn to self-soothe. If you struggle to manage your emotions, perhaps entering a relationship could be a delightful alternative. Love can uplift the spirit, harmonizing one and amp, Oppo's energy, leading to overall well-being." As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Su Linyuan. Were it not for her confidence in Dr. He's expertise, Jiang Xianyu might have suspected that the doctor was in cahoots with Su Linyuan. Chapter 77, Evasion Doctor. His ambiguous remarks left Jiang Xianyu feeling somewhat bashful, prompting her to deftly divert the conversation. As for matters of love, she had no immediate intentions. Such matters were left to fate. Dr. He chuckled softly and replied, "Indeed, it's all about fate. When the time comes, it cannot be resisted." Su Linyuan cleared his throat. Jiang Xianyu turned to meet his gaze, finding his eyes deep and intensely focused. A flutter coursed through her heart, causing her to shy away from his stare. The time for moxibustion passed swiftly, and as Jiang Xianyu sat up, Su Linyuan stepped forward to steady her. He recalled her symptoms from the last treatment. "Thank you," Jiang Xianyu said, gripping the disposable bed sheet tightly as she steadied herself, gently refusing his assistance. Su Linyuan's outstretched hand curled slightly, but he soon composed himself and took a seat nearby. "Don't rush. Let us wait until you regain your strength before we leave," he advised. Jiang Xianyu hesitated and inquired, "Mr. Su, don't you have work today? I can manage to return by myself now that I'm finished here." Su Linyuan lowered his gaze, fixing it on her. "No, I will take you back the same way I brought you." Jiang Xianyu instinctively tightened her grip on the sheet, falling into silence. She sensed his unyielding determination. After about 10 minutes, Jiang Xianyu stood to depart. Su Linyuan followed closely beside her, but refrained from offering support, fearing it would only provoke her further. In the car, an air of silence enveloped them. Upon arriving at Qin Tao's residence, Jiang Xianyu's expression softened. Su Linyuan glanced at her, his tone laced with hurt. "It seems you would prefer to keep a distance from me." "I don't," Jiang Xianyu quickly replied. "Please don't overthink it." Su Linyuan and Oppo's eyes reflected innocence and disappointment. "Could you not be a bit kinder to me? After all, we have shared the same roof for 2 months. 2 months, Jiang Xianyu emphasized. Su Linyuan sighed. "What difference does it make if it's 2 months or a few?" Jiang Xianyu fell silent, beginning to realize that he was, indeed, the renowned Su Linyuan, cleverly engaging her in conversation. She was not intentionally distancing herself, but rather instinctively resisting the unfamiliar feelings stirring within her. Her heart warned her of the danger. Having endured hardship in her youth, she yearned only for stability in adulthood. Once the car was parked, Su Linyuan accompanied Jiang Xianyu into the villa. At that moment, Qin Tao sat on the carpet, engrossed in her notebook. Hearing their arrival, she looked up with a smile. "You're back. What did the doctor say?" Jiang Xianyu shrugged off her coat. "It's good. The previous medication had a positive effect, and I should feel much better next time." Qin Tao beamed. "That's wonderful." Turning to Su Linyuan, she asked, "Cousin, do you have any other matters to attend to?" Su Linyuan glanced at the clock. It was 10:30. "No, nothing pressing. Little fish shouldn't overexert herself today. I'll order lunch." Qin Tao's eyes sparkled with delight. "Then I won't hold back." With Su Linyuan's affluence, she felt liberated from her own financial constraints. Su Linyuan turned to Jiang Xianyu. "What would you like to eat?" "You decide. I'm fine with anything." Recalling the private dining establishment Jiang Xianyu had enjoyed during her previous bout of dysmenorrhea, he decided to order from there again. Before long, the delivery arrived. Upon seeing the name of the restaurant emblazoned on the delivery vehicle, Qin Tao Kuden and Oppo's, "Tea help but swallow hard, cousin. I realize now that I may have spoken too loudly before. You are incredibly generous. This establishment was notoriously expensive and required prior reservations, a privilege not extended to just anyone. Enjoy your meal, Su Linyuan said, serving a bowl of bird and Appo's nest to Jiang Xianyu while nonchalantly consuming his own food. Jiang Xianyu noticed his composed demeanor, quietly shifting the bowl in front of herself, whispering a soft thank you. Qin Tao shot a knowing glance between them before discreetly averting her gaze. One must remain silent while observing from the sidelines. After lunch, Qin Tao reclined contentedly in her chair, addressing Su Linyuan. Cousin, I welcome your visits in the future. With today's meal covered, how far off can future expenses be? A hint of amusement softened Su Linyuan's typically stoic expression. Very well, I shall certainly return. Jiang Xianyu tidied up the table. Once she finished, Su Linyuan rose to take his leave, his gaze lingering on her. He steadied himself and reminded her, don't forget to take your medication or eat as prescribed. Your health is paramount. He had no intention of using the excuse of delivering medication to visit her again. Ensuring she adhered to her treatment was his primary concern. He could seek other means to see her if necessary. Jiang Xianyu nodded. Yes, I will be careful. Noticing Su Linyuan still lingering at the door, Qin Tao said to Jiang Xianyu, Little fish, I'm off to select collaboration brands. Please see cousin out. All right. Jiang Xianyu responded, signaling to Su Linyuan. Shall we leave now? Su Linyuan donned his coat and followed Jiang Xianyu outside. Before entering the car, he cast a deep, lingering glance at her, his eyes betraying emotions she could not evade. I'm leaving, he announced before driving away. In the rearview mirror, Jiang Xianyu stood at the entrance for quite some time. That evening, Jiang Xianyu estimated the time and decided to call her close friend Lu Lijun. The call was quickly answered, Lu Lijun's voice coming through. Hello, little fish. Jiang Xianyu hesitated briefly before quietly inquiring, Lijun, has any female colleague from your company been flattering Su Linyuan lately? Instantly, Lu Lijun straightened up, her excitement palpable as she lowered her voice. Why do you ask this all of a sudden? Jiang Xianyu rubbed her chest, ambiguously responding, Oh, just heard something and wanted to check. Lu Lijun confidently replied, Whoever said such nonsense must be misinformed. With Su Linyuan's cold demeanor, the only question he'd ask is whether your analysis report is finished. What female colleague would dare to be forward? Jiang Xianyu's breath quickened. So, was his excuse of using her hair tie as a shield merely a pretext? Did he indeed have feelings for her? This realization sent her into a flurry. Just then, she heard a man's voice through the phone, Lu Lijun. Don't put your legs on a coffee table. Jiang Xianyu's eyes widened in shock. Lijun, do you have a man over at your place? Her friend, usually composed, had never heard Jiang Xianyu sound so agitated. Oh, it's just a friend who came to help out. My kitchen sink is clogged, Lu Lijun explained. Jiang Xianyu was skeptical. How could someone who rarely cooked possibly have clogged sink? Had she tossed something in there? In the Binjiang apartment, Shun Yinji's gaze, framed by his glasses, fell upon the woman's radiant face. He stepped closer, gripping her delicate ankle, his voice low. Just a friend? Lu Lijun felt a tingling sensation at her ankle, struggling against his grip while shooting him an incredulous glare. Come on, this old man is being a little too stingy. It's not like we did anything serious. We merely slept together once. To label it as mere friendship seemed an exaggeration. Chapter 78, The Old Man. Suffocating you fearing what further words might escape his lips, Lu Lijun said to Jiang Xianyu on the other end of the phone. I'll tell you more next time. I'll hang up now. As Lu Lijun ended the call, Shun Yinji leaned closer, his hand encircling her soft waist, brow furrowed as he inquired, What am I to you? A friend? What sort of friend shares a bed? Lu Lijun and Appo's face flushed crimson, breaking free from his grasp. She raised her delicate foot to press against his chest, retorting, A friend is still a friend. In retrospect, she felt a twinge of regret. She shouldn't and Appo's have provoked him. Alcohol and beauty had led her astray. The heartbeat beneath her foot sent a shiver through her, causing her toes to curl involuntarily, grazing the man's left chest. His breath deepened, gripping her ankle and lowering her leg, his posture suddenly awkward as he tugged at his collar. Stepping closer, Lu Lijun straddled his lap, cupping his face in her hands, her red lips whispering in his ear, "Professor Shun, the night is fleeting. Shall we indulge?" Shen Yinji held her neck with one hand while the other firmly grasped her unruly waist, slowly uttering two words, "No, we shall not." Lu Lijun and Appo's brows knitted together in inquiry. "Why? What am I to you?" he pressed. Lu Lijun and Appo's gaze flickered. "A friend?" The man lifted her effortlessly, placing her on the sofa, towering over her with a cold voice laced with frustration. "If you're merely a friend, then let us not discuss this." Lu Lijun kicked his calf in irritation. "Suffocate you." His lips pressed tightly together, beads of sweat glistening on his face, yet he refused to cross that line. "The plumbing is fixed. I'll be heading back," she declared defiantly. Go on, he replied. Shen Yinji cast a lingering gaze at her. "It's chilly tonight. Dress warmly." As he reached the door, Lu Lijun sat up from the sofa. "Shen Yinji, what are your thoughts on the patent matter?" He continued, changing his shoes. "It's not time yet." Lu Lijun felt exasperated. "Do as you wish." After donning his shoes, he reminded her, as he prepared to leave, "Lock the door at night." "I know, stop nagging," she retorted, still miffed at his lack of romantic sensibility. How had she so foolishly ended up in bed with this man? A miscalculation indeed. This man was a traditionalist, demanding commitment. Once he departed, Lu Lijun locked the door, valuing her safety as a woman living alone. After freshening up and settling into bed, her emotions finally began to calm, prompting her to call Jiang Xianyu. Such matters were meant to be shared with a close confidant. Jiang Xianyu was taken aback upon receiving the call, expecting Lu Lijun would wait until the following day to reach out. Jun, tell me, who is that man?" Lu Lijun chuckled softly. "This has to do with Yuan e-technology." As she narrated her story, Jiang Xianyu began to piece together the events. The patent issues at Yuan e-technology had led Su Lin Yuan to initiate an investigation, with Lu Lijun involved. She discovered that the patent for the technological breakthrough achieved by Yuan e-technology actually belonged to Shen Yinji, a professor in the computer science and technology department at Haisher University. Shen Yinji had a half-brother, Shen Song, working as a researcher at Yuan e-technology. The company's technical challenges weighed heavily on their researchers, leading them to seek solutions independently. Shen Song, upon realizing Shen Yinji was making progress in this field, devised a plan to appropriate his brother and Appo's research findings and apply for a patent. The ease with which this transpired was aided by certain conveniences provided by Yuan e-technology. Their paths had crossed during the investigation of this matter. However, Shen Yinji, being serious and reserved, was not one to socialize, which made Lu Lijun's efforts all the more commendable. As for how they ended up together, it boiled down to one factor: the influence of alcohol. Jiang Xianyu was stunned. Unbeknownst to her, her dear friend had shared a bed with a distinguished university professor. It was no surprise that such a principled man would pursue her friend for accountability. "Let us not dwell on him. He is rather dull," Lu Lijun remarked, feeling somewhat vexed. In truth, she found Shen Yinji quite satisfactory. This 30-year-old ascetic was passionate in his pursuits, exuding elegance when dressed, yet displaying enduring stamina when undressed. It was merely his overly serious demeanor that posed a challenge. She was certain of her attraction to his physique, yet uncertain whether she could endure the constraints he might impose. She envisioned that a relationship with him would mirror the rigidity of student life, and his stern critiques reminded her of her high school principal. Understanding Lu Lijun's sentiments, Jiang Xianyu chose not to press further, simply advising, "Be mindful of precautions." Lu Lijun smiled, of course. She then inquired about Jiang Xianyu and Su Lin Yuan. Jiang Xianyu hesitantly began, Jun, I sense that President Su may harbor feelings for me." Lu Lijun's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How did you discern that?" Jiang Xianyu recounted the day's events. Lu Lijun stifled a gasp, her mind racing with thoughts. The usually stoic President Su was capable of such emotions? She couldn't help but hesitate to confront the delicate situation, knowing her friend well. With Jiang Xianyu's avoidant attachment style, any direct confrontation could lead to an immediate rejection of Su Lin Yuan. In truth, she believed Su Lin Yuan to be a commendable man, devoid of frivolous distractions and exhibiting integrity. Her friend deserved someone who would treat her with genuine care. It was evident that Jiang Xianyu was conflicted, likely harboring some fondness for Su Linyuan, at the very least, not disliking him. Yet, her nature inclined her to shy away from profound emotional exchanges, leaving her uneasy with long-term commitments. Such a predicament was indeed troublesome. If she could not overcome her inner barriers, the matter would remain unresolved. Perhaps once her friend's feelings for Su Linyuan transcended mere attraction, she would find a resolve to act. This required time. For the moment, the best course was to reassure her, alleviating any pressure regarding her romantic prospects. This was a role Lu Lijun was well versed in. After all, how else had she become Jiang Xianyu and Amp? Oppos. As confidant. You shouldn't overthink it. He hasn't formally confessed. Don't feel pressured. Just interact as you normally would, maintaining composure. At least until he expresses himself, you'll be stable. Perhaps in time, he may withdraw. Don't be anxious or unsettled. As Lu Lijun's words settled, Jiang Xianyu's expression gradually softened. Lu Lijun was right. The situation had not yet reached a critical point, and she ought not to be so tense. With the weight of her concerns lifted, Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's sleep improved. Tomorrow, she would assist Qin Tao in making a profit, eagerly anticipating the division of earnings. Chapter 79. How can people be so remarkable? Jiang Xianyu had a restful night, and upon waking the next day, she felt significantly rejuvenated. After preparing breakfast, Qin Tao also arose. The first thing Qin Tao did was to seek out her two cats for some playful interaction. At that moment, Ayu unexpectedly leaped from one end of the cat tree to the other and suddenly fell. Qin Tao was startled. Ayu, a Maine Coon of considerable size, fortunately, was unharmed due to the swift reflexes of felines. Jiang Xianyu approached to assess the situation and discovered that the cat tree had broken. Has this cat tree seen better days? Jiang Xianyu inquired. Qin Tao calculated that since the cats had matured, the cat tree had been in use for about 6 or 7 years. Crafted from solid wood, it had cost her a considerable sum, and she had transported it from her previous home when she moved to this villa. Jiang Xianyu stroked Ayu's fur thoughtfully, realizing that the cat tree had aged over time, and given Ayu's substantial size, wear and tear were inevitable. Qin Tao felt a stab of regret. She was now quite frugal with her expenditures, and given that this cat tree was beloved by her 2 little fur balls, she was reluctant to discard it. Her distress was palpable, prompting Jiang Xianyu to examine the broken part of the cat tree, concluding that it was indeed reparable. How about I give it a try? Jiang Xianyu offered. Qin Tao's eyes brightened at the prospect. Can you really fix it? She asked eagerly. Jiang Xianyu nodded, assuring her that it shouldn't be too difficult. Inspired by a cat house she had seen at her cousin's place, Qin Tao embraced Jiang Xianyu. Taken by surprise for a moment, Jiang Xianyu gradually relaxed. Xiaoyu, you're amazing. How would I manage without you? Qin Tao exclaimed. Jiang Xianyu gave her shoulder a reassuring pat. Do you have any woodworking tools at home? She asked. Qin Tao looked up, shaking her head. Not all, but that is all right. We can go buy some now. Noticing that there was still time, Jiang Xianyu suggested they could purchase the tools and repair the cat tree by afternoon. Thus, the two drove to the largest hardware market in the city. Jiang Xianyu felt a rush of excitement akin to a mouse in a grain store. As a woman who preferred learning to fix things herself rather than spending money on labor, she felt a strong urge to acquire tools. Sometimes, a few dollars spent on tools could resolve issues that would otherwise cost hundreds if a professional were called. As a thrifty individual, Jiang Xianyu was determined to avoid unnecessary expenses, which was why she had previously collected several tools. However, many of them were currently at her rented apartment in Jinshu Garden, and she lacked woodworking tools since her job rarely involved such tasks. Consequently, she purchased a comprehensive set of woodworking tools. Observing Jiang Xianyu select tools with such expertise, Qin Tao gained a deeper understanding of her friend's woodworking skills. Though Qin Tao offered to pay, Jiang Xianyu declined. I truly like this set of tools. Consider it a gift to myself, she said. Unable to persuade Jiang Xianyu otherwise, Qin Tao acquiesced. Upon returning home, Jiang Xianyu prepared to repair the cat tree. Wait a moment, Qin Tao shouted, then quickly set up her phone and tripod. "I'll record the restoration process." Jiang Xianyu agreed. Since they were filming, she donned a mask and gathered her long hair into a clip, giving her a slightly different appearance. Qin Tao couldn't help but compliment Xiaoyu. "You look great like this. It's a carefree beauty." Jiang Xianyu chuckled. "It is indeed carefree. Just a few dollars for this plastic clip." The cat tree, resembling a grand tree, towered over the room, occupying an entire wall, with the break occurring at the furthest branch. Fortunately, as it was an assembled piece, the broken branch could be removed. Jiang Xianyu climbed the ladder to detach the branch, carefully inspecting the break. "How does it look?" Qin Tao inquired. Jiang Xianyu assessed the situation, indicating that it was manageable. To Qin Tao and Oppo's surprise, instead of using nails to secure the broken ends, Jiang Xianyu took a pen and began drawing lines in different orientations at the two fracture points. "Are we not going to use nails?" Qin Tao questioned. Jiang Xianyu shook her head, her expressive almond eyes radiating focus and determination. "Using nails is the least effective method. I plan to use a mortise and tenon joint to connect the broken ends, ensuring that the seam is almost invisible." Qin Tao squatted nearby, clapping her hands in admiration. "How impressive!" At that moment, Jiang Xianyu's mind was wholly absorbed in the fractured wood. As she traced the lines, the wood in her mind began to be meticulously shaped along those lines, soon revealing irregular tenons and mortises. Once the two ends were connected, they fit together seamlessly. Jiang Xianyu retrieved her newly purchased tools and began cutting along the marked lines. With an intense gaze, her slightly shorter hair swayed gently as she sawed the wood, exuding an unmistakable air of expertise that left Qin Tao in awe. She envisioned the video of this repair going viral once uploaded online. After completing the primary cuts, Jiang Xianyu utilized a chisel to carve out grooves with precision. Realizing that it was time to prepare dinner, Qin Tao promptly intervened, suggesting they order takeout instead, as woodworking was no easy task. However, Jiang Xianyu was enthusiastic, determined to see it through without interruption. By the time she finished crafting the tenons and mortises, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Aside from a brief meal, she had been tirelessly chiseling. Qin Tao felt a bit dizzy, puzzled by how the original wood had transformed right before her eyes. Had she missed a crucial step? After a bit of sanding, Jiang Xianyu skillfully fitted the two sections of the branch together. Qin Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. When the two pieces aligned perfectly, she was astonished. Had she not witnessed the break firsthand, she would have assumed the wood was intact from the beginning. Holding the stick close, she scrutinized it, amazed that aside from slight differences in grain, it was nearly indistinguishable from its original state. "Xiaoyu, you are incredible," Qin Tao exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Jiang Xianyu merely smiled, continuing to sand the restored piece until it was smooth to the touch. Confirming that no further repairs were needed, she climbed the ladder to reinstall the mended branch, restoring the cat tree to its former glory. In that moment, Qin Tao truly grasped the value of Jiang Xianyu and Oppo's skills. As she watched the two cats return to their playful antics, she hurried to grab her phone to record the moment. "Xiaoyu, take a break. I'll edit the video." It took Qin Tao 2 days to edit the video, including music and subtitles. Once she ensured everything was perfect, she uploaded it. Su Linyuan, having set special notifications on his phone, received the alert as soon as Qin Tao posted the video. He glanced out the window at the busy employees before quietly opening his phone. Jiang Xianyu's earnest demeanor in the video captivated him. It was then that Su Linyuan realized that the cat house truly meant a great deal to Jiang Xianyu. How could someone be so remarkable? He silently liked the video. The video garnered significant attention for Qin Tao, rapidly increasing her follower count. This endeavor turned out to be a tremendous success for her.